Chapter 1: The Deceptive Tongue of Men. Trust me. I shall take responsibility for you and make you the happiest and most esteemed woman in the world. The resolute promise of the man echoed in her ears as Tang Nuanning shook her head frantically. No, no. With a sudden burst of strength, the man forced her, and Tang Nuanning let out a blood-curdling scream, succumbing to unconsciousness from the pain. When she awoke once more, she found herself alone, yet the lingering atmosphere of intimacy remained palpable. Scattered tissues and disheveled clothing strewn across the floor bore witness to the recent chaos. Biting her lip and clenching the sheets, her vision blurred further. She was a married woman, and today she had come to the airport to pick up her husband. Yet, before she could even greet him, she had lost her innocence. What was this? Was it infidelity within marriage? How was she to face her husband now, if she were to explain that she had come to the airport to meet him, only to be dragged into a dark lounge by a man amidst chaos? Would he believe her? Would he still accept her? Could their marriage endure after this? Tang Nuanning found herself unable to contain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks. She pondered what misdeed she had committed in her past life to warrant such cruel fate. Deprived of parental love since childhood, her life had been a tumultuous mess. She had hoped to alter her destiny through education and, after much effort, gained admission to her dream university, only to be forced into marriage by her adoptive parents. It was her sister, Tang Xin, who should have entered into the union, but due to the fiancé's disability, the burden fell upon her. Her adoptive parents, unwilling to see their biological daughter endure hardship yet unable to turn down a lucrative bride price, coerced her into a marriage of convenience. From the moment they initiated her withdrawal from school to the day of her engagement and marriage, no one sought her opinion. Not one person asked her if she was willing. They unilaterally shattered her academic pursuits and future. She had wept and raged, yet ultimately, she capitulated to reality. It is often said that a woman's marriage is akin to rebirth. Escaping a cold family environment could be seen as a blessing. Since she was wed, she resolved to be a good wife. For the past 2 years, Bo Yanchen had been abroad receiving treatment for his leg ailment, leaving her to guard their empty home. She had remained faithful, with no ulterior motives. This marriage, which she had sacrificed her education and aspirations for, was her new beginning, and she cherished it deeply. But now, on the very day of Bo Yanchen's return, such an incident occurred. What was she to do? Ding ding ding. Her phone rang unexpectedly. It was the housekeeper calling. "Madam, the sir has asked you to return." Tang Nuanning's heart dropped, feeling guilty and anxious. "Has he returned?" "Yes, the sir came back and, upon finding you absent, left immediately. Before he departed, he instructed that you return to sign some documents. He wants a divorce." Her mind exploded in disbelief. Bo Yanchen wanted a divorce? She was well aware of his dissatisfaction with their marriage. He had been absent on their wedding day and had not shown his face since. In the 2 years of their union, they had not even laid eyes on each other, remaining oblivious to each other's appearance. Yet, during these years, he had treated her well. Her needs were met without deprivation, and when she fell ill, he would instruct the servants to care for her. Despite the distance between them, she could still feel his concern. She had believed that Bo Yanchen simply disapproved of the familial arrangement, not of her as a person. As long as she fulfilled her role as a good wife, they could share a bond like any loving couple, supporting one another throughout life. Who would have thought? "Madam, you need not be too distressed. The sir has given you this villa, 2 luxury cars, and a considerable sum of money." The housekeeper spoke excitedly, but how could Tang Nuanning not feel sorrow? She was utterly heartbroken. Her wretched life seemed to be at its most dismal. Yet, what right did she have to refuse the divorce? She had lost her purity. She no longer deserved him. Tang Nuanning wiped her nose and replied in a hoarse voice, "I understand. I will return to sign the papers immediately." After ending the call, she fought against her discomfort, dressed hastily, and stumbled out of the airport. Just as she exited, dozens of black luxury cars suddenly appeared outside the airport. A group of bodyguards clad in black disembarked simultaneously, surrounding the airport. An assistant respectfully opened the car door, and Bo Yanchen stepped out. His bespoke shoes, exquisite tailored suit, and limited edition watch were the hallmarks of a successful man. Tall and striking, his chiseled features exuded an air of dominance and aloofness that sent shivers down one's spine. Onlookers gazed at him with awe and curiosity, carefully scrutinizing his presence. Bo Yanchen paid them no mind, striding toward the VIP lounge. The previous night, he had consumed tainted food and had been pursued by assailants, leading to the unfortunate loss of a woman's innocence. Fearing that his enemies might track him to this place and endanger her, he had left first, intending to return only after ensuring her safety. That was the girl's first night. He had promised her the night before that he would take responsibility, vowing to make her the happiest and most esteemed woman in the world. Bo Yanchen was a man of his word. As he approached the lounge, his assistant, Zhou Xing, hurriedly caught up to him. "Brother Chen, the family called. The madam has returned home, but it seems she was with another man last night. The evidence is quite apparent. The house steward mentioned that she has been seeing numerous men over the past 2 years and frequently stays out late. Moreover, when she is intoxicated, she can be quite indiscreet, even publicly stating in bars that you are a cripple unworthy of her, and that marrying her was merely what? Like a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Ha." Bo Yanchen pressed his thin lips together, his expression darkening. This wife had been thrust upon him 2 years prior by the Bai family to suppress his influence, and he had never once laid eyes on her, not even on their wedding day. Now that the situation had stabilized and he held power, he was free from constraints, and thus his first order of business upon returning was to divorce this wife. It was not that he was heartless, there simply existed no affection between them. Divorce would be a blessing for her, a liberation. To compensate for her lost youth over the past 2 years, he had offered her a considerable settlement, including luxury properties, cars, and a check for 10 billion. Little did he expect that she would prove to be an unfaithful woman. If that were the case, she did not deserve his generosity. The previous divorce agreement is null and void. We shall draft a new one. She has committed adultery and should leave with nothing. Understood. Bo Yanchen arrived at the entrance of the lounge, suppressing his fury and adjusting his attire before pushing open the door. He intended to present himself in the most gracious and dignified manner to her. For a lifetime and beyond, he had touched her. She was destined to be his alone. Yet the room was empty, devoid of her presence. Had she left? Bo Yanchen searched the entire airport but found no trace of her, his brow furrowing. Send the word out, no matter the method or price, she must be found. He would locate her and fulfill his promise. He would make her the happiest and most esteemed woman in the world. Chapter 2, Ruined by Him. 6 years later, at Jin City train station. As Tang Nuanning stepped out of the train station with her 3 sons, she immediately attracted a wave of attention. Dressed in simple, comfortable attire and with no makeup, her natural beauty was striking, compelling onlookers to steal glances at her every expression. The children, adorably soft and charming, had large, glistening eyes peeking out from their masks, their long eyelashes fluttering, melting hearts effortlessly. Once again, the series of having children was deceiving. Tang Nuanning paid no heed to the gazes of the crowd. She stood at the station's exit, reflecting on the familiar yet somewhat alien surroundings, filled with profound emotions. Years ago, it was Bo Yanchen's words, "unfaithful," that had thrust her into the limelight. A month later, she discovered that she was pregnant again, solidifying Bo Yanchen's claims. The rumors and gossip nearly submerged her. Her adoptive parents, feeling ashamed of her shameful situation and seeing her as no longer useful, severed ties with her and expelled her from their home. She understood that the child was fathered by that unfamiliar man. Although she contemplated abortion, after much deliberation, she could not bring herself to do it. This child was her flesh and blood. The fact that the child chose her as a mother was a twist of fate. No matter how difficult it would be, she felt it was her duty to give birth and raise the child. Fearing that her reputation might tarnish the child's future, she left the bustling city of Jincheng to live in the countryside. Living as a pregnant woman alone was no easy feat. Securing employment was her foremost challenge. Many employers hesitated to hire her simply because she was expecting. However, she could not afford to be idle. She needed money for food, hospital expenses for childbirth, formula for the baby, and educational fees. Eventually, after much effort, she landed a job at a restaurant. Terrified of being dismissed, she worked harder than anyone, never daring to take a day off. This dedication, however, led to malnutrition and extreme fatigue. Ultimately, during her 9th month of pregnancy, she collapsed on her way home from work. Strangely, when she regained consciousness, she found herself in a remote mountain area with her children. To this day, she remains oblivious to what transpired that fateful day. Who performed the cesarean section? Who transported her and the children to the mountains? And why were they taken there in the first place? The person who rescued them claimed they stumbled upon the mother and children by chance and, moved by their plight, chose to take them to their home. This day lasted for 5 years. During these 5 years, they lived a carefree and blissful life, devoid of worries. However, as the children grew, she was compelled to contemplate their education and future. The mountains were serene, yet apart from their benefactor, there was no one else. Once they were gone, only the children would remain. The children had endured so much to come into this world. They could not simply lead a muddled existence. They deserved to witness the beauty and splendor of life. Thus, after much reflection, she bid farewell to their savior and took the children down from the mountain. She had not intended to return to Jincheng, as she had not forgotten her experiences from 6 years prior. However, when she attempted to register her children's household status, she was taken aback to discover that she was still legally married. How could this be? She distinctly remembered signing the divorce papers back then. Confounded by the circumstances, she faced a pressing issue. Because she was still married, Bo Yanchen's name would automatically appear in the father's column when registering. The Bo family was affluent and influential, and Bo Yanchen had never cared for her. He would certainly not welcome the role of a father. Thus, before registering her children, she needed to finalize her divorce. Her purpose for returning to Jincheng was solely to seek a divorce from Bo Yanchen. She harbored no resentment towards him. After all, it was she who had wronged him first. He had been right to accuse her of lacking virtue. If she were to harbor any grievance, it would be directed towards the man who had stolen her innocence that night. It is often said that a man's words are deceptive, and she could not agree more. That man had promised to make her the happiest and most esteemed woman in the world, yet look at the outcome. She had been utterly ruined by him. As she reflected on her grievances, a surge of anger surged within her. "Mommy, I need to pee." Her youngest son suddenly tugged at her sleeve, shyly speaking up. Tang Nuanning snapped back to reality, and upon seeing her 3 children, her heart instantly warmed. Indeed, the events of the past had thrown her life into disarray, but she had gained these children, and that made it all worthwhile. These 3 children were her pride. The eldest was a little gentleman, not overly talkative but exuding the aura of an elder brother, displaying high emotional and intellectual intelligence in every action. The second and third children, however, were quite the opposite: lively, mischievous, and full of energy. Their interests and hobbies revolved around fighting. Their highest aspiration was to engage in the fiercest battles and emerge victorious against all opponents. As for the youngest, he was a bit of a crybaby, timid by nature. Though not as academically gifted as his older siblings, he possessed a tender heart and a remarkable culinary talent. He could whip up delicious dishes even at his tender age. Moreover, he had a natural flair for fashion. The perfume she currently used had been personally concocted by him. With just a few fruits or a bouquet of flowers, he could create a unique fragrance that was refreshingly natural, devoid of any artificiality. Additionally, the youngest displayed an innate gift for design, effortlessly sketching clothing and jewelry concepts. Tang Nuanning often mused that whoever was fortunate enough to marry her youngest son in the future would undoubtedly lead a blissful life. With a gentle smile, she looked at him. "All right, Mommy will take you." Eldest and second, "Do you want to go to the restroom too?" The eldest and second shook their heads in unison. "No." "Then wait here for Mommy and your brother. Don't run around, I'll take the youngest to the restroom." "Okay." Tang Nuanning took the youngest by the hand and led him to the restroom. Upon reaching the restroom door, she squatted down to remind him, "You go to the boys' room, and Mommy will go to the girls'. If you come out first, wait here for Mommy." "Okay." The youngest nodded obediently and scampered into the boys' room. Tang Nuanning watched him disappear before turning to enter the girls' restroom. Before long, the youngest emerged, standing patiently outside the restroom, waiting for Tang Nuanning. Suddenly, a group of bodyguards dressed in black surrounded a glamorous woman striding towards them. The woman donned oversized sunglasses and sported bright red lipstick, angrily shouting at those around her, "From now on, don't accept those small-time scripts anymore. It's such a hassle to travel to the mountains for filming. Returning is a nightmare. There aren't even any flights. I had to take a train back. With my status, is it appropriate to take a train? Just look at the people on the train, each one poorer and more uncouth than the last. It's utterly disgusting." Shen Jiaoyu's loud voice drew the attention of many, prompting them to frown. Her manager nodded incessantly in agreement, while bodyguards rudely cleared a path for her, shouting, "Make way! Make way! Stay back!" The youngest, bewildered, was shoved roughly before he fell to the ground, crying out in pain, his tears welling up in his eyes without daring to make a sound. "Whose child is this? Get out of the way!" Shen Jiaoyu snapped coldly. Frightened by the commotion, the youngest sat on the ground, covering his mouth with his tiny hands, gazing up at Shen Jiaoyu with misty eyes, too afraid to move. Shen Jiaoyu frowned, and upon seeing the youngest, a prick of annoyance surged within her. That prick was the same size as the child before her. She felt a surge of hatred. "I told you to get out of the way, yet you sit there. Don't you know it's wrong to block others' paths? How do your parents educate you? You lack manners and upbringing." With that, Shen Jiaoyu kicked the youngest roughly with the tip of her shoe before strutting away in her high heels. The youngest burst into tears. "Mommy, brother, it hurts, woo woo woo." Tang Nuanning had yet to exit the restroom when the eldest and second rushed over upon hearing the commotion. They quickly inquired, "What happened, little brother? What's wrong?" Seeing his brothers, the youngest cried even harder, his small shoulders shaking, his words coming out in a jumble, "That ant kicked me brother, it hurts woo woo. Woo." Upon hearing this, the second brother immediately flared up. How dare they bully his younger brother, as if he were invisible? "Brother, keep an eye on the youngest, I'm going to settle this." With that, the second brother dashed away, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Chapter 3, I want to slap him away. Bao could only help the little Bao up with a heart full of pity, asking his elder brother where it hurt. "Here and here," little Bao whimpered, pointing to his backside and calf. Bao rolled up Bao's pants and was taken aback. A large bruise marred the fair skin of Bao's leg, dark and prominent. Enraged, Bao clenched his small fist. He had initially hoped to prevent his second brother from causing trouble. But it was clear now that he not only failed to stop it but also encouraged it. How dare anyone bully Bao when he had no one behind him? "It's all right, Bao. Let me blow on it, it'll stop hurting," Bao comforted. Bao nodded, feeling wronged. Meanwhile, Tang Bao had chased Yu out of the train station. Seeing her about to get into a car, he rushed in front of her, fierce and defiant. "Ugly woman, who gave you the audacity to bully my brother?" "Ugly woman?" Yu frowned, glaring at Tang Bao. She wanted to slap him away. However, with Bo Yanchen in the car, she had to maintain a good impression and feign fondness for children. Thus, she shot several warning glances at Tang Bao and lowly growled, "Who are you calling ugly?" "Talking about you. Not only are you ugly, but you're old and wicked. Ugly, old, and bad, there's no saving you," Tang Bao retorted, pulling out a small knife from his pocket and began circling the luxury car. Seeing the large scratch appear on the sleek black car, Yu's eyes widened. "You little brat, stop right now. Do you even know whose car this is? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" As she spoke, she lunged to stop him. But Tang Bao dodged, leading her in a wild chase around the luxury vehicle, akin to walking a monkey. Inside, Bo Yanchen sat in the car, having come expressly to pick up Yu. Frowning at the scene, he instructed Zhou Xing, "Go check it out." Just as Zhou Xing was about to open the door, a series of loud bangs echoed, followed by the car slumping with a heavy thud. Yu's piercing scream shattered the air. Bo Yanchen's brow furrowed as he exited the car. The sight before him was alarming. The four wheels had detached from the car, billowing smoke as they rolled away. The luxury vehicle lay lifeless on the ground, resembling a dead dog. A small boy, no taller than his waist and masked, stood defiantly before Yu. "I want to hold it against you today since it's my first time here. But if you dare bully my brother again, I want to be polite." Bo Yanchen thought, what audacity for such a young child to call himself young master. And this is him not taking it seriously? How much destruction could he cause if he truly meant it? Whose unruly child is this? Unaware of the formidable figure he had provoked, the little boy turned with a proud expression, only to have his collar suddenly grasped, lifting him off the ground. Tang Bao furrowed his brow, kicking his legs and shouting, "Who? Let me go." Bo Yanchen's face darkened. He spun Tang Bao around to face him. "Who do you think you are?" His voice, calm yet cool, held an edge of menace. "I." The masked Tang Bao stammered, momentarily struck dumb. Oh dear, this uncle looks remarkably similar to him and his elder brother, almost a larger version of them. Could he be the irresponsible father they never knew? But their father was said to be dead, having succumbed to illness at a young age, as their mother had told them. Surely, it was just a coincidence. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Bao fluttered his long lashes and said defiantly, "Since you resemble my dad, I'll let you off this time. Now put me down, or I want to hold back. I can be quite scary when I'm angry." He then made a comical face at Bo Yanchen, asking, "Are you scared?" Bo Yanchen's expression grew colder. Such a young child, yet with such a big mouth. If it weren't for the resemblance to his son, he would have already called the police. "Do you know that your behavior today has violated the law? It was that ugly, old, wicked woman who provoked me first." Suddenly called out, Yu exclaimed. Who's old, ugly, or wicked? Bo Yanchen replied coldly, regardless of the reason, your actions are unacceptable. Tang Nuanning frowned, you're not my dad. Who do you think you are to control me? Bo Yanchen, displeased, asked, where are your parents? He wouldn't argue with a child but would certainly seek out the parents. This car was newly purchased for 50 million. It was unacceptable for it to be ruined on the first day. Moreover, those wheels looked like they had been blown off with precision explosives. Could a child even handle explosives, or was someone using the child for their own schemes? For his own safety, he needed to investigate thoroughly. Upon hearing that his parents were being sought, Tang Nuanning felt a twinge of panic. All unruly children shared the same fear, being reported to their parents. Tang Nuanning, though fearless in the face of authority, was terrified of disappointing his mother. She never hit him, and he wasn't afraid of being punished. But he couldn't bear the thought of making her sad. His earlier bravado faded, and he pouted, if you want to find someone, go find my dad. My mom is busy and can't see you. Bo Yanchen shifted his gaze, relieved as he preferred not to deal with women. Where's your dad? My dad? He's in hell, the 18 levels of hell, you should hurry to find him down there. Bo Yanchen was momentarily speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Jiaoyu interjected. This little brat is utterly uncivilized. Ah Chen, he's cursing you to hell. Just look at his ragged clothes, it's clear he's from a poor family. Poor mountains breed unruly children, no upbringing at all. Huh. I'm uncivilized? And what about you? You're old enough to bully a 5-year-old. How did your mother raise you? Tang Nuanning retaliated. Old enough? Shen Jiaoyu was on the verge of exploding. I'm only 28. Really? I can't tell, I thought you were 88. You. Shut your mouth. If you provoke me again, I'll have a serious talk with your parents. Just then, Tang Nuanning's smartwatch rang. His precious mother was calling, likely worried after not seeing him come out of the restroom. Tang Nuanning couldn't bear to see his beloved mother anxious. He turned to Bo Yanchen, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Bye. With a swift kick and a wave of his hand, he slipped out of his coat and vanished into the crowd. Bo Yanchen stared at the empty coat in his hands, his expression darkening further. Find out that child's information, and bring his parents here. Also, investigate how those wheels exploded. Yes. Zhou Xing immediately signaled the bodyguards to head into the train station. Bo Yanchen turned to Shen Jiaoyu, displeased. Why did he say you bullied his brother? Shen Jiaoyu changed her expression, feigning innocence as she exclaimed. How could I ever bully a child? It is his brother who perceives me as a wealthy individual and seeks to extort me. You may inquire with my agent if you so wish. This child, at such a tender age, has already mastered the art of deception. One glance at his parents reveals their dubious character. In impoverished and harsh environments, cunning individuals emerge. If you ask me, it would be best not to engage with his parents at all, rather, imprison the entire family and sentence them to life without parole. What a relief that would be. Bo Yan, with a stern countenance, cast her a glance filled with discontent, choosing to ignore her altogether. Chapter 4, He is the father of the children. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning had reunited with Tang Nuanning. Unaware of the events that had transpired at the train station and the troubles her son had stirred, Tang Nuanning looked at the little fellow rushing back with concern. Bao, where have you been? Mommy has been looking for you for ages. Upon noticing his mother's demeanor, Tang Nuanning realized that his dear mother was blissfully ignorant of the situation. With a beaming smile, he replied, Mommy, don't worry. I was just curious since it was my first time here, so I went out to explore. It's so lively here. Indeed. They were in one of the most bustling cities in the country. However, there are many people and distractions, so you mustn't wander off. What if a human trafficker takes you away? What would Mommy, your brother, and your little brother do? Tang Nuanning patted his chest confidently, Don't worry, Mommy. If a trafficker meets me, they should be the ones worrying. Just look at who my mommy is. How could someone as clever as me be taken away? You have quite the mouth on you, Tang Nuanning chided, though her expression was devoid of anger, filled instead with affection. Tang Nuanning, behaving like a charming little rascal, said, All right, Mommy, I won't worry anymore. Look, I'm back safe and sound. Now, let us hurry out to eat, I'm starving. And I'm sure my brother and little brother are too. Tang Bao was concerned that the unpleasant woman from earlier might return and upset his mother. With a smile, Tang Nuanning said, "All right, Mommy will take you all out for a delicious meal." Yay! The three little ones nodded in unison. Bao seized the suitcase from Tang Nuanning's hand, saying, "Let me do it, Mommy." Tang Bao quickly grabbed her backpack, declaring that women should focus on looking beautiful while the men handle the heavy lifting. Little Sanbao extended his tiny hand, "Mommy, let me help you too." Tang Nuanning felt like a princess adored by her little entourage, her face glowing with happiness as she held Sanbao's small hand and led them away from the train station. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes in the distance watched them with a profound intensity. The person wore a smile, but it was as chilling as a specter's, foreboding and sinister. Dragging their luggage made dining inconvenient, so Tang Nuanning decided to find a small inn near the train station. With no job and limited funds, she could not afford a better hotel. Her plan was to divorce Bo Yanchen, settle the children's household registration, and then leave Jin City to find a quaint little town to settle down and seek employment. "Mommy, are we staying here tonight?" Bao inquired. Knowing his son had a penchant for cleanliness and would likely dislike the surroundings, Tang Nuanning reassured him, "Mommy doesn't have much money right now, so we have to make do here for the time being. But don't worry, I'll tidy up the room and replace the linens with our own. We won't stay long, once I sort everything out, we'll move on." Bao thought of the vast wealth under his name, feeling a touch of helplessness. His mother, while wonderful in many ways, could be a bit naïve. 2 years ago, when he brought his first earnings of 100,000 to her, she was so shocked that she couldn't believe a child could earn such a sum. She thought it was a scam from traffickers who used the money as bait to lure children. This caused her sleepless nights filled with worry, and her usual smile faded during that time. Later, when he earned his second fortune of 1 million, he hesitated to tell her, fearing she would spiral into worry again. As his earnings grew, his money accumulated in the bank with no opportunity to spend it. When he finally descended the mountain, seeing his mother had no money, he quietly had Bao give her 5,000, claiming it was a lucky draw from a small supermarket at the foot of the mountain. Watching his adorably foolish mother, Bao sighed softly, then affectionately said, "Mommy, don't overthink it. I was just asking, I'm not complaining about this place. As long as I'm with you, I'd be happy anywhere." Tang Nuanning smiled and replied, "Good boy, Bao. Don't worry, Mommy will work hard to ensure we live a better life soon." "Yes. Go, Mommy. You're the best." Bao and Sanbao cheered her on. Tang Nuanning's smile grew brighter. "All right, let us drop off our luggage first. Then we'll go eat." After dinner, the three little ones went to wash up while Tang Nuanning changed the bed linens. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Thinking it was an inn staff, she opened the door, only to be interrupted. "Take her away," the lead man in black commanded. And 2 men rushed in to grab her. Tang Nuanning panicked, "Who are you? What do you want? Let me go." "You." Before she could finish, her mouth was covered, and she was forcibly taken from the inn. Soon, she found herself in an office building where Bo Yanchen was present. He was a quintessential workaholic, only interested in work aside from his sons. After dropping Shin Jiaoyu at home, he immediately came here for an inspection, intending to acquire the building. As he reviewed documents in his office, Zhou Xing entered. "Brother Shin, we've investigated thoroughly. The 4 tires were destroyed using micro-explosives. But the child's identity is quite ordinary. He lost his father at a young age and lives with his 2 brothers and mother in a mountain village. They just arrived in Jin City today, and there's nothing unusual about their family. Our people have brought the child's mother to the conference room." Bo Yanchen frowned. "Micro-explosives?" He set the documents aside and headed to the conference room. Zhou Xing followed, understanding that while the explosives had only destroyed the tires without harming the vehicle or its occupants, it was a sign of precision. A child would not possess such capabilities, leading Bo Yanchen to suspect that someone was behind the child. In recent years, many wished for his demise, so he had to remain vigilant. Inside the conference room, Tang Nuanning was still in a daze. She had no idea what was happening, her heart racing as anxiety gripped her. "Who are you? Why have you brought me here?" The door creaked open, and Bo Yanchen strode in, exuding an aura of menace. He appeared like a king, towering at nearly 2 meters, making him stand out in the crowd. Tang Nuanning's eyes widened in disbelief as she recognized him. She held her breath, stunned as she realized this man bore a striking resemblance to her children. He was their father. He was the man who had ruined her life years ago. The thought tightened her brow, her fists clenched involuntarily. Blood pressure surged, and her breath became erratic. The past was a painful memory. That night had shattered her entire existence. Due to an unexpected pregnancy, she became a pariah, subject to scorn and ridicule, labeled as a harlot, a wretch, a disgrace. From a mother's perspective, having 3 angelic children was a blessing. Yet, reflecting on her past, she had endured unimaginable suffering, all of which stemmed from that rogue man. Chapter 5, No Happiness. Money. Before meeting Bo Yanchen gazed at Tang Nuanning, a flicker of peculiarity passing through the corners of his eyes. It was not merely her excessive beauty that captivated him. Rather, this woman exuded an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had encountered her before. However, upon scrutinizing her further, he found himself unable to recall where that might have been. With an expression as cold as ice, Bo Yanchen took his seat at the conference table. Noticing that Tang Nuanning was fixated on him with a gaze reminiscent of an adversary, he furrowed his brow. Her child had damaged his car. Yet she neither pleaded for mercy nor flinched under his scrutiny. Such audacity for one so young. Why would she instruct her child to ruin his vehicle? As he began to speak, the accusations fell squarely upon Tang Nuanning. Clenching her fists, she trembled with agitation. Did he truly not recognize her? Was it that night when he failed to see her face clearly, or was he merely feigning ignorance? Uncertain if he was indeed that brutish man from her past, Tang Nuanning refrained from acting rashly. Struggling to maintain her composure, she tentatively inquired, Do you not recognize me?" "Recognize you? No. No? Do you believe I should know you?" Tang Nuanning was left bewildered. What was happening? He bore a striking resemblance to her children, if not identical. At least 8 parts similar. Yet he claimed not to know her, and his demeanor did not suggest deceit. Furthermore, his voice diverged from that of the savage man she remembered. Tang Nuanning scrutinized Bo Yanchen for a moment longer, choosing not to erupt in anger. After all, many people shared similar features. Steadying herself, she pressed on, "If you do not recognize me, then why have you brought me here? What you are doing is illegal." Bo Yanchen's expression darkened, and Zhou Xing reminded him, "Our boss has already stated that it is due to your child damaging his vehicle." "What?" Tang Nuanning's disbelief was palpable. "You must be mistaken. We just arrived in Jin City today. How could my child have had the time to damage your car?" "We show her the surveillance footage," Bo Yanchen interrupted impatiently. In an instant, the large screen in the conference room began to display footage from the train station. Although Tang Erbao was masked, she recognized him instantly. She was uncertain how the 4 tires had been damaged, but the scratches on the car undeniably bore her son's mark. "This. I am sorry, I was unaware of this. The child in the video is indeed my son, but he is well behaved. He would never vandalize your car without cause." Bo Yanchen observed her expression closely, noting she did not seem to be lying. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Are you aware that your child plays with explosives?" "Plays with explosives? Impossible. He is far too young for such dangerous things." Yet those 4 tires were indeed destroyed using precision explosives. Tang Nuanning's eyes widened in shock, and her brow furrowed as she quickly clarified, "I understand now. You are mistaken. That was not explosives but small fireworks. My son enjoys making fireworks with his great-grandfather, and we brought some from him when we arrived in Jin City. I apologize. Had I known of their destructive potential, I would never have allowed him to bring them." Her sincerity was evident, devoid of deceit. Bo Yanchen studied her for a moment longer and found himself inclined to believe her. Fireworks operate on similar principles to explosives and can indeed be dangerous, especially in the hands of skilled artisans in rural areas. Moreover, Zhou Xing had investigated, and their family of 4 appeared quite ordinary, unlikely to possess the means to inflict harm upon him. Perhaps he had overreacted. Lowering his guard, Bo Yanchen soon lost interest in Tang Nuanning. He turned to Zhou Xing and instructed, "You handle this." He then returned to his phone, ignoring her presence. Zhou Xing produced the prepared compensation agreement. "Miss Tang, since you have acknowledged the child as yours, and the evidence is indisputable, it is time to discuss compensation." A single mother raising children evoked sympathy. Yet it was not a reason to absolve her from accountability. Bo Yanchen was no philanthropist. He could not overlook the destruction of a vehicle worth tens of millions. The failure of a parent to educate their child is a mother's burden. Tang Nuanning's expression turned grave. While she believed Bao would never act maliciously, the fact remained that he had indeed damaged the car. Hesitantly, she inquired, "How much does he want?" 50 million. What? Tang Nuanning's voice rose several octaves. 50 million? Why doesn't he just rob a bank? Zhou Xing? Meanwhile, Bo Yanchen, still focused on his messages, remarked, "If you do not wish to settle privately, we will involve the police." Tang Nuanning panicked. "We cannot involve the police. The evidence is clear, Bao is in the wrong. If the police get involved, they will surely arrest me as his guardian. If I go to prison, what will happen to my children? Then, is that car truly worth 50 million? Yes. That is its current market value." Tang Nuanning examined the receipt Zhou Xing offered, her lips twitching in distress. I do not refuse to settle privately. I can pay, but I truly do not have that much money. Is there any way to reduce the amount? Zhou Xing glanced at Bo Yanchen, unsure. Bo Yanchen regarded Tang Nuanning coolly. "How much can you afford?" Tang Nuanning stammered, 5,000, would that be acceptable? Bo Yanchen. Zhou Xing. 50 million to 5,000? That was a staggering reduction. "Call the police. Let them handle it," Bo Yanchen announced, rising to leave. Evidently unwilling to waste further time on Tang Nuanning. In a state of distress, she called after him, "Wait." Bo Yanchen ignored her, continuing his stride. Determined, Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth and, in a moment of boldness, declared, "If you want me to pay, you must first remove your clothing." Bo Yanchen, taken aback, paused and turned, "What?" "Strip. Take off your coat and shirt, strip completely." Bo Yanchen, Zhou Xing and the others. Countless women had attempted to seduce their CEO, but none had been so brazen as to demand he disrobe in such a direct manner. Especially in front of so many witnesses. This woman was not only beautiful but also audacious. Bo Yanchen pressed his lips together, his expression darkening ominously. He glared at Tang Nuanning, enunciating each word, "Do you realize what you are saying?" Tang Nuanning, unnerved by the menace in his gaze, swallowed hard but persisted, "I mean, if you want money, you must first remove your clothes." 50 million was an unattainable sum for her, yet she could not afford to be imprisoned. Therefore, she needed to ascertain whether he was indeed that man from her past. If he was, she would use that fateful night to settle this matter. He had once promised her that he would make her the most cherished and happiest woman in the world. She did not seek the happiness he offered. She only wished to resolve this predicament. As for the children, he was unaware of their existence and would likely not pursue custody. Once she divorced Bo Yanchen, she would whisk her children away from Jin City, disappearing without a trace, leaving him unable to find them. Chapter 6, Has she abandoned her husband and children? It was evident that Bo Yanchen had misunderstood the situation. He believed that Tang Nuanning was teasing him in public. How shameless! How unreasonable! Tang Nuanning glared at him. Realizing he was mistaken, and hurriedly attempted to explain, "You've misunderstood, I merely wanted to see if you have bite marks on your shoulder. Years ago." In her agony, she had lost consciousness, only to awaken in pain. Unable to endure any longer, she had bitten down hard on his shoulder. A bite of such intensity would undoubtedly leave a mark. If he bore her bite mark, it would prove he was that wild man. However, before she could finish her sentence, Bo Yanchen's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and answered, "Speak." Whatever was said on the other end altered his expression dramatically. "I'll return immediately." After hanging up, Bo Yanchen rushed out, no longer composed, his eyes filled with anxiety. Zhou Xing, witnessing this, immediately understood something was amiss with the young master. The only individuals capable of unsettling Bo Yanchen were his son and that woman from 6 years ago. The young master was Bo Yanchen's biological son, and that woman was naturally the mother of the child, whom Bo Yanchen had been searching for relentlessly. Zhou Xing's expression shifted as he hurried after him. "Brother Chen, what should we do about Miss Tang?" Without looking back, Bo Yanchen replied, "Leave her to the police." Tang Nuanning was horrified. She couldn't care less about verifying his identity and rushed to follow him. "You can't hand me over to the police. I have 3 children at home, and they lack a father. If I'm taken away, who will care for them? I admit my child scratched your car. I'm sorry, I apologize. But my children are only 5 years old, they truly cannot be without their mother." Bo Yanchen glanced at Tang Nuanning. He was acutely aware of how pitiful children could be without a mother. Just like his Shenbao. A wave of compassion stirred within Bo Yanchen, nevertheless. He had no intention of letting her go so easily. He decided to confine her here for the time being and deal with her later. Tang Nuanning panicked. "You can't keep me here. My children are still waiting for me at the small inn." Bang. The door slammed shut, locked from the outside. Tang Nuanning's eyes reddened in desperation. She hadn't even taken her phone. What if something happened to her children at the inn? "Let me out. This is illegal detention. Please, let me go." No matter how she shouted, no one paid her any mind. In the most prestigious mansion in Jincheng, the #1 residence, Bo Yanchen rushed home, not bothering to remove his clothes or change his shoes, and headed straight to the children's room on the 2nd floor. Butler Yang hurriedly followed. Bo Yanchen, his face etched with anxiety, demanded, "What on earth is going on?" The old butler quickly explained. The young master was fine, but this afternoon, Miss Shen suddenly arrived with gifts to see him. I don't know what she said. But the young master became agitated and even hurt Miss Shen. A shadow crossed Bo Yanchen's face as he quickened his pace. Did he hurt himself? It's unclear. The young master wouldn't let us near. Bang. Crash. As Bo Yanchen approached his son's door, he heard the sound of objects being thrown inside. Tension surged within him as he pushed open the door. Shen. A vase came hurling toward him, and he swiftly dodged. The vase flying past his ear and crashing to the floor below, shattering into pieces. The butler, aghast, stood frozen at the door. Bo Yanchen was no stranger to such chaos. He stepped into the room, patiently observing his furious son, slowly approaching him. "Shenbao, why are you upset again?" Bo Zhongshan clenched his fists tightly, his brows furrowed in a storm of emotions. His face was dark with rage, mirroring Bo Yanchen's demeanor. Even down to the aura they exuded. It was evident he was Bo Yanchen's son. Bo Yanchen took a cautious step closer, attempting to embrace his son. But Shenbao rejected the gesture, standing 2 meters away, glaring at him. "Are you getting married?" Bo Yanchen was taken aback. "Who told you that?" Shenbao remained silent, his gaze unwavering. Bo Yanchen thought of Xin Jiayue. "Did Xin Jiayue tell you?" Shenbao's brow tightened. Bo Yanchen understood and, with a scowl, explained. "Don't listen to her nonsense. Your father has no intention of finding you a stepmother. You know I have never given up searching for your biological mother." "Not marrying her?" "No." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." Hearing this, Shenbao's expression softened slightly. "I don't like her." "I don't like her either," Bo Yanchen replied. Shenbao's lips moved. "Is there any news about my mother?" "Not yet, but rest assured, once there is news, your father will be the first to tell you." Bo Yanchen felt a blend of love and resentment towards that woman. She had once been his salvation, indirectly saving his life, and for that, he felt grateful. Moreover, he held traditional values: one life, one love. Since they had been intimate, he believed she was the only one for him. Thus, he longed to find her, to marry her, and to spend a harmonious life together. However, Shenbao's sudden arrival filled him with both love and resentment. He had only ever been with her. And Shenbao was undoubtedly her child. How could she so carelessly abandon them? If Xin Jiayue hadn't discovered Shenbao, he would have perished at their doorstep. She had left him, and she had also abandoned their child. What a cruel heart she possessed. Bo Yanchen silently berated her, noticing Shenbao's emotions had calmed somewhat. He approached, squatting down to gently touch his son's cheek, speaking softly, "Shenbao, your father yearns to find her just as you do. I wish she could appear before us right now, but some things cannot be forced. Just because we desire her doesn't mean we can have her." It may sound unbelievable, but the two wealthiest men in the world were each lonelier than the other, each more pitiful. They had both been abandoned by the same woman. Shenbao furrowed his brow tightly. "Why doesn't mommy want you or me anymore? Is it because you're not good enough or I'm not good enough?" Bo Yanchen shook his head. "She left when you were just born, how could it be your fault? You are a wonderful child. Then it must be because you're not good enough, right? Did you bully her and drive her away?" Bo Yanchen wanted to refute. Yet guilt washed over him. Despite the circumstances of the past, he had no chance to take her to the hospital. Had he not acted, she might have died. However, she had indeed fought fiercely and resisted. In truth, he had bullied her. He was unsure if her departure was a consequence of that. He recognized his faults and genuinely wished to make amends, to live with her sincerely for the rest of their lives. "Shenbao, your mother and I had some unpleasant moments. But believe your father, I once told her I would make her the happiest and most cherished woman in the world, yet she still vanished. You miss her. And I do too." Shenbao scrutinized Bo Yanchen for a moment before turning stubbornly to sit by the window, gazing longingly at the villa's entrance. He often sat there alone at home, hoping that one day, when his mother unexpectedly returned, he would be the first to notice. Bo Yanchen watched his son's desolate figure, his heart heavy with sorrow. In such moments, he couldn't help but harbor resentment. Where has that woman gone? Our son misses her so much that he has fallen ill, shouldn't she return promptly? Abandoning him and their son without a care, does her heart not ache? Chapter 7, asking her to come back to see the child. "Shenbao, please leave, I wish to be alone for a while." Bo Yanchen, feeling helpless, could only comply and step out temporarily. As soon as he exited the door, his expression shifted. Just as he was about to inquire about Shen Jiayue's whereabouts, she unexpectedly appeared in the living room downstairs, her eyes red. Upon seeing him emerge from Shenbao's room, she hurried over, concern etched on her face. "Ah Chen. How is Shenbao doing now?" Bo Yanchen's countenance was frigid, yet he refrained from exploding in anger. After all, Shen Jiayue was the savior of Shenbao. Years ago, it was Shen Jiayue who fortuitously discovered Shenbao outside, thus saving his life. He had once doubted the coincidence of her finding Shenbao, wondering if she had concealed Shenbao's biological mother to draw closer to him. And then deliberately placed Shenbao at his doorstep to feign a rescue, hoping to earn his gratitude. Such plots were common in novels and television dramas. However, upon conducting a thorough investigation, he found that Shen Jiayue had indeed stumbled upon Shenbao by chance. And the disappearance of Shenbao's mother had no ties to her whatsoever. Thus, despite his aversion towards her over the years, he maintained a respectful demeanor. Even to compensate for Shenbao's lack of maternal affection, he never obstructed Shen Jiayue from visiting, leading outsiders to believe he harbored feelings for her. Rumors even circulated that Shen Jiayue was Shenbao's biological mother. The truth, however, was known only to those close to him. His heart belonged solely to Shenbao's mother. There was no possibility of a future with Shen Jiayue, nor had he ever given her any false hopes. Just as he had told his son. He did not like her. As Bo Yanchen descended the staircase with a stern expression, he noticed the white bandage wrapped around Shen Jiayue's arm. "I apologize. Shenbao hurt you." She quickly replied, "I'm fine, I'm just worried about Shenbao." "What has happened to him?" "The moment he saw me today, he began to throw a fit." "Is it because I was gone for too long while filming, and he has grown distant from me?" Shen Jiayue feigned ignorance, her face a mask of concern for Shenbao. Bo Yanchen scrutinized her, fully aware that it was her declaration of intent to marry him that had triggered Shenbao's distress. "No, he is longing for his biological mother." Upon hearing this, Shen Jiayue clenched her fists in silence, knowing that both Bo Yanchen and Shenbao yearned for the same woman, which ignited a pang of jealousy within her. After she had saved Shenbao in a daze, she had been elated, finally seeing an opportunity to approach Bo Yanchen. When he expressed his desire to repay her, she had suggested that growing up in a single-parent environment was detrimental to a child's psychological health, hoping to marry him, even if it were just in name. Yet, Bo Yanchen had bluntly informed her that his legal wife had not divorced him. He remained in a married state, and remarrying would constitute bigamy. Thus, marriage was out of the question. He could only offer her some other form of compensation. This revelation had infuriated her. She could neither attain his heart nor her desired status. How frustrating and suffocating. The three individuals she despised most in her life were Shenbao's biological mother, Bo Yanchen's legal wife, and Shenbao himself. She often fantasized about eliminating them all. While harboring resentment within, she feigned guilt outwardly, thinking, "It is my fault. I have not provided enough maternal love for Shenbao, which is why he longs for his mother and has fallen ill." It is not your fault. It is natural for a child to miss their mother. You are not his biological mother, and no matter how hard you try, you cannot provide the love he seeks. Bo Yanchen, the CEO, spoke the stark truth, shattering Shen Jiayue's heart into pieces. She was not Shenbao's biological mother, a fact she could never change. Just as she was about to respond, Bo Yanchen interjected, "Shenbao's current state is quite poor. Unless there is an emergency, do not come to my home again. If it is absolutely necessary, please call me in advance." Shen Jiayue's eyes widened in disbelief. What? With Shen Zongshan causing trouble? Was she now forbidden from freely entering Bo Yanchen's residence? How did that differentiate her from other women who coveted Bo Yanchen? This was unacceptable. Ah Chen, everything must prioritize Shenbao, that is settled. Bo Yanchen coldly concluded, issuing an eviction order as punishment for her reckless words in front of Shenbao. He had explicitly stated he would never marry her in this lifetime, yet she dared to provoke Shenbao again. Moreover, he had never desired Shen Jiayue's visits to his home. Feeling utterly frustrated, Shen Jiayue noticed that Bo Yanchen appeared genuinely angry. And she dared not defy him at this moment, she could only leave. Bo Yanchen then instructed the butler, "If she comes again, do not allow her entry. Call me first." Understood. Before long, Liu Bei rushed in, flustered. He was Bo Yanchen's brother and also a doctor, and they discussed Shenbao's condition. After hearing Bo Yanchen's account, Liu Bei suggested that Shen Jiayue should not approach Shenbao for the time being, adding, "From Shenbao's behavior today, it seems his bipolar disorder has worsened. This is not a promising situation. He has been adhering to his medication. It is not merely a matter of medication. Shenbao's greatest challenge lies in his psyche. His obsession with his mother is profoundly entrenched. If we could find his mother to accompany him, the issue might be resolved." Bo Yanchen lit a cigarette, visibly agitated. If he could locate her, would he still be troubled? He had even once sought out a woman resembling Shenbao's mother. But Shenbao, astute as he was, saw through the ruse and had a furious outburst. Liu Bei, understanding the situation, sighed helplessly. If all else fails, consider hiring a child psychologist, someone who is both an expert and a caregiver, to stay with Shenbao long-term. As long as Shenbao does not reject her, she can communicate with him and help him navigate his psychological world, aiding in healing his inner wounds. Even if complete recovery is not achievable, she can monitor Shenbao to prevent the deterioration of his condition and ensure he has company during his episodes. Bo Yanchen nodded. "Do you have someone suitable in mind?" "Not at the moment, but if you are open to a stranger residing in your home daily, I can look for someone. Do not concern yourself with me. It is primarily for Shenbao. I would do anything for my son, even endure more." "Very well, I will return and assist you in finding someone." "All right." Suddenly, Bo Yanchen's phone rang. "Sir, there is trouble. Miss Tang has escaped." "Escaped?" "Yes, the fire alarm suddenly went off in the building, causing chaos as everyone rushed outside. And Miss Tang seized the opportunity to flee. To think we cannot even keep a woman under control, how useless." Bo Yanchen, already in a foul mood, grew angrier upon hearing this and began to curse. He tugged at his tie, his voice low and tense. "Why did the alarm go off? What caused it?" "Someone released a smoke bomb in the basement, triggering the alarm, but we have been unable to identify the culprit. The surveillance has been sabotaged." Bo Yanchen's eyes darkened ominously at this revelation. To deploy a smoke bomb to facilitate an escape while destroying the surveillance meant she had accomplices. Today, he had almost dismissed his suspicions of her. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. "Trace her whereabouts and bring her back." "Yes." Chapter 8, Divorce. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning had been escorted back to their new residence by her 3 little ones. Not long after, the trio finished their grooming and, upon noticing her absence and the open door, grew increasingly worried. Tang Debao checked the surveillance footage and discovered that she had been abducted. He hurriedly set out to rescue her. At that moment, Tang Nuanning remained unaware that her sons had come to her aid, and she was still trembling with fear. When she heard the alarm, she dashed toward the door, which swung open with a push. Seizing the opportunity, she fled downstairs, only to be met by the sight of her 3 sons. The 4 of them quickly hailed a taxi to return home. Calming herself, Tang Nuanning inquired, "How did you 3 suddenly appear there?" Tang Debao explained, "We noticed Mommy was missing and overheard the landlady downstairs saying you had been taken. Following your location, we set out to find you. Just as we arrived, you came downstairs." "Mommy, what on earth happened?" Tang Nuanning, without further consideration, turned to Tang Bao, frowning. "Bao, tell me the truth, why did you take someone else's car?" Tang Bao blinked innocently. "Was it that pair of scoundrels who abducted you?" "What scoundrels?" Tang Bao fumed, realizing he should have dealt with them at the train station. "They are clearly asking for a beating." "Don't worry about this, Mommy. Let me take care of them." With that, Tang Bao clenched his little fists and made to leave, but Tang Nuanning stopped him, firmly pressing him back into his seat. "What happened at the train station?" With a sulky pout, Tang Bao relented, recounting the entire ordeal. Tang Nuanning's eyes widened in shock upon learning of the incident she had been unaware of. She scooped up the youngest, Tang Bao, inspecting his injuries. The sight of the lingering bruises filled her with anguish. "Does it hurt terribly?" she asked, her voice choked with emotion. Tang Bao, ever the obedient child, noticed his mother's distress and quickly reassured her, "It doesn't hurt at all, Mommy. I'm fine, look, I can jump around." He leaped from her arms and performed a couple of hops to prove his point. Seeing her considerate little boy, Tang Nuanning couldn't hold back her tears. She drew him back into her embrace, gently stroking the back of his head, her heart aching deeply. Her 3 children, particularly the youngest, received not only her abundant affection but also a touch more tenderness due to his unique circumstances. "I'm sorry, Bao. It's Mommy's fault for not taking good care of you and letting you suffer," she whispered. Tang Bao shook his head, insisting, "That's not true. The lady downstairs said I looked chubby and healthy, so it's clear Mommy takes good care of me." Tang Nuanning held him tightly for a while longer before retrieving her homemade ointment to apply to the bruises. Following that, she took Tang Bao to task, praising him where due and reprimanding him where necessary. For instance, she explained that a true gentleman should not instigate trouble, yet should not shy away from it either. It was commendable for him to stand up for his brother, but taking someone else's car and failing to inform her was unacceptable. Moreover, she sternly addressed the matter of fireworks, warning Tang Bao to never play with them again. Unbeknownst to her, what he had created was not mere fireworks, but a small bomb of his own design. In order to avoid incurring her wrath, Tang Bao nodded vigorously, appearing exceedingly obedient. As for the change of residence, Tang Debao concocted a plausible excuse that Tang Nuanning readily believed. He then asked if anyone had troubled her. Contemplating the 30 million in damages, she frowned, not wishing her children to be burdened with worry, and fibbed, "No, that matter is behind us. Now, go play, Mommy needs to visit the restroom." While she attended to her needs, the 3 little ones convened in the bedroom. Tang Debao stated, "Things are not as simple as Mommy suggests. This is far from over. Otherwise, they wouldn't have locked her up." Tang Bao clenched his fists, declaring, "They think they can bully our precious Mommy? No way. Brother, you and Bao keep Mommy company, I'll go deal with them. They need to learn the consequences of messing with our mom." Just as he was about to leave, Tang Debao blocked him. "You want to go this time, I will." "You? Those scoundrels have bodyguards. I fear you might not be able to handle them," Tang Bao argued. Tang Debao narrowed his eyes at his tablet, his youthful face displaying a seriousness beyond his years. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied, "Mommy said we live in a society governed by law. We must abide by it and seek legal means to defend her. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning remained oblivious to the fact that her 3 little ones had set their sights on Bo Yanchen. That night, she found herself unable to sleep. The weight of the 50 million in compensation pressing down on her. Even if her life depended on it, she couldn't conjure up that sum. And every time she thought of that man's face, her blood pressure soared, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to Bao and Bao. This implied he could very well be the wild man from that day. The thought made her seethe with rage, wishing she could strangle him. Yet, lacking absolute certainty, she felt at a loss for what to do. After a sleepless night, it was not until the early morning of the following day that Tang Nuanning devised a plan. The 50 million was an unattainable amount for her at the moment. And with the risk of the wild man snatching her children, she needed to hastily divorce Bo Yanchen and escape this predicament before figuring out how to repay the money. Thus, Tang Nuanning got up, washed herself, left a note instructing the 3 little ones to remain indoors and not to run about, before stepping out. She took a taxi straight to Bo Yanchen's residence to seek a divorce. Meanwhile, chaos reigned at Bo Yanchen's end. Early in the morning, he received alarming news. The building he had inspected the previous day had been purchased overnight at a high price. Several plots of land he had his eye on were snatched away just as swiftly. Moreover, several pending contracts were intercepted. Preliminary estimates indicated that the Bo Group faced losses amounting to billions. However, this was not what truly angered Bo Yanchen, for he had plenty of money. Losing billions was not a concern for him. What truly infuriated him was the clear indication that someone was targeting him. Over the years, he had dominated the business world, commanding respect and fear, and there was no one who dared to provoke him, let alone speak up in his presence. To his dismay, even his best hacker could not uncover the identity of the perpetrator. This left him seething with frustration, with nowhere to vent his anger. The atmosphere at the Bo Group grew heavy with tension under their boss's foul mood. Zhou Sheng was frantically busy, his phone ringing incessantly. While they struggled to comprehend the situation, the computers at the Bo Group suddenly crashed, leaving the staff, who should have been overwhelmed with work, staring blankly at one another, utterly at a loss. Are the tech department completely useless? Bo Yanchen fumed. Zhou Sheng, sweating profusely, urged the tech department to expedite their efforts. The technicians were on the verge of tears. They were no novices, but today, they had encountered a formidable opponent. Finally, after much toil, the computers rebooted. However, as the screen lit up, everyone was left dumbfounded. Chapter 9, Mr. Bo, your wife wants a divorce. A message flashed across the computer screen. This is merely a warning. Should you ever mistreat that young woman again, I shall return. Mr. Bo, be warned. The entire Bo Corporation was in an uproar. Employees stared at the screen, utterly dumbfounded, forgetting their professional decorum as gossip erupted. Good heavens, was this computer hack deliberate? Who possesses the audacity to breach our Bo Corporation system? And they dared to warn our CEO. They even accused him of mistreating a young woman. Inside the CEO's office, Bo Yanchen glared at his computer screen. His lips pressed into a thin line, his face ashen. Zhou Sheng, Bo Yanchen's assistant, felt the tension in the room and braced himself for an explosion. He cautiously attempted to placate his boss. Mr. Bo, please quell your anger. Accusations of mistreating a young woman are surely unfounded. We all know your character, you would never. Where is that woman from yesterday? Bo Yanchen demanded in a frigid tone. Zhou Sheng paused, realizing he was referring to Tang Nuanning, and quickly responded. We haven't located her yet. Incompetent. Bo Yanchen's roar shook the room. Zhou Sheng trembled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He was acutely aware of the precariousness of his position. Bo Yanchen continued to fixate on the computer screen, his resolve hardening. He needed to find Tang Nuanning, as he suspected she was the young woman mentioned in the message. He was not a benevolent man, but he never abused others, especially women. His focus remained solely on finding the birth mother of Shenbao. However, yesterday he had encountered Tang Nuanning and had her detained. Moreover, his team of elite hackers, rarely prone to failure, had been defeated twice in a single day. The individual who had sabotaged his business and challenged him remained elusive. And Tang Nuanning was nowhere to be found. He couldn't help but suspect that these incidents were connected, a deliberate attack against him. Bo Yanchen gritted his teeth and issued a chilling command, leave no stone unturned. Find them. Yes, sir. Zhou Xing hastily retreated from the office, eager to escape Bo Yanchen's wrath. However, as soon as he relayed Bo Yanchen's orders, a new problem arose. His subordinates informed him that Bo Yanchen's wife had returned and was waiting at the entrance of the Royal View Garden, seeking a divorce. The Royal View Garden was the residence Bo Yanchen had provided for his wife before his return to the country, their marital home. Zhou Xing was surprised. Are you certain it's his wife? Absolutely. No one would dare fabricate such a story. It's her. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Xing, not wanting to delay, steeled himself and returned to the CEO's office. Mr. Bo, your wife has returned and is awaiting your presence at the Royal View Garden. Who? Your wife. The one in name only. Bo Yanchen paused, momentarily struggling to recall the existence of his wife, whom he had never met. What does she want? She seeks a divorce. Bo Yanchen was taken aback. That wayward woman has been absent for 6 years, and now she suddenly reappears to initiate a divorce? He held no affection for her, but if he divorced her, what excuse would he use to placate Xin Jiaoyu? Tell her I'm away on business and cannot proceed with the divorce at this time. If she insists, she must wait until my return, the date of which is undetermined. If she were a virtuous woman, he might have felt remorse for exploiting her. However, given her questionable character, Bo Yanchen felt no qualms about using her. Zhou Xing, having served Bo Yanchen for many years, understood his motives. He was not surprised by Bo Yanchen's reluctance to divorce and simply inquired, she might not believe a message. Would you like to have a video call with her to explain in person? Unnecessary. Why waste time on someone so insignificant? Bo Yanchen promptly dismissed the idea, unaware that his wife was the very woman he was desperately seeking. Furthermore, he added, refrain from referring to her as Mrs. Bo. There is only one woman worthy of that title. Zhou Xing understood that Bo Yanchen was referring to the birth mother of Shen Bao. Understood. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning was stunned by Bo Yanchen's response. If she didn't know when he would return, she wouldn't know when she could get a divorce. How would she be able to take her children away? Undeterred, Tang Nuanning attempted to contact Bo Yanchen several more times, but to no avail. Disheartened, she left the Royal View Garden, feeling utterly defeated. Unable to leave. She couldn't resolve her children's household registration issues, preventing them from attending school. Moreover, without a stable job, her financial resources were dwindling. And then there was the man who bore a striking resemblance to her 2 eldest children, and the 50 million debt. Overwhelmed by her worries, Tang Nuanning sought refuge under a shady tree. She didn't want to return home in this state, causing her children unnecessary concern. As she pondered her next move, a child, around 4 or 5 years old, suddenly darted across the road. The street was teeming with vehicles, and a cacophony of screeching brakes, honking horns, angry shouts, and terrified screams filled the air. The child's parents rushed into the street, attempting to retrieve him, but he resisted. He resembled a furious little beast, snarling and yelling at his parents and passers-by. He then began to strike a nearby car, before hitting himself, slapping his face, and scratching his skin. His father forcibly picked him up, but the child continued to struggle, biting and kicking, emitting guttural cries. Observing the child's behavior, Tang Nuanning realized something was amiss and immediately rushed to his aid. The child had managed to break free from his father's grasp, and the father, overcome with frustration and anger, raised his hand to strike him. Tang Nuanning intervened, please, calm down. Don't be impulsive. She then turned to the child, crouched down to his level, and extended her arms in a gentle gesture. Don't be afraid. Come to Auntie. I'll protect you. The child regarded her warily. Tang Nuanning smiled reassuringly. I won't hurt you. Don't be scared. Come here. The boy hesitated for a few moments before picking up a stone from the ground and hurling it at her. Tang Nuanning was unable to dodge the projectile, which struck her forehead, causing her to gasp in pain. The child's mother, filled with remorse, couldn't help but cry. I'm so sorry. This child has bipolar disorder. He's having an episode. We can't control him. I understand. It's all right. What's his name? Fu Zishuan, but we call him Xian Xian. Tang Nuanning said, you're frightening him. Please step back for a moment and let me try to calm him down. Fu's parents looked at Tang Nuanning in disbelief, but ultimately relented. They were at a loss for what to do. Chapter 10, a burning desire to confront him. After a few minutes, the young boy was seen walking towards Tang Nuanning and embracing her tightly, burying his face in her shoulder and crying. Tang Nuanning carried the child to a nearby park, where she sat on the grass and talked to him. Half an hour later, the child had fallen asleep in her arms. Fu's parents approached, utterly astonished. Whenever he has an episode, we have to use sedatives to calm him down. We never thought there would be another way. Tang Nuanning explained, bipolar disorder is often rooted in psychological issues. Medication can only provide temporary relief. It's important to try to communicate with him and understand his inner world. During his episodes, which are often triggered by emotional distress and a profound sense of insecurity, it's crucial to avoid raising one's voice at him. Such behavior tends to exacerbate his agitation rather than soothe him. As Tang Nuanning spoke, she retrieved a pen and paper from her bag, jotting down the names of several traditional Chinese herbs. If you're amenable, regularly brewing these herbs for him, along with stevia to sweeten the taste, may prove beneficial. The child's parents promptly inquired, are you a physician? Tang Nuanning offered an apologetic smile, no. I lack formal medical credentials. I merely gleaned some knowledge from my family. However, rest assured that this prescription is safe for him. Having imparted her advice, she entrusted the child back to his parents, bid them farewell, and departed. From a distance, Liu Bei had observed the entire scene. Upon noticing Fu Zishuan's distress while driving by, he swiftly parked his car and hastened to the scene, arriving merely a moment after Tang Nuanning. Shenbao's symptoms bore an uncanny resemblance to those of Fu Zishuan. Her ability to pacify Fu Zishuan suggested she could potentially do the same for Shenbao. Her striking beauty, coupled with her warm and radiant smile, exuded a therapeutic aura. It was conceivable that Shenbao might take to her. Consumed by these thoughts, Liu Bei felt a surge of excitement. Familiar with the Fu family, he exchanged pleasantries before examining the prescription provided by Tang Nuanning. It comprised solely calming Chinese herbs, offering a gentler approach compared to Western medications with their potential side effects. It seemed she possessed knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, further fueling Liu Bei's enthusiasm. As this expertise could greatly benefit Shenbao, he promptly turned to locate her, and upon noticing Tang Nuanning walking away, he hastily pursued her. Suddenly, a black van screeched to a halt beside Tang Nuanning, and several individuals emerged, forcibly dragging her into the vehicle before speeding away. Damn it! Liu Bei exclaimed, momentarily abandoning his composure, as he witnessed the black sedan vanish into the distance. He immediately contacted Bo Yanchen. Yanchen, you need to act swiftly. I just encountered a woman who would be ideally suited to care for Shenbao, but she was abducted in broad daylight by a group of thugs. You must rescue her and locate her, she might hold the key to Shenbao's well-being. Bo Yanchen inquired, what sort of woman? She's remarkably beautiful, gentle, slender, fair-skinned, with long hair, and her smile reveals dimples, radiating warmth. Get to the point. A woman, an exceptionally beautiful woman. Bo Yanchen sighed, provide the address. And I'll have someone review the surveillance footage. Zhongyuan Road. As Bo Yanchen disconnected the call, a knock echoed on his car window. Sir, we've apprehended her. Bo Yanchen glanced at Tang Nuanning through the car window, pausing for a second look, his brow furrowing. Liu Bei had just mentioned that the woman had been abducted in broad daylight, could this be her? It seemed unlikely, as she appeared far from gentle. Upon recognizing him, Tang Nuanning exclaimed with surprise, her blood pressure spiking as she met his gaze. The frustration of her stalled divorce proceedings with Bo Yanchen intensified her ire. A surge of anger coursed through her veins. Why is it always you? What do you intend to do? Release me. I warn you. I haven't reported you for yesterday's confinement. Do you think I won't call 110 right now? Let go. Release me. Tang Nuanning's voice grew fierce. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. Bo Yanchen was puzzled by her audacity. Other women, upon encountering him, exhibited either fear or shyness. Yet, she displayed only animosity. He instructed Zhou Xing to locate the gentlewoman described by Liu Bei before ordering his men to place Tang Nuanning inside the car. Upon regaining her freedom, Tang Nuanning attempted to open the car door, only to find it locked. Frustrated, she tugged vehemently at the handle. As the door handle threatened to break, Bo Yancheng's voice cut through the air, "You shall not disembark without my consent." Tang Nuanning whirled around, her eyes blazing with resentment. He bore such a striking resemblance to Bao and Bao that it was difficult to suppress the memories of the brutish man from 6 years prior. In that instant, Tang Nuanning's carefully constructed emotional defenses crumbled. Recalling the hardships of years past, coupled with the recent vexations, she succumbed to a surge of anger. Losing all sense of reason, she was convinced that he was the very man who had caused her such misery. Without hesitation, she lunged at him, intent on a physical confrontation. Her heart seethed with resentment for the suffering, the trials, and the countless indignities she had silently endured, all of which she attributed to him. Bo Yanchen raised his hand to seize her wrist, gazing at her with astonishment. "You dare strike me? I intend to strike you. I yearn to strike you dead. You." Has this woman lost her senses? Even in his previous days, no one had dared to utter such a threat. While Bo Yanchen remained in disbelief, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his wrist. Unable to break free from his grasp, Tang Nuanning bit down on his wrist with ferocity, drawing blood. Bo Yanchen, his face contorted with displeasure, shoved her away. "Are you a canine?" Tang Nuanning remained silent, giving him no opportunity to react before lunging at him once more. Her rage burned intensely, driving her desire for a physical altercation. Bo Yanchen, his expression darkening, once again restrained her. "Have you gone mad, or do you seek death?" "I have indeed gone mad. And you are to blame for my madness. You might as well end my life. It's all your fault. You're the cause of everything." Bo Yanchen struggled to comprehend her words. Seeing that threats were ineffective, he resorted to a warning. "If you persist in this madness, your debt will exceed 5 million. I can compel the court to impose a fine of 500 million. The mention of money caused Tang Nuanning to freeze. Aside from her 3 sons, money was her most cherished possession in the world, as well as her vulnerability. Having endured poverty, she was acutely aware of its hardships and the difficulty of earning money, as well as its significance. Tang Nuanning, successfully cowed, glared at Bo Yanchen with wide, resentful eyes, refraining from further physical assault. Consequently, her sense of injustice deepened. The brutish man stood before her, yet she was unable to strike or berate him. Consumed by overwhelming fury and boundless resentment, Tang Nuanning burst into tears. "How can you be so cruel? Have you not caused me enough suffering? What do you seek? What is your purpose?" Witnessing her tears, Bo Yanchen froze. An image flashed through his mind of Shen Bao's mother weeping beneath him that night. The room had been dimly lit, preventing him from clearly seeing her face. Consumed by the effects of the medication, he had failed to even recall her voice. However, he remembered the tears as he kissed the corner of her eye. He was uncertain why the sight of the woman before him in tears evoked memories of her, but in that instant, his heart softened, filled with tenderness, pity, and even a desire to reach out and wipe away her tears. Yet, in the next moment, his brow furrowed once more. She could not be her. Shen Bao's birth mother possessed a gentler demeanor than this frenzied woman. He vaguely recalled her being a gentle maiden, as docile as a cat. Unlike the woman before him, who was fierce and resembled a tigress. Bo Yanchen exhaled deeply, his gaze shifting to Tang Nuanning, now laced with impatience. "Silence. Why do you presume to control me? Who do you think you are? Have you no remorse for the suffering you've caused me? Is your conscience completely devoid of feeling? Are you even human?" Tang Nuanning's heart ached as her sobs intensified. She had hoped to forget the hardships, the difficulties, and the indignities. But the sight of his face made it impossible. He had deceived her 6 years prior, and now he returned to harass her. Did she owe him some sort of debt? Now, she was unable to obtain a divorce, resolve her children's residency issues, or leave Jin City. And she had inexplicably incurred a debt of 50 million yuan. Chapter 11, the woman he had been seeking was her. Unable to release her pent-up fury and endless resentment, Tang Nuanning cried out, "Why must you be so cruel? Have you not caused me enough suffering? What do you want from me?" Witnessing her tears, Bo Yanchen was stunned. An image flashed through his mind of Shen Bao's mother weeping beneath him that night. The room had been dimly lit, preventing him from clearly seeing her face. Consumed by the effects of the medication, he had failed to even recall her voice. However, he remembered the tears as he kissed the corner of her eye. He was uncertain why the sight of the woman before him in tears evoked memories of her. But in that instant, his heart softened, filled with tenderness, pity, and even a desire to reach out and wipe away her tears. Yet, in the next moment, his brow furrowed once more. She could not be her. Shen Bao's birth mother possessed a gentler demeanor than this frenzied woman. He vaguely recalled her being a gentle maiden, as docile as a cat. Unlike the woman before him, who was fierce and resembled a tigress. Bo Yanchen exhaled deeply, his gaze shifting to Tang Nuanning, now laced with impatience. Silence. Why do you presume to control me? Who do you think you are? Have you no remorse for the suffering you've caused me? Is your conscience completely devoid of feeling? Are you even human? Tang Nuanning's heart ached as her sobs intensified. She had hoped to forget the hardships, the difficulties, and the indignities, but the sight of his face made it impossible. He had deceived her 6 years prior, and now he returned to harass her. Did she owe him some sort of debt? Now, she was unable to obtain a divorce, resolve her children's residency issues, or leave Jin City. And she had inexplicably incurred a debt of 50 million yuan. This wretched fate is utterly unbearable. Is heaven blind, picking on her alone? The injustice is overwhelming. And the anguish is unbearable, sobbing. This is the first time Tang Nuanning has lost control since the arrival of her child. Ever since she became a mother. She had emerged from her sorrow, but upon seeing Bo Yanchen today, she lost her mind. Bo Yanchen remains oblivious to the fact that she is the person he has been desperately searching for. He cannot comprehend her words. He assumes her resentment stems from the sudden burden of a colossal debt of 50 million, which has drastically altered her life. Consequently, he finds her even more bothersome. She has vandalized another's vehicle without a hint of remorse, allowing hatred to fester within her troubled mind. Had it not been for the need to question her, he would have already cast her aside. Best keep your mouth shut. Bo Yanchen threatened, his patience wearing thin. Tang Nuanning, resembling a frenzied beast, growled at him, as if ready to bite. Bo Yanchen clenched his jaw, warning, cry out again, and you shall never see your child again. Tang Nuanning abruptly halted, exclaiming, what did you say? Dare to test me. In this world, money poses her greatest dilemma, but her Achilles heel is her child. Instinctively, she sealed her lips, covering her mouth with her hand to stifle her sobs. With a mix of frustration, fury, and trepidation, she glared at Bo Yanchen. He returned her gaze with an air of superiority, akin to a king surveying mere insects. Soon, she succumbed, averting her eyes first, gradually regaining her composure. Panic surged within her. What if he truly is that wild man? If he reveals the past, what will happen if he attempts to take her child? Judging by his current circumstances, he seems to be doing quite well. A vehicle worth tens of millions, should he try to seize her child, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. She had been too impulsive earlier, nearly exposing herself. What if he merely resembles that savage man? Her earlier outburst had been incredibly rude. Tang Nuanning took a deep breath, attempting to calm herself. Noticing her newfound composure, Bo Yanchen spoke, now, tell me, what transpired yesterday? With an upturned face, she replied, what do you mean by what transpired? Who rescued you? Where did you go afterward? What is your true intention in approaching me? Are you after my wealth or my life? Tang Nuanning's confusion was palpable. When did I ever intend to approach you? You were the one who forcibly took me yesterday. Then the building caught fire, and I seized the opportunity to flee. I had no intention of pursuing your wealth or thinking of your life. She hesitated, realizing if he were indeed that savage man, she would wish to eliminate him. Is that all? Bo Yanchen inquired. Tang Nuanning sulked, I had no intention of taking your life. Do you expect me to believe your words? What? Whether you believe it or not. I am merely speaking the truth. Bo Yanchen's expression darkened. Where did you stay last night? He had sent someone to a small hotel to find her. Yet they were unable to locate her. The hotel owner claimed they had left without checking out. Given his resources, if he could not find someone in Jean City, it likely meant that person was deliberately concealing themselves. Anyone capable of hiding so effectively cannot be an ordinary individual. Tang Nuanning, unaware that Tang Daba had tampered with the surveillance, frowned. What business is it of yours where I stayed? Bo Yanchen's cold demeanor made her heart skip a beat. He was indeed intimidating when angry. Earlier, in a fit of rage, she had vented her emotions like a little tiger, but now, with her calmness restored, she felt fear creeping in. That's my private matter, and I prefer not to disclose it. Is it truly a matter of privacy, or are you deliberately concealing the truth? Why would I deliberately conceal anything? I owe you nothing. Money, suddenly reminded of the 50 million, she fell silent. An idea struck her. And she angrily pulled out her phone, showing Bo Yanchen a photograph. Yesterday, I asked my son, and indeed, he scratched your car. However, look, this was provoked by your actions. My second child merely retaliated for his brother. Bo Yanchen scrutinized the photograph, his brow furrowing. The image revealed a child's fair leg marred by a large bruise. A sight that was painful to behold. Tang Nuanning continued, this injury was inflicted by your woman, presumably your wife. She is abusing a child. I could report her. Bo Yanchen remained silent. Tang Nuanning added, there are surveillance cameras at the train station. If you doubt me, you may check the footage. Bo Yanchen had no reason to doubt her claims, he was well aware of Shin Jiayue's character. However, her misdeeds had no bearing on him. The child is not the one who harmed me, but my car was ruined by your son. Tang Nuanning glared at him, momentarily speechless. Debts have their origins. And even in a marital bond, she could not shift the blame onto him. Moreover, the injuries I bear were also inflicted by you, Bo Yanchen added. Tang Nuanning glanced at the bite mark on his wrist, her confidence diminished. Unsure how to respond, Bo Yanchen shifted the conversation. If you do not wish to be imprisoned and your child deprived of a mother, you should disclose the truth. Disclose what? What is your purpose in approaching me? Who sent you? Tang Nuanning protested, I've told you, I have no intention of approaching you, nor was I sent by anyone. Bo Yanchen clearly did not believe her. If you fail to speak the truth, the consequences will be severe. I am speaking the truth. Bo Yanchen's face darkened further. Zhou Xing. Hand her over to the police, she is not to be released without my permission. The car door swung open, and Zhou Xing stood beside the vehicle. Miss Tang. Please exit the car. Chapter 12, Silence, Deafening. Tang Nuanning, now frantic, exclaimed, you do not believe me when I speak the truth. What do you wish to hear? What do you want me to say? I do not wish to approach you, nor was I sent by anyone. If I could, I would prefer to distance myself from you for eternity. Bo Yanchen's expression darkened. Didn't you claim not to know me? Why, then? Would you wish to stay far away and never encounter me again? Do I harbor enmity against you? Realizing she had misspoken, Tang Nuanning blinked rapidly, attempting to deny. I have no enmity. What, then, does your earlier statement imply? I find you unattractive, hence I wish to avoid you. The sight of you reminds me of the King of Hell, compelling me to keep my distance. Bo Yanchen. With the car door ajar. Several bodyguards stood by, their expressions a mix of astonishment at her audacity. While the world often referred to him as a living embodiment of the King of Hell, she was the first to boldly voice such a sentiment in his presence. Moreover, she had the audacity to call him ugly. How amusing. Throw her into prison. Let her starve for 3 days. Without my permission, do not provide her any food, and only release her when she is willing to speak. Bo Yanchen concluded, closing his eyes, unwilling to cast another glance in her direction. The bodyguards promptly ushered Tang Nuanning out of the car. Panic surged within her. If she were truly apprehended, what would happen to her child? In a moment of desperation, she blurted out, you can't arrest me, I am Bo Yanchen's wife. Bo Yanchen's eyes flew open. Gasping, Tang Nuanning pressed on, I truly am Bo Yanchen's wife. If you don't believe me, you can investigate. You know the Bo family, right? The most powerful family in Jean City. Although Bo Yanchen may be disabled and not favored, he is still a member of the Bo family, and I am his wife, thus I am also half a member of that family. To bully me is tantamount to bullying Bo Yanchen. To bully Bo Yanchen is to offend the entire Bo family. A prominent family values its reputation dearly. How many lives do you possess that would suffice for the Bo family to exact their retribution? Bo Yanchen. Tang Nuanning observed his silence and added. Let me tell you, Bo Yanchen, he loves me immensely. His affection is so profound that he cannot extricate himself from it. Dare to harm me, and he will not spare you. Bo Yanchen. The bodyguards. In that moment of silence, the tension was deafening. Bo Yanchen stood before her, yet she dared to proclaim that he cherished her deeply, a statement that would undoubtedly be perceived as a blatant falsehood. One so ludicrous that it could hardly be taken seriously. Were she merely to assert that she was his wife, Bo Yanchen might have entertained a shred of belief. Now, he held not even a smidgen of faith in her words. His lips pressed together, his disdain palpable to the blind. He had neither the inclination nor the patience to expose her deceit, not even sparing her a glance. He coldly commanded, remove her. Hey! You ugh! The bodyguards covered Tang Nuanning's mouth and dragged her from the vehicle, escorting her to the police station. Zhou Xing rushed over, clutching the surveillance footage, and instructed the bodyguards, wait a moment. He climbed into the car and lowered his voice, Brother Chen, we've located the woman Dr. Liu mentioned. It turns out she is the Miss Tang we've been seeking. Look, she just calmed Fu Zishuan down. Bo Yanchen? After examining the tablet for a moment, he turned his gaze to Tang Nuanning outside the window, his expression shifting to one of complexity. He truly did not anticipate that the woman Liu Bei was so eager for him to find would be her. Fu Zishuan was the beloved nephew of his close friend, He Jingqing. 2 years prior, after being kidnapped, he had suffered psychological trauma and developed bipolar disorder, exhibiting behavior akin to Shen Bao during episodes. Despite the Fu family's efforts to consult numerous pediatric specialists, none could provide a remedy. To his surprise, Tang Nuanning had managed to do so. This woman. If not for prior events, he would have invited her home immediately to assist with Shen Bao's care. However, his thoughts were now clouded with suspicion. Was Fu Zishuan's predicament a trap set by her to draw closer to him and Shen Bao, an elaborate performance for his benefit? After all, since her arrival, numerous incidents had transpired, and she was certainly not as simple as she appeared. Bo Yanchen fell silent for a moment before coldly instructing, release her for now. He needed to observe her more closely. If she were indeed attempting to approach him, allowing her to leave this time would surely result in her finding ways to appear before him again. When he introduced her to Shen Bao, he must ensure she harbored no malicious intentions. Tang Nuanning, suddenly granted her freedom, was momentarily dazed, casting a suspicious glance towards the car. Could it be that he had acknowledged her as Bo Yancheng's wife, thus instilling fear? That must be it. It seemed that, despite Bo Yanchen being a marginalized figure within the Bo family, his name still held considerable weight. After all, the Bo family was the foremost aristocracy in Jincheng. Without further contemplation, Tang Nuanning hurried away. In the shadows, a tall, ghostly figure observed her intently, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he murmured, a splendid performance. A splendid performance, he. Bo Yanchen seemed to sense something amiss. He lowered the car window to scan the crowd but found nothing suspicious. What's wrong? Brother Chen? It's nothing, let us go. Chapter 13, Brother Chen, Miss Tang is in trouble upon returning to her residence. Tang Nuanning was greeted by a delightful aroma. Her little darling, the third treasure, had prepared lunch. Golden omelets enveloped rice grains, filled with shrimp balls, ham, diced meat, carrots, and green beans, presenting a feast for the eyes. The moment the children saw her return, their faces lit up with joy, rushing towards her. Mummy. Tang Nuanning smiled, her lips curling upward, instantly enveloped in happiness, the earlier discontent dissipating like morning mist. The children were her balm, no matter how troubled she felt. Their presence could effortlessly restore her spirits. She embraced one child and kissed another, reveling in pure bliss. Has Mummy's matter been resolved? The eldest inquired. Shaking her head, Tang Nuanning replied, not yet. It seems we must stay in Jin City a few more days. Why hasn't it been settled? Because the person I need to see is on a business trip and is not in Jin City. We must wait for his return to proceed. She refrained from disclosing the purpose of their return, nor did the children know of Bo Yanchen's existence. She wished to shield them from the past, after all. Children should simply grow up healthily and joyfully, free from the burdens of adult worries. Don't worry about mummy's matters, they'll be sorted eventually. Now, let's eat. Okay. After lunch, the three little ones took a nap while Tang Nuanning sat on the bed counting her meager funds. Altogether, she had less than 10,000 yuan. The thought of their impending expenses weighed heavily on her mind. They needed accommodation and food. Though her three sons were small and ate little, they were at a stage of rapid growth and could not survive on plain buns alone. Fruits, vegetables, milk, eggs, seafood, and meat were all essential. When she calculated the family's expenses, it became evident that a few thousand yuan would not last long. With empty pockets, anxiety crept into her heart. Tang Nuanning realized she should seek part-time work, preferably one that paid daily. After all, she had yet to hear back from Eugene Yuan. And she could not afford to wait until her pockets were completely empty to earn money. However, in a world that prioritized degrees and certifications, she found herself lacking both, disqualifying her from the job she desired. Sighing in resignation, she lamented her circumstances. She had once been accepted into a prestigious university, yet here she was, a victim of fate, unable to look back without sorrow. After scouring the internet for opportunities, she ultimately decided to pursue a job that paid well. Comparing various options, selling alcohol offered the highest wages. Daily pay was 380 yuan, plus a 2% commission. Though the environment was not to her liking, the allure of money swayed her decision. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Tang Nuanning arrived punctually at Zui Huanbo, the largest and most extravagant bar in Jin City, aptly nicknamed the Vault of Indulgence. It catered to the affluent, and within just over an hour, she had sold 3 bottles of wine, each priced between 10 to 20,000 yuan, earning over 1,000 in commission. In today's society, beyond educational qualifications, looks also played a crucial role. With her beauty, figure, and charming voice, she became a sought-after presence at the bar, her graceful movements captivating those around her. However, being too attractive also brought trouble, as she soon caught the attention of a notorious figure. "Drink this bottle, and I'll cover the cost," said Shen Hai, the lecherous uncle of Shen Jiaoyu, renowned for his unseemly reputation. Tang Nuanning, unfamiliar with him, momentarily froze. "Drink? But this bottle is quite expensive." "What I say is fitting. This bottle is worth 100,000. You drink it, and I'll pay," he leered, ogling her with an inappropriate gaze. Realizing she had encountered a rogue, she suppressed her urge to retaliate and forced a smile. "I'm truly sorry, but I took cold medicine earlier and cannot drink." The older man's displeasure was palpable. "Then take the wine away, we don't want it." Tang Nuanning was taken aback. The bar had strict rules. Once opened, a bottle could not be returned. "Did I instruct you to open it? You opened it yourself. If it cannot be returned, you shall pay," Shen Hai retorted, his eyes glinting with malice. Tang Nuanning, holding back her anger, replied, "I only opened it because you asked me to. The surveillance cameras in the private room can verify this." Laughter erupted from the others present. They could tell she was inexperienced in such establishments. "Little girl, consider yourself fortunate that President Shen has taken an interest in you. If you please him, you'll reap the rewards." Realizing the man had a position of power, Tang Nuanning understood that standing her ground would only lead to her downfall. The 100,000 yuan was a sum that could ruin her financially. After a moment of silence, she smiled disarmingly. "I must have misunderstood, President Shen. It's rather loud here, shall we step outside for a private conversation?" Eagerly, Shen Hai responded. "Excellent, let us find a quieter place to discuss further." As laughter and jeers filled the room, Tang Nuanning felt a wave of nausea wash over her. She forced a smile and turned to leave. Just as Bo Yanchen stepped out of the elevator, he caught sight of Tang Nuanning slipping through the security door. Frowning, he followed her with concern. A moment later, Shen Hai burst from the private room, hastening towards the security door, murmuring, "Little darling, I'm coming." Behind the bar's security door lay a setting ripe for mischief, a dimly lit space frequented by those eager for fleeting encounters. "I adore your type. The moment I laid eyes on you, my heart was captured. Rest assured, I will treat you well." If you please me, you shall not go unrewarded. Now. Kneel and give me a taste. His words dripped with implication. Suddenly, a piercing scream escaped Tang Nuanning's lips. Zhou Xing's expression shifted. Brother Chen. It seems Miss Tang is in trouble. Bo Yanchen furrowed his brow, reluctant to intervene, but the thought of Shen Bao spurred him to action. Then, he witnessed an unimaginable scene unfold. Chapter 14, Is Mr. Bo so insignificant? With a black garbage bag draped over his head, Shanhai lay curled on the ground, howling in despair. Tang Nuanning unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Although her strikes lacked force, resembling a scuffle between elementary school children, Shanhai still yelped in pain, especially since she wore high heels. It seemed he was intoxicated, devoid of the strength to retaliate. After a brief bout, Tang Nuanning paused to catch her breath, made a playful grimace at Shanhai, and then promptly fainted on the ground. Shanhai groaned as he staggered to his feet and removed the bag from his head, fuming, "Who dares to attack me? I shall make you pay." Just then, Tang Nuanning, feigning consciousness, clutched her head and exclaimed, "Mr. Shen, what happened? My head hurts as if I'd been struck. I was ambushed." "Did you see who it was?" Shanhai demanded. "No, I was just knocked out," she replied, feigning concern. "Damn it. Who dares to ruin my plans and strike me?" "Don't worry, my dear, I'll call someone right away to investigate and find out who did this. I'll make them pay." Shanhai cursed as he grabbed his phone to summon help. Tang Nuanning seized the opportunity to excuse herself to the restroom, appearing frightened. However, as soon as she turned away, her demeanor shifted, revealing a myriad of expressive emotions. She was clearly venting her frustrations inwardly, her thoughts laden with expletives. Bo Yanchen. Zhou Xing? Could it be that this is how things unfold? A moment's reflection reveals that Shanhai sought to bully her. And rather than confront him directly, she opted for a more covert approach. One is left to ponder whether to commend her cleverness or to marvel at her audacity. Tang Nuanning, outwardly timid, was elated as she emerged from her hiding spot. Upon unexpectedly encountering two individuals, her heart raced wildly. Bo Yanchen regarded her with a furrowed brow, his expression inscrutable. Zhou Xing greeted her with a smile, "Miss Tang, it's a pleasure to see you again." Realizing they must have witnessed the earlier commotion, she gulped nervously. Before she could speak, Shanhai's voice rang out, "Zhou Xing? Oh, you're here too. That's splendid, please help me investigate, I've just been ambushed." Due to Shen Jiayue's intervention in rescuing Shen Bao, the entire Shen family basked in reflected glory. Shanhai, familiar with Bo Yanchen, was also well acquainted with Zhou Xing. As he stood in Zhou Xing's line of sight, he turned to him for assistance. Tang Nuanning's lips twitched uncontrollably, her expression one of utter disbelief as she looked at Zhou Xing. They knew each other. How unfortunate. Seeing Zhou Xing awaiting Bo Yancheng's cue, she hastily approached. Standing on her tiptoes to whisper in Bo Yancheng's ear, "He tried to assault me, please don't say anything." Bo Yanchen, uncomfortable with women encroaching upon his space, cast her a disdainful glance and pushed her away, his face darkening. Believing he was unwilling to cooperate, she wrapped her arms around his neck, clinging to him like an octopus, and anxiously exclaimed, "I was merely seeking a part-time job. But he took an interest in me and attempted to humiliate me, leaving me no choice. I was only defending myself. Get off. You. Consider the 50 million. If anything were to happen to me, you would receive nothing." Bo Yanchen. Threatening me? His voice was icy, causing Tang Nuanning to shrink back in fear. Just as she prepared to explain, Shanhai approached again. Ah Cheng, you're here too." Tang Nuanning's heart raced, terrified that Bo Yanchen might expose her. She knew Shanhai was a significant figure. If he discovered she was the one who had struck him, her evening would be ruined. With a sudden resolve, she leaned in and kissed Bo Yanchen, silencing him. Bo Yanchen. Zhou Xing. Shanhai? Time seemed to freeze, silence enveloped the scene. No one anticipated Tang Nuanning's bold move. In that moment, Tang Nuanning, feeling flustered and tense against Bo Yancheng's cool lips, felt her heart pounding, not from the kiss, but from anxiety and embarrassment. Such intimate gestures were terribly awkward. Moreover, She worried that even after kissing him, she still could not silence him. Zhou Xing snapped back to reality, noticing that Bo Yanchen had not pushed Tang Nuanning away. His eyes widening in astonishment. His friend, who had never allowed any woman other than Shen Bao's mother to get close, was now permitting this. Could it be that the long-dormant iron tree was finally blooming? Zhou Xing's excitement surged within him. Realizing he could not linger as a mere observer, nor allow Shanhai to remain, he made a decisive move to create an opportunity for his friend. Thus, Zhou Xing pulled Shanhai away, saying, "Mr. Shen, let us chat over here." "No, Ah Ching, he. Once Shanhai was far enough away, Tang Nuanning's taut heart finally relaxed. She quickly released Bo Yanchen, her cheeks aflame. "Thank you for helping me out," she stammered, hastily retrieving a handful of cash from her pocket. After a moment's hesitation, she pressed it into Bo Yancheng's hand and fled in a hurry. Bo Yanchen watched her retreating figure, his brow furrowed. This marked the first instance in 6 years that he had engaged in such intimate contact with a woman. The familiar and delightful sensation surged within him, bringing to mind that night 6 years prior. That evening, her lips had felt just as soft. Thus, he had refrained from pushing her away, allowing her to kiss him for so long. Shanhai, having been led away a considerable distance, grew increasingly suspicious and shook off Zhou Xing's grip, returning abruptly. "Ah Ching. Do you know that woman? Have you met her before?" Bo Yanchen, reclaiming his focus, glanced down at the $200 bills and one $50 bill in his hand, frowning. He darkly shoved the money into Zhou Xing's hands and strode toward the private room, ignoring Shanhai and offering no further comment. His customary attitude towards Shanhai remained unchanged, dismissive and indifferent, treating him as though he were invisible. Zhou Xing examined the cash in his hands, 250. Was this Tang Nuanning's hush money for Bo Yanchen? Or perhaps a tip following that kiss? Yet, could a kiss and hush money amount to merely 250? Did that not imply that Bo Yanchen might be somewhat undervalued? Shanhai, still anxious, noticed Bo Yancheng's displeasure and hesitated to pursue him, grabbing Zhou Xing instead. "Does Yanchen know that woman who sells liquor?" Zhou Xing pocketed the money, responding politely, "I've met her a couple of times." "What is their relationship? How could she dare to kiss him? How could he allow her to do so? He is clearly my Yaya's man." At this, Zhou Xing felt compelled to interject. While he could not divulge the nature of Bo Yanchen and Tang Nuanning's relationship, he certainly had to defend Bo Yancheng's connection with Shen Jiaoyue. "Mr. Shen, you should be well aware of the relationship between Bo and Miss Shen. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from making reckless statements. Should Bo become displeased, it could spell trouble for you, Miss Shen, and the entire Shen family." Zhou Xing smiled politely, deftly extricating himself from Shanhai's grasp before walking away. Shanhai's expression darkened, and disregarding his pain, he retrieved his phone to call Shen Jiaoyue. "Yeah, something's gone awry. A grave matter has occurred. Yanchen kissed another woman. In the VIP room." The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as everyone greeted Bo Yanchen upon his arrival, "Ah Ching." He nodded curtly, signaling them to continue their revelry. Striding toward the center of attention, he took a seat, crossed his long legs, and lit a cigarette. He Jiaqing observed Bo Yancheng's displeased demeanor and inquired, "What troubles you? It's rare for you to join us, why the long face?" Bo Yancheng's mind lingered on Tang Nuanning. That kiss had left him disoriented, disrupting his thoughts. Chapter 15, Fear not, my kidney is strong. Bo Yanchen sank into contemplation, inquiring about Zixuan's current state. Fu Zixuan is the beloved nephew of He Jingqing. He Jingqing replied. "When I visited him at the hospital this afternoon, he was still asleep. My sister mentioned that he had another episode today, storming out of the hospital and onto the busy street in a fit of rage. Fortunately, he encountered a girl knowledgeable in medicine, otherwise, the consequences could have been dire." "And what about Shen Bao? How has he been recently?" Bo Yanchen flicked the ash from his cigarette, "Still the same." He Jingqing consoled, "Do not be too disheartened. Xiaobei said that the chances of miraculous recoveries from psychological disorders are quite significant. They are still young, perhaps, as they grow, they will conquer their afflictions." Bo Yanchen, inhaling his cigarette, remained silent. The ailments of Fu Zixuan and Shen Bao are, in truth, distinct. Fu Zishuan bears the shadow of his abduction, while Shen Bao's condition stems from an obsessive longing for his mother. Emotional wounds require emotional remedies. If Fu Zishuan can overcome his fears, his condition will naturally improve. But Shen Bao's plight is different. If he never discovers the whereabouts of his biological mother, his suffering may persist indefinitely, only worsening over time. He Jingqing suddenly leaned closer, raising an eyebrow and catching a whiff of a woman's perfume lingering on him. Do you have a woman in your life? He Jingqing, known for his flirtatious nature, was particularly attuned to such matters. Bo Yanchen snapped back to reality, furrowing his brow. No. Then why do you carry the scent of perfume? It's quite pleasant, a fruity fragrance. Distinctly feminine and unique, perhaps a limited edition. This perfume must be quite valuable, and the woman who wears it is certainly not ordinary. Come on. Who is she? Which heiress has managed to win your heart? After all these years, you've had no luck with women, yet this time it seems you have succeeded. Is she truly exceptional? He Jingqing understood Bo Yanchen well. His heart was solely occupied by Shen Bao's mother, remaining as steadfast as Lu Xiaohui throughout the years. Countless women had sought his affection, yet none had succeeded in drawing near him. Only Shen Jiaoyu had spent more time with him. But even she had never crossed that boundary. Bo Yancheng's expression darkened. The image of Tang Nuanning standing on her tiptoes, one arm around him while the other tugged at his tie, kissing him, flashed repeatedly in his mind. He Jingqing, noticing Bo Yancheng's silence, refrained from pressing further, merely stating, while your feelings for Shen Bao's mother are profound, it must be said, whether she is alive or not is uncertain, not to mention whether she has remarried. If she now has a husband and children, can you really forcefully tear apart their family? There are many ways to repay kindness. It is unnecessary to dedicate your life to her. Your fidelity may be admirable, but she could very well be lying in another man's embrace. Bo Yancheng shot him a cold glare. He Jingqing chuckled, do not be angry, I was merely speculating. If I may offer you some advice, life is fleeting. One must indulge in joy. You are a man who has tasted life's pleasures, it has been 6 years, are you not eager? Bo Yancheng flicked the ash from his cigarette. Not as desperate as you. He Jingqing laughed, I worry for you, that which isn't used for too long may falter. You ought to be more concerned for yourself, lest you overindulge. Fear not, my kidney is strong. Bo Yancheng shot him a disdainful glance. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was the housekeeper, anxious. Sir. The young master refuses to eat dinner again. He hasn't had a bite all day, and I fear for his health. Bo Yancheng's tone turned cold, why won't he eat? I do not know, the young master refuses to speak. Bo Yancheng's expression darkened. Recently, Shen Bao had grown increasingly reticent, averaging less than a word a day. I understand. After hanging up, Bo Yancheng extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and rose to leave. He Jingqing inquired, Shen Bao? Yes, he refuses to eat. You all enjoy yourselves. I must take my leave. Tonight, I am treating, so just charge it to my card later. As Bo Yancheng strode towards the exit, the others in the private room immediately ceased their activities to see him off. He waved his hand, signaling them to continue, and departed swiftly. A group of men surrounded He Jingqing. Brother Qing, why did Qingge leave so soon? He Jingqing shook his head in resignation. He went home to be with Shen Bao. All present were familiar with Shen Bao's situation and sighed. These years, Qingge has played both father and mother. It cannot be easy. One wonders where Shen Bao's mother has run off to. To leave behind such an exceptional man as Qingge is foolish. He Jingqing raised an eyebrow, who are you calling foolish? I think you're the one being foolish, you're daring to speak about the woman who holds Qingji's heart. Be careful, or he might just crack open your skull and fill it with waste, turning you into a fool. The man who had just spoken suddenly realized his misstep and quickly slapped himself. I apologize on behalf of Qingge, I won't speak out of turn again. Good. Now that you understand she resides in Qingji's heart, let's refrain from discussing her behind her back. Enjoy yourselves, tonight, Qingge is treating. So make sure to have a good time, and do not hold back. The private room buzzed with life once more, while He Jingqing continued to smoke. In truth, he felt a pang of sympathy for Bo Yancheng. He shone in his career yet struggled in matters of the heart. Ah. The trials a hero faces in the presence of beauty. What is the point of pursuing the heart when one could seek the pleasures of the flesh? Just look at how carefree He Jingqing was. This thought shall be noted down by He Jingqing. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning had already hailed a taxi and departed. Reflecting on the earlier moment of her bold kiss, her cheeks burned with embarrassment. Such an initiative was something she had never contemplated in her life. Back in college, Xia Tian and Nan Wan had dubbed her the epitome of conservatism. If it weren't to silence him, she would never have acted so recklessly. Not to mention the 250 yuan she had spent, enough to buy 3 sets of autumn clothes for 3 children. As Tang Nuanning pondered, a luxury car suddenly cut off her path. 2 men in black emerged and forcibly pulled her from the vehicle, dragging her to the roadside. Tang Nuanning panicked, struggling and shouting, "Who are you? Let me go! Let me go!" They brought her to a bridge where a well-dressed woman awaited her. Tang Nuanning gazed at her, sensing a hint of familiarity, yet the mask and sunglasses obscured her identity. Just as she opened her mouth to inquire, the woman slapped her, "You wretched creature!" Tang Nuanning was taken aback. Restrained by 2 bodyguards, she could not retaliate, only seethe, "Who are you? What gives you the right to hit me? You shameless harlot! Daring to seduce my man! You must want to die!" The woman struck her again. Tang Nuanning's cheek burned with pain. She was furious. "You are the shameless one. Are you insane? Who have I seduced? Clarify your words." Xin Jiaoyu seized her chin tightly, glaring at her. "You dare to entice yet refuse to admit it. You wretch. I warn you, Aiken is a man you could never aspire to be with, only I am worthy of him. If you attempt to seduce him again, I will end you. Do not think that your looks will elevate you to the status of a phoenix. Take that face of yours and ruin it, it disgusts me. Without it, what hope do you have of enticing Aiken?" Tang Nuanning watched in shock as one of the men drew a dagger. They intended to disfigure her? This was beyond cruel. Seizing the moment when one man winced in pain, she stomped on his foot and quickly retrieved her canister of self-defense spray, unleashing it upon the 2 men. This spray was a gift from Air Bao, and it was indeed effective. The 2 bodyguards recoiled, clutching their eyes in pain. Freed from their grip, Tang Nuanning seized Xin Jiaoyu by the collar and retaliated fiercely. After delivering several resounding slaps to vent her anger, she warned, "I do not know any of you, nor do I recognize anyone named Aiken. Keep your distance, do not presume that I am an easy target. If you dare to trouble me again, I shall call the police." With that, she forcefully pushed Xin Jiaoyu aside and fled. She ran with remarkable speed, crossing the street in mere moments. Xin Jiaoyu, still clad in high heels, twisted her ankle on the spot, her face contorted in pain. Sitting on the ground, she screamed, "Get rid of that vile woman. If you don't eliminate her, you might as well perish." Wailing, the bodyguards, disregarding their own discomfort, hurried to pursue Tang Nuanning. Just as they reached the opposite side, a deep, ominous male voice commanded from behind, "Stop." Chapter 16, Temptation. The 2 quickly turned to look, and just as they caught a glimpse of each other's faces, they were attacked from behind and mercilessly beaten. Both fell unconscious on the spot. Tang Erbao watched as Tang Nuanning managed to hail a taxi and leave, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Had it not been for his elder brother's admonition to secretly protect their mother without revealing his identity unless absolutely necessary, he would have rushed forward. Who dared to harm his beloved mother? They must be seeking death. After Tang Nuanning left, Tang Erbao turned to find Xin Jiaoyue. Xin Jiaoyue had twisted her ankle and was still struggling to rise. Tang Erbao hopped over, shouting from a distance, "Auntie, make way, I'm coming through." Xin Jiaoyue turned to see Tang Erbao sprinting towards her like a little rocket. If he collided with her, it would surely be painful. You. Slow down. You little rascal, slow down, Tang Erbao lunged and collided with Xin Jiaoyue, sending her flying several meters away. Despite his small stature, he was quite strong due to his training. Tears streamed from Xin Jiaoyue's eyes as she cried, "Who is this unruly child? Where are your parents?" Tang Erbao feigned innocence as he approached. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry, Auntie. I didn't T-stop in time. Are you all right? Let me help you up." He stepped on her injured foot under the guise of assistance. Xin Jiaoyue screamed in pain, attempting to push him away, but Tang Erbao remained firmly on top of her. By misfortune, his small hand pressed against her twisted ankle, and with a crack, he inadvertently broke her bone. Shen Jiayue fainted from the pain. Only then did Tang Erbao rise, dusting off his hands and casting a disdainful glance at her. His mother had told him that women, the elderly, and children were vulnerable groups not to be bullied. Yet, some women simply did not fit that category. Had he struck a woman? Absolutely not. He had merely dealt with a female tyrant, a monster, a calamity, a venomous scorpion. Noticing a car approaching, Tang Erbao stuck out his tongue at the unconscious Shen Jiayue and ran off. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning had just arrived home. De Bao and San Bao had already received news from Tang Erbao and learned that their mother had been bullied. Seeing the slap mark on her face, little San Bao could not hold back his tears, gently touching her swollen cheek. "Mommy, does it hurt? Woo woo woo." Tang Nuanning quickly embraced San Bao, soothing him. "Mommy is fine, I just tripped and hurt my foot a little. I'm perfectly okay, really." San Bao clung tightly to her neck, still sobbing. De Bao's eyes were red as he witnessed their mother's reluctance to speak the truth, being sensible. He refrained from pressing her and fetched an ice pack to help soothe her face. "Where's Erbao?" Tang Nuanning inquired. "He went downstairs to take out the trash. He'll be back soon." She did not dwell on it, knowing Erbao had a fiery temper and fearing he might become upset upon seeing the mark on her face. She comforted San Bao for a bit, then excused herself to the bathroom to wash up. Just as she entered, Tang Erbao returned. "Where's Mommy?" she asked, washing up. De Bao pulled Tang Erbao into their room, closing the door and quietly asking, "What happened?" Tang Erbao, filled with indignation, replied, "I don't know the details. I was too far from Mommy to hear what they said, but I saw a woman with bodyguards block her and hit her." "Didn't you ask Mommy for specifics?" "She said she tripped, she didn't want to talk about it, so we didn't push her. I've already avenged her by giving them a good beating." De Bao frowned. "I have a feeling the city is hostile towards Mommy. Since we arrived, she hasn't been happy. We need to uncover her reasons for coming here and get her out quickly. But what if she refuses to say? We'll investigate discreetly. You need to protect her when she goes out, she must not be hurt again." "Yes, I'll ensure Mommy's safety. By the way, Mommy is working at a bar tonight." Little San Bao, with red eyes, added, "Mommy is definitely earning money for us. I saw her looking for a part-time job this afternoon." Woo woo woo. Mention of money made De Bao feel both helpless and pained. At 5 years old, if he told Mommy he had saved a fortune in the bank, she would faint from shock and might not recover. Sighing, he thought, "I need to think of a way to give Mommy some money." In the bathroom, Tang Nuanning stood under the shower, eyes closed, trying to alleviate her frustration. She knew she had not seduced any man and felt no guilt, thus. She assumed that the woman from earlier had mistaken her for someone else and did not dwell on it further. It was truly exasperating to encounter such trouble while merely trying to sell a drink. After leaving the bar, she had run into a madwoman and suffered for it. After washing up, she pushed the incident from her mind. San Bao prepared a bowl of clear noodle soup for her, topped with her favorite scallions and cilantro, along with 2 poached eggs. Tang Nuanning felt warmth in her heart as she leaned down and kissed San Bao's cheek. "Our little San Bao is the most heartwarming. You are Mommy's little cuddle buddy." San Bao's face flushed from the kiss, and he shyly smiled. However, upon seeing the slap mark on Tang Nuanning's face, concern returned to his eyes. "Mommy, can I sleep with you tonight? I want to be close to you." De Bao and Erbao turned to Tang Nuanning, their eyes filled with anticipation. Tang Nuanning smiled. "Of course, you can sleep with me tonight." "Yay. I'll tell you jokes later. I'll give you a massage. I'll help you sleep." The small room was filled with laughter, love, and happiness. Yet, as she looked at her 3 little ones, an inexplicable pang tugged at Tang Nuanning's heart, an emotion she could not quite articulate. It felt as though a piece of her complete heart was missing. This feeling was not unfamiliar. Every time they gathered joyfully, her heart would ache faintly, as if something precious had been stolen away. It was a most peculiar sensation. Chapter 17, Shen Bao misses Mommy. Meanwhile, at Mansion No. 1, the expansive villa felt cold and unwelcoming. Bo Yanchen ascended the stairs with a bowl of noodles he had prepared himself, while Shen Bao remained seated by the window, gazing longingly at the entrance. The small figure appeared utterly forlorn. Bo Yancheng's heart ached as he approached. "Shenbao, please eat your noodles." Shenbao remained motionless, his eyes fixed on the door. Bo Yancheng placed the bowl on the small table before him. "If you don't eat, mommy will be upset." A flicker of light appeared in Shenbao's vacant eyes as he looked up at Bo Yancheng and asked, "Do you think mommy will know?" "Yes. A mother and child share a bond, she will know everything you feel, including your hunger." "What if I miss her?" "Will she know that too?" "She will." "Then why hasn't she come back if she knows I miss her?" Bo Yancheng felt a pang of sorrow. Indeed. How could that ungrateful woman remain absent when her son yearned for her? Where could she possibly be? Why didn't she return to see Shenbao? Did she not care for him? Shenbao's voice trembled with sadness. Bo Yancheng quickly shook his head. "No, she surely loves you very much." "Then why? Knowing that I miss her, won't she come back?" Suppressing his own anguish, Bo Yancheng gently patted Shenbao's little head. "Perhaps she is caught up in something and cannot come at the moment." "Are you saying she is in danger?" Before Bo Yancheng could respond, Shenbao abruptly sprang to his feet and dashed toward the door. "Shenbao, where are you going?" Bo Yancheng grasped his arm firmly. "I'm going to find mommy. She is in danger, and I must save her." "Shenbao, don't think like that. She is not in danger. Let me go. I must find her. She has surely been taken by bad people, I have to save her. No one can hurt my mommy." "Shenbao." It was late. And Bo Yancheng feared for Shenbao's safety, holding him tightly. "Calm down." But Shenbao became increasingly agitated, suddenly biting Bo Yancheng's wrist fiercely. Reacting instinctively, Bo Yancheng released him, and Shenbao bolted toward the door. Bo Yancheng quickly blocked the entrance. Shenbao, realizing he could not escape, grew even more frantic. Throwing objects around the room, decorations, the bed linens, the clock on the nightstand, clothes in the wardrobe, including the bowl of noodles Bo Yancheng had just brought. He smashed and hurled everything he could reach. In a fit of desperation, he picked up a fork from the floor and aimed it at his own wrist. Bo Yancheng was horrified and rushed to embrace him. "Shenbao." In a frenzy, Shenbao struggled to break free. When he could not, he began to scream. His cries escalating in fury. His entire body trembled, his teeth grinding audibly. After a tumultuous struggle, Shenbao suddenly fainted. Bo Yancheng's pupils dilated in panic. "Shenbao." He swiftly lifted Shenbao and hurried downstairs. The old butler, startled by the scene, exclaimed, "Sir, what happened to the young master? Call Liu Bei, prepare the car. We're going to the hospital, hurry." After enduring over half an hour of chaos at the hospital, Shenbao's condition finally stabilized. Liu Bei wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "It's all right now, thankfully, you brought him in early." Bo Yancheng sat by the bedside, gazing at Shenbao's pale face, his heart aching painfully. Liu Bei remarked, "Shenbao's condition is worsening. If this continues, it will not end well. Yancheng, are you certain you don't want to let Miss Tang give it a try? I still think she might be reliable, she could help resolve Shenbao's emotional turmoil." Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding, "Let us wait a bit longer. Arrange for someone else to take care of Shenbao for now." He had yet to uncover the truth and felt uneasy. Shenbao was his lifeline, and he would not allow any potentially dangerous person near him. There were too many uncertainties surrounding Tang Nuanning, he could not afford to trust her lightly. Liu Bei did not understand what Bo Yancheng was waiting for. But he nodded helplessly. "By the way, Shen Jiaoyu is also in the hospital, her arms and legs are injured quite severely, she has a broken leg." Bo Yancheng inquired. "What happened?" "I heard she was beaten." As soon as Liu Bei finished speaking, Bo Yancheng's phone rang. It was a call from Shen Jiaoyu. "Ah Cheng. I just heard that Shenbao is in the hospital." "What's wrong? Is it serious? Did he have another episode?" "I'm also in the hospital. I want to see Shenbao, but the doctor won't let me out of bed. I'm so worried about him. I feel like I'm going to die from the anxiety." Listening to her feigned concern, Bo Yancheng felt irritated and suppressed his frustration. "He is fine now. You don't need to come. Just focus on recovering. You already know I'm injured, don't you? Can you come and see me?" A flicker of annoyance crossed Bo Yancheng's eyes, but he conceded, "I'll come by shortly." After ending the call, Bo Yanchen instructed Liu Bei a few things and then rose to visit Shen Jiaoyu. Upon seeing him, her eyes immediately filled with tears. Ah Ching. How is Shen Bao? I'm so worried about him. Ignoring her tears, Bo Yanchen sat down. You don't need to worry about Shen Bao. Just take care of yourself. Wiping her tears, Shen Jiaoyu asked, Ah Ching, have you fallen for that woman? Which woman? The one who kissed you at the bar today. Bo Yanchen frowned. Shen Jiaoyu, with red-rimmed eyes, continued. You used to forbid any woman from getting close to you, let alone kissing you. Other than me, there was no woman who could stand by your side. But today, you allowed her to kiss you. The scene of Tang Nuanning kissing him flashed through Bo Yanchen's mind, his expression darkening as he replied coldly. It was an accident. Chapter 18, Tang Nuanning, I'm a gold digger and proud of it. An unexpected turn? Upon hearing Shen Jiaoyu's words, the anxiety that had been plaguing her heart immediately dissipated. It seemed her suspicions were correct. Bo Yanchen harbored no affection for her, and instead, she was the one attempting to seduce him. Indeed, a brazen and presumptuous vixen. Shen Jiaoyu commenced her performance. She evidently misinterpreted our relationship and, as a result, assaulted me with her entourage, nearly disfiguring me in the process. Woe is me. Shen Jiaoyu twisted the truth, intending to leave a negative impression of Tang Nuanning in Bo Yanchen's mind, while simultaneously eliciting his sympathy. Ideally, Bo Yanchen would be so incensed that he would cripple that harlot. Considering the immense favor she had bestowed upon Bo Yanchen, she had yet to even receive a kiss from him. What right did that vile woman have? Where were your bodyguards? Did they not intervene when she attacked you? Bo Yanchen inquired. My bodyguards were overwhelmed by her forces. She arrived with 2 truckloads of people and launched an indiscriminate assault upon my person. Had a benevolent passerby not alerted the authorities, my face would undoubtedly have been ruined. Achan, I beseech you to seek retribution on my behalf. Bo Yanchen remained silent. Achan, I am filled with trepidation. I fear she will continue to harass me. Now that she has kissed you, she believes herself to be entitled and is acting with impunity. Achan, would it be possible for me to reside with you temporarily? If I were to live with you, she would not dare to bully me, and I could also provide companionship to Shen Bao. Shen Jiaoyu's audacious scheme was so transparent that it could be heard even by readers engrossed in their novels. However, Bo Yanchen retorted, that is unnecessary. Since her actions stem from a misunderstanding, the matter can be resolved by simply clarifying the situation. Zhou Xing. Disseminate the information that Miss Shen Jiaoyu and I share only a platonic relationship, and are not romantically involved. Instruct everyone to refrain from spreading unfounded rumors. What? Shen Jiaoyu exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Her intention was to seize the opportunity to move into Bo Yanchen's residence, not to have him sever their connection. Currently, many individuals were uncertain about the true nature of her relationship with Bo Yanchen, and treated her with exceptional deference. If they were to discover that she was not Bo Yanchen's girlfriend, how would they perceive her? Shen Jiaoyu hastily interjected, there's no need, Achan. You don't have to. The clarification is already underway. You need not worry about her causing further trouble due to misunderstandings. Focus on recuperating in the hospital. With that, Bo Yanchen departed. Shen Jiaoyu watched forlornly as Bo Yanchen left. She was infuriated, enraged, and driven to the brink of madness. Because of Tang Nuanning. She had suffered a hand injury and a broken leg, only to end up with a severed connection to Bo Yanchen? Ah! Shen Jiaoyu shrieked in fury, Vixen! 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 I will not let you get away with this. As soon as Bo Yanchen exited Shen Jiaoyu's hospital room, he questioned Zhou Xing. Have you ascertained the truth? He had instructed Zhou Xing to investigate the matter due to Tang Nuanning's involvement. His focus was on investigating Tang Nuanning, not on expressing concern for Shen Jiaoyu. Zhou Xing responded. Miss Shen's bodyguard stated that Shen Hai contacted her and informed her that you had been kissed by Miss Tang at the bar. Consequently, Miss Shen led a group to confront Miss Tang, where she slapped Miss Tang and attempted to disfigure her. Miss Tang retaliated by kicking Miss Shen and seizing the opportunity to flee. The bodyguards pursued her, but she incapacitated them with pepper spray before hailing a taxi and escaping. Strangely, an unidentified individual subsequently appeared, severely assaulting the bodyguards and fracturing Miss Shen's ankle. Who was this individual? Zhou Sheng shook his head. We were unable to ascertain their identity. However, Miss Shen's bodyguard suggested that it may have been a disgruntled fan of Miss Shen. Miss Shen is known to have strained relationships within the entertainment industry, with many individuals, from colleagues to fans, harboring resentment towards her. She has offended numerous people. Bo Yanchen furrowed his brow and remained silent for a moment before stating, withdraw the 50 million investment in the Shen family. Furthermore, convey a message to Xinjiang, I do not appreciate being deceived. Xin Jiaoyu had repeatedly lied to him, treating him as a fool. Zhou Sheng, recognizing Bo Yanchen's displeasure, nodded in understanding. Upon returning to Shen Bao's hospital room, the animosity in Bo Yanchen's eyes immediately dissipated, replaced by tenderness, affection, and helplessness. The little boy was still fast asleep, and Bo Yanchen gently caressed his small face. Mommy. Shen Bao murmured in his sleep. Bo Yanchen's heart ached even more. Heartless woman, when will you finally return? Your son misses you dearly. Your return would undoubtedly improve his condition. He is your flesh and blood. Do you truly feel no love or compassion for him? The image of Tang Nuanning suddenly flashed through his mind the moment she kissed him. The hand with which Bo Yanchen was caressing Shen Bao's cheek froze. Xin Jiaoyu was correct. In recent years, no woman had been able to approach him, much less kiss him. Yet Tang Nuanning had not only embraced him, but also kissed him. His initial reaction to her tears was concern. His initial reaction to her kiss was not to push her away, but to think of Shen Bao's mother. What did this signify? Could she possibly be the woman from all those years ago? Bo Yanchen's brow furrowed, and his heart skipped a beat. However, if she were indeed Shen Bao's biological mother, why had she not come forward to acknowledge him? He had vowed to treat her well. If she had approached him with ulterior motives, would it not have been more advantageous for her to simply reveal her identity? Or was he simply yearning for her so intensely that he was predisposed to believe that any woman who evoked a certain feeling within him was her? Bo Yanchen sat beside the hospital bed, lost in thought. Ultimately, he retrieved his phone and contacted Zhou Sheng. Bring Tang Nuanning to me. Now? Zhou Sheng inquired. Yes. Regardless of whether or not she is the one, find her and conduct a paternity test. If she is indeed Shen Bao's biological mother. Bo Yanchen's Adam's apple bobbed. If she is not Shen Bao's biological mother. Bo Yanchen frowned. She dares to kiss me? She is doomed. Upon receiving his orders, Zhou Sheng immediately set out to locate Tang Nuanning. When he was unable to ascertain her whereabouts, he went to the bar to inquire about her. The manager on duty stated that no one named Tang Nuanning was on the list of temporary bartenders for that evening. Zhou Sheng showed the manager a photograph of Tang Nuanning. The manager exclaimed, "Ah, it's her. Her name isn't Tang Nuanning. Look. She registered herself under a different name." Zhou Sheng and his colleagues glanced at the registration form and were collectively speechless. It was evident that she was a gold digger. Do you have her address? Yes, but it may not be genuine. Take a look. Zhou Sheng examined the registration book and instructed his men to search the address. But as expected, it was fictitious. Zhou Sheng was exasperated, she had vanished once again. Zhou Sheng returned to the hospital to report. Brother Chen, Miss Tang has disappeared again. We searched extensively but were unable to locate her. The Fu family is also searching for her. I heard that Fu Zixuan awoke and immediately began crying for the pretty sister. It appears that the Fu family is even more anxious than we are. Bo Yanchen was displeased. Did you not inquire at the bar? We did, but Miss Tang used a false name and address at the bar. Here, she registered herself. Bo Yanchen was initially struck by the elegance of her handwriting. Then, he pursed his lips and turned to Zhou Sheng. Tang Yuqian? Zhou Sheng could not help but chuckle. It's clear that Miss Tang is a gold digger. Bo Yanchen pursed his lips and remained silent, instructing them to continue the search. Chapter 19, The hormonal surge. On the following morning, Tang Nuanning awoke early, blissfully unaware that she had become the object of someone's fixation. The moment she opened her eyes, she dialed Eugene Yuan, inquiring whether Bo Yanchen had returned. Receiving a negative response only added to her frustration. When would this marriage finally end? Hope seemed elusive, as if it were a distant dream. With a sigh, Tang Nuanning lamented her predicament. The hour was still early, and she lay in bed scrolling through her phone, hoping to catch a glimpse of Bo Yanchen's whereabouts. Instead, she stumbled upon a missing person notice from the Fu family. In their desperation to locate her, they had resorted to posting online announcements, with various media outlets broadcasting the information as if fearing she might overlook it. Fortunately, her photograph and name were not disclosed. The notice merely recounted the events of the previous day in succinct terms. As long as she saw it, she would know they were searching for her. Sitting up, Tang Nuanning pondered the notice. She had no familial connection to the Fu family and felt little inclination to involve herself in their troubles. Her return was solely to seek a divorce from Bo Yanchen, and she wished to avoid entanglements with others. Yet, the thought of that troubled child stirred a degree of concern within her. Mental illness is a formidable adversary. It was one thing for a child to exhibit silence or volatility, but quite another if it escalated to self-harm. Many children suffering from severe psychological disorders ultimately succumb to suicide. During her 5 years in the mountains, the lack of social interaction afforded her ample time to study. Aware that her child would be raised in a single-parent household, she delved into numerous books on child education and psychology. In the realm of special education, she lacked only a certification, her capabilities were undeniable. After much contemplation, she resolved to visit the hospital. As a mother, she could not stand idly by in the face of suffering, she would consider it a blessing for her own child. Tang Nuanning rose, prepared breakfast for the 3 little ones, and after freshening up, left a note before heading out. However, to her dismay, upon reaching the hospital entrance, she encountered Shanhai. Recalling her previous altercation with him, she felt a pang of guilt and considered pretending not to recognize him. Yet, Shanhai blocked her path, exclaiming, "Ah! If it isn't Miss Tang, how fortuitous that we meet again." The sight of Tang Nuanning ignited Shanhai's primal instincts. He made no effort to conceal his lewd desires, shamelessly eyeing her. Tang Nuanning frowned, opting for civility. "I'm here to see a friend and am in a hurry. I must be on my way." Despite her attempt to leave, Shanhai refused to let her go. "What is more entertaining than being with me? Our encounter last night ended prematurely, you owe me a proper compensation today. Come, let me show you a good time." As he reached for her, Tang Nuanning's patience wore thin. "What do you think you're doing? We are not acquainted, keep your distance." With that, she turned to leave, but Shanhai signaled his bodyguards, who swiftly approached and forcibly ushered her into a car, denying her a chance to cry for help. "Refusing my hospitality? You wish to challenge me?" "Humph," Shanhai muttered under his breath as he dialed Shin Jiaoyu. At that moment, Shin Jiaoyu was still recuperating in the hospital. Upon learning that Tang Nuanning was present, her fury ignited. She believed Tang Nuanning was responsible for her injuries, and Bo Yanchen's denial of their relationship was also her fault. The withdrawal of Bo Yanchen's 50 million was attributed to her as well. Shin Jiaoyu blamed Tang Nuanning for all her misfortunes, cursing, "That wretched girl. How dare she show her face outside when she should be hiding? Does she not fear that I might have her killed?" Shanhai interjected, "Yu, I heard Yanchen is also in the hospital. Do you think she has come to find him?" Shin Jiaoyu's eyes widened in indignation. "That shameless hussy. She dares to try and seduce him despite his clear disinterest. Uncle, take her away and teach her a lesson. Disfigure her first, then ruin her reputation, and when you're done, sell her off to Myanmar. So I never have to see her again." Shanhai's eyes gleamed at her suggestion. He had anticipated such a response, knowing that if he crossed a line, he could always deflect blame onto Shin Jiaoyu, who was seen as a benefactor to Shin Bao. "Don't worry, Yu, I'll handle her," Shanhai assured before heading towards the car. As he opened the door, Tang Nuanning emerged, desperately calling for help. "Help! Help!" Her cries drew the attention of passers-by at the hospital entrance. Shanhai sighed, "We are married, she is pregnant with my child and refuses to carry it. Insisting on coming here for an abortion. I must take her home to persuade her." Whispers circulated among the crowd. A ruthless man with a delicate wife? How could such a beautiful girl end up with him? Surely, it must be his wealth at play. With a disdainful snort, Shanhai climbed into the car. Once the door closed, Tang Nuanning's cries were muffled. Shanhai gazed at her, his desire stirring. Disfiguring such a lovely face seemed a waste. Instead, he envisioned keeping her as his personal plaything until he grew tired and decided to sell her. Even in anger, her beauty was captivating. "I will take good care of you," he promised. Without warning, Tang Nuanning slapped him across the face. Shanhai, momentarily stunned, retaliated with a slap of his own. "You dare strike me? You've crossed the line." As he began to unfasten his belt, clearly intent on assaulting her, Tang Nuanning seethed with indignation. "I came back to avoid trouble. If you persist, do not blame me for being unmerciful." With a silver needle concealed in her sleeve, she was prepared to incapacitate him if necessary. Though she lacked wealth or status, she was not defenseless. Her years in the mountains had equipped her with skills. Shanhai dismissed her warning, his belt undone and trousers slipping down. Enraged, Tang Nuanning prepared to retaliate when the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes. Shanhai was thrown forward, crashing into the windshield with a dull thud. "Ow!" he bellowed, furious. "Can't you drive properly? Don't you know I have important matters to attend to?" As he attempted to rise, he collided violently with the steering wheel, rendering him unconscious. The driver exclaimed, "Young master, wake up. There's a car blocking the way." Before them stood a luxury black vehicle, completely obstructing their path. Chapter 20, What Skill is Rape? Zhou Xing had intended to leap from the car to rescue Tang Nuanning, but upon seeing Shanhai unconscious, he composed himself. Observing Shanhai's disheveled state through the windshield, he couldn't help but remark to Bo Yanchen, "This Shanhai is truly unrepentant, I'm ashamed to know him." Bo Yanchen glanced outside, his voice icy. "If he enjoys being undressed so much, let him run 3 laps around Jin City without a stitch of clothing." Zhou Xing's lips twitched. In this frigid weather, running naked? How shocking. He deserves it. A real man shouldn't bully women. What skill is rape? Zhou Xing exited the vehicle to assist Tang Nuanning. Tang Nuanning had just flung open the car door and jumped out, her impatience urging her to flee. When she unexpectedly spotted Zhou Xing, leaving her momentarily stunned. She had just exited Shanhai's vehicle, only to be compelled to enter Bo Yanchen's car. Rather than taking a seat in the back, she opted for the passenger side, wishing to avoid sitting beside Bo Yanchen, whom she found exasperating and intimidating. The debt she owed him was one thing, more importantly, his propensity to confine her at a whim filled her with dread. At that moment, Zhou Xing had yet to enter the vehicle, leaving the two of them in a chilling silence. Tang Nuanning sat in the passenger seat, her gaze fixed ahead. Her spine rigid with anxiety. This man must be seeking her out for the sake of money, but she was devoid of funds. If he were to demand repayment, how would she escape? Moreover, did he not realize she was Bo Yanchen's wife? Did he not fear the Bo family? Did he perhaps know that Bo Yanchen harbored no affection for her? Tang Nuanning's lips twitched, her heart racing. Neither spoke. Bo Yanchen remained silent. And she mirrored his quietude. She could distinctly sense his gaze upon her, unwavering since she had entered the car. The intensity of his scrutiny sent shivers down her spine, causing her to fidget restlessly. At this moment, she even found herself yearning for him to utter something, anything. Just as Tang Nuanning awaited Bo Yanchen's words, Zhou Xing returned. Having organized Shanhai's escapade, he entered the vehicle and informed Bo Yanchen that Dr. Liu had called to say Fu Zixuan had awakened. But his condition was dire. They hoped to find Miss Tang quickly and take her to the hospital. Instantly, Tang Nuanning's attention shifted. She turned to Zhou Xing, exclaiming, "The child is having an episode, do not provoke him." Zhou Xing confirmed that Fu Zixuan was in the hospital, attended by doctors and nurses. But the child was crying and seeking her out. "Hurry, take me to the hospital." Zhou Xing glanced at Bo Yanchen, who nodded, prompting him to start the car. Throughout the journey, Bo Yanchen remained silent, yet his gaze never strayed from Tang Nuanning. She sensed something unusual about him today. His silence was one thing, but his look was altogether different. In their previous encounters, his gaze had been sharp and indifferent, devoid of warmth. Yet today she couldn't pinpoint what was amiss. Only that it felt different. Yes, the feeling was unmistakably altered. Tang Nuanning found herself perplexed. uncertain if her sensitivity stemmed from Shanhai's provocation or if Bo Yanchen was indeed behaving uncharacteristically. Regardless, she felt a mix of trepidation and anticipation all the way to the hospital. Upon arrival, she hastily exited the car, eager to reach Fu Zixuan. Partly to see him as soon as possible, and partly to escape his potential grasp. Bo Yanchen observed her slender figure, a perplexing light gleaming in his deep-set eyes as he, too, exited the vehicle. Zhou Sheng was baffled. Bo Yanchen had been searching for Tang Nuanning since the previous night, clearly not seeking her out solely for Fu Zixuan's treatment. Yet today, having found her, he said nothing, did nothing. Moreover, his gaze upon Tang Nuanning was inscrutable. One thing was certain, his hostility had lessened in her presence. Zhou Sheng pondered whether his master had come to a realization, perhaps considering a shift in affections? Could it be that a mere fleeting kiss from Tang Nuanning had captured his heart? In truth, Zhou Sheng hoped that Bo Yanchen would relinquish his pursuit of Shenbao's mother, given that 6 years had yielded no results. The chances of finding her were slim. And even if they did, what if she had married and borne children? With Bo Yanchen's temperament, he would never force her to divorce. Having accompanied Bo Yanchen for many years, Zhou Sheng could call him Chenga rather than master, a testament to their brotherly bond forged through trials and tribulations. Thus, he wished for Bo Yanchen's happiness. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning had already arrived at Fu Zixuan's hospital room. In just a day, the child's complexion had turned alarmingly pale. He was neither shouting nor thrashing, his eyes were closed, his body trembling, murmuring incoherently, the words lost to the air. Mr. and Mrs. Fu, along with a cadre of doctors clad in white coats, surrounded the bed, the doctors frantically examining the case notes while Mrs. Fu wept inconsolably. Without pausing for pleasantries, Tang Nuanning approached Fu Zixuan to assess his condition. Bo Yanchen followed, his gaze fixed on her with an enigmatic intensity. Tang Nuanning first checked Fu Zixuan's pulse, when suddenly he awoke with a start, crying out in distress. Tang Nuanning swiftly turned to Mrs. Fu, stating, "I need to be alone with him, please step outside." Mr. Fu, trusting her expertise, promptly ushered everyone out. As the door closed, the commotion outside faded, leaving only Fu Zixuan's cries echoing within. The Fu family grew anxious. "I've heard she is not a doctor and lacks a medical license. How can you entrust Zixuan to her?" Mrs. Fu sobbed uncontrollably, while Mr. Fu sighed heavily. "What other choice do we have? We've consulted every available expert, and none have provided a solution. If this continues, Zixuan is bound to deteriorate. It is better to let her try." Ultimately, it was a case of desperate measures in the face of hopelessness. Bo Yanchen furrowed his brow, weighed down by his own thoughts. His mindset mirrored Mr. Fu's. They had exhausted all options, and Fu Zixuan's condition showed no signs of improvement. If there were even a glimmer of hope, he would certainly pursue it. Had it not been for the previous events, he would have allowed Tang Nuanning to approach Fu Zixuan long ago. After what felt like an eternity, the door swung open. Tang Nuanning stood at the threshold, announcing, "He has calmed down, he says he is hungry and wishes to eat noodles." The room was momentarily stunned into silence. Mrs. Fu was the first to react, rushing into the room to find Fu Zixuan sitting quietly on the bed, looking at her with innocent eyes. "Mummy, I'm hungry," he said softly. Overcome with emotion, Mrs. Fu nearly cried out, hastily covering her mouth to avoid startling her son. Fu Zixuan repeated, "Mummy, I'm hungry, I want noodles." Tears streamed down Mrs. Fu's face as she exclaimed, all right, I will make you noodles. Tell me what kind you want. How about tomato and egg, with 2 eggs? Her tears flowed freely. Okay, 2 eggs. I will make it right now. My son wants tomato and egg noodles. Someone, quickly go buy the freshest tomatoes and eggs. Mr. Fu was equally astonished. Xian, do you know who I am? Daddy. Ah. Mr. Fu let out a breath he had been holding, his chest rising and falling with exhilaration. Xian, call me that again. Daddy. The Fu family erupted in joy, surrounding Fu Zixuan with elation. Tang Nuanning silently sighed in relief, pleased for them. Suddenly, she felt a harsh grip on her wrist. Chapter 21, Mother and Son. Their first meeting. Tang Nuanning was momentarily taken aback. Bo Yanchen wore a dark expression. giving her no time to react as he pulled her into the empty room next door. He pressed her against the door, executing a wall slam, and gazed intently at her. Tang Nuanning's back was firmly pressed against the door, and as she attempted to retreat, she found no escape, forcing her to stand tall. Her eyes filled with vigilance as she scrutinized Bo Yanchen. "What do you want? Are you about to lose your temper? Is a storm brewing? Are you here to demand money from me?" Bo Yanchen remained silent, his gaze unwavering, his expression complex. He was uncertain if the woman before him was indeed the person he had been desperately searching for. His uncertainty left him at a loss for how to approach her. Even what to say. Tang Nuanning, confused by his demeanor, had noticed his unusual behavior in the car. And now she was even more certain that his gaze towards her had indeed changed. Although it remained cold, there was a hint of warmth. Seeing him silent, Tang Nuanning cleared her throat. "What do you want from me? Aren't you afraid Bo Yanchen will cause you trouble?" Bo Yanchen. Realizing that mentioning Bo Yanchen was ineffective, Tang Nuanning continued, "Are you planning to ask me for money?" I have no money. Besides, it was you who bullied my family's Sanbao first." Bo Yanchen. Tang Nuanning pressed on, "Even if you weren't the one who laid hands on him, I am not at fault here. If compensation is to be made, it cannot fall entirely on me. I truly have no money. Even if you were to kill me, I still wouldn't have any. If I had it, I would have given it to you already. Please grant me some time to gather it." Bo Yanchen. He still said nothing, and Tang Nuanning felt a wave of panic. "You're not here to demand money? Are you looking to avenge that old man named Shen? I told you, he was the one who assaulted me first. I was merely defending myself." Bo Yanchen remained silent, and Tang Nuanning grew increasingly agitated. "What on earth do you want? Can you at least say something?" Bo Yanchen's lips moved, yet no sound escaped them. Just as Tang Nuanning was about to speak, Bo Yanchen suddenly raised his hand. She instinctively flinched, thinking he was about to strike her. A sharp pain shot through her head, akin to an ant bite. "What are you doing?" Tang Nuanning exclaimed, shielding her head with her hands. Bo Yanchen shot her a complex glance before turning to leave. Tang Nuanning was left bewildered. Bo Yanchen reached the door and instructed Zhou Shim to keep an eye on her, ensuring she neither escaped nor suffered any grievances. He personally handed over samples of Tang Nuanning and Sanbao's hair to Liu Bei for identification, requesting swift results. Liu Bei, unaware of the origins of the samples, hesitated and replied, "The earliest results will be available by tomorrow at the soonest." "Yes, you handle it personally." As Liu Bei entered the laboratory with the samples, an unexpected incident occurred with Sanbao. Upon awakening, he spotted a female nurse by his bedside and suddenly went into a frenzy. He yanked out the needle from his hand, smashed the bedside monitor, and even inflicted wounds upon his own face and arm with the needle. When Bo Yanchen and Liu Bei arrived, the room was in disarray. Sanbao was thrashing wildly, and the nurse was trembling in the corner, crying. Upon seeing the blood on Sanbao, Bo Yanchen felt his heart leap to his throat. "Sanbao, don't come any closer." Sanbao retorted, "If you come closer, I will jump." Standing by the window, Sanbao furrowed his brows, glaring at Bo Yanchen, his little fists clenched, breathing erratically. It was unclear where he was injured, as his body and face were smeared with blood, his eyes appearing bloodshot. Bo Yanchen was alarmed, frozen in place. "Sanbao, please calm down." Sanbao remained silent, fixating on him from the window. Pediatric specialists from the hospital rushed to the scene, crowding at the door, hesitant to approach. Liu Bei quietly inquired of the young nurse, "What happened?" The nurse, tearful, responded, "I don't know. I was watching over him, and when he woke up, I immediately asked if he was thirsty. He didn't say anything, just glared at me for a moment, and then suddenly became agitated." Sanbao coldly interjected, "I said I only want my mommy with me." "Sanbao, let me explain. She is merely a caregiver that your Uncle Liu and I arranged for you." I said I don't want anyone except mommy. I don't need any other woman with me, I only want mommy. I want mommy. I want mommy. Ah. Sanbao was like a frenzied little beast, crying out and attempting to leap out the window. Bo Yanchen dashed forward, grabbing him tightly. Liu Bei and the other medical staff quickly rushed in to administer a sedative. After half a minute, Sambao finally quieted down. The pediatric specialist began to bandage Sambao's wounds. And Liu Bei turned to Bo Yanchen, saying, Sambao's condition is worsening. Yanchen, you should call Miss Tang to come and see him. Compare his condition with Zixuan's. Bo Yanchen, still shaken from the earlier incident, took several swallowing motions to steady himself. He glanced at Sambao and pulled out his phone, calling for Tang Nuanning to come to Sambao's room. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning was in a frenzy, having been inexplicably locked up again by Bo Yanchen, and she felt anxious. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Zhou Xing impatiently announced that he needed to take her to see Sambao. Who is Sambao? Tang Nuanning inquired. Our young master. His situation is similar to Fu Zixuan's, he also suffers from mania. Tang Nuanning frowned, his child? Please hurry and see him, Sambao almost jumped out of the window today. Tang Nuanning's heart skipped a beat as she hurriedly followed Zhou Xing to Sambao's side. Bo Yanchen was still by the bedside. And when Tang Nuanning cast a glance at him, her gaze quickly shifted to Sambao. However, upon seeing Sambao, her heart began to race. His body and face were wrapped in bandages, his eyes tightly shut. She could not clearly see his face but felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Observing his numerous injuries, her heart ached. Reaching the bedside, Tang Nuanning checked the little one's pulse, but the moment her hand touched Sambao's small hand, a wave of bitterness surged within her. Her nostrils flared, and tears streamed down her face. She raised her hand to wipe her eyes in astonishment. She was puzzled as to why she was crying. A feeling so strange and inexplicable. When treating Fu Zixuan, she had not felt this way at all. Beep, beep, beep. The monitoring device on the bedside suddenly blared an alarm, indicating that Sambao's heart rate was racing uncontrollably. Tang Nuanning's heart raced in tandem, pounding fiercely. She quickly wiped her tears, striving to control her emotions and focus on checking Sambao's pulse. After a considerable time, she remarked, his condition is quite poor. He has already entered a state of sleep, yet his heartbeat is still racing. It seems he is struggling to wake up. Liu Bei explained, the situation was urgent earlier. So we administered a sedative. It hasn't been long since then, and the medication's effects may not have fully taken hold. Tang Nuanning frowned and retrieved silver needles to perform acupuncture. Bo Yanchen seized her wrist, his eyes filled with apprehension. What are you doing? Chapter 22, just a divorce. His eyes were bloodshot, quite terrifying. Tang Nuanning trembled slightly and explained, I administered acupuncture to him, to help him sleep deeply. He is suffering greatly, his body yearns for rest while his mind resists. This internal struggle is quite harmful and poses significant risks. Bo Yanchen fixed his gaze on Tang Nuanning for a while, observing her sincerity before finally releasing his grip. She quietly exhaled in relief and swiftly arranged the needles. Soon, Shenbao's heartbeat returned to normal. Liu Bei let out a sigh of relief, thankful that the heartbeat had stabilized. Tang Nuanning put away the silver needles and remarked, now we can only wait for him to awaken and assess his condition. I have heard that he has similar issues as Fu Zixuan, both suffering from bipolar disorder. Fu Zixuan's condition was a result of childhood trauma from being kidnapped. What about him? This child harbors an obsession with his mother, a longing that has become excessive, Tang Nuanning pondered. What about his mother? Liu Bei shrugged helplessly and glanced at Bo Yanchen before saying, she is not present. Tang Nuanning instinctively assumed that she was no longer alive and inquired. When did his mother pass away? Before Liu Bei could respond, Bo Yanchen snapped, who told you his mother is deceased? She is alive and well, healthier than anyone. Bo Yanchen's sudden outburst startled Tang Nuanning. She glared at him, suppressing her urge to retaliate. He realized he had lost his temper again. His lips moved but no sound came forth, leaving him at a loss for words as he looked down at Shenbao. Liu Bei quickly intervened, she hasn't died. She went missing after giving birth to Shenbao. They have been searching for her all these years and miss her deeply. You should be able to see that both the child and the father are consumed by this longing. Tang Nuanning could not help but glance into the ward, where Bo Yanchen sat beside the bed, tightly holding Shenbao's small hand, his eyes filled with compassion. She hadn't anticipated that this man could also be a devoted husband and father. She withdrew her gaze and asked Liu Bei, so Shenbao's illness is due to his overwhelming longing for his mother? Yes, that's where the root of the problem lies. If that's the case, the best solution would be to find his mother, Liu Bei sighed. If we could locate her, the child wouldn't be in this state. We've been searching for many years without success. Tang Nuanning glanced back into the ward. For some reason, seeing the small figure on the bed made her heart ache. After a moment, she told Liu Bei, if we truly cannot find his biological mother, we must find a way to redirect his attention, perhaps by introducing a surrogate figure. Be it a person or an activity. Liu Bei sighed again. We once tried to find him a false mother, but it was discovered shortly thereafter, leading to a major outburst from him. Since that incident, his condition has only worsened, and we have refrained from attempting anything similar. Approaching it from a human perspective has proven futile. In matters of activities, he shows no interest whatsoever, fixating solely on sleeping and yearning for his mother. Tang Nuanning felt a pang of sympathy. Has he not attended school? No, given his condition, he cannot attend normally. Have you delved into his mental world? Liu Bei shook his head. We have not had the opportunity. What about hypnosis? We have tried, but to no avail. Tang Nuanning mused. Shen Bao is different from other children. He is exceedingly intelligent, not to be regarded as an ordinary child. He is clever, sensitive, and highly vigilant. She glanced into the ward once more and then said, I understand why you summoned me, but I am not a doctor. I have merely studied a bit of traditional Chinese medicine alongside my family and have read some books on child psychology during my leisure. So please, do not harbor excessive expectations of me. My ability to soothe Fu Zixuan was merely coincidental. I can only attempt to converse with him upon his awakening to see if I can penetrate into his inner world and discover a breakthrough. Liu Bei quickly replied, yes. Yes. We are already immensely grateful for your assistance. Rest assured, Chen will ensure that your efforts are not in vain. You may propose any conditions you desire. In Jin City, there is nothing he cannot accomplish. Tang Nuanning thought to herself, then perhaps he could assist me in expediting my divorce from Bo Yanchen? Chen? Bo Yanchen? She noted the coincidence of their names both containing the character Chen. Just as she was about to inquire further, her phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Tang Nuanning stepped aside to answer, hello? Are you seeking a divorce from Bo Yanchen? Excuse me? How do you know? Who are you? My identity is irrelevant. What matters is that Bo Yanchen is currently in Jin City. He is not on a business trip. He has deceived you. If you wish to confront him about the divorce, you can either go to his home or his company to find him. The caller hung up abruptly. Tang Nuanning's eyes widened in disbelief. Bo Yanchen is not on a business trip? She quickly attempted to call back for clarification, but the number was disconnected, showing as invalid. Her heart raced as she disregarded the identity of the caller and dashed towards the elevator. Liu Bei hurried after her. Miss Tang, is something wrong? Tang Nuanning pressed the elevator button while replying, I have urgent matters to attend to. Do you need our assistance? No, it's personal. What about Shen Bao? Liu Bei was concerned that if Shen Bao awoke suddenly, they might not manage the situation, leading to dire consequences. He felt uncertain about whether Tang Nuanning could pacify Shen Bao, but she was their only hope. Understanding his intentions, Tang Nuanning explained. Please take down my phone number. If any issues arise, call me. I really must attend to something urgent. She quickly provided her number, appreciating Liu Bei's courteous demeanor during their conversation. Then she added, I will send you a prescription shortly. Should he awaken unexpectedly and you cannot manage him, administer it. It will be effective. Yes, thank you immensely. Liu Bei saved her number and watched as she entered the elevator, allowing her to leave. After Tang Nuanning departed, Liu Bei returned to Shen Bao's hospital room. Chapter 23, Tang Nuanning, do not push me to activate harassment mode. Bo Yanchen sat beside the hospital bed, holding Shen Bao's small hand tightly. Liu Bei comforted him, urging him not to worry too much, as there was no significant danger at present. Bo Yanchen's Adam's apple moved slightly, noticing Tang Nuanning's absence. He inquired, where is she? She had to leave for an urgent matter, Liu Bei replied. Bo Yanchen's eyelids lifted in surprise. Left? Yes, she mentioned it was urgent and she needed to attend to it, Liu Bei confirmed. Bo Yanchen frowned, pondering. Liu Bei added, she is a free person, we cannot confine her. Besides, we still need her assistance. If we were to imprison her, it would only lead to a rift between us. If that rift occurs, can you truly trust her with Shen Bao? Had it been a few days ago, Bo Yanchen would have dismissed it nonchalantly. However, now he found himself uncertain whether Tang Nuanning was indeed Shen Bao's biological mother, and whether she could aid Shen Bao in overcoming her psychological shadows. Thus, his emotions were tangled. I am stepping out for a smoke, Bo Yanchen declared as he rose and exited the hospital room. Liu Bei watched him in surprise. Typically, at this hour, Bo Yanchen would remain by Shen Bao's side, never straying even for a moment, let alone stepping out for a smoke. Clearly, he was genuinely troubled today. Meanwhile, after leaving the hospital, Tang Nuanning swiftly hailed a taxi en route to Yuan. Once inside, she steadied herself and composed a prescription to send to Liu Bei. Next, she attempted to call the courier but failed to connect. Instead, she directly contacted Bo Yanchen's subordinate. Upon learning that Bo Yanchen was still abroad on business, Tang Nuanning's expression darkened. Stop lying. I know he is presently in Jin City. Realizing the silence on the other end, she understood that the information was indeed accurate. A flicker of anger sparked within her. After all, it was merely a divorce. Why would he go to such lengths to avoid her? Was he afraid she would claim part of the assets? Tell him I am on my way to Yuan. If he does not wish to be perpetually hounded by me, he should head there to sign the divorce papers. If he refuses to go, I will activate harassment mode from this moment on. Moreover, let him know I harbor no ulterior motives, I merely wish to divorce. I will not take a single cent from him, leaving with nothing. Once the divorce is finalized, I shall vanish from his sight and never disturb his life again. After hanging up, Tang Nuanning's brow furrowed in frustration. How could he deceive her? This man truly. Soon enough, Bo Yanchen received the news. He stood in the smoking area at the end of the corridor, feeling agitated. Who informed her that I am still in Jin City? Zhou Xing replied. She did not specify, only stating that if you refuse to divorce her, she will initiate harassment mode. She also mentioned she simply wants a divorce and no other intentions, promising to leave without taking a single penny. She stated that after the divorce, she would disappear from your life entirely. Bo Yanchen's displeasure mounted. Is she threatening me? Zhou Xing hesitated before asking. What shall we do now? If you do not divorce her, might she truly initiate harassment mode? Or could she misinterpret your feelings for her? Bo Yanchen's irritation surged. Tell her I will return shortly. Upon arriving at Yuan, the servant responsible for overseeing the house welcomed her inside. This servant was new. The previous staff had long been replaced after being bribed by Xin Jiaoyu to spread rumors about Tang Nuanning bringing men home daily. Fearing exposure, they all resigned and vanished. The servant, unfamiliar with Tang Nuanning, only allowed her in upon receiving word. Politely, she offered Tang Nuanning tea. Please enjoy. The sir will return shortly. Thank you, Tang Nuanning replied, placing the teacup on the low table and observing the room's decor. It remained much the same as when she had left, with barely any changes. Yet, she had changed. She had once lived here for 3 years, as its mistress. Now, she was nothing. Once, she had envisioned living here for a lifetime, even dreaming of a future where she and Bo Yanchen's child would thrive at her feet. Yet, alas, life is but a play, and we are its puppets. Tang Nuanning felt a tightness in her chest. She withdrew her gaze, lifted the teacup, and took a few sips, quietly waiting for Bo Yanchen to return to finalize the divorce. After more than half an hour, Bo Yanchen drove back to Yuan. He had only visited this place once, on the day he returned to the country to divorce his nominal wife. He had not returned since. As he parked the car and stepped out, his phone rang. Liu Bei was calling. Yanchen. Uncle Shen is at the hospital and wishes to see you. It must be regarding the 50 million investment. Bo Yanchen replied coldly. Inform him I am currently unavailable. And remind him not to focus solely on making money but to also manage his daughter properly. There was no way he would reinvest the withdrawn funds. Xin Jiaoyu had done him a great favor, but he would not continue to indulge her. After ending the call, Bo Yanchen strolled towards the main building. The maid informed him, Sir, Madam is waiting for you inside. Understood. Tang Nuanning heard the commotion and realized Bo Yanchen had returned, suddenly feeling anxious. Finally, she would see him. Married for 2 years, separated for 6, totaling 8 years. Throughout their 8-year marital relationship, she had never once seen him. Whether he treated her coldly or humiliated her today, she would not utter a word, only pleading for him to agree to the divorce. However, just as Bo Yanchen reached the door, his phone rang again. It was Xinjiang calling. Bo Yanchen frowned and answered, but before he could speak, Xin Jiaoyu's voice came through. "Ah Chen, did you withdraw your investment from the Shin family because of me? My father said I upset you. I am so scared. I never intended to make you angry, you know I like you. After saving Shin Bao, I expressed my desire to marry you. But because of your marital status, it never came to pass. I truly like you, I really want to marry you, and I don't wish to upset you. What did I do wrong? Just tell me directly." Bo Yanchen's irritation peaked. "I despise when others lie to me. Pleading is futile. You ought to reflect on your actions." He promptly hung up the phone. As the maid approached to open the door, Bo Yanchen suddenly interjected, "Wait." Xin Jiaoyu's call had inadvertently sparked a realization in him. If he divorced today and tomorrow discovered that Tang Nuanning was not Xin Bao's biological mother, he would revert to being single. What if Xin Jiaoyu pressured him to marry afterward? He would not indulge Xin Jiaoyu. Yet he had indeed stated that had he not been married, he would have married her. A gentleman's word is as binding as a promise. If he became single and Xin Jiaoyu truly pressed for marriage, what would he do? This marriage could not be dissolved at present. He must await the paternity test results of Xin Bao and Tang Nuanning before making any decisions. Inform her that I have urgent matters to attend to. And the divorce is temporarily on hold. I will contact her tomorrow. Bo Yanchen turned and walked away. Tang Nuanning heard the engine rev in the courtyard and wondered why he was starting the car again. Oh no, he is about to flee. Tang Nuanning sprang to her feet and hurriedly made her way outside. Chapter 24, The Three Little Ones, Is He Really Daddy? The maid walked in, Miss Tang. The gentleman asked me to convey that he has matters to attend to today, and the divorce will be postponed for now. He mentioned he would contact you tomorrow. Tang Nuanning furrowed her brow. Was that man just now Bo Yanchen? Yes, it was the gentleman. Flustered, Tang Nuanning rushed outside, still catching sight of Bo Yanchen's car. Hey! Stop! Bo Yanchen, you stop. But the sleek black luxury vehicle sped away like a dragon, leaving her far behind. By the time she reached the villa's entrance, the taillights were already invisible. Tang Nuanning was exasperated, panting with frustration. What was this all about? It was merely a matter of signing a document, not a complex property dispute. Why all the fuss? Even if he had pressing affairs, he could have signed first and left. She felt as if she were on the verge of a breakdown. She had almost succeeded in her divorce, only to have it thwarted again. Was fate toying with her, or was there some curse attached to this wretched marriage? Was she destined to endure trials akin to Tang Seng's pilgrimage for a divorce? The newly arrived maid, noticing her distress, offered comfort. Miss Tang, the gentleman will contact you tomorrow. Please try not to worry and wait a little longer. Tang Nuanning sighed. One more day of waiting, she thought. As long as he agreed to the divorce, that would suffice. Finally, a glimmer of hope. After declining the maid's further assistance, Tang Nuanning left Yujing Garden and called Liu Bei to inquire about Xin Bao's condition. She was genuinely concerned for the child. Upon learning that Xin Bao was still fast asleep, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She decided against visiting the hospital and headed straight home. At that moment, the three little ones were holding a meeting at home. They were already aware of Tang Nuanning's purpose for returning. The call from earlier had been made by Tang Debao's. He believed that the city was unfriendly to their mother and that she disliked being there. So he wanted to expedite matters for her, prompting him to investigate quietly. In doing so, he inadvertently unearthed the events of the past. The Tang family had coerced Tang Nuanning into dropping out of school to marry Bo Yanchen. Bo Yanchen publicly accused her of infidelity during their marriage, utterly tarnishing her reputation and subjecting her to public scorn. The Tang family, ashamed of her disgrace, severed ties and cast her out. In the end, Tang Nuanning pregnant and desperate, left Jean City to live alone in the countryside. Throughout her pregnancy, she labored tirelessly, never experiencing a single day of comfort. To save money, she scrimped and saved, often subsisting on nothing more than steamed buns and water, with the occasional salted vegetable. Eating an egg was a luxury for her. And sometimes she would only manage one meal a day, all while enduring the judgmental glances and gossip of those around her. As her due date approached, she fainted on her way home from work. In truth, Bo Yanchen had tasked someone to investigate her past days ago, but they uncovered nothing. It wasn't due to their incompetence, it was because, after Tang Nuanning descended the mountain with her children, her savior had hidden her past to protect her current life, even providing her with a new identity. If anyone searched for her, they would only discover a mundane existence of a widow raising her children in a rural village. Tang Nuanning's ability to uncover the truth stemmed from being taught by that very savior, allowing him to successfully navigate the system. The three little ones were heartbroken for Tang Nuanning, tears spilling as they empathized with her plight. Little Sambao cried the hardest, "Mommy. Mommy is so pitiful." Sob sob. Tang Erbao choked back tears, "No, I can't let Mommy suffer in vain. I will take revenge for her. The Tang family and the Bo family. Right? I will blow up their houses right now." Tang Nuanning, with red-rimmed eyes, still retained his composure. He stopped Erbao, "If you seek revenge, Mommy will surely find out. The past is painful for her, and bringing it to light will only reopen her wounds. Moreover, since Mommy hasn't mentioned it, it means she doesn't want us to know. We need to remain calm, there will be opportunities for revenge in the future." Erbao's little fists clenched tightly, "But I can't endure it. Mommy is such a good person. How could they bully her like that? In the past, Mommy was alone and defenseless, but now she has us three. We can't let her suffer. Even if it's hard to bear, we must endure it for Mommy's sake. We can seek vengeance even after leaving Jean City. Right now, our priority is Bo Yanchen. Mommy returned to divorce him, and we must help her achieve that first." Little Sambao agreed with his elder brother, wiping his tears as he softly asked, "Is he refusing to divorce because he likes Mommy?" "Certainly not. If he liked Mommy, he wouldn't have hurt her back then. He doesn't love our Mommy." Erbao, upon hearing this, became furious. "Mommy doesn't need his love. Mommy is beautiful and gentle, deserving of a better man. He, Bo Yanchen, is unworthy of our Mommy." Little Sambao sniffled, "So, is he our daddy? Regardless of whether he is or not, I won't accept him." Little Sambao nodded vigorously, "Neither will I." Tang Nuanning stared at a photo of Bo Yanchen, noting how much he resembled them and how he was Mommy's husband, making it 99% likely that he was their father. But so what? If he did not love Mommy, they would not love him. Yes. Whether he is our father or not, we don't want him. We have never experienced a father's love, so we don't care. What child does not yearn for a father? Just when they discovered Bo Yanchen might be their father, the children's eyes sparkled with hope. However, when faced with the choice between Mommy and Daddy, they unhesitatingly chose Mommy. Children are like that, they gravitate towards those who treat them well. Those who care for them the most. Tang Nuanning added, "Let us remain calm. If Mommy doesn't mention her past, we won't ask about it. We'll pretend we don't know. Now that Mommy knows Bo Yanchen is in Jean City, she will surely seek him out for a divorce. Once the divorce is finalized, we will take Mommy away from here. After settling in another city, we will begin our revenge." "Yes. But what if he still refuses to divorce Mommy?" Tang Nuanning frowned, "Then we will force him to do so." When Tang Nuanning returned home, the three little ones had already calmed down. They pretended to know nothing and rushed into Tang Nuanning's embrace. Tang Nuanning noticed nothing amiss, gazing at them with affection. It was only after seeing them that she understood why she felt such a strong emotional connection to the child named Shenbao in the hospital. She had been reminded of Nuanning and Erbao. Shenbao bore a striking resemblance to them. "Mommy, did everything go well today? About the divorce?" Tang Nuanning shrugged helplessly. "Not yet." The three little ones frowned in unison. "Why not?" The gentleman had something to attend to and said to reschedule for tomorrow. The three little ones exchanged glances. Feeling disheartened, Tang Nuanning bestowed each of them a sweet kiss. "All right, don't dwell on it. Tomorrow is another day, there's no rush." Seeing Tang Nuanning in good spirits, The children refrained from saying more. Throughout the afternoon, they dedicated themselves to cheering her up. In their eyes, Mommy was their little princess. Those who did not cherish her were irrelevant, they adored her. Their own mother deserved to be pampered. Chapter 25, He, Bo Yanchen, will absolutely not produce other sons. The next morning, Tang Nuanning woke early. She checked her phone, noticing that Bo Yanchen had not contacted her. She remained unperturbed, considering it was still only a little past 6. Nevertheless, to be prudent, she decided to call Eugene Garden. The response was reassuring. Bo Yanchen has matters to attend to in the morning. The divorce discussion is set for the afternoon. As long as she received a definitive update. Afternoon it would be. Tang Nuanning freshened up and left a note for the 3 little ones before stepping out. With some free time in the morning, she wished to seize the opportunity to meet her 2 dear friends. After the incident years ago, which led to her being protected by Xia Tian and Nan Wan, they faced considerable backlash, including anonymous deliveries of wreaths and the carcasses of small animals. Upon her return, she refrained from reaching out to them, fearing that any resurgence of online scrutiny would implicate them as well. Now, having turned a new page in her life, she felt emboldened to reunite with them. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning joyfully sought out her friends to reminisce. On the other hand, the atmosphere surrounding Bo Yanchen had turned frigid as he confronted a horde of monsters. The Bo family had arrived at the hospital in a grand procession to visit Shen Bao, primarily to ascertain how much longer he could survive. Bo Yanchen barred them from approaching Shen Bao's room, prompting Bo Lauda to express discontent. Bo Yanchen, upon hearing of Shen Bao's hospitalization, "We rushed here through the cold snow. While you may not feel gratitude, preventing us from entering the room is quite uncalled for. What do you intend?" Bo Yanchen, without sparing her a glance, directly addressed his grandfather, Bo Changshan. "What is it you wish to discuss? Speak plainly, do not waste our time." The Bo family's concern for Shen Bao was, in his view, insincere. Bo Changshan, leaning on his cane, furrowed his brow at the inquiry. He had 4 children in total, 3 daughters and 1 son, Bo Huizhong, the youngest and Bo Yanchen's father. Years ago, both he and his wife perished in an accident abroad, leaving only Bo Yanchen and Shen Bao as the remnants of their lineage. With Bo Yanchen now holding significant power, the other branches of the family eyed them with envy, eager to seize control. Even Bo Changshan privately plotted to reclaim decision-making authority within the Bo group. Dressed in a Zhongshan suit and leaning on his cane, he asked gravely, "What is Shen Bao's current condition? Is it as it was before? After consulting so many specialists, has there been no improvement?" "No," Bo Yanchen replied curtly. "No? Shen Bao is the sole remaining heir of the Bo family. This cannot continue." Bo Lauda interjected, "It is unsustainable for Shen Bao to remain in this condition. He is the only male heir of his generation, the rightful successor to the Bo family. If he continues like this, how can he inherit the Bo group? Are we to entrust the management of the Bo group to someone ailing?" Before Bo Lauda could finish, Bo Yanchen shot him a cold glance. Bo Changshan also directed a stern look at Bo Lauda, who bit his lip, refraining from further comment. Bo Yanchen, growing impatient, turned to Bo Changshan. "Your concern for Shen Bao is unwarranted. My patience is limited, please get to the point." Bo Changshan frowned again, contemplating for a moment before speaking. "I heard that several of our business deals were snatched away the day before yesterday, resulting in losses of billions. What is the situation?" Bo Yanchen replied icily, "Business competition. You have made profits without fail for years, how suddenly have you lost business? I am a human, not a deity. Business inherently involves both profit and loss." Bo Changshan, skeptical, pressed further, "Who has taken your business? Is it someone from Jincheng?" Bo Yanchen discerned his ulterior motives and met his gaze with an inscrutable expression. "Grandfather, you need not concern yourself with business matters at your age, I will handle everything." Bo Changshan furrowed his brow. The first branch has begun to express their discontent again. "Bo Yanchen, while you may currently manage the company, do not forget that the Bo Group was founded by your grandfather, and he retains the right to inquire into company affairs." Bo Yanchen lifted his eyelids. "Have you forgotten that the Bo Group your grandfather founded no longer exists? The current Bo Group is my creation. 6 years ago, the Bo Group faced imminent collapse. and Bo Yanchen was summoned from abroad to rescue it from the brink of disaster. The Bo Group, founded by Bo Yanchen, was a listed company that had long since fallen into decline. In contrast, the Bo Group established by Bo Yanchen was thriving. A veritable commercial empire. Regardless of how you perceive it, your grandfather is the founder of the Bo Group. And then? Of course, the founder holds greater authority. If your grandfather were to pass, you would inherit the Bo Group, but he is still alive, so you wish for me to step aside? You intend to usurp control of the Bo Group? You aim to eliminate me from the equation and divide the Bo Group among yourselves? Bo Lauda was momentarily speechless. Bo Yanchen's countenance grew dark. Your aspirations exceed reality. Bo Yanchen's expression hardened, and he replied, be mindful of your words, your mouth may bring calamity. Control yourself, or the first branch will soon find itself in dire straits. With that, Bo Yanchen stormed off to his car and left. Frustrated, Bo Lauda lamented. Have I said anything wrong? The reality is that Shen Bao is on the brink of death, and Bo Yanchen will not have any other sons. The Bo family can no longer prioritize bloodline inheritance as before. Bo Lauda's younger brother interjected, we cannot speak like that, perhaps in a couple of years. Yanchen will come to terms with things and remarry, potentially having a son. Dream on. The Bo family has been singularly passed down for generations. No divine intervention will grant him another son. Bo Lauda scoffed, leaving the conversation. Chapter 26, all awaiting Shen Bao's demise. By Air squinted slightly, her eyes filled with calculation. Upon entering the car, she inquired of the driver, have you gathered the information? Indeed, madam. Young Master Shen Bao's condition is quite grave. He nearly attempted suicide by jumping from a building. Suicide? Yes. The doctor has stated that children suffering from psychological disorders, if left untreated, often meet with tragic ends. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Bai Er's eyes. The driver continued, madam, it seems young Master Shen Bao may not have many days left. The Bai family has always been a single-line inheritance. Even if Master Yanchen were to remarry, he would be unable to father a son. Once young Master Shen passes, the heir to the Bai group can only be chosen from our few families. Should we consider bringing the young master back? Bai Er, a cunning figure, had long been scheming for the position of the president of the Bai group. Though she publicly presented herself as a mother with a single daughter, amiable and unassuming, she was, in fact, the most treacherous of all. She had placed her son in foster care and nurtured him with great care. A secret even from Bai Changshan and Bai Yanchen, all to strike unexpectedly and achieve great things in silence. Now is not the time, let us wait. We shall reassess when Shen Bao's condition worsens. Can we ascertain how much longer he has? That remains uncertain. Issues concerning psychological disorders are unpredictable. Even the doctor admits as much. However, it is rumored that his condition will only deteriorate. This recent suicide attempt is merely the beginning. There will be more in the future. Bai Er smirked coldly, I refuse to believe that Bai Yanchen will always be there to save him in time. Once he is gone, our opportunity will arise. Meanwhile, Bai Changshan was not idle. Upon entering the car, he questioned his confidant about the doctor's assessment of Shen Bao. The situation is dire, signs of suicidal tendencies have already manifested today. Suicide? Bai Changshan furrowed his brow. His level of illness is of little concern. We must find a way to preserve his life. If anything were to happen to him, neither the first, second, nor third branches of the family would remain at peace. Concern for Shen Bao? Nonsense. It was merely a strategy to subdue the other branches. This way, he could focus solely on dealing with Bai Yanchen. We must identify the individual who managed to wrest billions from Yanchen and breach his security. If we can locate this person, we might be able to restrain Yanchen. Bai Changshan resembled an ancient emperor, unwilling to relinquish power until the very end. His pursuit of authority had reached an almost obsessive level. Yet, Bai Yanchen's strength had kept him suppressed for years. It was only upon hearing that someone had breached Bai Yanchen's security and stolen billions that he glimpsed an opportunity for reversal. This person was his savior. He must uncover their identity. His confidant remarked, our people have been investigating, but thus far, there are no leads. It appears young Master Yanchen has found no information either. The opponent is highly skilled. Bai Changshan's expression darkened as he exhaled in frustration. Of course, they are skilled. If they weren't, would they dare to challenge Yanchen? Bai Changshan pondered for a moment, then commanded, contact Ning Baobei's #1 backer on the dark web. No matter the price. Fulfill his demands, as long as he can assist me in uncovering the identity of that person. His confidant expressed concern, but this individual is difficult to reach. They are elusive and do not accept jobs based on price, only on their whims. Ning Baobei's #1 backer was a top-tier hacker. 2 years prior, they had suddenly emerged, breaching a foreign military base in under a minute, gaining instant fame. A multitude of hackers attempted to uncover their identity, but not a single clue was found. Instead, they had their own secrets exposed. Since then, no one dared to challenge them, and they maintained their position atop the hacker hierarchy. Bai Changshan noted the importance of Ning Baobei to this individual. Perhaps we should approach them through this Ning Baobei? His confidant replied, the issue is that we do not know who Ning Baobei is, leaving us with no way to proceed. Bai Changshan furrowed his brow. There will be a moment when they are willing to accept jobs. As long as they agree to take ours, we will meet whatever conditions they set. If they can act, they will undoubtedly uncover that person's identity. So think of a way. Yes. By the way, we have found a woman named Tang Nuanning, who has had considerable interactions with the eldest young master recently. Moreover, she is knowledgeable in child psychology. The eldest may ask her to treat young master Shen Bao, as she had stabilized the condition of the young master of the Fu family. Upon hearing this, Bai Changshan narrowed his eyes. Have you investigated her background? Yes. Here it is. She appears to be an ordinary woman, having given birth to 3 sons. Her husband has passed, and she is raising her 3 children alone in a mountain village. She only arrived in Jin City a few days ago. Bai Changshan scrutinized the information for a moment. Arrange a meeting with her. Understood. In the hospital, Zhou Xing informed Bo Yanchen, the elders have departed. They have been secretly investigating the individual who breached our security system. It seems they are seeking a collaborator. Bo Yanchen scoffed, filled with disdain. Though he bore the blood of the Bai family, he harbored an irreconcilable enmity towards them. If it weren't for the multitude of unresolved matters, he would have severed ties with the Bai family long ago. Yanchen, Liu Bei approached with a file. At a glance, Bo Yanchen recognized its contents, the paternity test results between Tang Nuanning and Shen Bao. How is it? Take a look for yourself. Liu Bei handed the file to Bo Yanchen, allowing him to examine the contents. Bo Yanchen held the file, his expression growing solemn. After a moment's hesitation, he opened it and extracted the test results. Chapter 27, This man changes his face faster than he turns a page without any blood relation. Upon gazing at the paternity test report, Bo Yancheng's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. Words failed to encapsulate his feelings, yet he had mentally prepared for this outcome. After all, if Tang Nuanning were indeed Shen Bao's biological mother, there was no reason for her to withhold the truth. Ultimately, from any perspective, acknowledging their connection would serve her best interests. Nevertheless, Bo Yanchen felt compelled to inquire further, did you conduct this test yourself? Indeed. I did not allow my assistant to assist me, she replied. Bo Yanchen furrowed his brow, choosing not to respond. He slid the report into a file and handed it to Zhou Xing before turning to return to Shen Bao's hospital room. Liu Bei was somewhat baffled. Whose paternity report is this? I suspect it belongs to Miss Tang and Shen Bao, Liu Bei guessed. His eyes widened in disbelief. Yancheng doubts that Miss Tang is Shen Bao's biological mother? My heavens, why would he suspect her? He found it hard to reconcile, as Shen Bao and Miss Tang bore little resemblance. Perhaps it was that night at the bar when Miss Tang kissed him, awakening certain memories. Liu Bei was even more astonished. Miss Tang kissed him? Zhou Xing nodded knowingly, he hasn't outright rejected her. What? The iron tree is about to blossom? I see potential here. We should treat Miss Tang kindly, she might just save Brother Chen and become the matriarch of our family. No sooner had Zhou Xing finished his sentence than his phone rang. It was a bodyguard. Brother Xing, we've located Miss Tang, she is with Bo Changshan. Zhou Xing was taken aback. With whom? Bo Changshan. Zhou Xing felt a chill. Just as he had mentioned her potential as a future matriarch, she was now associating with the enemy. After hanging up, Zhou Shen quietly informed Bo Yanchen in the hospital room, "Brother Chen. Miss Tang met with Bo Changshan in a CAF, and he handed her 100,000 yuan. Bo Yancheng's expression darkened, a glint of menace igniting in his eyes. Half an hour later, Tang Nuanning made a visit. Unbeknownst to her, the paternity test and the complex entanglements of the Bo family were at play. She was oblivious to the fact that the elderly gentleman who had sought her out earlier was Bo Changshan. She found Bo Yancheng's sudden shift in demeanor perplexing. He was now even colder than when they had first met. Tang Nuanning, undeterred by his unusual behavior, cut to the chase. Today, a tall, slender old man with a head of white hair approached me, mentioning your son Shenbao. Before departing, he insisted on giving me 100,000 yuan. Given your resemblance, I believe he must be your grandfather. As I cannot reach him, I must trouble you to return this money. She acknowledged her penchant for wealth but asserted that a gentleman must acquire it through rightful means. She would not accept what she had not earned. Bo Yanchen understood she was referring to Bo Changshan, regarding her with a gaze that held a mixture of intrigue and suspicion. He had not anticipated she would proactively disclose Bo Changshan's visit to her. You cannot reach him? You do not know him? Indeed, otherwise I wouldn't be asking you to assist in returning the money. Bo Yanchen was momentarily speechless. Tang Nuanning, sensing his skepticism, continued, I have no connection with him. If I knew him, why would I hide that from you? What did he say to you? He inquired whether I was treating Shenbao. To which I replied in the negative. He then asked if I were a child psychology expert, and I denied that as well. Subsequently, he suggested that if you were to pay for my services, he would offer double the amount, hinting at a potential transaction without revealing further details. Bo Yanchen frowned, contemplating her words. Tang Nuanning added, if you wish to delve deeper, you should inquire directly with him. I, too, am perplexed. Regardless, I have handed over the money to you. Should any issues arise, do not seek me out. Just then, Liu Bei entered. To mitigate any risks, Tang Nuanning requested Liu Bei to record a video confirming she had given the money to Bo Yanchen. Bo Yanchen regarded her with a look of suspicion, suspecting her of colluding with Bo Changshan. However, Tang Nuanning was unfazed by his thoughts. Having relinquished the money, she felt at peace. She cast one last glance at Shenbao, who lay in the hospital bed, and extended her hand towards him. In an instant, Bo Yanchen seized her wrist. His voice icy as he demanded, what are you doing? Chapter 28, Whose divorce is this joyous? Tang Nuanning was taken aback. I just want to check his pulse, is that too much to ask? Bo Yanchen glared at her with a dark expression. Liu Bei quickly intervened, thank you, Miss Tang. Chen, let go. After staring at her for a long moment, Bo Yanchen finally released her grip. Tang Nuanning was frustrated. Had it not been for her concern for the child, she wouldn't have involved herself in this matter. Truly, it was like a dog biting El Dong Bin, unable to recognize a kind heart. Cursing silently, she still earnestly checked Shenbao's pulse. From the pulse alone, it seemed there was no significant issue. The current state was quite stable, but once he woke up, they must avoid any further stimulation. Moreover, from this day forth, he should not be left alone. This suicide attempt was merely the beginning, and many more could follow. As she spoke, an idea struck her, and she pulled a small vial from her bag. If he suffers another episode and tranquilizers prove ineffective, give him this, one pill at a time, it can temporarily stabilize his emotions. Liu Bei quickly took it, opened it, and inspected the herbal pills. What is this? Tang Nuanning hesitated to admit she had concocted it herself and instead offered a flimsy excuse about it being prescribed by an elderly physician, asserting its effectiveness. If you don't believe me, you can consult an old doctor to check the ingredients. Liu Bei promptly expressed his gratitude, thank you. You're welcome. I probably won't change my phone number after I leave, so if anything happens to the child, feel free to call me. I will definitely help if I can. Shenbao bore a striking resemblance to Debao and Bao, and she felt a sense of fate. She could not turn a blind eye. Besides, she owed a considerable debt to someone. Though she was reluctant to admit it, she ultimately did owe that person, since she currently had no means to repay. Assisting his child would at least bring her some peace of mind. Liu Bei was astonished. Are you leaving? Bo Yanchen looked surprised as well and shot her a glance. Tang Nuanning nodded. Yes, I came to Jin City for business. I should finish this afternoon and then leave. She was confident that she would successfully finalize the divorce. Where will you take the children? Liu Bei inquired. Tang Nuanning instinctively glanced at Bo Yanchen, unwilling to disclose their destination in front of him. She merely replied. I haven't decided yet, I plan to take the kids out for a bit and decide later. Liu Bei pressed on, so you don't have a permanent residence yet? Well, we've been living in the countryside, but I intend for the children to attend school in the city. However, I have yet to choose a specific city for settling down. Really leaving? Bo Yanchen suddenly asked. Yes, do you have a problem with that? What kind of tone was that? Huh. Bo Yanchen scoffed. Tang Nuanning met his gaze, feeling as if he thought she was lying to elicit his retention. Angered, she retorted, you needn't look down on me, I will leave if I say so. If I appear before you again, I might as well be a dog. With that, she stormed off. After leaving the hospital, Tang Nuanning found herself cursing Bo Yanchen's ancestors in her mind. She immediately called Yu Jinjuan to inquire about the divorce proceedings. The other party replied, asking her to hold for a moment while they contacted Bo Yanchen. Tang Nuanning politely thanked them and added, I'll head to the Civil Affairs Bureau to queue up, he can come directly there afterward. No need for a divorce agreement, just tear up the certificate. After hanging up, she hailed a taxi and headed to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Upon arriving, she cheerfully queued at the divorce window. Her demeanor caused the staff to suspect she had wandered into the wrong place. Who divorces with such joy? Look at the people around her, all frowning and glowering. While she appeared as if she were about to get married. Tang Nuanning paid no mind to the odd looks, she stood in line, envisioning a bright future. Once divorced, she could register the children's household, and then find a quaint little city to settle in. She would work diligently, and the children would attend school. Life would fall into place. A family of 4, blissfully happy. Lost in her dreams of a wonderful post-divorce life, Tang Nuanning's joy was palpable. However, the more beautiful her imaginings, the harsher the reality proved to be. Bo Yanchen delivered a shocking blow. She could hardly believe that a member of the prestigious Bo family would go back on his word. He refused to proceed with the divorce. Moreover, she only learned this after queuing for over 2 hours. She was beyond furious, ready to explode, wishing to confront Bo Yanchen on the spot. How could he be so fickle, so untrustworthy? Tang Nuanning, who had once held Bo Yanchen in high regard, found herself cursing him vehemently. After all, he had once accused her of infidelity, yet she never held a grudge against him. But today, she couldn't help but berate him in her heart. He had promised to divorce her, only to retract his word. Was this not bullying? Fuming, Tang Nuanning stormed out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Her earlier elation had transformed into sheer anger. Hailing a taxi, she angrily asked, Driver, could you tell me which is closer? The Bo family's old residence or the Bo Corporation? The driver glanced at her before checking the navigation. The old residence was closer. Then take me to the Bo family's old residence. The only places she knew that were connected to Bo Yanchen were these two. Now, she was determined to confront him and demand an explanation for why he refused to divorce when he clearly did not love her. Chapter 29, Bo Yanchen. You dare to stand me up. However, as they neared the old residence, she hesitated. When she and Bo Yanchen had secretly wed, even the other members of the Bo family had never seen her. If she barged in unannounced, would she not breach their secret marriage agreement? Would Bo Yanchen become even less inclined to divorce her because of this? After much contemplation, Tang Nuanning instructed the driver to turn around. Returning to her place in a taxi, she felt a pang of regret when paying the fare. In just 2 days, she had spent over 100 on taxi rides. And to think, the divorce still wasn't finalized, what a source of frustration. However, her sorrow was quickly dispelled by the laughter emanating from inside her home. Xia Tian Tian, you all tell me, is my godmother pretty? The 3 little ones chimed in unison, pretty. Ha ha ha, now tell me, is my godmother cute? Very cute. Is my godmother a fairy? My godmother is a fairy. Their laughter nearly lifted the roof off. Tang Nuanning couldn't help but smile. Earlier, upon learning that she had given birth and raised the children alone for 5 years, Xia Tian had cried for quite a while. Though still a young girl, she understood how challenging it was to raise children, especially as a single mother, and her heart ached for Tang Nuanning. While Xia Tian empathized with her, she was also quite enamored with the children. Thus, when she received a call from Bo Yanchen, she eagerly rushed to meet him, leaving Xia Tian to play with the kids. As Tang Nuanning opened the door and stepped inside, the 3 little ones scrambled to their feet like little tigers, rushing towards her. "Mommy! Mommy! Mommy!" Tang Nuanning responded with affection, showering each with a kiss, ensuring no one felt left out. Xia Tian was ecstatic, exclaiming, "These little ones are just too adorable, and they're so handsome. I absolutely adore them." Tang Nuanning laughed, "You should hurry up and have a few of your own." "No way. Giving birth is painful, I'm scared. Besides, I'm a beauty fanatic, what if I can't produce such good-looking ones?" "You can't just send them back." Tang Nuanning replied, "Your uncle and aunt are counting on you as their only precious daughter, they're eagerly waiting for grandchildren. You'll have to give in eventually." "I refuse to be disheartened. Regardless of your opinion, I have already assumed the role of their godmother. Once my parents return, I shall introduce them to my 3 little treasures, proclaiming, 'These are my 3 splendid sons.'" Tang Nuanning chuckled helplessly and inquired about dinner plans. "Choose a place. Jinping restaurant it shall be, and I shall treat you all. Are we really going there?" "It's rather expensive," one of them exclaimed, "an establishment unworthy of my 3 jewels' exquisite looks," she retorted. "Let us consider it a familial gathering. After indulging in my lavish feast, they will undoubtedly become my sons. I have already reserved a private room, so cease your procrastination and prepare to depart." Despite her reluctance to splurge, Tang Nuanning did not wish to dampen the spirits of her companions. Yielding to the moment, she urged the 3 little ones, "Go change your clothes. We are off to enjoy a grand feast with your godmother." "Yay! A grand feast awaits." The trio was overjoyed. As soon as they returned to their room, Xia Tian exclaimed, "Congratulations on escaping from that scoundrel. Quickly, show me your divorce certificate." Tang Nuanning's face fell. "I have not finalized the divorce." "What?" "Hush. The children are unaware of my intentions to divorce." Xia Tian, eager and lowering her voice, pressed, "What transpired? Wasn't it said you would divorce this afternoon? Why has it not happened?" "He stood me up," Tang Nuanning sighed. "What is he thinking? He clearly harbors no affection for you yet clings to you. Could he be seeking to exact revenge in this manner? If so, that is truly disturbing." Tang Nuanning was equally baffled by Bo Yanchen's refusal to part ways with her. Logically, given his disdain for her, he should desire to distance himself and sever all ties. Yet, he evaded her and refused to divorce. It was indeed a perplexing conundrum. "He is merely bullying you. Tell me who he is, and I shall have my parents intervene on your behalf." Xia Tian's parents were both esteemed university professors, with a wide-reaching network of successful former students. Although the Xia family did not belong to the elite of Jin City, they commanded significant respect within the community. Had they not been so modest, they would undoubtedly be a prominent force in Jin City. However, Xia Tian was unaware that her husband was Bo Yanchen. Years ago, even the Tang family was oblivious to the fact that the suitor bearing an exorbitant betrothal gift was from the Bo family. It was only after her marriage that she discovered her husband was indeed Bo Yanchen. Rumor had it that due to Bo Yanchen's unfortunate fate, the Bo family sought to bring him fortune by selecting Tang Xian as his bride based on his astrological profile. When the Bo family proposed, they did not disclose their identity, merely offering a staggering betrothal gift and mentioning that the bride was disabled, hoping for her to bring him luck. Upon learning of the bride's disability, Tang Xian vehemently rejected the idea, lamenting and cursing, declaring that if she were to marry into that family, she would rather die. Yet, the Tang family, unwilling to forego the generous betrothal gift, resorted to having Tang Nuanning stand in for her. To prevent the truth of the substitution from surfacing, they coerced her into signing a non-disclosure agreement. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, viewing it as a means to repay the Tang family for their 2 decades of support. Xia Tian and Nan Wan remained oblivious to these events. They only knew that she had been excelling in her studies when she abruptly dropped out to marry. 2 years into the marriage, her husband had accused her of infidelity, claiming she was unfaithful. Chapter 30. Are Bo Yanchen's illegitimate children here? Don't concern yourself with my divorce. I'll seek assistance from uncle and aunt if I reach dire straits. Tang Nuanning was reluctant to involve the Xia family, given the implications for the Bo family. Xia Tian sighed, alright, but if you encounter any difficulties, please inform me. If I can't assist, my parents can. Tang Nuanning appreciated Xia Tian's tactfulness. A comfortable friendship requires discernment, neither intrusive nor distant, but always available when needed. Tang Nuanning nodded gratefully. Alas. Did you perhaps desecrate the moon god's temple in a past life? Why else would the moon god treat you so poorly? You're surrounded by scoundrels, that awful husband and the children's father, ugh, Xia Tian lamented. Tang Nuanning smiled, not at all. My 3 treasures are all virtuous boys. As they spoke, the 3 children emerged from the room. The eldest was dressed in a tailored suit, complete with polished shoes, a bow tie, and a brooch, a miniature CEO. The second was attired in a trendy tracksuit, black pants, a black hoodie, and a black cap, adorned with a vivid dragon, a quintessential street-style icon. The youngest sported a contemporary horseface skirt paired with a white, androgynous, vintage-style shirt, finished with a bow at the collar, a refined, old-world youth. A noble son, radiant as jade. A graceful young man. Xia Tian was mesmerized, nearly drooling. Mother, I could weep. Tang Nuanning nudged her playfully, what's wrong with you? Xia Tian feigned a sob, I never imagined these little rascals could be so handsome, wah. I must take photos and flood my social media. I shall be the most dazzling star on social media tonight. She snapped a flurry of photos with her phone. Despite only revealing the children's eyes, her social media erupted. Inevitably, she became the focal point of the evening. Numerous private messages inquired about the situation. Xia Tian responded smugly, they're all my sons. Where did you get them? Someone asked. Found them, she replied. Where? I won't tell you. Give me one. Absolutely not. I'll have to steal them then. Tell me. What color burlap sacks do they prefer? Xia Tian cackled gleefully. Tang Nuanning worried she might hyperventilate from laughter. She felt both exasperated and amused by her friend's exuberant display of pride. However, joy is often fleeting. Tang Nuanning never anticipated encountering a certain someone tonight. Especially after declaring, if I ever appear before him again, call me a dog. Yet, that's precisely what happened. At 7 o'clock that evening, they arrived punctually at Jinping Hotel. It was the oldest, most distinctive, most upscale, and most expensive hotel in Jin City, part of the Bo Corporation's holdings. Many dignitaries, national leaders, and foreign envoys visiting Jin City dined there. Their arrival immediately drew attention. Although masked, their allure was undeniable. Tang Nuanning, naturally beautiful and refined by years in the mountains, possessed fair and radiant skin, exuding an ethereal charm. Nurtured by the mountains and springs, she was pure and immaculate. Like a celestial being descended to earth. The word beautiful hardly sufficed. The 3 children were equally captivating, a young gentleman, a sporty prince, and a fashion prodigy. A group of servers couldn't help but shower them with compliments. Upon reaching the top floor, a concierge escorted them to a private room. As soon as the door closed, the children removed their masks and peered out the floor-to-ceiling windows. Wow, it's magnificent. Tang Nuanning had instructed them to wear masks outside, citing the poor air quality in the north during winter. In reality, she feared their father would recognize them. Ironically, despite her precautions, a server recognized Bo Yanchen. Upon seeing the children's faces, the server's smile faltered, replaced by astonishment. They. Chapter 31, Bo Yanchen, a titan of commerce. Yes? What's wrong? Tang Nuanning inquired. The server swallowed hard, unsure how to proceed. 2 of the children bore an uncanny resemblance to their boss, Bo Yanchen, miniature versions of him. But Bo Yanchen was dining in the next room. If these were his sons, why wasn't he with them? Moreover, rumor had it that Bo only had one son. Could these 2 be Bo's illegitimate children? The server's expression grew more complex. However, they dared not pry into Bo Yanchen's personal affairs. Those employed at Jinping Hotel were discerning. Seeing Xia Tian and Tang Nuanning watching her, she composed herself and stammered, "I apologize. The little darlings are so beautiful. I've never seen such attractive children." I lost my composure. "My apologies." Xia Tian and Tang Nuanning were relieved. Most people reacted similarly upon first seeing the children. "Would you like me to present the menu?" the server asked. "No, we'll browse first." "Very well." Each dish is described in detail. There is a call button here to contact the service department. You may state your needs, and we will accommodate them. The server smiled, turned, and exited. Tang Nuanning immediately said, "Dining here is already extravagant. Why did you book a room with a view?" Xia Tian replied generously. "It's the first time I'm treating my sons to a meal. Naturally, it must be at the best place. If the two most expensive rooms hadn't been booked already, I would have reserved them. Extravagant. It pains me. Don't fret. I have money. It won't bankrupt me. Look, hasn't Jin City changed drastically?" Tang Nuanning rose and gazed out the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking Jin City. Jin City's skyline was stunning, towering buildings, shimmering lights, and bustling traffic, all indicative of the city's prosperity. She once considered herself a part of the city. Now, she still cherished the city, but no longer belonged. "Is that building new? I don't recall it being there before." "Which one?" "The tallest one, with a sphere on top, like a luminous pearl." "Ah, that's Bo Corporation's new headquarters. It was completed the year before last. It reportedly cost billions and is the most opulent office building in Asia." Tang Nuanning was taken aback. "Bo's?" "Yes. The year you had your incident. Bo's also encountered difficulties. Bo Corporation faced a catastrophic crisis and nearly went bankrupt. Later, old Mr. Bo relinquished his position, and his eldest grandson, Bo Yanchen, took the helm, shouldering the entire Bo Corporation and becoming its president." Tang Nuanning's eyes widened. Bo Yanchen is the current president of Bo Corporation?" "Yes. Everyone knows that. Didn't you?" Tang Nuanning was unaware. She had been isolated in the mountains and hadn't kept up with news about her husband in name only. But wasn't he the least favored? And wasn't he disabled? "I heard he was unfavored and indeed disabled. But so what? The Bo family has only produced one grandson per generation. Old Mr. Bo's grandsons from his daughters may share the Bo surname, but they aren't Bo family members. Aristocratic families value bloodlines above all else. Besides, Bo Yanchen is exceptional. He's an epitome of resilience. Although God deprived him of the ability to walk, He bestowed upon him a mind of unparalleled brilliance. When faced with a dire situation, he took on the formidable challenge of transforming the Bo family conglomerate from the brink of bankruptcy into a commercial leviathan, increasing its market value by over 100-fold. It is nothing short of a business legend. Bo Yanchen ascended to become the wealthiest man in the world, consistently holding the top position on the billionaire list for several consecutive years. Chapter 32, Unintentionally Becoming the Tycoon's Wife. Tang Nuanning. In an unforeseen twist, she had transformed into the wife of a billionaire. Most would undoubtedly rejoice in such fortune, but she could only weep. The higher the status of Bo Yanchen, the more powerful he became, rendering her incapable of contending with him. He wielded immense influence. If he refused to divorce her, what could she possibly do? Initially, she had contemplated employing a diplomatic approach, but now, after hearing what Xia Tian had said, she no longer dared to pursue that course. Heaven, cease this torment. If you must, just end her life. Seeing Tang Nuanning's sudden transformation into a visage of despair, Xia Tian mistakenly assumed she was merely startled by the shocking news of Bo Yanchen and thought little of it. She remarked, "Though Bo Yanchen, like your husband, is disabled, the tales surrounding him are endless. To put it succinctly, although he has never revealed himself in the public eye, legends of him abound throughout the world. At a young age, he has secured a place among the wealthiest, and when disaster strikes, he donates billions without hesitation. His extravagance is genuine, and his ruthlessness is equally real. He has been known to swallow 3 listed companies in a mere 3 days, driving the CEOs of those firms to leap from buildings. The stories are inexhaustible. However, he is a man of extraordinary privilege, far removed from the lives of ordinary folk like us. So let us not fear upon hearing news of him. We do not provoke him, and he does not know us, there is nothing to be afraid of. Tang Nuanning felt an even greater urge to weep. How could she not know him? She was his wife. Moreover, she was the one who had stirred his ire by cheating during their marriage, leading him to demand her departure without a penny. Not only did she have ties to him, but she had also thoroughly offended him. Life had become unbearable. Fearing that Xia Tian and the three little ones would discover her distress and ruin their pleasant mood, she concocted an excuse to leave the room. I'll just step out to the restroom, you all order first, I'll be back shortly. Xia Tian replied, you need to go to the restroom? There's one in this private room, it's behind the hidden door. I'll go outside, if that's alright? There is one outside. Alright then. You all go ahead and order, I can eat anything, I'm not picky. After saying this, Tang Nuanning hurriedly exited the private room. She went to the restroom. Gazing into the mirror at her reflection, on the verge of tears. She had initially thought of blocking the doors to force Bo Yanchen into a divorce. But now it seemed hopeless. He stood atop a pyramid while she languished in a mire. How could they possibly compete? Tang Nuanning mused that Xia Tian was right. In her past life, she must have offended the deity of marriage, leading to her tumultuous marital fate in this life. She had never wished to marry, yet had been compelled into it. She desired a divorce, yet he was unwilling to oblige. Truly, she had become a harbinger of misfortune, a wretched soul. Miss Tang? A somewhat familiar male voice suddenly broke her reverie. Tang Nuanning quickly collected her thoughts and turned around, only to see Shanhai. Her heart skipped a beat. Shanhai's eyes widened in recognition, it really is you. What a coincidence, haha. His lecherous gaze made Tang Nuanning instinctively want to retreat. Shanhai, however, seized her arm and asked with a smirk, where are you off to? Running away from your brother? Do you fear I might consume you? I wouldn't dream of it, who in this circle doesn't know how to cherish a lovely lady like you, especially one as beautiful as yourself? The stench of alcohol hit her like a wave, nauseating her further. No wonder he dared to act so brazenly in a place like Jinping Hotel, he was intoxicated. She considered grabbing the hand soap from the sink and hurling it at his head, but feared the cost of such an expensive item. Instead, she forcefully shook off Shanhai and admonished, Mr. Shen, please conduct yourself with dignity. Dignity? Huh. You, a mere barmaid, lecture me on dignity? What's wrong with selling drinks? In my eyes, it's all the same, both are meant for others' enjoyment. Last time, you were fortunate to escape, this time your luck has run out. As he spoke, Shanhai reached out with his lecherous hand, attempting to embrace Tang Nuanning. She quickly stepped back. If you dare to act further, I shall call for help. Call for help? Go ahead, let us see who dares to stop me. If I don't have my way with you tonight, then I'll eat excrement while standing on my head. With that, Shanhai lunged at Tang Nuanning. Unfortunately, he slipped and made intimate contact with the floor. Cursing in pain, he lamented, damn. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Nuanning dashed towards the restroom exit. Shanhai quickly scrambled to his feet, grabbing the hand soap and hurling it at her head. The luxurious white porcelain bottle shattered upon impact, narrowly missing her. Stunned, Tang Nuanning stood frozen in place, gasping as she looked back at Shanhai. Not only was he lecherous, but he also harbored violent tendencies. If you dare run again, I swear I'll kill you. I can't believe you eluded me so many times. Shanhai's frustration boiled over. The unattainable stirred an insatiable desire within him. With fury radiating from him, he approached Tang Nuanning, his gaze predatory, fixated on his quarry. Tang Nuanning bolted away. She intended to seek help from the hotel staff. But the corridor was devoid of any presence. She hesitated to return to her private room, fearing it would jeopardize Xia Tian and the three little ones. Just then, a nearby room's door swung open unexpectedly. Without a moment's thought, she dashed inside, slamming the door behind her. Help! Someone's trying to harm me. The previously lively private room fell silent at her abrupt entrance. All eyes turned towards her, first in surprise, then in shock, before settling into a knowing gaze. Tang Nuanning was indeed strikingly beautiful, her aura exceptional. Having been nurtured by the mountains for so long, she appeared as pristine as a flawless jade. Unblemished by society's taint. She instinctively evoked a sense of protectiveness in those present. Bo Yanchen, seated at the head of the table smoking, observed her arrival with a hint of mockery. He had come merely to dine, yet she reappeared after insisting she would leave earlier that day. Ha! Chapter 33, Tang Nuanning, am I being spoiled by affection? Beside him, He Jinqing's eyes narrowed upon seeing Tang Nuanning. As a quintessential playboy, he instantly took a liking to her. He paid no heed to Bo Yancheng's expression as he rose and approached her. What is the matter, my lady? What has happened? Qin Ming and Shan Yu stood as well, but before they could speak, He Jinqing waved them down. You two sit. With such unappealing looks, don't frighten the lady. Qin Ming and Shan Yu. It was evident that He Jinqing had taken a fancy to her, leaving the others to silently express their regrets. Although they were all wealthy scions, none could compare to He Jinqing in winning a woman's heart. He Jinqing was renowned in Jin City as a notorious libertine, having dated more women than most have eaten grains of rice. His family was affluent, and he himself was exceptionally charming. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches with a lean waist, broad shoulders, and long legs. His strikingly handsome face was the epitome of masculinity, and like Bo Yanchen, he was devoted to fitness, appearing slender yet muscular. Such a handsome man was irresistible to any woman. The others, despite their desires, could only concede, leaving Tang Nuanning to He Jinqing. However, just as He Jinqing approached Tang Nuanning, he suddenly slammed on the brakes. He fixed his gaze upon her for a few seconds before turning to Bo Yanchen, his expression laden with intrigue. The distinctive fruity aroma was reminiscent of the scent clinging to Bo Yanchen from their last encounter. This woman is indeed entangled with Bo Yanchen. How fascinating. A friend's wife is not to be trifled with. Despite He Jinqing's reputation as a debauched scion, he adhered to certain principles. When he redirected his gaze back to Tang Nuanning, his demeanor transformed, adopting a more serious tone. Fear not, little Qinchin is here, and he will surely protect you. With that, He Jinqing returned to his seat, leaning toward Bo Yanchen with a playful nudge. Hurry, your dish has arrived. Bo Yanchen frowned, casting a fierce glare in He Jinqing's direction. He Jinqing, with his charmingly mischievous eyes, reclined in his chair, seemingly relishing the spectacle. The onlookers wore expressions of curiosity, while Tang Nuanning finally noticed Bo Yanchen. Her surprise was palpable. She had not anticipated encountering him in this private room. This damn twist of fate was utterly bewildering. Having just told him that if she appeared before him again, she would consider herself a dog, she now found herself in this very situation. It was excruciatingly awkward, enough to be mortifying. Tang Nuanning's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Her naturally fair complexion, combined with the blush, made her resemble a blossoming peach flower, captivating those around her. He Jinqing, ever the rascal, nudged Bo Yanchen again. What are you doing? Hurry and show some concern. Look, she's blushing. Audience member 1 chimed in. Brother Chen, aren't you going to introduce us? Audience member 2 added, she is stunning. Is she your sister-in-law? Audience member 3 stood up, offering his seat to Tang Nuanning. Sister-in-law, please, take a seat. Tang Nuanning was flustered and embarrassed, unsure how to respond. Her large eyes blinked rapidly, her breath unsteady, appearing adorably dazed. With a blend of sweetness and saltiness, the crowd envied Bo Yanchen for having such a beautiful companion. Suddenly, Bo Yanchen scoffed, not leaving anymore? He lounged in his seat, a cigarette resting between his fingers, exuding a relaxed demeanor, yet his eyes sparkled with mockery. Tang Nuanning felt a surge of embarrassment, wishing she could sink into the ground. Her face burned as she stammered, the plan has changed. Ha, Tang Nuanning bit her lip in frustration. What is so funny? How dare you? She was merely speaking the truth. Bo Yanchen had stood her up, and now she was trapped. In a moment of indignation, she retorted, Jincheng doesn't belong to you. I can come and go as I please, and you have no say in the matter. Her expression, tone, and words. To the spectators, it appeared as if she was playfully pouting and throwing a minor tantrum, exuding an air of delightful petulance. The group erupted in laughter. Oh my. Brother Chen, you can't control her. Ha ha ha, are you up to the task? He Jinqing added fuel to the fire, why ask if brother Chen can handle it? You should be asking little sister-in-law. At 26, Tang Nuanning appeared youthful, resembling a college student just past 20, making her seem even younger than her peers. Audience member 4 turned to her, sister-in-law, tell us honestly, how capable is our brother Chen? Audience member 5 chimed in. Brother Chen is into fitness and at that prime age, if he doesn't go for 7 or 8 rounds in a night, can he really be considered capable? Are you foolish? You're really asking the sister-in-law? Laughter erupted as they noted Tang Nuanning's growing embarrassment. Sister-in-law, don't mind him, he is simply foolish. The repeated address of sister-in-law nearly made Tang Nuanning choke in frustration. Their teasing only intensified her irritation. Stop with the nonsense, I hardly know him. He Jinqing smirked, listen. Aiken, she is saying she doesn't know you. If she is not interested in you, perhaps it's because you haven't treated her well enough. Tang Nuanning glared at He Jinqing, wondering how such a handsome man could be so insufferable. And Bo Yanchen, why was he silent? Stop pretending to be mute, say something. She snapped. Bo Yanchen flicked the ash from his cigarette and calmly uttered, get lost. The room fell silent, shock etched on every face. Tang Nuanning felt her face heat up from embarrassment. Clenching her jaw, she turned and stormed out. Relying on him for rescue was out of the question. If necessary, she would confront Shanghai, regardless of the consequences. Ugh. That old lecher wasn't worth her efforts, she had the means to ensure he would never father another child. Chapter 34, Tang Nuanning, A Crusade for the People. Shanghai had been pacing the corridor for quite some time, engaged in a phone call. Directing his bodyguards to scrutinize the surveillance footage in an attempt to locate Tang Nuanning. Suddenly, his face broke into a grin as he spotted her. No need for surveillance, I found her myself. Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth and bolted, leading him toward a corner. She was concerned that Xia Tian and the children might witness the scene and be frightened. Her intention was to lure him into a secluded spot and administer 2 doses of righteous retribution. However, as she rounded the corner, she was intercepted by Shanghai's bodyguards. Shanghai, panting heavily, caught up and seized Tang Nuanning's hair, hurling insults. Running still, you hussy. Tang Nuanning recoiled in pain and retaliated with a kick. Unable to reach Shanghai, she stomped on his toes. Shanghai held in agony and, in a fit of rage, grabbed Tang Nuanning by the throat and slammed her against the wall, his grip conveying a murderous intent. The 2 bodyguards stood idly by, observing the scene with indifference. Find an empty room. I'm going to take care of her right here. The bodyguards nodded and departed. You wretched vixen. I'm doing you a favor by desiring you. In Jincheng, everything I set my sights on becomes mine. Let's see how you escape today. Tang Nuanning struggled to breathe, her face flushed crimson. You scum. You're finished. Tang Nuanning was determined to rid society of this menace. However, just as she produced a silver needle from her sleeve, a stern voice echoed, what's going on here? Tang Nuanning turned toward the sound and recognized a familiar face, Lin Dong. Lin Dong was the husband of her other close friend, Nan Wan. And also her former senior at university. Nan Wan was the only daughter of the Nan family, whose patriarch was a prominent entrepreneur in Jincheng. The Nan family was affluent. And Nan Wan was a quintessential heiress. Possessing both beauty and talent, she was also known for her diligence on set. With the entire Nan Corporation backing her, she thrived in the entertainment industry. 3 years prior, she had become a household name and a leading actress. Lin Dong's background, however, was in stark contrast to Nan Wan's. Lin Dong was a classic Phoenix man, hailing from a rural, impoverished family with numerous siblings, where even basic sustenance was a struggle. He met Nan Wan in college. And they fell deeply in love, marrying immediately after graduation. Lin Dong became the Nan family's son-in-law, his fortunes elevated. Knowledge had indeed transformed his destiny. Lin Dong rushed over. A look of surprise on his face upon seeing Tang Nuanning. Nuanning? Tang Nuanning slowly concealed the silver needle. Looking at him with a mixture of embarrassment and discomposure, Lin Dong forcefully pried Shanhai's hand away and shielded Tang Nuanning behind him. Second Master Shen. What do you think you're doing? Shanhai, still seething, retorted, who are you? I am Lin Dong, the general manager of the Nan Corporation. The Nan Corporation? Oh, so you're the kept man who married into the Nan family. Lin Dong frowned, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Suppressing his ire, he said. You must be inebriated. Grant me some leniency and let her go. She's my junior from university. Leniency? Who do you think you are? I wouldn't give your father-in-law the time of day. Get lost. Shanghai attempted to shove Lin Dong aside, but Lin Dong held his ground and seized his wrist. Lin Dong, towering over him, gripped his wrist tightly, his brow furrowed as he enunciated each word. Second Master Shen, you may disregard the Nan family. But will you disregard the Bo family? This is the Jinping Hotel, a Bo family establishment. By causing a disturbance here, you're disrespecting the Bo family and slapping them in the face. How do you think the Bo family will react if they find out? Especially President Bo. I've heard he despises anyone causing trouble on his property. Upon hearing this, Shanhai's intoxication seemed to dissipate. He was silent for a moment. Then glared at Lin Dong and said, just you wait. He then turned to Tang Nuanning, and you too, you just wait. Shanhai stormed off, cursing under his breath. Tang Nuanning's tense nerves finally relaxed, and she gasped for air. Lin Dong turned to her, his eyes filled with concern. Are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital? Tang Nuanning shook her head. I just need a moment. Lin Dong quickly retrieved a bottle of mineral water from a nearby self-service bar, opened it, and handed it to her. Drink some water first. Thank you. Tang Nuanning took the bottle and drank deeply. How do you feel? Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital? No, I'm fine. Lin Dong allowed her to recover for a while before asking, when did you return? How did you get into a dispute with Shanhai? Tang Nuanning said. I've been back for a while. I heard from Tian Tian that Wan is filming abroad and not at home, so I haven't visited. Xia Tian Tian said that Nan Wan had taken on a highly confidential role, and had signed a non-disclosure agreement before leaving, prohibiting her from contacting anyone outside the production team. She has been gone for over a year and has been out of contact. At the mention of Nan Wan filming abroad, a peculiar expression flickered across Lin Dong's face. Chapter 35, If we can't afford to offend, we can always evade, right? Before Tang Nuanning could discern anything, Lin Dong's expression returned to normal. He said. She's been gone for some time. The role she took required secret filming, and she signed a confidentiality agreement with the production team. I don't know when she'll be back. And even I can't contact her. He then changed the subject. What exactly happened between you and Shanhai? Tang Nuanning frowned. I was working as a bartender at a bar, and he took a liking to me. He wanted to. Lin Dong understood immediately and frowned. Shanhai is notorious in Jincheng for being a lecherous scoundrel who spends his days in idleness. If it weren't for his brother, President Shen, he would have been beaten to death long ago. Is the Shen family very powerful? Yes, they are one of the top wealthy families in Jincheng. I know the Bo family, but I haven't heard of the Shen family. The Shen family has only risen to prominence in recent years because the Shen family's daughter is Bo Yanchen's girlfriend. Suddenly realizing that Bo Yanchen had publicly disavowed the relationship, he quickly changed his wording. The Shen family's daughter has a good relationship with the Bo family. And the entire Shen family has been elevated as a result. Because of this connection, people are somewhat wary of Shanhai. No wonder he's so arrogant. We can't afford to offend that kind of person, so we should try to stay away from him. Yes, thank you for today. Don't mention it. How did you end up working as a bartender? I haven't found a job yet, so I was doing a part-time job. I only went for one night. And I was unlucky enough to run into him that night. Lin Dong said, a bar is not a suitable place for you. Tang Nuanning smiled wryly. In her impoverished state, what choice did she have? As long as it wasn't illegal or immoral, she would do anything to earn money. Lin Dong then asked her. Where have you been all these years? We've been looking for you, almost driven mad. Because we couldn't find any information about you. We even went to the police station to report you missing. Tang Nuanning's lips moved, unsure how to respond. Ding ding ding. Lin Dong's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Yes, go ahead. Lin Dong walked aside with his phone. Hello. The voice on the other end sounded anxious. Dongzi, have you arrived yet? President Bo is already here, and you're not. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into getting you this connection? It's a rare opportunity to have dinner with President Bo. And you're not seizing the chance to make a good impression. You need to hurry over here. Lin Dong glanced at Tang Nuanning and said, yes. I'll be right there. Tang Nuanning, perceptive as ever, realized he had business to attend to and said, you should go. Let's talk when we have time. Lin Dong felt helpless. Business matters always involved endless social obligations. I understand. You may go. By the way, how did you end up here? Did you come with someone else? This is the Jinping Hotel, where the expenses are exorbitantly high. Typically, it's a place for the affluent. Tang Nuanning candidly replied. I came with Tian. She is treating me to a meal. Ah, that explains it. Well, enjoy your meal. I have to attend to some matters for a while. Once I'm done, I'll come find you. Please share your new phone number with me, and I'll jot down mine. Tang Nuanning nodded. And the two exchanged phone numbers, also adding each other on WeChat. Only then did Lin Dong part ways with Tang Nuanning. Tang Nuanning steadied her nerves and made her way to the restroom. She needed to tidy her appearance. Not wanting Xia Tian and the trio of little ones to perceive anything amiss. However, fate has a peculiar way of intertwining lives. Just as she approached the restroom entrance, she spotted Bo Yanchen, who was smoking. He was the sole occupant of the smoking area. Standing before the railing, he maintained an upright posture. One hand tucked into his pocket while the other held a cigarette, occasionally indulging in a puff. From her vantage point, she could only see his profile. His high nose bridge, long eyelashes, and sharply defined facial features were strikingly evident. It must be said, he was undeniably handsome. De Bao and Air Bao bore a remarkable resemblance to him. Tang Nuanning had no desire to see him, his mere presence stirred feelings of annoyance and frustration within her. She resolved to abandon her restroom visit and turn to leave. If she could not confront him, she would evade him. Yet, a voice from behind interrupted her thoughts. I detest it when others try to play tricks in my presence. Chapter 36 Bo Yanchen, do not overstep your bounds. Tang Nuanning stamped her foot. Was he addressing her? She turned to glance at Bo Yanchen, who remained fixated on the front, his posture unchanged, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Had she merely imagined it? Just as she was about to continue her walk, she heard him speak again. My patience is rather limited. If you wish to engage in a game of cat and mouse, spare yourself the effort. It would be far more prudent to be direct about your intentions. What precisely do you hope to gain from me? At that moment, Tang Nuanning could ascertain that this was no mere figment of her imagination. She glanced around. The corridor was empty save for the two of them, and his words were unmistakably directed at her. She felt a surge of indignation. Turning on her heels and striding towards Bo Yanchen, stopping just a meter away. She looked up at him and declared, my patience is also quite limited. I have explained myself numerous times. I have no desire to approach you, not even the slightest inclination to know you, nor do I wish to gain anything from you. Spare yourself the delusions. Bo Yanchen turned his gaze towards her, his expression frigid enough to freeze an entire epoch. Those who attempt to manipulate me shall find no favorable outcome. Though Tang Nuanning was momentarily taken aback by his demeanor, she steeled herself. Raising her chin defiantly as she replied, I have no intention of scheming before you. She understood that retreat was not an option, she needed to confront him firmly. Or else his unjust accusations would solidify into truth. You have perpetually harbored suspicions about me, so allow me to inquire, what do you truly mean? They say those who are lewd are often self-indulgent. Is it you who suffers from paranoia, or do you harbor some feelings towards me? Bo Yanchen's expression darkened. What about you would provoke any such feelings in me? Very well, she retorted, if I am indeed worthless in your eyes. Then I implore you to cease your unfounded speculations and leave me be. Our paths are separate. I will traverse my solitary bridge while you walk your sunny road. Let us not interfere with one another, shall we? When have I ever sought you out first? Can you specify any instance? Bo Yanchen remained silent. Tang Nuanning pondered for a moment before asserting, if you will not speak, then I shall. The first time was when you sent someone to abduct me from the hotel, ostensibly to question me about Erbao scratching your car. Yet it was you who sought me out first. Had you not done so, I would have remained blissfully unaware of your existence. The second time. I was simply walking down the street when your men seized me, only to release me afterward. The third occasion was at the bar where I inadvertently encountered you. True. I initiated that interaction, but it was merely to silence you and prevent you from exposing me before Shanghai. The fourth instance occurred when Shanghai took me from the hospital entrance, and it was your sudden appearance that precipitated subsequent events. The fifth time. I approached you voluntarily because your grandfather sought me out, uttering bizarre statements and unexpectedly gifting me a substantial sum of money. I intended to return this money and also wished to see Shen Bao, who is of the same age as my son, and I feel for him. The sixth instance, which is this very moment, was me unwittingly entering your line of sight. I swear on my life it was not my intention to appear before you, I had no inkling you were in that private room. If I lie to you, may I be struck down by divine retribution. Bo Yanchen remained speechless, his face darkened as he regarded Tang Nuanning, momentarily at a loss for words to counter her. She continued, though you may appear affluent and handsome, you are hardly a universal object of desire, not everyone is inclined to approach you with ulterior motives. Regardless of others' intentions. Mine are certainly devoid of any. I meant it when I said I would leave today, I genuinely intended to depart, yet I was stood up this afternoon. And what could have been resolved did not come to fruition. Thus, I must linger in Jincheng a few more days. Which is not the ploy you presume it to be. I have no intention of establishing roots here. I have grown weary of this city and shall take my child to reside elsewhere, far from here and from you. Having said her piece, Tang Nuanning turned to leave. Her spine straight and her demeanor exuding defiance. A cold gaze bore into her from behind, yet she refused to lower her head or bend her will. Only upon turning a corner, escaping Bo Yancheng's scrutiny, did she lean against the wall, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. To claim she was unafraid would have been self-deception. His inherent coldness and commanding presence intensified when displeased. When he fixed his gaze upon you, it felt akin to a sharp blade poised against your very soul, its edge mere millimeters from your eye. Unafraid? Impossible. Chapter 37, Want to climb into bed? Bo Yancheng fixed his gaze in the direction where Tang Nuanning had departed, not averting his eyes until He Jincheng arrived. Standing beside Bo Yancheng, He Jincheng lit a cigarette and inquired with a grin, "What is the situation between you and that young lady?" "There is no situation." "Yet you did not come to her aid?" He noted Bo Yancheng's unusual demeanor today. Although he was not a virtuous man, his principles were undoubtedly sound. Moreover, the young lady had cried for help within his territory, indicating that trouble was brewing on his grounds. The fact that he did nothing and even expelled her was perplexing. If it were another girl, he would certainly have sent Zhou Xing to investigate. There must be something amiss. Thus, He Jincheng was convinced that there was indeed some connection between Bo Yancheng and the young lady. Just look, she had barely left when he emerged, fuming and smoking. Clearly, she had affected his mood. "Are we still brothers, or are you keeping secrets from me? Do not forget, I am a master in matters of the heart. I understand women better than anyone. Allow me to offer my advice as an emotional consultant. What troubles your heart?" Bo Yancheng took a drag from his cigarette, expressing his impatience. There is nothing to discuss about a woman who seeks to play mind games. Tang Nuanning had made her intentions clear, yet he remained skeptical of her motives. "Does she wish to climb into your bed?" Bo Yancheng shot He Jincheng a glare, continuing to smoke. He Jincheng chuckled. "Wanting to climb into your bed is a good thing. She's quite beautiful, you would not be at a loss. Just observe how all those men in the private room were captivated the moment she appeared. Even the usually composed Shan Yu revealed his true colors, drooling over her. If she is pursuing you, consider it your fortune, do not be ungrateful. Leave. Do not be angry, I speak earnestly. If she were unattractive, I would certainly advise you against her, but she is truly stunning, perfect in both figure and face. Were it not for the unique fruity fragrance emanating from her, this opportunity would not even be yours, I would have claimed her for myself." Bo Yancheng scoffed, "Did you not just acquire a girlfriend yesterday? Are you already seeking to change your affections?" He Jincheng replied candidly, "That was yesterday." Bo Yancheng pursed his thin lips, casting a disdainful glance at him before resuming his smoking. He Jincheng pressed on, "You are not too young anymore. Do you not feel lonely living alone in an empty house? Not lonely. When alone, he often thought of Shenbao's birth mother, day and night. How could he feel loneliness? Before He Jingqing could respond, Bo Yanchen continued, she has someone backing her. Her intentions in approaching me may not solely be to climb into bed. He Jingqing's expression turned serious, his almond-shaped eyes narrowing as he queried, what do you mean? Is someone attempting to use her as a pawn? Yes. Who? The Bo family? Bo Yanchen furrowed his brow, uncertain, but she has met with Bo Changshan privately. He Jingqing took a meaningful drag from his cigarette, curiosity piqued. If you are aware that her approach is motivated by ulterior motives, why not dismiss her outright? Why allow her to draw closer? Bo Yancheng's expression darkened further. She specializes in child psychology and can aid Shenbao's recovery. Zixuan fell ill a few days ago. And she was the one who assessed him. What? So the beautiful sister Zixuan spoke of is indeed her? Yes. He Jingqing exclaimed, oh my heavens! Thankfully. Due to you, I did not encounter her today, otherwise, my sister would have undoubtedly disowned me. Madame Fu, Zixuan's mother, is He Jingqing's elder sister. It is often said that one should discipline their younger brother early. Once grown, they become harder to manage. In her youth, Madame Fu was relentless in disciplining He Jingqing, leading to his lingering apprehension whenever he saw her. Yesterday, when he visited his nephew, Madame Fu wept profusely, lamenting that after 3 years, she finally heard Zixuan call her mommy. She also praised how exquisite, gentle, and exceptional Miss Tang was. At that moment, He Jingqing had casually remarked, if she is so perfect, why not introduce her to me? To which Madame Fu responded with a slap that left his ears ringing, warning him vehemently against harboring any thoughts toward Miss Tang. Tang Nuanning is now the benefactor of the Fu family, and they are profoundly grateful to her. He Jingqing, feeling a twinge of dread, swallowed hard before stating, brother, today you have truly saved my life. Bo Yanchen remained silent. He Jingqing steadied himself and asked, what are your thoughts now? If she is indeed a pawn of the Bo family, we must be wary of her and prevent her from getting close to Shenbao. I am aware. However, my sister has spoken highly of her capabilities. If she possesses genuine talent, denying her access to Shenbao would only be to his detriment. This is the crux of the matter. Bo Yanchen, while reluctant to engage with her, could not disregard Shenbao's circumstances. He did not wish to forfeit the chance to heal Shenbao, for even the faintest glimmer of hope was worth pursuing. Chapter 38, Bo Yanchen, have I wronged her? He Jingqing inquired, did no one investigate her background? Yes, but no useful information was uncovered. It stands to reason. If she were indeed sent by the Bo family to undermine you, they would surely alter her identity details. However, Shenbao is the sole bloodline of the Bo family. Given Bo Changshan's emphasis on blood relations, even if he harbors dislike for Shenbao, he would never harm her. After all, should anything happen to Shenbao, the Bo family would be thrown into chaos, unable to manage the turmoil among the first, second, and third branches, let alone have the energy to deal with you. Thus, even if she approaches Shenbao, she poses no threat to her. Bo Yanchen flicked the ash from his cigarette, acknowledging the validity of He Jingqing's words. He Jingqing continued. Moreover, if she were truly dispatched by the Bo family, Bo Changshan has played his cards well. If an ordinary woman attempted to get close to Bo Yanchen, he would never grant her the opportunity. However, her expertise in child psychology enables her to assist Shenbao in her recovery. That alone would compel Bo Yanchen to keep her close. Furthermore, should she genuinely cure Shenbao's manic-depressive disorder, he would willingly offer her his life. In other words, if she conquers Shenbao, there would be no need to conquer Bo Yanchen, he would fall apart on his own, led by her whims. Seeing Bo Yanchen silent, He Jingqing added, however, merely having a private meeting does not necessarily imply a connection between her and Bo Changshan. Perhaps Bo Changshan merely sought her out for her understanding of psychology, intentionally arranging a meeting with her? It is also possible that the young lady has no prior acquaintance with Bo Changshan at all. Bo Yanchen cast another glance at He Jingqing. The identification results indicated that she was not Shenbao's biological mother, thus intensifying his prejudice against her. Consequently, upon seeing her photograph with Bo Changshan today, he hastily assumed they were allies. Even when she approached him to discuss their meeting, he remained skeptical of her intentions. Upon reflection, He Jinqing's analysis was not entirely devoid of merit. If she were indeed sent by Bo Changshan, she would not have sought him out today to discuss repayment. Bo Yanchen contemplated this and dialed Zhou Ying, instructing, regardless of the means, have Bo Changshan's confidant divulge what was discussed between him and Tang Nuanning at the CAF today. After ending the call, Bo Yanchen lit another cigarette. In addition to this matter, Tang Nuanning's accusations against him weighed heavily on his mind. With her face tilted upwards, her gaze unwavering, she articulated her grievances, even swearing a solemn oath. She was conveying that she could stake her life on the truth of her words. Could it be that he had misjudged her? Yet, setting aside her meeting with Bo Changshan, how could he explain the prior incidents? How would he justify the times he had accused her of bullying a young girl? Aside from tormenting her, had he wronged anyone else? What are you pondering? He Jinqing nudged him. Bo Yanchen snapped back to reality, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, remaining silent. Suddenly, He Jinqing's phone buzzed. It was Qin Ming. Jinqing. Where have you and Yanchen gone? Hurry back, everyone's here, just waiting for you too. Oh, He Jinqing replied, promptly making his way back. Hanging up. He turned to Bo Yanchen, let us go. No more overthinking, the birthday celebrant is summoning us. Bo Yanchen exhaled quietly, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray, and accompanied He Jinqing to the private room. He Jinqing added, I must give you a heads up, my sister has taken quite a liking to that young lady. If you plan to make any moves, do so discreetly. Otherwise, my sister will certainly cause a scene. She won't confront you directly but will create a ruckus with me, forcing me to distance myself from you, and then our brotherhood will be at stake. Bo Yanchen rolled his eyes in disdain. Look at you, what a lofty ambition you have. It's easy to speak when you lack a sister. You have no idea of the destructive power a sister can wield over her brother. Bo Yanchen shot him a glare and strode back to the private room. Qin Ming greeted them with a hearty laugh. The two esteemed guests have returned. Now that everyone is here, as the birthday celebrant, I want to express my gratitude for your presence. Let's raise our glasses and celebrate. Everyone raised their glasses in a toast to Qin Ming. Bo Yanchen remained seated at the head of the table, not rising, but clinked his glass against the table before downing the drink in one go. The guests paused in astonishment. The expectation was to sip, not to chug. The atmosphere at the table was lively, with some attempting to toast Bo Yanchen, but He Jinqing, sensing his friend's discontent, deflected the attention. Why bother toasting Yanchen? Go toast Qin Ming instead, it's his birthday. If you don't get him drunk and throw him into the arms of a woman to lose his virginity, you're not real men. The attendees, perceptive as they were, quickly recognized He Jinqing's protective gesture for Bo Yanchen. Observing Bo Yanchen's current demeanor, they discerned his mood was less than cheerful, and thus turned their focus back to Qin Ming. A cacophony erupted, insisting that today they must ensure he loses his virginity. Some even made crude jokes, laughing raucously. Bo Yanchen, unwilling to dampen their spirits, chose to remain despite his sour mood. Lighting another cigarette, he leaned back in his chair, his gaze falling upon Lin Dong. Earlier, he had noticed Tang Nuanning conversing with Lin Dong. They seemed quite familiar, and Lin Dong's gaze towards her was far from innocent. Realizing he was being watched, Lin Dong quickly turned to Bo Yanchen, seizing the opportunity to engage him. Approaching with a glass in hand, he said with a smile, Mr. Bo, it is a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to toast to our first encounter. You needn't drink, I'll do it myself. Lin Dong downed his drink in one gulp, while Bo Yanchen remained indifferent, continuing to smoke. Someone of Lin Dong's caliber was hardly worthy of sharing a drink with him. Had it not been for Qin Ming's birthday celebration, their paths might never have crossed. The upper echelons of society are not easily infiltrated by mere desire for inclusion. Chapter 39, Does Mommy Hurt? Qin Ming is a close friend of Bo Yanchen, while Lin Dong is a friend of a friend brought along by Qin Ming. Aware of his own lesser status, Lin Dong noticed that Bo Yanchen had not been drinking. He felt a twinge of awkwardness but maintained his composure. Smiling as he introduced himself, I am Lin Dong, the current manager of the Nan Group. I have long wished to meet Mr. Bo. And since I finally have the chance, I shamelessly present my business card. With a determined effort, Lin Dong extracted his card and offered it to Bo Yanchen. Bo Yanchen glanced at it but did not extend his hand. Lin Dong's face flushed with embarrassment as he searched for a way to extricate himself from the situation. Just then, Bo Yanchen raised his hand and accepted the card. Lin Dong was taken aback, then elated, secretly rejoicing. Bo Yanchen examined the card briefly before slipping it into his pocket, lifting his glass from the table to toast and take a sip. Lin Dong, overwhelmed by the honor, quickly filled his own glass and downed 3 shots in succession. The others present, perceptive to the dynamics at play, though seemingly focused on Qin Ming, had their gazes fixed on this exchange. Upon witnessing Bo Yanchen accept Lin Dong's card and share a drink with him, they immediately redirected their attention to Lin Dong. Once Lin Dong stepped away from Bo Yanchen, they flocked to him, exchanging cards and drinks, swiftly ingratiating themselves. Though they had previously been strangers, they now behaved as if they were brothers. This is the influence of Bo Yanchen. He need not utter a word to alter the course of someone's fate. Unbeknownst to all, Bo Yanchen's favor towards Lin Dong stemmed from his desire to learn more about Tang Nuanning, who happened to be acquainted with Lin Dong. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning had returned to the private room. Despite her efforts to conceal her fluster, Bao noticed her distress. "Mommy, are you okay?" "I'm fine, what's wrong?" Tang Nuanning feigned nonchalance. Bao scrutinized her. "Your hair is a mess, and what happened to your hand?" It was then that Tang Nuanning noticed her injured hand, a result of the ceramic vase that Shanghai had broken not long ago. Tang Nuanning fabricated a story. "I bumped into an acquaintance and, in my excitement, accidentally knocked over a ceramic soap dispenser in the restroom. The shards cut my hand." Little Sanbao chimed in. "Mommy, does it hurt?" "Not at all. If it hurt, I would have noticed." Sanbao offered a gentle blow to soothe her. "Feel better, Mommy." Tang Nuanning smiled. "Thank you, little Sanbao." With her head lowered, Bao spotted the marks on her neck, frowning but saying nothing further. Xia Tian, oblivious to the neck marks, only noticed Tang Nuanning's hand injury. As she called for a waiter to bring alcohol and band-aids, she inquired, "Who did you see that made you so excited and careless?" Tang Nuanning replied, "Lin Dong." Xia Tian was surprised. "You saw Lin Dong?" "Yes, he was here for business, and we happened to chat for a while." "No wonder you were out there for so long, you ran into an acquaintance." Lin Dong had made quite a name for himself in the city over the years. Uncle Nan was aging, and Wan's focus had shifted away from the company, leaving Lin Dong to manage the Nan family's affairs. If all went as expected, Uncle Nan would soon pass the reins to Lin Dong. Lin Dong was indeed talented. He had shown promise back in school, which was why Wan had taken a liking to him. During Wan's more than a year-long absence, Lin Dong has devoted himself to his career, remaining scandal-free, which is quite remarkable. I heard that a female intern once tried to seduce him, and he was so frightened that he fired her on the spot and even published a lengthy statement at the company, declaring his marital status. That statement was filled with love for Wan, resembling a lengthy love letter, neither vulgar nor kitsch, and it captivated a multitude of female admirers. It is also said that he hung their wedding photos around the office, on the back wall, the desk, the tea table, and even set his computer lock screen to a picture of them together, a quintessential display of a devoted husband, haha. Tang Nuanning chuckled. Wan did not misjudge him. Nor was it in vain that she faced so much pressure to marry him back then. Indeed, it is only when I see her with Lin Dong that I can sense the beautiful side of marriage. Xia Tian remarked, glancing at Tang Nuanning with a complex expression. Tang Nuanning understood her unspoken thoughts and teased, "You cannot dismiss an entire forest for the faults of a single sapling. Love remains a beautiful endeavor. The wise do not succumb to love, only the resentful allow themselves to fall." As they conversed, a waiter arrived, accompanied by a female doctor and 2 nurses. Tang Nuanning was taken aback. Was there really a doctor and nurses at the hotel? Was her minor injury worth such a fuss? Truly, this was the finest hotel in the city. The service was unparalleled. The doctor meticulously treated Tang Nuanning's wound, gently asking, "Are there any other injuries?" Tang Nuanning shook her head, smiling, "No, just this." Bao frowned, noticing the bruise on her neck. The doctor offered a few final words of caution before departing. Tang Nuanning reflected, "No wonder it's so expensive, the service is exceptional." Of course, in the service industry, quality is paramount. We pay to be treated like royalty here. Indeed, only with wealth can one be a princess, without it, one remains a Cinderella. Yet, even Cinderella can rise to greatness. I believe in you. You will become a wealthy woman someday. Tang Nuanning beamed, if I do become wealthy. My first act will be to repay you by inviting all your favorite idols to come and serve you, calling you sister while pouring tea and kneading your shoulders. Tang Nuanning was fond of wealth, Xia Tian adored youthful charm, and Nan Wan cherished her career. These were the defining traits of the three of them. Hearing this, Xia Tian immediately became giddy. You must hurry and become a wealthy woman, I can hardly wait. Observing her starry-eyed demeanor, Tang Nuanning cautioned, moderation, please. The children are still around, don't lead them astray. Xia Tian winked at her before adopting a serious demeanor. Where's Bao? Tang Nuanning inquired. Without a second thought, Xia Tian replied, He's in the restroom. Tang Nuanning thought nothing of it. Meanwhile, Tang Bao had arrived at the entrance of Bo Yanchen's private room. Chapter 40, Bo Yanchen vs Tang Bao. Having noticed Tang Nuanning's prolonged absence, Tang Bao surreptitiously slipped out to find her. He happened upon Bo Yanchen and Tang Nuanning conversing at the end of the corridor. Concealed at a distance, he couldn't discern the specifics of their exchange. But he observed his mother's displeased countenance. Consequently, he surmised that Bo Yanchen must have upset his beloved mother. He thought, if you cause my mother distress, you shall not find respite either. Thus, the little fellow sought to vent his anger on Bo Yanchen. He lingered by the doorway, overhearing the lively atmosphere within, punctuated by repeated birthday felicitations. The little fellow scoffed. Someone's birthday, huh? Spotting a server wheeling a cake cart his way, Tang Bao's dark eyes gleamed with mischief, and he sauntered toward it. Upon approaching, he feigned astonishment, exclaiming, wow, what a magnificent cake. I'd love to have a taste. The server, charmed by his adorableness, paused and responded with a gentle smile, it is indeed lovely, but one cannot simply eat it. It belongs to someone else. And it would be impolite to partake without permission. If you desire a treat, your parents can request something from our selection of pastries. Tang Bao pouted, feigning disappointment. This one is surely the most delectable. Oh? What is that atop? Is it a candle? He gestured with his small finger toward the cake's uppermost adornment. As the three servers' gazes followed his gesture, Tang Bao seized the opportunity to discreetly insert a small trinket from his pocket into the cake. That is not a candle. Merely an ornament, one of the servers clarified. Oh, then you should hasten with the cake's delivery, lest the birthday celebrant grows impatient, Tang Bao urged. Very well. The servers chuckled, resuming their course. Tang Bao licked his finger, savoring the sweetness. He had surreptitiously swiped some frosting while planting the trinket. Delicious. Such a pity, he murmured, casting a mischievous grin as the servers wheeled the cake into the room. Shortly thereafter, a resounding crash reverberated from within the room, followed by screams of terror. Tang Bao, confident that his scheme had succeeded, chuckled softly, thrust his hands into his pockets, and ambled toward the restroom. At that moment, Qin Ming's cake had detonated, splattering Bo Yanchen. As he was positioned at the center, closest to Qin Ming, Bo Yanchen was thoroughly coated in cake. He gasped, nearly losing his composure. Never had he been in such a disheveled state, especially in front of so many witnesses. Amid the collective bewilderment, Qin Ming was equally stunned. After a moment, he roared. Damn it! Who is playing such a prank on me? You win, you win. Just wait until I discover your identity, I'll get even on your birthday. Qin Ming assumed it was a jest orchestrated by someone in the room. The others, too, jumped to similar conclusions, and the tense atmosphere immediately dissipated into laughter. Bo Yanchen didn't overthink it either. He figured men often played pranks on each other on their birthdays. Out of respect for Qin Ming's special day, he suppressed his anger and headed toward the restroom to clean himself up. Finding the restroom inside the private room occupied, he ventured to the one outside. There, he encountered Tang Bao. Tang Bao, masked, stood before a small urinal, fiddling with his trousers. Their eyes met, one adult, one child. Bo Yanchen's brow furrowed. Were it not for the boy's lively eyes, he might have mistaken him for Shen Bao. His features mirrored Shen Bao's precisely. When Shen Bao wore a mask, he looked just like this. However, Shen Bao's brow was often furrowed, and he wouldn't display this expression of shock. Wow, a cake man. You look delicious. Tang Bao exclaimed. Rushing toward him, heedless of their surroundings, and grabbing a handful of cake to shove into his mouth. This cake was truly delicious, and he craved it. Bo Yanchen seized his wrist. You cannot eat that. Tang Bao attempted to force it down, but his strength was no match for Bo Yanchen's. Frustrated at being denied the cake so close at hand, the little fellow retorted, "Bad man." He scoffed and returned to the urinal. Bo Yanchen frowned, choosing not to argue with Tang Bao, and began cleaning the cake from his face at the sink. Just as he finished washing his face, Tang Bao suddenly looked at him with a pitiful expression. "Uncle." Bo Yanchen turned his head. I need to pee. And I can't hold it anymore." "Then go." "But I can't undo my zipper, can you help me?" Before Bo Yanchen could respond, Tang Bao began to act. "Oh no, I can't, I'm going to wet my pants, boo-hoo, uncle, please help me quickly." Bo Yanchen frowned. He disliked speaking to strangers, even children. However, he saw a reflection of Shen Bao in the little fellow, triggering his paternal instincts, so he didn't refuse this time. He strode over, knelt down, and began to unzip Tang Bao's trousers. As soon as the zipper was undone, a stream of warm liquid gushed forth. Freshly brewed toddler urine, spraying onto Bo Yanchen's face, body, hands, and shoes. Bo Yanchen. A triumphant glint flashed in Tang Bao's eyes. "That's for bullying my mommy. You deserve to be drenched in pee." The little fellow felt a surge of satisfaction, yet maintained an anxious facade. "I'm sorry, uncle, I couldn't hold it. You won't hit me, will you? Good people don't hit children." Glancing at someone entering, Tang Bao burst into tears. "Wah, it wasn't on purpose. Uncle, I really didn't mean to pee on your face and body, let me wipe it off for you, let me wipe it off." He reached for used paper in the trash can. Bo Yanchen's eyes widened, and he jumped back several steps. "You. What's wrong, uncle? Don't you need me to help you wipe it off?" "No need." "Oh, okay, then wipe it yourself. I'll go first, oh. And don't forget to rinse your mouth, I think I saw some pee splash into it." Bo Yanchen. Zhou Sheng entered with new clothes, followed by He Jingqing, Shang Yu, and others. Their eyes widened in unison. Before they could speak, Tang Bao said to them pitifully, "I didn't mean for him to drink my pee, and I didn't mean to pee on his face, I'm a good child raised by good people." Everyone. Chapter 41, He Dares Bully My Mommy? After Tang Bao finished speaking, he left, and as soon as the little fellow walked out of the restroom, he immediately changed his expression. He skipped and hummed back to the private room, in an extremely good mood. Tang Nuanning and Xia Tian were surprised to see him return from outside. "Bao, when did you go out?" "I just went out, I wanted to go find mommy. But the auntie outside told me mommy had already returned, so I didn't go far." Originally, Tang Nuanning wasn't too worried about Tang Bao running out. But when she thought that that person was also here, her heart jumped into her throat. If he ran into that wild man, wouldn't he know about the existence of the child? Tang Nuanning glared. "You don't know anyone here, how can you run out by yourself, you?" Before she could finish speaking, Tang Bao leaned close to her, smacked her on the face. "Mommy, don't worry, you know how smart I am, I definitely won't get lost. And I won't cause trouble, I just saw that mommy hadn't come back for so long, and I missed mommy." As the little fellow spoke, he kept winking at her. Tang Nuanning. She swallowed the words of scolding that she was about to say. Tang Bao understood precisely how to handle her. No longer scolding him. Tang Nuanning anxiously inquired, "When you went out, did you happen to encounter someone who resembles you?" Tang Bao instantly guessed whom she was referring to. Indeed. He had crossed paths with that individual, inadvertently ruining their cake and dousing himself in the process. However, concealing his thoughts, Tang Bao solemnly lied. "No. The only one who looks like me is my brother, who remained in the private room." Relieved, Tang Nuanning exhaled quietly and pinched Tang Bao's cheek, asserting, "In the future, do not act without prior notice. Before you do anything, ensure you inform an adult, understood?" Yes, Tang Bao replied, feigning ignorance, as he settled beside Tang Bao. As the waiter entered with the dishes, Tang Erbao seized the moment while Tang Nuanning conversed with Xia Tian to whisper to Tang Dababao. I just avenged Mummy by splattering that scoundrel with urine. Tang Dababao furrowed his brow, glancing at Tang Nuanning to confirm she was not paying attention before quietly asking. Is it Bo Yanchen? Yes. What happened? Tang Erbao recounted, I saw Mummy chatting with that scoundrel, and she looked quite displeased. He must have upset her again. Coincidentally, someone was delivering a birthday cake to his room, and I placed a small bomb inside, blowing it up. Then, while he went to wash his face, I seized the opportunity to chat and succeeded in splattering him with urine. It felt so satisfying. Tang Dababao's frown deepened as he turned to Tang Nuanning. Is the injury on Mummy's neck caused by Bo Yanchen? Did you see him lay a hand on her? No, I only saw them speaking together, both with unsatisfactory expressions. Mummy looked unhappy, and he appeared quite fierce. He must have intimidated Mummy, Tang Erbao replied. Did he recognize you? No, I was wearing a mask. So doesn't he know it was intentional? Definitely not, they probably think the cake explosion was a prank by someone else. Tang Dababao fell silent for a few seconds before heading to the restroom. Once inside, he locked the door and hastily activated his modified smartwatch. Though it appeared to be an ordinary children's phone watch, it contained remarkable capabilities. He swiftly hacked into the restaurant's surveillance system, copying the footage and discreetly deleting the relevant recordings. Aware of Bo Yanchen's formidable prowess, he could not allow him to discover Erbao. After completing his tasks, he returned to the dining table, intending to review the copied footage later. What happened, big brother? Tang Erbao curiously inquired, noticing something amiss. Let us eat first. We'll talk tonight, Tang Dababao replied gravely. After dinner, they strolled through a nearby pedestrian street before returning to Tang Nuanning and the three little ones' residence. Xia Tian was reluctant to part ways with Tang Nuanning and insisted on sleeping together, declaring she would cling to her for the night. Tang Nuanning had much to share with Xia Tian and did not wish to separate, conceding, tonight, you will have to endure staying in our rented apartment. It's not a hardship at all. The environment here is splendid, and it looks quite expensive, Xia Tian chimed in. At this sudden topic, Tang Dababao felt a twinge of panic. This place, a high-end private rental for small families, cost a small fortune per night. Yet, he had told Tang Nuanning it was merely over 100. This place is indeed pricey, but the landlady adores us, so she offered us a significant discount. Just a little over 100 for the night, he explained hurriedly. Xia Tiantian's eyes widened in surprise. Over 100? Impressive. See. We're in an era where looks matter. If it were me, I'd gladly stay here even for free. You three look like little lucky stars, bringing good fortune to this place, haha. Tang Dababao's mouth twitched awkwardly. It seemed his mother's good friend was not particularly astute. Mummy, you and Godmother should rest quickly. We're going to sleep as well, feeling tired. Okay, sleep early, Tang Nuanning replied. Good night, Mummy. Good night, Godmother. The three little ones chorused as they returned to their room and closed the door. Tang Dababao swiftly opened his computer, his expression serious. Tang Erbao immediately leaned in, asking. What's wrong, big brother? The youngest sibling also approached with wide eyes, full of curiosity. Today, I destroyed their surveillance footage at the restaurant to prevent Bo Yanchen from discovering you, and I copied the restaurant's footage. Mummy was injured today, and I need to check if it was Bo Yancheng's doing, Tang Dababao explained. Tang Erbao's eyes widened. Mummy was hurt? Where is she injured? I only saw her unhappy. I didn't see him lay a hand on her. Are you implying that scoundrel harmed Mummy? The youngest sibling also panicked. Has someone hurt Mummy? Who did it? Is Mummy in pain again? Compared to Tang Erbao and the youngest, Tang Dababao remained calm. Don't panic. Mummy's injury isn't severe. Let us check the footage first, it may not be him. The three little ones huddled close, peering at the computer screen as they reviewed the footage. Soon, they located the clip of Shanghai assaulting Tang Nuanning. Tang Erbao's anger flared instantly. He dares to hit Mummy. Who is this old bald scoundrel? The youngest sibling, seeing Tang Nuanning being choked, burst into tears. Bad guy. He's a big bad guy. He is bullying my mummy, boo-hoo, he is a wicked villain. Tang Nuanning pressed his lips together tightly, his eyes flashing with fury. Without responding immediately, he typed rapidly on the keyboard until Shanhai's personal information appeared, revealing a screen full of scandalous news about him. Chapter 42, Tang Nuanning, no one can bully my mummy. Shanhai, the second elder of the Shan family, is a quintessential scoundrel. He is unattractive, lecherous, and incompetent. Relying solely on his connection as the uncle of the renowned star Shan Jiayue to exert his arrogance in Jin City. Whenever he encounters a beautiful woman, he attempts to drag her into his lascivious pursuits, and when rebuffed, resorts to insidious tactics to coerce compliance. He has never done a single good deed, yet has indulged in every conceivable vice. Tang Nuanning is infuriated, he cannot believe that such a vile man is protected by Bo Zatsa. It is no wonder that mummy wishes to divorce Bo Zatsa. If he can shield this despicable old fool, then he is no good himself. Bo Yanchen sneezes. Having been harshly criticized by his own son. And that woman, is she not the one who bullied Sanbao at the airport? Birds of a feather flock together. Their entire family is rotten to the core. No, I cannot allow mummy to suffer in vain. I must seek justice for her right away. Tang Nuanning declares. Turning on his heel to confront Shanhai, Tang Nuanning calls out to him, urging restraint. How can I not be impulsive? Tang Nuanning's eyes brim with tears. His heart aches for mummy. Look at how he treats her. Our precious mummy, the one we cherish as if she might shatter in our hands, is being bullied. He even dares to choke her. Why does he not simply ascend to the heavens? I shall sever his claws this very moment. Tang Nuanning furrows his brow. Aware that Shanhai is linked to Bo Yanchen. I understand. I fear not the Bo family, no one can bully my mummy. It is not fear. It is that if the situation escalates, mummy's past will inevitably resurface. Until we uncover the truth behind her alleged infidelity. Resurrecting old grievances will only subject her to further scorn from those keyboard warriors online. The harm will ultimately befall mummy. Spittle may not harm a person. Yet it can drown them, otherwise, mummy would not have chosen to leave the city she loved so dearly. Nuanning is reluctant to escalate matters now. Especially since he has yet to ascertain the full story of the past. Tang Nuanning, anxious, stomps his foot. What shall we do? Shall we simply stand by and watch as this scoundrel torments mummy, leaving her to fend for herself? We cannot seek vengeance for past grievances immediately. But what about the present? Mummy is being bullied, must we remain indifferent? Of course we must intervene. I shall exact vengeance today, trust me. I will not allow mummy to suffer in silence. Tang Nuanning wishes to shield Nuanning from the Shanhai affair, knowing that Nuanning is too impulsive. His every action tends to escalate matters. The connection between Bo Yanchen and mummy's situation remains murky, particularly with Shanhai under Bo Yanchen's protection. Should he confront Shanhai? It would likely attract Bo Yanchen's attention. In recent days, he has been investigating the events of the past and discovered that Bo Yanchen had been abroad since marrying mummy. He did not even return on their wedding day. For 2 years, they had not met, yet during that time, he had treated her well, ensuring she lacked for nothing. On the day he returned, the initial divorce agreement he proposed was quite generous towards mummy. Yet, he later accused her of infidelity, leaving her with nothing. There must be some misunderstanding at play. Moreover, how could 2 people who had never met give birth to 3 children? Tang Nuanning furrows his brow. His fingers swiftly tapping away at the keyboard. After a considerable time, he suddenly halts. I understand. HM? What have you discovered? Look at the records. When Bo Yanchen returned, mummy went to the airport to greet him, and shortly thereafter, he publicly accused her of infidelity. A month later, mummy discovered she was pregnant. This indicates that the encounter occurred on the very day Bo Yanchen returned, and at the airport, where there had been a disturbance. They must not have seen each other clearly during their encounter, leading to this misunderstanding. What? Both Tang Nuanning and Sanbao stare at Tang Nuanning, their expressions conveying utter confusion. Tang Nuanning continues, thus, Bo Yanchen revised the divorce agreement, and mummy silently accepted everything, believing she had indeed been unfaithful. Not realizing that it was Bo Yanchen with whom she had engaged. This explains why mummy sought a divorce from him. Even though she had seen him numerous times without recognizing him. She was entirely unaware of what he looked like, he was merely her nominal husband. Tang Nuanning, bewildered, interjects. So you mean, Mummy mistook Bo Yanchen for our father, thinking they were two different people when, in fact, they are one and the same? Precisely. Bo affirms. Similarly, Bo Yanchen was unaware that Mummy was his legal wife, he did not know that the woman he had relations with was Mummy. From his perspective, his accusation of her infidelity is not entirely unfounded. Yet, despite having created us, how could they remain oblivious to each other's identities? Perhaps they could not see clearly in the darkness during their encounter. But if that is the case, why does Bo Zatsa continue to pursue Mummy? That is easily understood. It stems from the series of events that unfolded after our return. From the moment you detonated that precision bomb to destroy Bo Yanchen's car, he has been under the impression that Mummy is a formidable person, intentionally seeking to provoke him. What? Is he not being narcissistic? Often, affluent individuals tend to overthink situations when faced with challenges. Why? Because the wealthier one is, the more threats and enemies they encounter, leading to heightened sensitivity. How do you know this? Tang Nuanning replies calmly, because I, your brother, am a wealthy individual. You too are sensitive. Often suspecting others wish to harm you? Not at all. Why not? Because I am a low-key wealthy individual, aside from you and Sanbao. No one else knows of my wealth, so no one wishes to harm me. To others, I am merely a child. Tang Nuanning muses. Now I understand why Mummy often says one should remain low-key, there is indeed wisdom in that. Concealing one's wealth is also a form of humility. Tang Nuanning concludes. Although Mummy may not possess high intelligence, she is a kind and upright person. Her teachings are quite sensible, and we should heed them. Indeed. So, shall we seek vengeance against Bo Yanchen? Yes, regardless of the circumstances, he has caused Mummy pain, and he is at fault. Exactly. Tang Nuanning nods vigorously. He fears his elder brother might suddenly decide against avenging Mummy. No matter what, anyone who causes his Mummy distress shall be held accountable. However, before seeking revenge, we must first clarify one matter. If Bo Yanchen clearly does not love Mummy and even initiated the divorce, why does he now hesitate to go through with it? This is a significant question worthy of thorough investigation. Tang Nuanning grumbles, let us not dwell on the reasons. If Mummy wishes to divorce, we should simply force him to comply. He still seeks to resolve matters through brute force. That is feasible, yet not the best approach. Until we fully comprehend the situation, we should refrain from employing such tactics. For now, we must find a way to dispel Bo Yanchen's misconceptions about Mummy and prevent him from incessantly bothering her. Yes, yes. How shall we proceed? Tang Nuanning, adopting the demeanor of a small adult, contemplates for a moment before declaring, I have a plan. Chapter 43, Tang Nuanning's I am just a baby. What method? Do not concern yourselves with that for now, heed my words and await good news. Tang Nuanning reassured Bao and Sanbao before sending them off to wash up and sleep. He then began to type vigorously on his keyboard. By chance, he stumbled upon Bo Changshan searching for information about him on the dark web, requesting his assistance in locating the individual who had usurped Bo Yanchen's business and successfully breached his security system. Nuanning narrowed his eyes. Was Bo Changshan truly asking him to investigate himself? How absurd. Tang Nuanning was the elusive top hacker, the #1 ally of Ning Baobei. Initially, he intended to decline outright, but upon discovering the connection between Bo Changshan and Bo Yanchen, he hesitated. If Bo Changshan sought to utilize him against Bo Yanchen, could he not similarly exploit Bo Changshan for his own purposes? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. While friendship with Bo Changshan was out of the question, a little manipulation was certainly feasible. Thus, Tang Nuanning succinctly replied to Bo Changshan's message, I can assist, but first, let us see if your terms can entice me. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Tang Nuanning remained unaware that her beloved children had turned her affairs upside down. She handed her nightgown to the freshly washed Xia Tian. The garment was slightly snug, making her appear smaller. Xia Tian remarked, You've given birth to 3 children, yet I am still heavier than you. How is that fair? Tang Nuanning chuckled softly, that is not called being heavy, it is merely baby fat. Xia Tian resembled a delightful, plump little girl. A typical northern version of a southern potato. She was petite and charming. Snuggling under the covers, Xia Tian confessed, "I simply cannot control my diet. I cannot resist my cravings. My motto is, in life, eating is paramount. I must never deprive myself of delicious food. If I can indulge in 2 pieces of chocolate, I certainly will not settle for 1. If I can recline, I will not sit. Eat well, drink well, and rest well, I will not squander my existence." Xia Tian was a quintessential foodie, disinterested in physical activity. Tang Nuanning climbed into bed, laughing, "With your insatiable appetite, you must treat our little Sanbao well, he cooks beautifully. And you will be fortunate to associate with him." Upon mentioning the little fellow, Xia Tian's interest peaked. "I know. Yesterday he showed me photos on his phone. And my goodness, they were utterly mouth-watering. And he even makes perfumes. How can someone so young possess such talent?" Tang Nuanning acknowledged her lack of fashion sense. Xia Tian then inquired, "They say giving birth is akin to facing tribulations. Was it painful when you had them?" Tang Nuanning shrugged, "In truth, I did not have the opportunity to feel it. I was oblivious to how the child was born. I awoke to find it had already happened. So I never experienced the pain of childbirth, nor did I capture any photographs of their first moments." Xia Tian, bewildered, responded, "When you fainted at work. Surely if someone rescued you, they would take you to the hospital, not abandon you in the wilderness. If they were truly malicious, they would not have allowed you to give birth, nor would they have performed the necessary suturing afterward. It feels as though they wanted you to fend for yourselves. Yet it does not entirely align." In a casual chat about childbirth, Tang Nuanning inadvertently mentioned the wilderness. However, she refrained from discussing her savior or life in the mountains, instead referring to a village at the foot of the hills. Tang Nuanning found herself puzzled. This question had long troubled her. The individual who took her to the wilderness did not seem to wish her harm, nor did they appear to be genuinely aiding her. It was all rather perplexing. Did they leave any clues? Tang Nuanning shook her head. No. Did they ever return? No. How strange. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Tian concluded. Let it be. If it remains unclear, there is no need to dwell on it. The truth will eventually surface. Tang Nuanning nodded in agreement. As many matters are indeed like that, one strains to comprehend, yet clarity often arrives when least expected. Now, enough about my children. Tell me about your experiences with Wan over the years. I wish to hear. Xia Tian replied, I remain the same, an ordinary person with ordinary matters. Currently, the most vexing issue is my mother. How can a learned woman engage in matchmaking? She is nearly transforming into a matchmaker herself, pressuring me daily. Between her and my aunt, oh dear, I dread encountering them together. Whenever I see them both, I feel the world is collapsing around me. Tang Nuanning could not help but laugh, surprised to learn that teacher he was also pressuring her. The current teacher he is not the one you once knew. I suspect my aunt has influenced her. She not only wants me to marry but to marry into a wealthy family. Tell me, with my average looks, modest education, and ordinary job, which affluent family would consider me? They must be blind. After mercilessly critiquing herself, Xia Tian turned her attention to her mother. Previously, she would scold me for being foolish, even to the point of tears, constantly lamenting why she and my father, both high achievers, would give birth to someone so dim-witted. She even entertained the thought that I might not be her biological child. Had it not been for our resemblance, she would have likely taken me for a paternity test. She would incessantly bemoan the fact that 2 scholars produced one underachiever, a classic case of opposites. Had they not been older and busy with work, they might have considered having another child for practice. After I began working, she ceased her complaints. Who would have imagined that she would then start pressuring me to marry? What a waste of her high education, transforming into a matchmaker. Tang Nuanning remarked, you have graduated for several years, it is indeed the age to seek a partner. I do not wish to, I am quite content living alone. Why pursue a partner? If I am fortunate enough to find someone like Lin Dong, who is considerate and virtuous, that would be splendid. But if I am unfortunate and end up with a scoundrel, what would be the point? I truly enjoy my current life, having a job, engaging socially, and being part of circles I cherish. When I desire excitement, I can have it, and when I crave tranquility, I can enjoy solitude. If I wish to travel, I can leave on a whim. If I prefer to lounge in bed all day, I can do so without reproach. With a monthly salary of 4,500, I can sustain myself and indulge in my desires. Were I to marry, I might have to support him. And I could end up unable to afford even a bag of chips. The thought alone is terrifying. Xia Tiantian's reasoning was not without merit. Such is the nature of marriage: find a good husband, and life flourishes; find a scoundrel, and one might as well weep. The challenge lies in discerning a man's true character, often obscured in the beginning. Chapter 44. Tang Nuanning is not particularly impoverished, is she? Yet. As the elders often say, those who remain unmarried and childless in their youth may find regret in their later years. Xia Tiantian, however, is quite carefree. She believes that life is fleeting and one should seize moments of joy. Her happiness and contentment with life are of paramount importance to her. Moreover, can matters of the heart truly be coerced? She is not against marriage, rather, she simply has yet to encounter her Prince Charming. When he does arrive, she will enthusiastically proclaim her desire to wed without needing any prompting. Xia Tiantian then inquires about Tang Nuanning's thoughts on the matter, asking if she intends to seek a partner in the future. Tang Nuanning shakes her head, expressing that she has endured the hardships of marriage and wishes to avoid it again. Besides, she already has children and will not feel lonely in her old age. Xia Tiantian scoots closer, grinning, declaring, "What yours is mine. From this day forth, I too have children, and I shall not be lonely in my old age. If I remain single, I shall cling to you and the little ones." As her words fade, her stomach grumbles, prompting her to say, "It's time for a midnight snack." "Foodie," Tang Nuanning teases, "I shall prepare something for you." "No need, it's too late for that, I'll order takeout. I'll check on the little ones first. And if they're still awake, I'll order more. The little ones have already fallen asleep." Xia Tiantian orders skewers and drinks. And the two revel in their late-night feast, laughing and enjoying each other's company, reminiscent of their days in the university dormitory. Meanwhile, Bo Yanchen returned from the Jinping Hotel directly to the hospital, where he kept vigil at Shen Bao's bedside, having gone a night without sleep. Those loyal to Bo Changshan could not withstand Zhou Ying's tactics and have already divulged everything. It was mentioned that Bo Changshan sought out Tang Nuanning to treat Shen Bao's bipolar disorder. Tang Nuanning has not lied. She genuinely does not know Bo Changshan. Their encounter at the bar was purely coincidental. He had his people visit the bar again and discovered that Tang Nuanning had signed up to work there in the afternoon, while he had decided to visit the bar at night to find He Jingqing. This implies that Tang Nuanning had no prior knowledge of his visit to the bar when she applied for the job. He had misconstrued both events regarding her. Yet, despite his attempts to locate her during the smoke bomb incident in the basement, he had been unable to uncover her whereabouts. The sabotage of his business and the breach of his security system, along with the warning letter accusing him of bullying a young girl, left him perplexed. Could it be that the young girl referred to was not Tang Nuanning after all? Bullying a young girl? No. It dawned on him that he had not only bullied Tang Nuanning but also his wife, whom he had never met. He had been utilizing their marital bond to manage Shen Jiayue. Recently, that woman had sought a divorce, yet he had refused to comply. Was the individual disrupting his business acting in her defense? Bo Yancheng's expression darkened as he disregarded the time, retrieving his phone to call Yu Jingyuan, requesting a meeting with her the following day. He desired to meet her personally to ascertain whether she indeed had formidable backing. The next day, Tang Nuanning awoke to the sound of her phone ringing. It was Lin Dong. He explained that he had drunk too much the previous night, which was why he had not reached out, and asked about her well-being and whether Shanghai had troubled her again. Tang Nuanning reassured him that all was well and urged him not to worry. However, Lin Dong insisted on knowing her location, expressing a desire to visit. After hanging up, Xia Tiantian asked if Lin Dong was coming over. "Yes," Tang Nuanning replied, "he said he would bring Wan to see me. His will to survive is quite strong. If Wan discovers you returned and that Lin Dong did not visit, she would surely scold him," Xia Tiantian remarked. Tang Nuanning chuckled, noting that he had indeed said as much. The two friends thought little of it, as they needed to prepare for the arrival of a gentleman. hastily getting up to wash and freshen up. Tang Nuanning was unaware that Yu Jingyuan had called her the previous night because there were no missed calls on her phone. In her inebriated state, troubled by thoughts of Yu Jingyuan, she had impulsively blocked her number. Now, having sobered up, she had completely forgotten about the blocking incident, leaving Yu Jingyuan's call still lodged in her blacklist. Half an hour later, Lin Dong arrived. Tang Nuanning greeted him warmly at the door. Unbeknownst to them, someone nearby was capturing their interaction with a camera, and this photograph soon found its way into Bo Yancheng's hands. Zhou informed Bo Yanchen. This is the photo captured of Lin Dong, per your instructions to follow him. No wonder they had previously been unable to ascertain Miss Tang's address. It turned out she resided at the Maitian Inn. The inn's owner's son is a hacker, not particularly renowned but acquainted with several skilled hackers. And the inn's network security system is notably robust. Such an impressive network security system likely comes at a steep price. Bo Yanchen inquired, isn't she rather poor? How could she afford to stay at such a fine inn? The innkeeper offers special accommodations, charging only a little over 100 for a night, Zhou replied. Ah? Miss Tang's 3 sons are quite favored by the innkeeper. Had it not been for her concerns about Miss Tang feeling unwelcome, she would not have charged a penny. Bo Yanchen regarded him with skepticism. Zhou continued, I assure you, it's true. If you don't believe me, feel free to inquire yourself. Bo Yanchen, unaware that Tang Daba had orchestrated this arrangement in advance, did not dwell on it and asked, have you discerned the relationship between Lin Dong and Tang Nuanning? Chapter 45 Bo Yanchen, have I truly misunderstood her? We have confirmed that she and Lin Dong's wife, Nan Wan, are close friends and university classmates. Lin Dong is her senior, and the 3 share a strong bond. We also uncovered Miss Tang's personal information. It appears she once lived in Jin City. Miss Tang is a foster daughter of the Tang family, having been neglected since childhood. However, she excelled academically, scoring over 100 to gain admission to Jin University. Her performance there was commendable. Her teachers and classmates have spoken highly of her, describing her as gentle, kind, helpful, and industrious. Had she not abruptly dropped out to marry, she would have had a bright future. After her marriage, she was embroiled in scandal, her infidelity leading to her husband catching her in the act, resulting in a divorce where she left with nothing. Subsequently, she vanished for 6 years. Then, on the day her son damaged her car, she suddenly reappeared. Infidelity and leaving with nothing. Bo Yancheng's mind flickered to his own wife, whom he had never met. However, Tang Nuanning could not be her, as she had already divorced, whereas his wife had not. Moreover, their names differed. What, then, was her purpose in returning? Uncertain. Had she had any interactions with Lin Dong prior to her return? Zhou shook his head. It seems she had been living in the countryside and had no contact with anyone in Jin City before returning. Her connection with Lin Dong on WeChat was only established last night. Bo Yanchen fell into contemplative silence, then suddenly asked, is there any illicit relationship between Lin Dong and Tang Nuanning? Zhou was taken aback by the question. There shouldn't be. Lin Dong and his wife share a strong bond, and he is widely regarded as a good husband. Bo Yancheng's lips moved slightly as he shifted the conversation. Is there any connection between Lin Dong and Bo Changshan? Nothing has been uncovered. However, Lin Dong has been attempting to get closer to you for business reasons. He attended Qin Xiao's birthday party last night specifically to see you, leveraging connections to do so. A trace of disdain flickered in Bo Yancheng's eyes. Zhou continued. Are you suspecting that Lin Dong and Bo Changshan have joined forces? I find that unlikely. Even together, they possess less than 10 billion. While the last time we faced a business disruption, they launched an attack worth tens of billions. Lin Dong is the son-in-law of the Nan family, despite their vast wealth. Lin Dong has no significant assets to his name. He currently serves as the general manager of the Nan Group, essentially acting as a lackey, with real decision-making power resting with President Nan. Bo Yanchen pondered the possibility of collaborating with Lin Dong, considering the opportunity as a favor due to the relationship between Lin Dong and Tang Nuanning. Although his suspicion towards Tang Nuanning had diminished, he still did not entirely dismiss her potential culpability. He intended for her to care for Shen Bao, all the while seeking to uncover her true nature. Thus he remained vigilant about the people and events surrounding her. Notably, Professor Xiao's daughter shared a close bond with Miss Tang. The previous evening, Miss Xiao had invited Miss Tang to dinner, and subsequently, Miss Xiao did not return home, opting instead to stay at the Tian'an. Upon hearing this, Bo Yanchen's eyes flickered towards Zhou Xing, inquiring about Professor Xiao's only daughter. Zhou Xing confirmed that he had investigated and revealed that Miss Tang, Miss Xiao, and Miss Nan had formed a tight-knit trio during their school days. Bo Yanchen held the Xiao couple in high regard, admiring their expertise in ancient culture, a subject he found intriguing. He had visited them numerous times, knowing that Professor Xiao's wife, He Yan, was a close friend of his late mother. While he was aware of Professor Xiao's only daughter, he had never encountered her nor knew her name. He was taken aback to learn of Tang Nuanning's friendship with Professor Xiao's daughter. Zhou Xing informed him that the Xiao couple was currently in Jiangqing, having traveled there due to the recent discovery of an ancient tomb, and it would likely be a considerable time before their return. Observing Bo Yanchen's solemn demeanor, Zhou Xing reassured him about Miss Xiao's safety, noting that she and Miss Tang were genuine friends. Following the scandal regarding Miss Tang's infidelity, those familiar with her had criticized her, yet Miss Xiao and Miss Nan had defended her, facing online harassment as a result. Fortunately, due to the Nan family's wealth, they managed to mitigate the backlash, allowing the matter concerning Miss Tang to dissipate. Bo Yanchen decided to investigate Tang Nuanning's activities during her years in the countryside, recalling her as an exemplary student, questioning whether she may have changed for the worse, as people often do. He then inquired about whether they had managed to contact his wife, only to learn that her phone remained unreachable. Zhou Xing understood Bo Yanchen's concerns, suggesting that recent events likely had no connection to her. If the individual stealing their business were acting out of vengeance for her, they would have likely reacted following Bo Yanchen's refusal to divorce, yet the days had passed without further incident. Bo Yanchen, reflecting on his wife, fell silent. Zhou Xing proposed they return home for rest, noting that Bo Yanchen had not slept well for several days, consumed by worries over Shenbao and work. Bo Yanchen, however, insisted on heading to the office first. Upon arriving at the company, he was greeted by a message on his computer screen announcing a public apology for a previous misunderstanding involving him, accompanied by a substantial investment of 5 billion. This investment was a strategic move by Tang Debao to alleviate any misconceptions regarding Tang Nuanning. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bo Changshan was thrilled to learn that they had made contact with a wealthy individual willing to assist, having already publicly apologized and invested 50 billion in their new project. Bo Changshan recognized the potential of this affluent ally, understanding that his capabilities could match Bo Yanchen's. If they could secure his cooperation, it would provide a significant advantage. However, the mysterious number one supporter of Ning Baobei demanded sincerity, leaving Bo Changshan to ponder what they could offer him. It was then suggested that this individual might be aware of a certain valuable item in Bo Changshan's possession, prompting a discussion about the implications of revealing its existence. At Tian'an, Xia Tian marveled at the lavish breakfast Lin Dong had procured from Jinping Hotel, questioning the exorbitant prices. Lin Dong explained that it was the best breakfast available, aiming to cater to Tang Nuanning's potential change in taste over the years. Xia Tian was astonished by the price of the buns, revealing that Lin Dong had spent nearly 10,000 on the meal, a reflection of Bo Yanchen's substantial wealth. Tang Nuanning firmly composed herself and addressed Lin Dong, expressing her appreciation. "You truly have gone to great lengths. We are friends, there's no need for such formalities. Please sit down and enjoy the meal before it cools," he urged. "You haven't eaten either, so let's share," she replied. "All right." The three of them dined while engaging in light-hearted conversation, reminiscing about Nanwan and discussing Tang Nuanning's life over the past few years. Lin Dong gazed at her, his eyes filled with compassion. Upon learning that Tang Nuanning was still married and that her husband had been avoiding her, Lin Dong furrowed his brow. "If it's convenient, could you tell me who he is? I can help you confront him. If there are no feelings left, it's best to end it swiftly." Xia Tian also looked at Tang Nuanning, still unaware of the true nature of her estranged husband. However, Tang Nuanning shook her head. "Please, don't worry about me. I will handle this matter myself." Not to mention, their marriage was concealed, bound by a confidentiality agreement that prohibited disclosure. More importantly, given Bo Yancheng's current influence, she couldn't risk Xia Tian and Lin Dong confronting him. If Bo Yanchen were to retaliate, it could endanger them. Seeing that Tang Nuanning was unwilling to disclose further information, Xia Tian and Lin Dong refrained from pressing her. Lin Dong then shifted the topic. Regardless of any troubles you encounter in Jin City, don't hesitate to reach out. There's no need for formality. Understood. After conversing a bit longer, Lin Dong took his leave. Once back in his car, he promptly retrieved his phone and transferred a sum of 100,000 to an account. He then made a call. Please investigate who Tang Nuanning's husband is. If you can't find out, ask the Tang family. I need this done swiftly. Once you have the information, I will transfer another 100,000. Also, have you completed the tasks from last night? Yes. Make sure everything is clean. We cannot afford to leave any traces, or we will both be in jeopardy. Understood. After ending the call, Lin Dong leaned back in his seat, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the guest house. He hadn't anticipated Tang Nuanning's return. Nor did he expect her to remain married. Most surprising of all, he could hardly fathom that she had given birth to triplets. After a considerable pause, Lin Dong exhaled slowly and drove away. While on the road, he called the Jinping Hotel. I would like to order 3 children's breakfasts to be delivered to Building 1 of the Maitian guest house, preferably the most expensive option. Chapter 47, Am I to get my hands dirty for him? Just as Lin Dong departed, the 3 little ones awoke. The youngest, upon glancing at the clock on the bedside table, was alarmed. Oh no, it's past 10. Mommy and godmother must be starving. The little one threw off the covers and dashed outside in pajamas. The eldest and second child soon followed suit. After a brief moment, the youngest returned and informed them. Mommy and godmother have already eaten, and uncle brought us breakfast. The elder twins chimed in unison. Which uncle? I don't know. Without washing up, the twins rushed to inquire with Tang Nuanning. They were quite curious about the unexpected man near their absent-minded mother. Tang Nuanning smiled and clarified. He is your other godmother's husband and also my senior. He knew we were in Jin City, so he came to visit and brought breakfast. The twins felt reassured by her explanation. However, back in their room, the eldest twin opened the surveillance feed for a quick look, followed by a search of Lin Dong's profile. The tags associated with Lin Dong read, from a humble background, son-in-law of a wealthy family, aspiring youth, business elite, dependent husband. The universe's best husband. Not finding anything amiss, the eldest twin turned off the computer to wash up. It mattered little what Lin Dong did, as long as he posed no threat to their mother. In the living room, Xia Tian suddenly exclaimed, Oh my, Shanghai is facing retribution. Upon hearing Shanghai's name, Tang Nuanning curiously leaned in. What happened? Look. He was castrated. You have no idea, Shanghai is a notorious lecher in Jin City, a true scourge, who relishes tormenting women with cruel tactics. Yet, due to his connections with Bo Yanchen, no one dared to confront him. But now, an anonymous hero has emerged. Xia Tian was unaware of the past grievances between Tang Nuanning and Shanghai. She was merely commenting on the news. Tang Nuanning had heard from Lin Dong about Shanghai's ties to Bo Yanchen, and she too was intrigued. Who had the audacity to go after Shanghai? Did they not fear Bo Yanchen's wrath? Simultaneously, as she viewed the scandalous photos circulating online, she couldn't suppress a sense of schadenfreude. He deserved it, it was just retribution. She harbored no saintly compassion, there was no way she could wish him well after how he had treated her. Xia Tiantian's loud voice caught Tang Daba's attention. He hurried back to the computer, toothbrush still in hand, eager to search for information about Shanghai. To his astonishment, he discovered that someone had already beaten him to it. Brother, did you do this? Tang Erbao leaned in, curious. No, it wasn't me. I hadn't even acted yet. Then who did? I have no idea. He has offended so many people, anyone he has harmed could be a suspect. Regardless, whoever it is, they are a hero in my eyes for ridding society of a menace. Indeed. After breakfast, Xia Tian suggested taking the 3 little ones out for shopping and a movie. The 5 of them stepped out joyfully. Tang Nuanning paid little heed to the incident involving Shanghai. However, the repercussions of this event were far-reaching. Shanghai, though a despicable figure, represented the Shen family and, by extension, Bo Yanchen. Thus, confronting Shanhai was akin to challenging Bo Yanchen directly. In this world, how bold one must be to strike at Bo Yanchen's prestige. Consequently, the online community erupted in speculation, questioning who had the audacity to offend him. Yet those familiar with Bo Yanchen's sentiments towards Shanhai understood the complexities. Shen Jiayue had saved Shen Bao's life, earning Bo Yanchen's gratitude, which extended to the Shen family, albeit strictly in business matters. As for Shanhai, to put it bluntly, Bo Yanchen didn't regard him as a person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have humiliated Shanhai publicly before. He Jichen called. Did you have a hand in this? Bo Yanchen stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, surveying Jin City. Why not ask your sister? Bo Yanchen was aware of the history between Shanhai and Tang Nuanning. Seeing the news about Shanhai's predicament, he surmised it was somehow linked to her. Given the gratitude the Fu family owed Tang Nuanning for their son Fu Zixuan, it was not inconceivable that they might have intervened on her behalf. He Jichen replied, it wasn't them. My sister just called me, asking if it was you. She said if it was, she wanted me to thank you on her behalf for avenging Miss Tang. I'm not that idle. Then it's quite strange. Over the years, many have wished for Shanhai's downfall. They refrained from acting out of respect for you. Now that he is suddenly in trouble, the circle suspects it's because he offended you. I would lower myself to deal with him? Hardly. That makes sense. After hanging up, Zhou Sheng approached, Brother Chen. I just checked. The attack on Shanhai was carried out by a professional assassin. The order was placed on the dark web, specifically requesting only his castration, not his life. Orders placed on the dark web are notoriously difficult to trace back to their origins. Bo Yanchen took a drag from his cigarette. Indifferent to Shanhai's fate, as he had made many enemies and countless wished him ill. Zhou Sheng mentioned that he had received a call from the Yujing Garden, stating they had contacted Madame proactively, inquiring when she might be available to finalize the divorce. The mention of his wife made Bo Yanchen frown with impatience. He expressed that if she wished to avoid complicating matters, she should refrain from bothering him, assuring her that he would reach out when he was ready to part ways. His suspicions regarding her had dissipated, and consequently, he had no desire to see her. His yearning to meet her the previous day stemmed from his erroneous belief that the individual who had been encroaching on his business had referred to her as the young lady. Now that the misunderstanding had been clarified, she, much like Tang Nuanning, was no longer a suspect. Suddenly recalling Tang Nuanning, Bo Yanchen's expression shifted slightly. What was she up to? Ah. He recalled hearing she was out shopping with Miss Xia and the children. Bo Yanchen chose not to respond. Zhou Sheng continued. The plan for today is to inspect the Wancheng Mall. Will you still go? Bo Yanchen replied, yes, let us proceed with the scheduled arrangements. Wancheng was a chain mall under the Bo Group. Each year, Bo Yanchen would take the time to visit discreetly, as part of his professional duties. Coincidentally, Tang Nuanning was also present at Wancheng at that moment. Chapter 48, Offended, truly offended when Tang Nuanning received the news from Yu Jinjuan. She was still wandering through the shopping district, her frustration reaching a boiling point. What did it mean that he could leave whenever he wished? Did it imply that if he had no desire to depart, their marriage would remain intact? Oh, for heaven's sake! With her hands on her hips and forehead in distress, she cursed silently. It was only upon arriving at the mall that she contemplated calling Yu Jinjuan to inquire about the divorce. However, she soon realized she had blocked his number. Hastily, she unblocked him and dialed back. Upon learning that Bo Yanchen had reached out to her last night and even arranged to meet today, she was ecstatic. Yet, the situation took an unexpected turn. She was uncertain whether Bo Yanchen was upset for not being able to contact her the previous night. But what she did know was that she was infuriated with herself. Perhaps if she had answered the phone last night, they would have already obtained their divorce certificate today. Alas, alcohol had led her astray, to monumental consequences. In the current predicament, it felt as if her attempts to cling to him had been rendered futile. He had made it abundantly clear that any harassment would have repercussions. Remaining calm and collected did not seem to work. What, then, could she do to achieve a divorce? This path toward separation felt more arduous than Tang Sanzang's journey for scriptures. Suddenly, in the arcade, a little boy named Sanbao let out a sharp cry. He had been pushed off a small motorcycle by another boy, landing unceremoniously on the ground. The little boy who had pushed him stuck out his tongue in a taunting manner before commandeering Sanbao's motorcycle with blatant audacity. Tang Nuanning, a feisty little one, would not tolerate such behavior. He marched forward and shoved the offending boy to the ground. "Who gave you the audacity to push my brother?" Tang Nuanning's fierce demeanor startled the little boy, who burst into tears, crying for his mother. "Mommy, he hit me." A nearby affluent woman hurried over, scooping the boy into her arms. "Oh dear, where does it hurt? Did you fall?" My bottom hurts," he sobbed. The wealthy lady, both indignant and concerned, pointed accusingly at Tang Nuanning. "You little brat, how dare you hit my son? Do you want to die?" Tang Nuanning, looking up defiantly, retorted. "You are the little brat. Your whole family is filled with little brats. How dare you insult me? Just wait until I teach you a lesson." The affluent woman raised her hand to strike Tang Nuanning, but was seized by Tang Nuanning, who held her wrist firmly. "What do you think you're doing?" "What am I doing? Your son pushed mine down. Are you blind? As a parent, how do you educate your child with such a lack of manners? This is a public area with shared play equipment. Why should my son be denied his right to play?" Tang Nuanning was furious. "Who started this? My Sanbao was playing just fine until your son shoved him down. Who lacks upbringing here?" The affluent lady's face flushed with rage. "Do you know who I am to speak to me like that?" "I don't need to know who you are, I only know we are all human beings. And I have no obligation to indulge you. My son was wronged first, not us. If you dare touch my son, try it." As Tang Nuanning pushed the woman away, the affluent lady nearly stumbled in her high heels, saved only by her nanny's support. "You dare hit me? Just wait until I teach you a lesson, you wretched woman." As the affluent lady attempted to retaliate against Tang Nuanning, Xia Tian returned from the restroom, rolling up her sleeves, ready to confront. "Who is the wretched one?" "You are the wretched one. Just because you have a bit of money doesn't make you superior. If you dare to lay a hand on her, I'll fight you." Seeing that Tang Nuanning and Xia Tian were not easily intimidated, the affluent woman fumed. "You will regret this." With that, she stormed off with her son and nanny. Tang Nuanning quickly turned to Sanbao. "Are you hurt, sweetheart?" Sanbao shook his head through tears. "I'm scared." "Don't be afraid, Mommy and Auntie have scared off the bad guys. Does your bottom still hurt?" "It hurts. Let Mommy rub it for you." Xia Tian cooed. "Sanbao, there's a milkshake stand over there, sweet and delicious. How about I take you to get one?" The little one blinked, tempted. But when Xia Tian reached to pick him up, he clung to Tang Nuanning tightly. Although he recognized Xia Tian as family, his reliance on Tang Nuanning was stronger. Especially after feeling wronged. Xia Tian sighed. "Then you stay here with Mommy while Auntie goes to get it, alright?" Sanbao nodded, nestled in Tang Nuanning's embrace, still sniffling. As Tang Nuanning comforted Sanbao, the affluent woman suddenly returned, this time accompanied by several haughty women, all clad in designer attire and towering heels, exuding an air of superiority. Recognizing their intimidating presence, Tang Nuanning shielded Sanbao protectively, glaring at the approaching group. Chapter 49, Brother Chen, the Heroic Rescuer? The group of women drew near, their disdainful gazes fixated on Tang Nuanning and Sanbao. "Is this the pair?" Sanbao trembled in fear but bravely declared, "Don't bully my mommy." The women crossed their arms, staring at Sanbao, their eyes betraying a mix of surprise and admiration. Sanbao's beauty was striking, rivaling even that of the most celebrated stars in the entertainment industry. Unlike his siblings, he radiated a gentle aura, evoking awe even in women. After a moment of scrutiny, one of the women barked, "You little brat, get lost. Or I'll slap you." Sanbao's breath quickened in terror, yet he stood his ground. He was timid but fiercely protective of his mother, the person he cherished most. Unwilling to let anyone harm her. Tang Nuanning felt a surge of emotion as she shielded Sanbao, her gaze locking on to the affluent woman from before. "What do you intend to do? What do you think? I'll show you the consequences of crossing me." Standing beside the affluent woman was a younger girl, resembling her. Who inquired, "Sister, is it this mother and son who bullied you and little Lou?" The affluent woman vented, "It was them." Little Lou was playing on the motorcycle when her son pushed him down, and now look at the bruise on his knee. They didn't even apologize. Just typical uncouth behavior. The younger girl, named Su-han, possessed a strikingly beautiful face, yet her gaze was filled with malice. She shot a glare at Tang Nuanning, remaining silent as she pulled out her phone. With a voice dripping with sweetness, she called, "Jingqing, please come to Wanqing Mall. My sister and I are being bullied." As soon as she hung up, her demeanor shifted, her eyes gleaming with triumph as she looked at Tang Nuanning. "You're finished." Tang Nuanning realized she had encountered a manipulative adversary. As adults, they should not resort to deceit. It was clear that it was the child from their family who had initiated the conflict. Everyone was witnessing the truth unfold. The onlookers surrounding the scene exchanged glances, hesitant to utter a word. By chance, Bo Yanchen was present, observing from the back of the crowd, his expression intricate behind a mask as he watched Tang Nuanning. Zhou Sheng remarked, "It's Miss Tang, what a coincidence. I know she went shopping with Miss Xia, but I never expected her to be here. It seems that Miss Tang is in a bit of trouble, should we go and check on her? Are you hoping to play the hero?" Zhou Sheng paused, realizing that he indeed wanted Bo Yanchen to come to her aid. Ever since Tang Nuanning had kissed Bo Yanchen, Zhou Sheng felt a newfound admiration for her. After all, she was the only one who had captured his attention over the years. If she could help Bo Yanchen forget about the mother of Shen Bao and lead a normal life, then Tang Nuanning would undoubtedly hold a revered place among their circle. They cared for Bo Yanchen, unwilling to see him suffer for a woman whose fate remained uncertain. "Do you have feelings for her?" Bo Yanchen unexpectedly inquired, catching Zhou Sheng off guard. "Brother Chen, that's not a funny joke. If you truly have feelings for her, I could speak on your behalf." Zhou Sheng's lips twitched in disbelief. "You might as well just end my life. I see you're quite interested in her and hold a favorable impression. Don't let our past misunderstandings deter you. If you genuinely like her, I could approach her to mend things." Bo Yancheng's words were delivered with an air of generosity, but Zhou Sheng felt his frustration mounting. "Are you trying to find an escape for yourself? After all the misunderstandings, you just wish to smooth things over now? I have no issue with reconciliation. But your reasoning does not suffice." His intent was to provoke the connection between Tang Nuanning and Bo Yanchen, for he harbored no ulterior motives toward her. "Don't act recklessly, I truly do not have feelings for her. My warmth toward her arises solely from my concern for you." "Is that so?" Zhou Sheng's lips moved slightly, aware that Bo Yanchen currently held no affections for Tang Nuanning, and he refrained from elaborating further, merely stating, "Hasn't she stabilized Fu Zixuan's condition? I believe she can assist Shen Bao." Bo Yanchen narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a glance at him, and chose not to respond. Meanwhile, chaos erupted around Tang Nuanning, with several women clamoring with arrogance. "What's wrong with reprimanding your son? It's already a mercy not to have him expelled from the amusement park." "Exactly. If it weren't for wanting Xiaolu to experience a normal life, do you think you could have entered today? You and your daughter should be on your knees, thanking him for not demanding a private venue." Another woman warned. "Next time you wish to argue, consider the other party's status. Just that bruise on Xiaolu is enough to warrant all your family's assets, and it's still not enough." Tang Nuanning furrowed her brows, realizing that this group of women, much like that wealthy lady, were utterly unreasonable and possessed no decorum. One woman, with an air of superiority, declared, "You should quickly kneel and bow 3 times to Sisterly, then slap yourself 10 times, and see if Sisterly might forgive you." Tang Nuanning responded coldly, "What if I refuse?" "Refusal? That implies you wish to drink the punishment instead of the toast." Tang Nuanning shot them an icy glare and reached for her phone to call the police. Sensing her intent, one woman snatched her phone and hurled it to the ground. "You want to call the police? You truly are insane. Do you know who you have offended today? Xiao Li's uncle by marriage, the renowned He Xiao of Jin City. If the police arrive, they will only arrest you." The woman attempted to stomp on the phone, but Tang Nuanning forcefully pushed her away. "You're insane." Chapter 50, a show to watch. Tang Nuanning cursed softly as she bent down to retrieve her phone. Just as she grasped it, her hair was suddenly seized by someone who forcefully yanked it backward, causing pain to shoot through her. "We haven't even touched you yet." And you're already throwing punches. Truly deserving of a lesson, you wretched woman. Several others joined in, hurling insults and attacking her. Furious, Tang Nuanning thought that had she not wished to provoke trouble, she would have surely given each of them a taste of their own medicine. She stepped firmly on the toes of the woman gripping her hair, prompting a shriek of agony. Ouch, my foot. Woe is me. Even without resorting to needles, these women were no match for her. It is often said that a mother becomes fierce, since giving birth, she was no longer the soft-hearted individual she once was. Moreover, after years spent in the mountains, gathering herbs and chopping wood, her physique had grown robust. These pampered flowers from greenhouses stood no chance against her. Despite their numbers, they had not gained the upper hand. Su-han furrowed her brow, directing her gaze towards the little third treasure. She approached and kicked the child down, exclaiming, "How dare you compete with us for toys? You deserve a lesson." The little one burst into tears, calling out for her mother, "Mommy, mommy, woe is me." Witnessing this, Tang Nuanning was infuriated. She slapped a few faces and kicked a few legs, bringing the entire group of women to the ground. She rushed over and seized Su-han, delivering several stinging slaps before pushing her far away. "Don't be afraid, little third treasure, mommy's here," she consoled. As the child clung tightly to her neck, sobbing, "Mommy, woe is me." As Tang Nuanning comforted her child, the other women hurried to help Su-han. Asking with concern, "Hanin, are you alright? Did you get hurt? Are you in pain?" Now that Su-han was dating He Jinqing, she had become the most valued woman among their circle. Although everyone was aware of He Jinqing's notorious reputation for being unfaithful, readily swapping girlfriends, the question remained, why did so many women eagerly vie for his affection? And why did none of his ex-girlfriends come forward to criticize him? Firstly, though He Jinqing was indeed a playboy, he did not engage in affairs. He was known to be devoted to one partner at a time. Secondly, the allure of wealth was potent. Every woman who had dated him reaped benefits beyond measure, elevating their own status significantly. Additionally, He Jinqing was renowned for doting on his girlfriends, treating them like royalty during their courtship. Thus, even if Su-han were to part ways with him, she would still bask in the esteemed reputation of being one of He Jinqing's exes, raising her social standing considerably, especially while still in a relationship with him. Regarding today's incident, Su-han could easily play the victim in front of He Jinqing, and he would not hesitate to have Tang Nuanning imprisoned for several years. Hence, upon hearing that Su-han's little nephew had been bullied, they rushed to confront Tang Nuanning, eager to stand up for her. In their minds, today was the day to publicly humiliate Tang Nuanning and her child. As long as Su-han was present, He Jinqing would ensure their safety. Having twisted her ankle, Su-han sat on the ground, covering her face and glaring at Tang Nuanning with indignation. "How dare you hit me?" Tang Nuanning held the little third treasure protectively, her face brimming with rage. "We are all adults here. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Bullying a child is cowardly. I thought you were just an ordinary schemer, but you are truly vile. Hitting a child? You are beneath contempt. I warn you," she continued. "You would do well to refrain from challenging a mother's limits. Anyone who dares lay a finger on my child will face my wrath." Tang Nuanning was utterly livid. It was acceptable for these women to quarrel with her, but harming her child crossed a line. The women hesitated, having witnessed Tang Nuanning's fierce resilience, and urged Su-han, "Han, keep calling He Xiao, he must come and deal with this. She truly has no regard for her life, to even strike you." "Yes. Summon He Xiao," they echoed. Su-han bit her lip and shot Tang Nuanning a venomous glare before picking up her phone to call He Jinqing. Upon connecting, she cried out, "Jinqing, I've been attacked. Hurry, please." Tang Nuanning's expression darkened. She understood that the person they were summoning was certainly not of ordinary status. Her situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Without hesitation, she dialed the police. As a member of a marginalized group, she was nothing in the face of power. Her only recourse was the law. Zhou Sheng, standing among the crowd, marveled at Tang Nuanning's ferocity, effortlessly taking on multiple opponents. He also admired her as a dedicated mother, fiercely protecting her child. They were calling for help, likely summoning He Xiao, who was probably a new girlfriend of his. During their courtship, He Xiao was infamous for his obedience to his partners. Today, Miss Tang was likely facing an unfavorable outcome. After Zhou Xing spoke, he turned to Bo Yanchen, suggesting, given her fierce defense of her child, we cannot stand idly by. She is a commendable mother. Moreover, perhaps she could assist us with Shen Bao. Bo Yanchen furrowed his brow, lost in thought. The sight of Tang Nuanning cradling her child tightly indeed stirred something within him. If Shen Bao could be so fiercely protected by his mother, how fortunate he would be. Seeing Bo Yanchen remain silent, Zhou Xing assumed he was reluctant to intervene and proposed, I'll have the manager investigate the matter. However, before he could make the call, Bo Yanchen interjected, no need for that. The specifics of who is at fault are irrelevant. What matters is that I have already perceived Su Han and her group growing impatient. Particularly, her hitting a child is enough to warrant severe consequences in my eyes. Not investigating? Then shall we inform He Xiao? Zhou Xing inquired. Unnecessary. When we arrived, did you not mention seeing He Jinglian? He Jinglian, He Jingqing's sister. And also Fu Zishuan's mother, known as Mrs. Fu. Yes, I did see her, but we were wearing masks, so she likely did not recognize us. Have someone inform her that Tang Nuanning is being bullied here. Zhou Xing paused, a realization dawning upon him as his eyes brightened. Brother Chen. You truly excel at dealing with such matters. Bo Yancheng's expression darkened as he remarked, Jingqing's taste in women is growing increasingly questionable. He will need his sister to help him clear his vision. Zhou Xing internally scoffed, this isn't about clearing his vision, it's about applying medicine. Tang Nuanning was a significant benefactor to the Fu family, yet she was being mistreated by He Jingqing's new girlfriend. How would Mrs. Fu react? If they intervened, it would merely result in punishing those women, but if He Jinglian took action, He Jingqing would certainly face repercussions. A spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 51, The Bloodline Suppression from My Sister. Before long, Mrs. Fu arrived, hastening over after hearing that Tang Nuanning was also present and had been bullied. Miss Tang. A familiar female voice called from behind. Tang Nuanning turned to see Mrs. Fu. Mrs. Fu? Mrs. Fu, astonished, exclaimed, it truly is you. I thought I had mistaken you at first sight. What has happened? Tang Nuanning felt a hint of embarrassment due to the earlier unpleasantness with the others. Upon hearing her words, Mrs. Fu frowned, casting an unhappy glance towards Su Han and her companions. Only Su Han recognized Mrs. Fu's identity, causing her to shudder in fear. The others, unfamiliar with Mrs. Fu, regarded her as a wealthy matron but, emboldened by Su Han's connection to He Jingqing, shouted, What? You're this little wench's savior? Let me tell you, even if the King of Heaven were here today, it wouldn't matter, this little wench is doomed. Su Han's pupils dilated in shock. Quickly pulling her friends back, don't say that. What are you afraid of? Even if she is a noble woman, so what? I refuse to believe anyone in Jingqing fears He Xiao. You are He Xiao's current girlfriend, you needn't fear them. Upon hearing her brother's name mentioned, Mrs. Fu's expression turned cold as she scrutinized Su Han, her eyes filled with derision. You are He Jingqing's current girlfriend? The woman beside Su Han immediately chimed in, indeed. Are you afraid? Let me tell you, our Han Han is cherished by He Xiao, the apple of his eye. If you bully her, just wait and see how He Xiao will deal with you. Prepare to weep. The apple of his eye? Huh. I recall his girlfriend didn't look like this yesterday morning. Did he switch again in the afternoon or perhaps in the evening? The remark was laced with mockery, and the woman who spoke exploded in anger. Who are you mocking? What does it matter when the relationship was confirmed? Right now, Han Han is He Xiao's girlfriend. He Jinglian furrowed her brow, warning, try saying that again. I will say it. I will say it. How dare you? Su Han quickly stood up, covering the woman's mouth with urgency. Looking at He Jinglian with a forced smile. Sister. Who is your sister? My mother only gave birth to me in Jingqing. I have no sister. Stop trying to get close to me. Let her speak enough so that her tongue can be disposed of. My mother only gave birth to me in Jingqing? The crowd was bewildered. Someone stammered, Su Han, what is she saying? She is with He Xiao. With her face flushed, Su Han bit her lip, clutching her clothes, looking as though she had suffered a great injustice. Sister. I'm sorry, my friend didn't know your identity. Don't call me sister, it disgusts me. Whether or not she knows my identity is irrelevant. You are still young and already learned to rely on others. If you wish to leverage the He family's influence, you should first ask if we are willing. He Jinglian was not to be trifled with, and Su Han's group of women lowered their heads, trembling. Su Han's eyes were already glistening with tears. Su Han. He Jingqing hurried over, panting as he had rushed upon receiving his girlfriend's call. During their courtship, he truly was a commendable boyfriend. From a distance, he spotted Su Han looking bullied, frowning as he approached her. Su Han quickly looked up, and seeing He Jingqing made her feel even more aggrieved. Jingqing. As tears streamed down her cheeks, He Jingqing's expression darkened as he walked to her side, but just before reaching her, He Jinglian called out, "Stop." Only then did He Jingqing realize his sister was also present. He froze for a moment, then forced a smile. "Sister, what are you doing here? You better tell me what is going on with this woman." He Jingqing unabashedly admitted, "This is my girlfriend." "Your girlfriend? Have you lost your mind or donated your eyes? Picking up any stray dog or cat? Are you collecting scrap? Let us talk calmly. Why raise your voice? Anger is harmful to your health, be careful not to age quickly. Shut up. If our parents were here today, they'd surely be infuriated by you. Our He family seeks a daughter-in-law not based on pedigree but on moral integrity and kindness. Look at the type you've chosen. Even before entering the door. Her friends have begun to insult me. What will happen once she steps inside? I don't matter, what matters is the He family's reputation. If this continues, she will become even more brazen after entering. That is nonsense, you are the most important. Stop with the sweet talk. You are no longer a child. Instead of finding a decent wife, you are out gallivanting with these unsavory women. Truly disappointing. He Jinglian, unable to contain her anger, slapped He Jingqing twice. He Jingqing felt embarrassed, wishing for a hole to hide in, yet he had to placate her. At least give me some face, I am your brother after all. If you weren't, I would have thrown you into the river to drown. He Jingqing's mouth twitched. Let us talk calmly, what exactly happened? Did Su Han upset you? Mrs. Fu ignored him, turning to Tang Nuanning. Miss Tang, please tell us what happened. Do not fear them, with me here, you may speak freely. Only then did He Jingqing notice Tang Nuanning, narrowing his eyes as an unusual glint passed through them. He smiled amiably, Miss Tang. What a coincidence to see you here. Tang Nuanning was taken aback, she hadn't anticipated that the group of women's backing would be him. Though she did not know He Jingqing personally, she was aware of him. Last night at Jinping restaurant, she had stumbled into a private room to evade Shanghai, where he and that wild man had been present. Recalling their acquaintance, Tang Nuanning frowned. Her disfavor towards He Jingqing evident. He Jingqing noticed her reaction and, with a feigned innocence, said, Miss Tang, please do not harbor such hostility towards me. Although Su Han is my girlfriend, I would not be biased, you may speak your mind. Mrs. Fu, seeing her brother smile at Tang Nuanning, scolded him. You go aside, keep your distance from Miss Tang, she is not interested in you. He Jingqing, surely. Only this sister would think that her brother is unworthy of a married woman with a child? Miss Tang, please speak, He Jinglian supported her. Regaining her composure, Tang Nuanning recounted the events. He Jinglian was furious, exclaiming, indeed, a person of no merit, thinking too highly of herself. She turned to He Jingqing, shouting. She is leveraging your influence to bully others, you are aiding and abetting her. What do you plan to do? If you do not give Miss Tang an explanation today, I will deal with you. Chapter 52, What I Fear Not, I Cherish. He Jingqing turned his gaze towards Su Han and her companions. His eyes, still narrowed in a charming way, exuded an aura of harmlessness and amiability. However, the atmosphere around him had palpably chilled. Su Han and her friends were already terrified, trembling in anxiety as they stood aside. He Jingqing regarded Su Han with a voice that could only be described as gentle, saying, You should also speak. If you are not at fault, even if my sister were to strike me down, I would still protect you. However, do not lie. Suhan stubbornly refused to admit it was she who had lied, asserting that it was indeed her son who had pushed her sister's child and had refused to apologize. I merely sought justice for my sister's child, yet she was so fierce. There must be surveillance footage, let us check it. Tang Nuanning, uninterested in her theatrics, interrupted her directly. Upon hearing this, Suhan shivered and quickly changed her tune. I heard it from my sister. Sister, you tell them. She shifted the blame onto her own sister in a desperate attempt to save herself. The wealthy woman burst into tears. It was my son who pushed her child first, but her child also pushed my son. Boo-hoo. He Jingqing sneered coldly and summoned security to escort them all to the police station for a thorough reprimand. The women shrieked in horror at the prospect. He Jingqing himself was leading the way, making it clear that escaping would not be easy. They panicked, too frightened to plead with He Jingqing, and could only look to Suhan. Han, quickly plead for us with young master He. We cannot go to jail, we stood up for you today. Help us. Please. Suhan was equally startled, she had not anticipated He Jingqing would take such drastic measures. Just as she was about to speak, He Jingqing declared. You need not worry about prison, consider it my compensation for your breakup. Suhan's pupils dilated in shock. In her pursuit of He Jingqing, she had invested significant effort, only to find herself ending the relationship after a single day? Jingqing, please listen. I was wrong, I should not have taken my sister's word alone. I will apologize to Miss Tang, alright? I love you, I do not wish to part ways. Though Suhan appeared to apologize, she was attempting to absolve herself of all guilt. He Jingqing, displeased, warned, clinging on like this is tiresome. If you persist, I may just send you in as well. Suhan fell to the ground, deflated like a punctured balloon. A cacophony of wails followed as the women were led away, finally restoring peace to them all. He Jingqing, taking the initiative, apologized to Tang Nuanning. I am sorry, Miss Tang. I share responsibility for today's incident. Is your child hurt? Should we visit the hospital? Before Tang Nuanning could respond, He Jingqing's sister, He Jinglian, interjected, Leave, we do not require your concern. Go back to wherever you came from and do not obstruct our sight. She was worried He Jingqing might develop an interest in Tang Nuanning and become an incessant nuisance. He Jingqing, such is the nature of a sister. He was about to say more when his peripheral vision caught sight of someone observing from the second floor. He Jingqing was taken aback and bid farewell to He Jinglian before seeking out Bo Yanchen. Upon meeting, he lamented, Why didn't you help me earlier? If you had intervened sooner, my sister wouldn't have had the chance to scold me. Bo Yanchen, unreserved, replied. It was I who brought your sister here to open her eyes. What? Why? Are you deliberately seeking trouble and enjoying my misfortune? Quite the contrary, it is indeed entertaining. Your plight is amusing. Are you even my brother? I am your elder. Elder my foot. What do you mean? Just to protect that Miss Tang. You are willing to drag me down with you? It has nothing to do with her. I simply found Suhan's actions towards the child displeasing. He Jingqing did not believe him, insisting that if he truly had feelings for someone, he should be forthright rather than evasive. Whether I am forthright or not. At least I am not afraid of women. Spare me your wisecracks. Your lack of fear stems from not having a sister. I take pride in my sister's affection. What I feel is not fear, but cherishment. Though He Jinglian often quarreled with her brother, her love for He Jingqing was genuine. Throughout their lives, she had saved him from peril on several occasions. Hence, He Jingqing felt a mixture of fear and affection towards her. Bo Yanchen rolled his eyes in disdain, ignoring him. He cast his gaze down towards Tang Nuanning, observing her cradling the little third treasure, lost in thought. Zhou Sheng. Bo Yanchen mumbled quietly, prompting Zhou Sheng to exclaim, Isn't that inappropriate? If you do this, Miss Tang will undoubtedly be angered. Haven't you noticed how protective she is of her child? Bo Yanchen, irritated, retorted, If I say it is appropriate, then it is appropriate. Zhou Sheng, exasperated, replied, Today. The person who breached our security has already come forward claiming it was a misunderstanding and even offered 50 billion. How can you still doubt Miss Tang? Bo Yanchen barked. Enough of your prattle. Zhou Sheng, feeling helpless, thought, this guy is truly reckless. If he continues to provoke Tang Nuanning, she will surely be furious. What if he ends up wanting to pursue her later? That would be a disaster. Chapter 53, Bo Yanchen, prepare for the pursuit of love. Downstairs, He Jinglian dismissed the onlookers and found a private space to converse with Tang Nuanning. She regarded Tang Nuanning as a benefactor and a sister. In Jincheng, both are families. The he and Fu hold a degree of status. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I will seek justice for you. Thank you so much. Do not be so formal. You have helped Zishuan multiple times without accepting our rewards. If we can assist you, it will ease our conscience. Upon mentioning this, Tang Nuanning felt helpless. She had never sought compensation for assisting Fu Zishuan, yet, that day, Mr. Fu had handed her a check for 1 million. A million. The sheer number had left her stunned. If they had merely offered 3,000 to 5,000 as a token of gratitude, she might have felt compelled to accept due to her current financial strain. After all, she was well aware that their family lacked for nothing, while she was in dire need. However, their initial offer had been a staggering 1 million, which had frightened her away. For the Fu family, it was a significant favor, while for her, it was merely a small act, hardly worth such an amount. He Jinglian, being an emotional person, recounted her painful experiences over the years. All due to Fu Zishuan. Her life had been, to put it mildly, a disarray of sorrow. As a fellow mother, Tang Nuanning empathized deeply with her struggles. The little treasures, De Bao, Er Bao, and San Bao, were 5 years old this year, and in those 5 years, they had fallen ill multiple times. Each bout of fever or cold sent her into a state of panic, keeping her awake at night, never leaving her child's side. Until her children recovered. Her heart remained in turmoil. If one were to ask mothers worldwide what they feared most, they would surely respond, the illness of their children. Especially considering Fu Zishuan's conditions, which were beyond ordinary ailments, involving self-harm and suicidal tendencies. Thus, the hardships He Jinglian had faced over the years were evident. She continued, "You have no idea, after you spoke with him that day, he suddenly called me mommy. I nearly cried. Later, he expressed a desire to eat the noodles I cook, and I." As she spoke passionately, tears welled in her eyes. This sentiment is one that all mothers understand. Women understand women best, and mothers comprehend mothers most profoundly. As they parted, the little third treasure chirped, "Mommy. Are we going to the hospital to see Auntie's child later?" He Jinglian had inquired before leaving if they could visit Fu Zishuan again. She remarked that Fu Zishuan has been in relatively good condition lately, although he has begun to resist the hospital and wishes to return home. However, they are uncertain whether he is able to be discharged, hence she sought her assistance to inquire further. She agreed to help He Jinglian and plans to visit later today. Tang Nuanning mentioned, "Auntie's son is still resting, mommy will visit him at the hospital this evening." Yes, mommy should lend her support, this auntie seems quite pitiable. She firmly believes that auntie's future will only improve, for she is a good person, and good deeds are rewarded. Indeed, she is a wonderful aunt. We owe her much for standing by us today. True, it is essential to perform good deeds, for one never knows when they might encounter trouble and require assistance from others. Practicing kindness accumulates virtue, helping others is akin to helping oneself. Had she not aided Fu Zishuan that day, how would she have met He Jinglian? Today, there would be no mention of He Jinglian coming to her aid. The little three treasures nodded obediently, affirming that they must heed their mother's words and aspire to become benevolent individuals as they grow. Tang Nuanning smiled, pinching his little cheek, "You are the most well-behaved." The little one added, "Auntie is sad because her son is ill. But I promise my brother and I will not make mommy upset by falling ill." Tang Nuanning sighed, feeling overwhelmed with affection. Although the little three treasures may not possess the same cleverness as the eldest and second siblings, he genuinely loves her. She refrained from explaining that illness is beyond one's control and simply stated, "It's settled then, you and your brothers must remain healthy." Yes. Today's events are behind them, when she meets her godmother and brothers later, they should refrain from discussing the matter. She wishes to avoid causing any anger to Xia Tian and the older siblings, as it is all in the past. The little three treasures furrowed his brow, reluctantly agreeing. He still wished to complain to his older brothers, hoping they would devise a plan to seek revenge for their mother. However, upon her instruction, He understood he could not complain, he must listen to his mother and strive to be a good child. Tang Nuanning playfully pinched his little nose. You are the best. Mommy needs to visit the restroom, would you like to accompany me? No, I'll wait outside. But will you not come in with me? Mommy fears you might wander off. No, that's embarrassing, I will wait for you outside. Alright then, just don't run off. Okay. The little three treasures stood at the restroom door, waiting for Tang Nuanning as she entered the ladies' room. She intended to wash her face and tidy her hair to avoid raising suspicion when Xia Tian and the older siblings returned. Fortunately, she was able to handle them. And her face bore no marks, only her scalp felt slightly sore. After washing her face and fixing her hair, she appeared normal once again. Sighing, Tang Nuanning exhaled before the mirror, smiling at her reflection. A smile takes off 10 years, life is still beautiful. Keep pushing forward. After motivating herself, she stepped out. To her dismay, a significant issue had arisen. Chapter 54, Mr. Bo, you're finished, where is Sanbao? The sudden absence of the little one sent a jolt through Tang Nuanning's heart. Sanbao. 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 Her calls echoed with desperation, yet were met with silence. Frantically, she pulled at the nearest bystanders. Excuse me, have you seen a little boy? About this tall, 5 years old, wearing a cream-colored sweater and black sweatpants. Very delicate in appearance. As she spoke, she rummaged through her album for a photo of Sanbao to show the people in the mall. He looks like this, so chubby. He was just waiting for me by the restroom. No one had seen him. After searching fruitlessly, panic overwhelmed her, and she began to sob. Sanbao, where are you? Sanbao. Woo. As she wept, she dialed the police. Her first instinct was that a group of women was retaliating against her, that they had kidnapped Sanbao. The second thought was a more sinister realization: she had encountered human traffickers. Before she could even connect the call, an unfamiliar voice intruded, cold and detached. Your son is in my possession. If you wish for him to live, you must comply with my instructions. The voice was unlike any she had heard before. Distorted and menacing. Tang Nuanning held her breath as her heart raced. What did you say? Then she heard Sanbao's voice on the line. Let me go. You bad guys. I want mommy. Woo. I want mommy. Her heart leapt into her throat. Sanbao. Mommy is here. Where are you, Sanbao? Sanbao. He is with us, and for now, his life is not in danger. Tang Nuanning gasped for breath. Who are you? What do you want? Please don't hurt my son. All you need to do is answer a few questions honestly. If we are satisfied, we will release your son. If you dare to lie, we will immediately harm him. Tang Nuanning trembled with fear. I promise. I won't lie. What is your purpose for returning to Jincheng? Purpose? Purpose? What purpose? Flustered, Tang Nuanning stammered, unsure of how to respond. The voice impatiently repeated, you have been away from Jincheng for several years. Why return now? Think carefully before you answer. If you lie, your son will pay the price. I am right. I came back to register my child's household. He has no registration yet. Only after registering can he attend school and get health insurance. You have repeatedly been seen with a man. What is your intention? A man? Which man? Tang Nuanning thought frantically, suddenly recalling, you mean Sanbao's father? Yes. Tears welled up in her eyes. Not him again. I never intended to approach him. If it weren't for my second child scratching his car on the day I returned, I wouldn't even have known of his existence. I don't understand why he suspects I am trying to get close to him. I don't know why you all suspect me, but I swear I am not lying. If I were, may I suffer a terrible fate. I don't even know who he is. All I know is that he is Sanbao's father. I don't even know his name. Wu. Tang Nuanning cried with a broken heart. Meanwhile, Zhou Sheng, witnessing her distress, felt a pang of compassion. He turned to Bo Yanchen, brother Chen. She doesn't seem to be acting. There may truly be some misunderstanding. Bo Yanchen frowned, pressing on, are you sure? If you dare to lie, your son will truly die. I am sure. I am sure. I am not lying. Please, don't hurt him, he is only 5. I swear I don't know that man. I returned solely for my child's household registration. Her pursuit of a divorce from Bo Yanchen was merely to sever ties and ensure her children were registered. That was her only goal. Regardless of whether Sambao's father was that wild man, she only intended to find him to settle the registration, never to seek vengeance or demand support. Though she had harbored resentment towards him in the past, the birth of her children had dissolved that bitterness. Their presence filled the void left by her grievances. She simply wished to lead a decent life with her children. I am just an ordinary single mother, wanting nothing more than to provide a simple life for my children. I have never wronged anyone, nor owed anyone anything. Why do you always suspect me? If you refuse to believe anything I say, viewing me as a wicked woman, then I implore you, do not harm my son. If you have grievances, direct them towards me. Let him go. He is only 5, innocent of any wrongdoing. So sweet and so pitiful, he should not have to suffer like this. Woo. Tang Nuanning's love for Sambao surpassed that of an ordinary mother. While she loved her other children, her affection for Sambao was tinged with an additional layer of compassion and sorrow. She felt for him. Bo Yanchen observed the nearly shattered woman on the surveillance screen, furrowing his brow. Clutching her phone, she was in tears, her frail frame appearing quite fragile. Trembling as if on the brink of collapse. Whether she was lying was clear to him. Her profound concern for her son indicated she would not dare to deceive. This meant she had indeed not deliberately sought to approach him. Chapter 55, Tang Xiaoya Cat Warm Ning strikes upon contemplating something, Bo Yanchen inquired again. You didn't intend to approach him, so what about Shenbao? Did you get close to Fu Zixuan to reach Shenbao? Tang Nuanning vehemently shook her head. My assistance to Fu Zixuan was purely coincidental. I encountered him in a distressed state by chance and instinctively helped him. Later, when the Fu family issued a missing person notice, my concern for his well-being prompted me to visit him in the hospital, which led to our intersection. Prior to this, I had no idea who Shenbao was. Subsequently, Shenbao's father took the initiative to introduce me to Shenbao. Had he not done so, I would have remained oblivious to Shenbao's existence, let alone meet him. You may verify my words, there is no deceit here. Bo Yanchen gazed at her, visibly troubled. After a moment, he impatiently instructed her to go upstairs to fetch the child. Zhou Shen quickly interjected. Your son is currently at the entrance of the game hall on the 3rd floor, he can find his way. The call ended. Tang Nuanning's eyes brimmed with tears as she stumbled towards the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the game hall entrance, she spotted her little Sambao and rushed over. Embracing him tightly, bursting into tears. Mama. Mama. Sambao, you frightened Mama. I thought I had lost you. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's my fault for not taking better care of you. Are you hurt? Did they harm you? Little Sambao shook his head vigorously. An uncle suddenly picked me up. I resisted fiercely, and he said he mistook me for someone else. Then he mentioned that you would come to find me and told me to wait here, not to run off. What kind of uncle? Very tall and thin, quite kind. He even bought me candy. But I listened to Mama and didn't eat anything from a stranger, so I didn't take it. Good child, Sambao. You must have been scared, huh? Thankfully, that uncle didn't hurt me or treat me harshly, he was very nice. Tang Nuanning held Sambao tightly. Her heart still racing. Her phone rang, it was Xia Tian calling. The trio had returned with milkshakes but hadn't seen them on the 1st floor. We're on the 3rd floor, Tang Nuanning replied. Why did you go to the 3rd floor? We went straight up to the 7th floor. Let us meet at the cinema entrance there. All right. Tang Nuanning steadied herself and gently told Sambao, since the uncle didn't harm you, he may have genuinely made a mistake. Let us not mention this to your older brothers, okay? This involved that wild man. And she preferred to keep Dabao and Airbao uninvolved. Okay, little Sambao obediently nodded. Good child. Just as Tang Nuanning was about to take Sambao upstairs, she suddenly spotted He Jingqing. He Jingqing was clad in a floral shirt and white suit, with 2 buttons intentionally undone at the collar, revealing his collarbone and a hint of his chest, emanating a certain roguish charm. Coupled with his beguiling peach blossom eyes, he appeared quite the dashing rogue. Tang Nuanning held a distaste for such men. Not to say she loathed them, but she innately refrained from close contact, sensing a lack of integrity. In contrast, she preferred men like Lin Dong and Liu Bei, and Zhou Sheng was also decent, at least his gaze was sincere and pure. As for Shen Bao's father, she preferred not to dwell on him. One glance at his perpetually cold demeanor suggested a life of unhappiness, rendering him perpetually frosty, as if he were an icebox, freezing everything in his path. However, out of respect for He Jingqing, Tang Nuanning refrained from showing her displeasure, merely asking politely, "Is there something you need?" He Jingqing squinted, grinning cheerfully. "No need to be nervous. The incident earlier was instigated by my ex-girlfriend. I genuinely had no idea. You see, I took the moral high ground and sent them all to the police station, proving I'm a decent person, right?" Tang Nuanning. He Jingqing added. "I am a good person." Tang Nuanning's lips twitched. How could a good person speak like that? A respectable individual would never express themselves in such a manner. His words only reinforced the impression that he was anything but a good person. Not wishing to engage further, Tang Nuanning stated, "That incident is over. Do you have other matters to discuss? If not, goodbye." "Yes, there is a bit more to discuss." "Go ahead." "Earlier, it was Achin just playing with you. No one took the child. Please don't be scared or overthink it, there's no need to involve the police." Tang Nuanning? What do you mean? Quite literally. The child was taken by Achin, he was just teasing you. Tang Nuanning's breath quickened. How do you know? I've been with him all along. However, I did remind him not to frighten you, but he didn't listen. Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth. Why should I believe you? Do I seem like a liar? If you don't believe me, you can ask him. He is still in the CAF's private room. Hasn't he left yet? Tang Nuanning clenched her teeth and glanced towards the CAF, not uttering a word, and turned to leave, clutching little Sam Bao. She didn't seek out Bo Yanchen but instead entered the elevator to find Xia Tian on the 7th floor. "Mommy, are you unhappy?" Little Sam Bao asked cautiously. "No. I was just a bit worried when you suddenly disappeared." Mama was anxious. At that moment, she trembled with rage. She just knew it. All the inquiries had revolved around that wild man, undoubtedly linked to him. After reaching the 7th floor, Tang Nuanning entrusted Sam Bao to Xia Tian and whispered, "You take the kids inside first, ensure they wear masks, especially De Bao and Air Bao. We mustn't let that wild man see them. He is in the mall right now. I need to find him for something and will return shortly." Xia Tian, sensing her anxiety, quickly asked, "Is something wrong?" "No. I can handle it myself. Please keep an eye on the children, I'll inform you everything upon my return." "Okay, call if you need anything." "Understood." Tang Nuanning descended the stairs, while Xia Tian ushered the children into the cinema. Tang Nuanning headed straight for the CAF He Jingqing had mentioned, barging into the private room. Bo Yanchen and Zhou Sheng were present, along with He Jingqing. Tang Nuanning clenched her fists, resembling an agitated little wildcat, glaring directly at Bo Yanchen. "You took Sam Bao earlier and interrogated me on the phone, didn't you?" Bo Yanchen frowned. "Stop feigning ignorance. If you were a real man, just say it. How can you act tough behind someone's back like a coward?" Bo Yancheng's expression darkened, while He Jingqing appeared to enjoy the spectacle. Zhou Sheng glanced at He Jingqing, instantly comprehending the situation. What absurdity! Bo Yanchen had received a reprimand from He Jingqing and was now seeking revenge. Without a doubt, it was He Jingqing who informed Tang Nuanning of the situation. He had claimed to go to the restroom. What a true brother, backstabbing him. Zhou Sheng hurried to mediate. "Miss Tang, please calm down, it's a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? Acting tough without taking responsibility, is that all you can do? Just a coward and a scoundrel." Bo Yanchen, infuriated, retorted, "I did it, so what? What do you plan to do about it?" Upon hearing his admission with such audacity, Tang Nuanning became even angrier, her breath becoming erratic. She tightened her fists, gasping, fixedly glaring at Bo Yanchen. "It's you, fine. Suddenly, Tang Nuanning lunged at Bo Yanchen. Chapter 56, "Oh dear, Yanchen, you've been assaulted." Bo Yancheng's eyes widened as he swiftly grasped Tang Nuanning's wrist. However, With a cigarette pinched between his fingers, he instinctively shifted his hand aside, fearing he might burn her. Then, Tang Nuanning managed to gain the upper hand. With one wrist seized by Bo Yanchen, she retaliated with her free hand, striking, clawing, and even biting, like a fierce tigress. Zhou Xing and He Jingqing were taken aback by this unexpected scene, staring in astonishment. After several moments, Zhou Xing recollected himself and attempted to intervene. "Miss Tang. Please calm down. It's best to discuss things rationally." "Mind your own business, this does not concern you," He Jingqing interjected, pulling Zhou Xing out of the room. "What are you doing, He Xiao? This is between Brother Chen and Miss Tang. Stay out of it." Zhou Xing protested. He Jingqing replied, "You don't understand. Brother Chen is a man, a true gentleman, he won't be intimidated by a woman. He can handle this situation without any worry. Come, let's smoke a cigarette." Zhou Xing retorted, "You're saying that Brother Chen summoned Madame Fu to reprimand you, and you retaliate against him using Miss Tang? Aren't you being a tad biased? Just because Bo Yanchen is your brother, does that mean I am not? That's different. Bo Yanchen is not only his brother but also his boss, a bond forged in life and death." He Jingqing continued, "Besides, brothers should settle accounts clearly. Isn't he the one who joked about fearing women? Let us see if he can comprehend a woman's strength." Zhou Xing sighed, "So, ultimately, you just wish to see Brother Chen make a fool of himself. Look at you, truly lacking in discretion, speaking such blunt truths." Inside the private room, Bo Yanchen had already subdued Tang Nuanning, who was seething with anger. "Are you out of your mind? Who's gone mad here? It's shameful for a grown man to resort to such tactics. Aren't you afraid of losing face? Don't you fear retribution from heaven? To stoop so low as to use such despicable means against a woman, and even to strike a 5-year-old child. I once felt a flicker of sympathy for you when I thought of Shen Bao, but now, you deserve every bit of this." When He Jinglian spoke of her hardships over the years, she truly thought of him. He Jinglian had her husband by her side, while he stood alone, with no one to share his sorrows. Thus, for a fleeting moment, she felt pity for him. Now, that meager sympathy had completely vanished. To coerce her into confessing what he deemed the truth, he resorted to abducting a 5-year-old child. To treat a woman and a mother in such a manner was simply sinful. It was utterly intolerable. "I warn you, do not push me. A cornered rabbit will bite. If you drive me to desperation, we shall perish together. Who prompted your suspicion? You cannot blame me for doubting you. Despite today's revelation that there was a misunderstanding, and a 50 billion investment to boot, I still find myself questioning you. Perhaps that individual acted so as to divert my suspicion from Tang Nuanning?" Hence, he took away the child, confirming his suspicions once more. Tang Nuanning was so enraged that she laughed. "So you believe you have reason? You bully others and yet place blame upon them? You scoundrel. I'll kill you." In her fury, she attempted to strike him again, but this time, her hands were firmly restrained. With no means to hit him, she resorted to biting. Tang Nuanning bit down fiercely, causing Bo Yanchen's expression to shift as he grimaced in pain. With a darkened face, he flipped her onto the sofa, pinning her down. One hand held both her wrists above her head, while the other grasped her chin to prevent her from biting him. "Are you a dog? Only good at biting the wicked?" Bo Yanchen glared at her, astonished by her audacity. For the first time in years, he found himself publicly subdued by a woman. However, today, he acknowledged that he was indeed in the wrong. Yet he remained at a loss as to how to deal with her, left only to seethe in frustration. He understood that using the child to intimidate her was utterly unscrupulous, yet without such measures, how could he possibly clear her name? Shen Bao's condition was deteriorating rapidly, and he was desperate to utilize her, while simultaneously fearing for Shen Bao's safety. There was little time to prove her innocence, leaving him with no choice but to resort to such desperate tactics. Bo Yanchen glared at her for a moment, then glanced down at his wrist. "You've bitten me until I bleed." Tang Nuanning was taken aback by his remark, her lips curling. "Serves you right. Who gave you the audacity to bite me?" "I did, and consider yourself fortunate that I didn't bite it off, my teeth are razor sharp." As she spoke, she bared her small, white teeth, perfectly aligned, with 2 sharp canines resembling little tiger teeth. Bo Yanchen warned, "Bite again, and I shall break your teeth. You need not be angry over today's events. Though startled, you have cleared your name, you should be grateful. Grateful? Should I thank you? No need. I wouldn't thank your whole family. Have you no shame? Are you even a man? Let me go. Let me go. Tang Nuanning struggled vehemently, shaking her head and attempting to free her hands, even kicking her legs. Bo Yanchen, exasperated, could only pin her down further, his legs encasing hers to render her immobile. Their bodies, separated by 2 layers of fabric, were pressed closely together. Both hearts beat vigorously, their breaths mingling in the air. Tang Nuanning's eyes widened in fury and embarrassment. You rogue. Get away from me. You scoundrel. Realizing their proximity, Bo Yanchen felt the softness beneath him, akin to resting upon a mound of cotton. His lips parted slightly, and he suddenly released her. Tang Nuanning, infuriated, her small face flushed with rage, lunged at him again, but Bo Yanchen coldly commanded, "Stay away from me." You, Tang Nuanning gasped, suppressing her overwhelming anger. You should be the one to keep your distance. Stay away from me and my child. If you dare provoke me again, do not blame me for being unforgiving. Scoundrel. Beast. Scum. In her fury, she grabbed a cushion and hurled it at Bo Yanchen before storming out. He should not push her to the brink. If she felt cornered, she could easily render him incapacitated, turning him into a cripple in mere moments. Years of acupuncture had not been in vain. He Jingqing and Zhouxing were still standing at the door. Upon seeing Tang Nuanning exit, He Jingqing quickly offered a smile. Miss Tang, take care, goodbye. Tang Nuanning shot him a glare, her brows knitted, and said nothing. He was no better than the rest. Disliking one man inevitably extended her disdain to those around him, she abhorred them all. Zhouxing had already entered the private room, Brother Chen. Bo Yanchen remained standing, clutching the cushion Tang Nuanning had thrown at him, his expression dark and foreboding. He Jingqing, with a mischievous glint in his eye, remarked, "Oh dear, what happened to your face? Weren't you unafraid of women? Why did you let her get the better of you? Your face is so red. Were you assaulted?" Chapter 57, a touch of pity, yet devoid of sympathy with a surge of vexation, Bo Yanchen hurled a throw pillow across the room. Not appeased, he then seized a coffee mug from the table and flung it with equal force. He Jingqing deftly evaded the projectiles, snapping a series of photos with his phone. Before you contemplate stabbing me in the back again, consider the arsenal I possess. This is irrefutable evidence of you being bested by a woman. Should I disseminate this among our comrades, your reputation will be irrevocably tarnished. Imagine, the esteemed CEO of the Bo conglomerate, the veritable potentate of Asia, subdued by a mere woman. Ha! He Jingqing, with his characteristic impudence, made his escape before Bo Yanchen could inflict bodily harm. Bo Yanchen's chest heaved with indignation. He Jingqing. Mark my words, you shall rue the day our paths cross again. Zhouxing mused, while the scratches on his neck evoke a modicum of pity. Who is to blame? To exploit a child, knowing full well that Tang Nuanning holds her children as dear as life itself, is to court adversity. To be clawed by Tang Nuanning elicits a semblance of pity, yet it is utterly devoid of sympathy. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Tang Nuanning did not immediately seek out Xia Tian and the triplets. Instead, she sequestered herself in the cinema's lounge area, her heart aching with a tempest of emotions. That scoundrel. He is truly despicable. How could he stoop to such underhanded tactics? Fortunately, my resolve held firm. A mother with weaker nerves might have been frightened to death upon discovering her children had been abducted. He is utterly reprehensible. Despite my repeated assertions that I harbor no desire to be near him, he remains unconvinced. Once may be happenstance, twice coincidence, but thrice is enemy action. This shall be the final instance. Should he utter another superfluous word, I shall show no mercy. My years in the mountains were not solely devoted to the study of child psychology. Traditional Chinese medicine was my primary pursuit. I possess the ability to both heal and harm. He would be wise not to provoke me. As Tang Nuanning pondered these thoughts, Xia Tian emerged. Nuanning. What are you doing here? Why have you come out? Where are the children? They are in the private suite. Rest assured, I reserved a premier suite exclusively for us. A waiter guards the entrance, ensuring no outsiders intrude, nor will the children venture out. They are engrossed in a cartoon. I was concerned about you confronting that rogue. And I intended to call you. What has transpired? What is amiss? Tang Nuanning exhaled deeply. Today has been an unmitigated disaster. I have encountered a coterie of unscrupulous women and endured his harassment. A coterie of unscrupulous women? His harassment? What do you mean? Tang Nuanning recounted the incident involving Su Han and her cohort. Xia Tiantian's eyes widened in disbelief. This is outrageous. Why did you not summon me? What if they had overwhelmed you? Fear not, I emerged unscathed. I am no longer the woman I once was. Motherhood has transformed me. I am now a formidable force. However, in this day and age, mere physical prowess is insufficient. Alas, capital reigns supreme. While capital may hold sway, it does not preclude the common folk from thriving. Our government is increasingly supportive, and we, the populace, still possess a voice. Moreover, I was fortunate today to encounter Madame Fu, mother of Fu Zixuan, whose intervention proved invaluable. Otherwise, the situation would have been dire. Fu Zixuan? The one with the manic disorder? Indeed. Good heavens, you have become entangled with that family. The Fuss are veritable royalty. Their family business having accumulated wealth across generations. Madame Fu is also affiliated with the He's, another aristocratic clan. He Jingqing is Fu Zixuan's maternal uncle. I only learned of this today. Xia Tiantian remarked, I have heard that the child is quite pitiable. He suffered a traumatic kidnapping 2 years ago, leaving him with psychological scars and a life mired in fear. To think that a child so young endures constant dread is heartbreaking. It is no wonder he is unwell. In truth, both the child and his parents are to be pitied. Madame Fu was once renowned throughout Tianjin for her beauty, but after childbirth, she ballooned to over 200 pounds, defying all efforts to lose weight. However, in the wake of Fu Zixuan's crisis, she experienced a dramatic weight loss of over 100 pounds in a mere 2 months. They say she is perpetually consumed by tears. When a child falls ill, it is not only the child who suffers, but the parents as well. Tang Nuanning remained silent, the image of a certain individual flashing through her mind. Families with children afflicted by psychological disorders endure immeasurable suffering. Young Bao also suffers from a psychological ailment, and his mother is not present. Madame Fu, in her distress, has Mr. Fu to comfort her, to whom she can confide her sorrows. The couple can find solace in each other's embrace. But that man, he must bear his burdens alone, fulfilling the roles of both father and mother. However, what does it matter? He deserves it. This time, Tang Nuanning felt no pity for him, instead, her resentment seethed. A proverb rings true, the pitiable often possess a detestable side. But returning to the matter at hand. How did you assist Fu Zixuan? Xia Tiantian inquired. Tang Nuanning composed herself and recounted her interactions with the Fu family. Xia Tiantian was taken aback. The missing person notice issued by the Fu family was actually seeking you? Indeed. I have dedicated myself to the study of child psychology and related case studies over the years, making me a semi-professional. However, lacking formal credentials, I can only claim to be a semi-professional. Xia Tiantian promptly gave her a thumbs up. Impressive, my dear sister. And what mischief did that rogue perpetrate? At this, Tang Nuanning's rage ignited, and she recounted the entire episode to Xia Tiantian. Xia Tiantian's eyes widened. He is truly reprehensible. To abduct little Sanbao to intimidate you. Even though they did not harm little Sanbao, I am still incensed. To frighten someone is akin to causing their death. Were it me, I would have been terrified. Nuanning, this cannot continue. I fear that both that rogue and your husband are not to be trifled with. They have become entangled with you. I urge you to disclose their identities to me or Lin Dong. We will devise a plan to resolve this situation. Tang Nuanning inhaled deeply. Let us wait and see. If there is a next time, I will seek your assistance. She refrained from revealing the rogue's identity. Partly due to her uncertainty about whether he was indeed the children's father, and partly because she wished to avoid further entanglement with him, lest it expose her children. As for withholding Bo Yanchen's identity, she simply did not want Xia Tian and Lin Dong to offend the Bo family on her behalf. Alas, it is your decision. We will not pressure you, but know that we are always by your side. If you ever require our assistance, we will not hesitate to provide it. Tang Nuanning smiled. I love you all. Xia Tian caressed her cheek. Enough with the sadness. Indeed. In any case, I did not suffer any losses today. I even scratched that rogue a few times, and he, realizing his error, did not retaliate. I should have scratched him more to vent my anger. Tang Nuanning chuckled. You should go and watch over the three of them. I will go to the restroom to wash my face and then join you. Very well. Tang Nuanning went to the restroom to wash her face and neat her hair. As she reflected on the events that had transpired, she could not help but sigh. It seemed that misfortune continued to dog her steps, as even a simple outing could lead to such turmoil. Suddenly, she overheard a conversation nearby. Chapter 58, Has President Bo taken a young male lover? It was truly astonishing, one could hardly believe it until witnessing it firsthand. Rumor has it that He Xiao Tian fears nothing but his sister, and to think such tales would hold any truth. If only I could be He Xiao Yan's sister. No. I wish to be his girlfriend, haha. But let us not kid ourselves, we are in no position to aspire to such heights. He Xiao Tian is the second son of Jin City, his status is unattainable for us. Some sisters, not quite understanding, inquired why he is referred to as the second son of Jin City, alongside the eldest son. The eldest son is none other than Bo Yanchen, both of whom are the pride of Jin City. It is said that President Bo is even more handsome than He Xiao Tian. He Xiao Tian is beautiful, while President Bo is strikingly handsome. Upon hearing the name Bo Yanchen, Tang Nuanning's heart skipped a beat. She had initially intended to leave but found herself lingering, pretending to wash her hands, eager to hear more. A woman commented regretfully that it was unfortunate both were men, if one were a woman. How delightful it would be if they had a child together. What are you thinking? Another chimed in. If He Xiao Tian were a woman, President Bo would likely lose interest. I've heard that despite his good looks, President Bo does not favor women. Is that true? I can't say for certain, but haven't you seen the online discussions? That's what everyone is saying. Previously, Shen Jiayue had been riding on President Bo's coattails, leading to ambiguous rumors about their relationship. Some speculated that President Bo remained silent to quell the gossip. Later, he personally clarified his relationship with Shen Jiayue, which some suggested was due to turmoil in his private life. Turmoil in his private life? A woman whispered. I've heard President Bo is keeping a young male lover. And since he disdains the rumors about Shen Jiayue, he was compelled to clarify things. What? A young male lover? Is he a man? Indeed. Another woman replied. I've heard that too, and there are paparazzi reports stating that President Bo and He Xiao Tian, despite being on opposite ends regarding women, actually share a more intimate relationship. Tang Nuanning was taken aback, her mind racing. Was this information something she could have gleaned without spending a dime? She had previously dismissed the notion of Bo Yanchen favoring men as mere gossip when she had just married him. But now, her perspective was shifting. Perhaps his reluctance to divorce her was a strategy to silence public speculation? If he were to be outed as favoring men in the future, being married could serve as a shield against scrutiny. Tang Nuanning frowned slightly. In this day and age, why fear exposure? Liking men is not a crime. The connection between Bo Yanchen and He Jingqing began to intrigue her. She realized they shared mutual friends. This was not the crux of the matter. If Bo Yanchen truly had an affair with He Jingqing, could she leverage He Jingqing to expedite her divorce? Though Tang Nuanning had yet to interact with Bo Yanchen directly, she could certainly reach out to He Jingqing, who happened to be Fu Zixuan's uncle. A newfound sense of clarity washed over her, brightening her mood. She glanced at her reflection in the mirror, mentally rallying herself. First, she would win over He Jingqing, then use him to confront Bo Yanchen, a perfect plan. Feeling invigorated by her epiphany, Tang Nuanning radiated joy upon returning to Xia Tiantian's side. Xia Tiantian curiously asked, "Is there good news?" "I just overheard a joke in the restroom that I found amusing," Tang Nuanning replied. "What joke could be so hilarious? You look ready to burst with laughter." The three little ones also looked at her with curiosity. Unable to mention Bo Yanchen and He Jingqing in front of the children, Tang Nuanning concocted a light-hearted tale to placate them. After a day filled with fun, the three little ones were utterly exhausted by 5 o'clock, having not yet fully recovered from the previous night's sleep debt. Seeing them yawn, Tang Nuanning suggested that Xia Tian take them home to rest while she visited Fu Zixuan at the hospital. If you have other matters, just drop them off at the residence, they want to run amok, she added. Xia Tian promptly replied, today is Sunday, I have no work and no boyfriend to accompany. What business do I have? I'll take care of them while you attend to your affairs. The Fu family is reputable. Building a good relationship with them might come in handy when those scoundrels give you trouble. Tang Nuanning did not argue, merely smiling and agreeing. Previously, her visits to Fu Zixuan had been purely altruistic, but this time, she harbored ulterior motives, hoping to utilize her connection to his uncle. Though she had yet to devise a concrete plan for this, she was determined to make use of him. Upon arriving at the hospital, Tang Nuanning exchanged a few words of caution with Xia Tian and the children before parting ways. As she entered the hospital, she spotted a familiar figure from a distance, causing her to pause and take a second glance. Soon, Lin Dong noticed her, momentarily surprised, before speaking to the girl beside him and making his way over. Nuanning, what brings you to the hospital? Are you unwell? No, I'm here to see a friend, she replied, her gaze inadvertently drifting to a young woman nearby. The girl had long hair, an oval face, and fair skin, looking quite beautiful, like a university student. Yet her gaze towards Tang Nuanning was anything but friendly. Tang Nuanning frowned slightly. Lin Dong noticed the change in her expression and glanced back at the girl, who quickly averted her gaze. She didn't approach but instead found a vacant seat and quietly waited for Lin Dong. Lin Dong, with a helpless expression, explained, that's my cousin. She was in college but had to drop out due to an unexpected pregnancy. Recently, she had a fallout with her boyfriend. Now she's facing issues with the pregnancy and needs to terminate it, but she doesn't dare tell my aunt and has come to me instead. Tang Nuanning regarded the girl again, her expression shifting to one of concern. Such a significant matter, and you don't plan to inform her mother? I wish to. But what good would it do? The deed is done, telling her will only cause distress. My aunt has poor health, finding out would only upset her further. Indeed. One cannot change what has transpired, revealing the truth would only lead to anger and sorrow. I noticed her belly is already quite pronounced. She must be over 5 months along. What will happen to the child? The doctor said it is malformed and recommended termination. Tang Nuanning was taken aback. How could such a diagnosis come so late? Yes, I only found out today. Tang Nuanning couldn't help but glance at the girl again, her expression complex. The girl was now watching her warily. Their eyes met, and the girl frowned, quickly lowering her gaze again. Tang Nuanning felt a sense of suspicion. What animosity did the girl harbor towards her? They had never met before, nor did she know her. Why such hostility upon their first encounter? She hadn't done anything to provoke her. She's just in a bad mood today, don't take it personally. Lin Dong seemed to have pierced through her thoughts and uttered a phrase. Tang Nuanning withdrew her gaze, acknowledging that encountering such matters was indeed distressing. You should counsel her well. If possible, afterwards, encourage her to return to school. It took great effort for her to gain admission to university. And she must not neglect her studies. Having experienced the hardships of lacking in education herself, she understood the difficulties of navigating life without a degree. I think the same. She mused, after the surgery and a period of recovery, I will ensure she goes back to school. Alright, take her to see the doctor promptly, we can chat later. Sure, I'll contact you. With a farewell to Lin Dong, Tang Nuanning continued her way to the inpatient department, while Lin Dong led his cousin to the obstetrics and gynecology ward. Inside the elevator, Tang Nuanning was lost in thought. The peculiar look the girl had cast upon her earlier was unsettling, as if she were a rival for affection. But wasn't Lin Dong her cousin? And she did not even know the girl's boyfriend. Where did this hostility stem from? Was she overthinking? Or perhaps she had misinterpreted the situation? Or was it simply that the girl was in a foul mood, thus projecting such animosity towards her? If there truly was something between her and Lin Dong, he would surely not appear so composed upon seeing her. Moreover, What could possibly exist between them, being mere cousins? Convinced that she was overanalyzing, Tang Nuanning cleared her mind of such trivial thoughts and sought out Fu Zixuan. Meanwhile, the girl, with tear-stained eyes, addressed Lin Dong impulsively. "It's her, isn't it?" Lin Dong frowned, insisting, "Let's first consult the doctor." The girl forcefully shook off his arm, her emotions spiraling. "I'm asking you a question, is it her or not?" Her voice rose, drawing numerous curious glances from onlookers. Lin Dong regarded her with an inscrutable expression, his tone neither warm nor cold. "If you don't want me to accompany you, I can call your mother right now." This remark seemed to strike a nerve, causing the girl to shudder and fall silent, even stifling her sobs. Lin Dong handed her a tissue, offering no explanations, as if she had not posed any questions at all. "The child cannot be saved. So dry your tears and wait for the doctor to call your number." The girl, head bowed, accepted the tissue without daring to meet his eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. In Fu Zixuan's hospital room, he was overjoyed to see Tang Nuanning. "Sister. Sister." Tang Nuanning smiled. "I'm much older than you, so you should call me aunt." "Aunt. How was your day, Zixuan? Were you happy?" "Happy. Was there something in particular that made you happy? Share it with your aunt, and let her join in your joy, shall we?" "With aunt, I'm happy." Seeing him light up at her words, Tang Nuanning felt a warmth in her heart. The little one's eyes sparkled with life. He Jialian, moved, remarked, "Zixuan truly likes you, he only smiles when you are around. That proves there is a bond between us, right, Zixuan?" "Yes, bond." Tang Nuanning gently caressed his cheek and turned to He Jialian. "I need to speak with Zixuan alone for a moment, would that be all right?" "Of course. You two talk. I'll wait outside, just call if you need me." Once He Jialian left, Tang Nuanning waved her fingers before Fu Zixuan's eyes. "Zixuan, look at aunt's hand, and let us count together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With a snap of her fingers, Fu Zixuan suddenly fainted. 20 minutes later, Tang Nuanning exited the room. He Jialian rushed to inquire, "How is he? Has Zixuan shown improvement? Can he be discharged?" "Yes. I just hypnotized Zixuan and entered his inner world. His internal landscape has changed significantly, there is now sunshine, grass, and even a cat." "Did he used to love cats?" He Jialian's heart ached. "He did love them, we once had a cat, but it was during the search for the cat that he was kidnapped. And the cat was lost." "No wonder. If it's permissible at home, perhaps you could consider getting another cat. They can be quite therapeutic and may aid Zixuan's recovery." "Absolutely. I will arrange for one immediately." "But can he be discharged now?" "Yes, he can return home. But psychological ailments are not like a simple cold or fever, complete recovery will require a lengthy process. You must be mentally prepared and not rush it." "I understand. I am already grateful for any improvement. Before meeting you, we were truly despondent. Nuanning, you are a benefactor to our family. And I cannot express my gratitude adequately. Should you face difficulties in the future, please do not hesitate to let me know. You need not be so formal. You assisted me at the mall today, for which I am equally appreciative." He Jialian wiped her nose. "This is different." "Ah. Great kindness is not to be taken lightly, I want to stand on ceremony. In any case, you shall be regarded as my sister from now on. If anyone dares to bully you, I will be the first to stand against it." Tang Nuanning smiled. "By the way, would you like to have dinner together tonight?" Just as she was about to decline, He Jialian interjected. "I wish to treat you to dinner not only as a gesture of gratitude but also because since Zixuan's incident, he has not ventured outside. He has either been at home or in the hospital. I wish to take him out for some fresh air while you are here. He must take that brave first step, don't you think? He would certainly refuse to go without you, and we cannot take him out without permission." Tang Nuanning found it difficult to decline and agreed. While Fu Zixuan was still asleep, she called Xia Tian to discuss dinner arrangements. Xia Tian informed her that the three little ones were still asleep and that she would prepare food for them once they awoke. After hanging up, Tang Nuanning felt her heart warmed. In life, encountering such a wonderful friend was truly a stroke of luck. Xia Tian and Nanwan were her lucky stars. Suddenly reminded of Nan Wan, she thought of Lin Dong and his cousin, along with the girl's gaze upon her earlier. That look of rivalry unsettled her. After the call, almost as if drawn by an unseen force, Tang Nuanning found herself at the obstetrics and gynecology department. Lin Dong and his cousin had vanished, prompting her to inquire with the doctors. However, each doctor she approached was unusually tight-lipped, refusing to divulge any patient information. Understanding this was their professional duty, she held no grievances. Just as she was about to leave, she fortuitously encountered Liu Bei, who was preparing to clock out. Chapter 60, Is Mommy Dead? Liu Bei was taken aback to find her in the obstetrics and gynecology department. Miss Tang? What brings you here? Are you unwell? No, I came to see Fu Zixuan. I happened to run into a friend, and since I didn't have the chance to greet them properly before, I thought I would check on them now. Friend? Where are they? I don't know where they went, I couldn't find them. What is your friend's name? I can help you inquire. Lin Dong. Liu Bei took the initiative to investigate, as he was well acquainted with the hospital's operations. The attending physician informed him that Lin Dong was accompanying his cousin for an abortion due to fetal complications that posed a risk to the mother's life if not addressed. Tang Nuanning quickly interjected, I saw she was 4 or 5 months along, why was the issue only discovered now? Everything seemed fine until yesterday. The pregnant woman is allergic to peanuts, but she consumed a large quantity yesterday, endangering the fetus. Tang Nuanning frowned, doesn't she know about her peanut allergy? She does. But she mentioned she didn't realize there was peanut butter in the food she ate, it was an unfortunate oversight. Liu Bei admonished, that's incredibly careless. Indeed. But she came alone yesterday and was adamant about not wanting the procedure, insisting on carrying the child to term. We had no choice but to contact her family. They only arrived today to admit her, and the surgery is scheduled for tomorrow morning. Tang Nuanning asked further. Has she always been accompanied by that male relative throughout her pregnancy? No, she used to come by herself, today was the first time she brought a family member. And we arranged for them to come. Understood, thank you. As they left the consultation room, Liu Bei inquired, are you quite familiar with the one named Lin Dong? Yes. He is a senior of mine and also the husband of my close friend. Liu Bei immediately grasped the implication, are you suspecting he may have wronged your friend? Tang Nuanning awkwardly twitched her lips, no, their relationship is quite good, I was merely asking. Ah. After Tang Nuanning departed, Liu Bei promptly contacted Bo Yanchen. I just saw Miss Tang in the obstetrics and gynecology department. Xin Bao had already been discharged, and Bo Yanchen was currently at home. Initially planning to head to the office, he had to work from home due to being scratched by Tang Nuanning. Upon hearing Tang Nuanning's name, Bo Yanchen seethed. Whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Don't mention her in my presence. After hanging up, he flung his phone onto the desk and tugged at his tie in frustration. Just hearing her name infuriated him. Losing focus on work, he rose to check on Xin Bao. Xin Bao had returned home in the middle of the night. He detested hospitals and had insisted on coming home as soon as he woke. Bo Yanchen, unwilling to provoke him, had no choice but to acquiesce. Xin Bao sat by the window, undoubtedly waiting for his mommy. Bo Yanchen felt a pang of sympathy and approached him, Xin Bao. Xin Bao remained unresponsive, not even fluttering his eyelids, as if he hadn't heard Bo Yanchen at all. Bo Yanchen crouched down, speaking gently, are you hungry? Daddy can make you something to eat. Xin Bao stayed silent. Bo Yanchen's heart ached, and he continued, not eating will make you feel unwell. If mommy comes back and sees you looking sickly, it will hurt her heart. At the mention of mommy, Xin Bao finally reacted, turning to Bo Yanchen and suddenly asking, is mommy dead? Huh? Who said that? Xin Bao did not respond, simply gazing ahead. For a moment, Bo Yanchen was at a loss for words. If he asserted she was alive, Xin Bao would undoubtedly inquire why she had not come to see him or where she was now. But to admit she was dead, he could not bring himself to utter those words. He did not want her to be dead. Furthermore, if he did say it, Xin Bao would surely be devastated. Perhaps even distressed. I know, Xin Bao suddenly declared. Bo Yanchen hurriedly asked, what do you know? Mommy is dead. Huh? Xin Bao stared blankly at the doorway. muttering, she must have gone to heaven. I wonder if she will feel lonely? Bo Yanchen's heart raced with alarm. Was he considering going to heaven to accompany his mommy? He sensed a troubling atmosphere and quickly asserted, Shen Bao, do not think such thoughts. Your mommy is not dead. She is doing just fine. How do you know? I found information about her. With great reluctance, Bo Yanchen lied in front of his son. His expression dark. Shen Bao's eyes lit up, really? Where is she? Why don't you hurry and bring her back? Or take me to find her? It's not the right time yet, you need to wait a bit longer. Shen Bao frowned, are you lying to me? Bo Yanchen gritted his teeth and insisted, no. I really have information about her, but since we have been apart for so long, we cannot recklessly bring her back. I fear it might frighten her. When can I see her? Soon. Tomorrow? No. The day after tomorrow? Also not possible. Noticing Shen Bao's frown deepening, Bo Yanchen added, spring, perhaps. Shen Bao looked at him and after a moment said, okay. I will wait for spring. Seeing him believe it, Bo Yanchen exhaled a sigh of relief. Then you must behave, take care of yourself, eat well, and sleep well. Okay. That night, Shen Bao was very obedient, eating his meals and going to bed without fuss. Bo Yanchen sat beside his bed, his head throbbing. Shen Bao's condition was deteriorating, his words today clearly hinted at suicidal thoughts. If he concluded that his mommy was dead, he would surely attempt to find her in heaven. Though he had managed to deceive him today. The consequences would be dire if Shen Bao did not see his mother by spring. Time was running out. He needed to find a way to remedy Shen Bao's condition before spring arrived, even if he could not cure him, he had to stabilize his health. Bo Yanchen gazed at Shen Bao for some time, tucked him in, and stepped outside. Yang Bo stood at the door, has the young master fallen asleep? Yes. Don't disturb him. Indeed. Sigh, when will the young master recover? I see the young master of the Fu family has fully recovered and is able to go out for meals now. Huh? Fu Zishuan? Yes. It is all over the internet. Today, Mrs. Fu and Mr. Fu took young Master Fu to the Jinping restaurant for a meal. Young Master Fu was carried by the family nanny and appeared to be in great spirits. Mrs. Fu and Mr. Fu were also beaming with joy. Even the old master of the Fu family made an appearance. For years, the Fu family had been troubled by young Master Fu's illness. And the old master had rarely been seen in public, often wearing a frown. Many had whispered about the Fu family, but today, they finally had a chance to hold their heads high. In this world, envy is rampant. Being from a wealthy family, the Fu family had attracted many envious gazes. After young Master Fu fell ill, those who begrudged the Fu family began to make snide remarks. What good is wealth if one's child is but a sickly thing? The Fu family must have committed some terrible sins in their previous lives for young Master Fu to suffer this affliction. It's all karmic retribution. Heaven is fair. Who told them to earn so much money? They deserve to cry daily. Some even claimed that young Master Fu would never recover from his illness. Destined to die before reaching 10. Chapter 61, You owe me money. As a consequence, today the Fu family took Fu Zishuan to the Jinping restaurant for a meal. What does this signify? It indicates that Fu Zishuan's condition has improved, he is no longer withdrawn and can venture out like a normal child. This is a resounding slap in the face to those who wished ill. Bo Yanchen was quite taken aback, he pulled out his phone to check the news. Indeed. The fact that Fu Zishuan dined at the Jinping restaurant had surged into trending topics. Although the photos circulating online had been pixelated to obscure Tang Nuanning's identity, Bo Yanchen recognized her instantly. It was clear that Fu Zishuan's courageous first step was attributable to Tang Nuanning's influence. After studying his phone for a while, he returned to his study and called Liu Bei. Did Tang Nuanning visit Fu Zishuan at the hospital today? Yes, why? Aren't you the one who forbade anyone from mentioning her in front of you? Why are you inquiring now? Bo Yanchen's face darkened as he shifted the topic. Fu Zishuan can now go out for meals, his recovery is remarkably swift? Yes, it's all thanks to Miss Tang. I told you she is quite impressive. You wouldn't believe me then. Bo Yanchen remained silent. Liu Bei continued, just wait and see, the Fu family will soon hire Miss Tang at a high salary. Bo Yanchen frowned and hung up. After pondering for a moment with a dark expression, he grabbed his car keys and left. After dinner, Tang Nuanning returned to Xia Tiantian's neighborhood. Prior to her arrival, Xia Tiantian had texted to inform her that she had cancelled the rental and moved all her belongings into her home. Xia Tiantian had also arranged accommodation for them and organized the schooling for the 3 little ones. As a kindergarten teacher, she had enrolled them in her school temporarily. While walking towards the neighborhood, Tang Nuanning felt immense gratitude towards Xia Tiantian. Unexpectedly, just a few steps into the complex, she spotted someone. He was sitting in his car, smoking, with the window rolled down, revealing his handsome face and the hand holding the cigarette. She also noticed the mark on his chin that she had inadvertently left. Tang Nuanning's heart skipped a beat. What was he doing here? De Bao and Bao were in this neighborhood. If he had discovered them, he wouldn't be sitting alone outside, he would have taken them away. Even if he wasn't certain they were his children, the 80% resemblance would compel him to conduct a paternity test. Therefore, he had not found De Bao and Bao. But what was his purpose for being here? Was he looking for her? How did he know she had moved in? Perhaps he was unaware of her new residence? Maybe he was simply visiting other friends? Tang Nuanning thought quickly, hastily pulling out a mask from her bag and lowering her head as she walked into the neighborhood, pretending not to see him. The closer she got, the more anxious she became. As she approached him, she mentally shouted, "You don't see me, you don't see me. Stop." Tang Nuanning flinched. She shrunk her neck, pretending not to hear, and continued walking. He was clearly displeased. "Am I asking you to get out of the car, Tang Nuanning?" Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth. Having been called out, escape was no longer an option. She had no choice but to stop, turn around, and look at him with guarded eyes. "What do you want? Get in the car." "Get in for what? If you have something to say, just say it. If not, I'll be on my way." Bo Yanchen frowned, his gaze sharp as ice. Tang Nuanning's heart raced again, realizing her vulnerable position before him. She reluctantly got into his car. Once inside, she immediately said, "I've warned you today, if you provoke me again, I will retaliate. And look closely. There are 2 security guards at the entrance of the neighborhood. They are quite formidable. If you act recklessly, I will scream." Bo Yanchen glanced at her disdainfully. Cutting straight to the point, "Tomorrow, come to my house." To take care of Shen Bao." Tang Nuanning blinked, somewhat bewildered. "What do you mean?" Bo Yanchen flicked ash from his cigarette, the smoke mingling in the air, causing Tang Nuanning to cough. He frowned again but extinguished the cigarette. "Liu Bei mentioned you understand child psychology and have some medical knowledge. You are already aware of Shen Bao's condition. He suffers from bipolar disorder. Starting tomorrow, you will act as his caregiver." He no longer doubted her capabilities, and Shen Bao's condition was worsening, leaving no room for hesitation. Hence, he sought her out today. Tang Nuanning was shocked. Was he requesting her assistance? Goodness, was this his way of asking for help? She had thought he was here for something sinister. Understanding his intent, she regained some of her composure. "I understand your feelings. Any parent would do everything possible to help their child in this situation. However, I cannot agree to your request." Before she could finish, Bo Yanchen interrupted impatiently, "I am not here to ask, I am here to command." Tang Nuanning's eyes widened. "Command? On what grounds do you command me?" His tone remained indifferent. "Because you owe me money." Tang Nuanning, she felt as if her spirit had been deflated like a wilting eggplant. The little courage she had regained vanished. Her lips moved, and she murmured, "That 50 million didn't I mention before? Your girlfriend hit my son first, which led to my son damaging your car. Shouldn't that cancel the debt?" A hint of mockery flashed in Bo Yanchen's eyes. He did not explain his relationship with Shen Jiaoyue, merely stating, "Whoever hit your son, you should seek them out. Your son damaged my car, so I am coming to you. If you have grievances, we can settle it in court." Tang Nuanning, she pressed her lips tightly together, glaring at him, wanting to strike him. Bo Yanchen, with his striking features, continued to scrutinize her, stating, "Either repay me now, or tomorrow you will come to my house as a maid. Choose." Tang Nuanning, infuriated, retorted, you know very well I have no money. Do I even have a choice? Then it's settled, you will be my maid tomorrow. What if I refuse? I will call the police. I'll give you 1 minute to decide. If you fail to choose, I will call the police. Tang Nuanning thought to herself, is this man bullying me? Not at all. I only know that debts must be repaid, it is a matter of principle. You cannot evade it with me. Tang Nuanning, Bo Yanchen looked down at his watch. Starting to count down. Tang Nuanning's heart raced in rhythm with the ticking seconds. As the minute drew to a close, she hurriedly said, I'll go. I'll come to your house tomorrow. Bo Yanchen's expression remained impassive, he was not surprised by her response. He started the car and issued the dismissal. I will send someone to pick you up tomorrow morning. Get out. Tang Nuanning, her cheeks puffed with indignation, bit her lip to preserve her last shred of pride. I have a temper in the morning, don't come to me before 8:30. Bo Yanchen shot her a glance of disdain and ignored her. Just as Tang Nuanning's feet touched the ground, the car sped off with a whoosh, splashing snow all over her. Tang Nuanning was furious. Her breathing uneven as she cursed at the taillights of his car for a while before finally heading home. Chapter 62, Tang Nuanning, my husband likes men. As soon as Xia Tian saw her, she exclaimed, didn't you return early? Why are you just getting home at this hour? Tang Nuanning sighed softly, choosing not to explain for the moment, and countered with a question, where are the children? They're asleep. Asleep again? Yes, before you returned. I took them downstairs for a stroll. They played on the slide for quite a while, and as soon as we got back, they fell asleep again. How was your discussion with the Fu family today? It went quite well, they are very grateful to me. Of course they are. Fu Zixuan is the only heir of the Fu family. After his illness, they were deeply concerned. There has been much gossip outside, and now that he is improving, the Fu family must be overjoyed. Your dinner together even trended on social media. Ah? Xia Tian chuckled, don't be nervous. I know you prefer to keep a low profile. You didn't show your face, they even blurted out. Tang Nuanning exhaled in relief. That's good to know. You look quite exhausted, hurry and freshen up. We'll sleep together tonight. All right. Tang Nuanning first checked on the 3 little ones. Then washed up. As she lay down, she asked, Tian, do you have to work tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow is Monday. Why? If you have something to do, I can take a day off. Our principal is quite accommodating. I do have something to attend to. Can you take the little ones to kindergarten tomorrow to help them adjust? Of course, that's easy. What do you need to do? Tang Nuanning sighed, feeling overwhelmed. She recounted the incident that had occurred at the entrance of their community. Xia Tiantian's eyes widened in disbelief, he actually threatened you to become a nanny for his family? What does he mean by that? Could it be that he has taken a liking to you? Absolutely not. You should have seen his attitude towards me. It was quite hostile. Then, does he really want you to care for his son? It seems so. His son also suffers from bipolar disorder. Perhaps he was moved by the fact that I helped Fu Zixuan. Sigh, I don't mind helping Shenbao, but I wish to avoid any contact with him. If he truly is the biological father of Debao and Heir Bao, the more I interact with him, the easier it would be to expose their identities. Xia Tian nodded in understanding, so what should we do now? Sigh. I really don't know. The best solution would be to return that 50 million. Otherwise, I could discuss it with Lin Dong, ask my parents for a portion, and borrow some from Lin Dong to gather enough to repay him. That way, he won't harass you anymore. Tang Nuanning immediately shook her head, 50 million is an enormous sum. Although she was aware that Xia Tiantian's parents and Lin Dong were affluent, that amount was still astronomical to them. She did not want to disrupt their peace. I'll visit Shenbao tomorrow and see how it goes. By the way, did you know that Lin Dong has a cousin? The one studying dance? Yes. What about her? I heard Wan mention her before, but I've never met her. What's going on? It's not right to gossip about others. But I feel that you're not a stranger, so I'll tell you. I saw Lin Dong at the hospital today, he was accompanying his cousin for an abortion. What? Really? I thought she was still in college. How did she end up pregnant and needing an abortion? According to Lin Dong, she had a boyfriend at school. Became unexpectedly pregnant, then dropped out. Now they're on the verge of breaking up, and the doctor said the baby couldn't be saved, recommending a termination. Xia Tian was astonished. I heard Wanwan say that girl was quite gentle. I can't believe she would find herself in such a situation: pregnancy, dropping out, cohabitation before marriage, abortion. These are all significant matters for someone her age. Tang Nuanning pondered for a moment. Does Wanwan know about her? I'm not sure. Wanwan rarely brings her up, maybe just mentioned her a couple of times. Why do you ask? I saw her today at the hospital. And I felt her gaze towards me was rather peculiar. Huh? Instead of stating that it felt like the look of a rival, Tang Nuanning simply said. There was hostility. Did you know her before? I didn't. I'm quite certain we've never met. Then why did she seem hostile towards you? I'm not sure. Did you ask Lin Dong about it? I didn't, but Lin Dong noticed it too. He said it was because she was in a bad mood and advised me not to engage with her. That could be true, after all. Undergoing an abortion is a sorrowful experience. But even so, she shouldn't direct her hostility towards a stranger. That's unreasonable. Actually, if her attitude was simply negative towards me, I wouldn't mind. The real concern is that look in her eyes, as if she sees me as a rival, which unsettles me. By the way, you haven't told me yet. What made you so happy when you returned from the restroom at the mall today? Xia Tian shifted the topic, curious. Tang Nuanning came back to her senses, and upon mentioning it, her mood brightened instantly. I heard that my husband is involved with He Jingqing. She hesitated to say Bo Yanchen's name directly. What? Really? How is that possible? He Jingqing likes women, everyone knows that. He changes girlfriends faster than he changes clothes. He is bisexual, while my husband prefers men. Xia Tian still found it hard to believe. Tang Nuanning explained. I only found out today that his reluctance to divorce me was not out of spite but rather to use our marriage as a shield against public scrutiny. In our country, being a man who likes another man is quite rare, and if it becomes known, people will undoubtedly gossip. Xia Tian said, I understand this. I've seen similar storylines in novels and dramas, but hearing it in real life is a first for me. And you shouldn't be upset about this, right? If he truly wants to use you to silence others, he will certainly cling to the marriage, making it even harder for you to leave. Tang Nuanning replied. But I can leverage He Jingqing to put pressure on him. Since they have a relationship, He Jingqing would likely want to distance himself from me. As I am a rival. Xia Tian thought for a moment. That does make some sense. Tang Nuanning was elated, coincidentally. I also have some dealings with He Jingqing's sister, which means I have a chance to get closer to He Jingqing. What do you plan to do? I haven't figured out the specifics yet, but at least there's a path forward. He called me today and tried to block all my options. But now it feels like there's light at the end of the tunnel. However, He Jingqing is not someone to be trifled with. Whether you oppose him or want to use him, it's quite dangerous. Not worried, I have his sister backing me. Oh, right, he fears his sister. Tang Nuanning smiled. That's why I was so happy today. Then it truly is something to celebrate. Yes. Tomorrow you take care of the 3 little ones while I check on Shenbao, and then we'll plan our next steps. Alright. The two friends chatted back and forth for quite a while before finally drifting off to sleep. The next day, before dawn, Tang Nuanning's phone rang. The incessant ringing was like a thunderclap, startling her awake and almost sending her soul flying. Chapter 63, The Wild Man Knocks on the Door. She hastily picked up her phone to check, discovering an unfamiliar number, and irritably hung up. To her dismay, the caller rang again almost immediately. Tang Nuanning, feeling disgruntled, answered, Who is this? Come downstairs. You have 10 minutes. A cold voice emanated from the other end. And the call was abruptly terminated. Tang Nuanning's spirits lifted. It was the man. Who is it? Xia Tian, awakened by the commotion, squinted and yawned. Suppressing her anger, Tang Nuanning replied, No one, go back to sleep, it's only 5 o'clock. Oh. Xia Tian, still groggy, drifted back to sleep. Tang Nuanning took her phone to the living room, stepping onto the balcony to return the call, lowering her voice to shout, "Are you out of your mind? Didn't I tell you not to come so early? Look at the time. Disturbing others' sleep will bring retribution, you know? You might be struck by lightning. 8 minutes left. If you don't come down, I'll come up to find you." Grinding her teeth, Tang Nuanning muttered, "You're ruthless." She angrily hung up and rushed to freshen up. Then, she checked on the children, kissing each one before hurriedly leaving the house. Arriving at the entrance of the community, she was surprised not to see a luxury car. While scanning the surroundings, she suddenly heard a honk. It came from an ordinary Volkswagen parked by the roadside. And she quickly averted her gaze. A wealthy man like him wouldn't drive a Volkswagen. "Come here." Bo Yanchen called out, lowering his car window with an intimidating tone. Tang Nuanning froze. He truly had arrived in a Volkswagen. Wasn't he supposed to be wealthy? Why was he driving this today? She approached, opened the back door, and got in, immediately starting to complain, "Are you purposely tormenting me? At this hour, even the roosters are still asleep." Bo Yanchen ignored her. Starting the car and leaving the community, Tang Nuanning pouted at the back of his head, continuing, "We didn't finish our conversation last night. Today, let us clarify things. I can take care of your son, but I can't guarantee how long I'll stay. I don't intend to remain in Jean City for long. If I decide to leave, you can't stop me. Also, I'm not your family's full-time maid. I have my own children and personal matters. I can't possibly be at your house 24 hours a day. You must let me leave by 6 in the evening. If I have urgent matters during the day, I must be able to leave at any time." Bo Yanchen remained indifferent, focused solely on driving. Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth, "If you don't respond, I'll take it as your acquiescence. Also, I can't work for free, you need to compensate me. The rate can't be too low, at least 200 yuan a day. If I do well, it could be 10,000 a day." Bo Yanchen suddenly spoke, 10,000. Tang Nuanning was momentarily taken aback, blinking at him. "How much?" 10,000. 10,000? Per day? Bo Yanchen ignored her. Tang Nuanning swallowed hard, looking at him again. Suddenly feeling he wasn't so insufferable after all. If she didn't suspect he was that wild man, she might have clung to him and never let go. After all, he was like a god of wealth. Clearing her throat, she reiterated, "This is your offer, 10,000 a day. If I do well, there's a bonus." A bonus? Tang Nuanning's eyes widened. "Yes, if you can stay in front of Shen Bao for 10 minutes today, there's an additional reward of 10,000, cash. Not offsetting the account. 10 minutes for a bonus? It feels like I'm picking up money." "Are you sure?" "Yes. A gentleman's word is his bond. If you dare to back out, you're a dog." Bo Yanchen pursed his thin lips, ignoring her. Tang Nuanning, feeling uneasy, questioned again, 10,000 cash. "Meaning you'll give me the money directly, no offsets?" "Yes." "Huh." Tang Nuanning couldn't help but laugh out loud. Bo Yanchen glanced at her with disdain. Noting how she had been like a powder keg upon entering the car, but was instantly cheerful at the mention of money. Truly a money lover. Realizing she was overly exuberant, she cleared her throat again, softening her gaze towards Bo Yanchen. However, he frowned, stating, "I brought you here to take care of Shen Bao. Not to get close to me. I find women who lack self-awareness very irritating." Tang Nuanning was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Bo Yanchen glanced at her through the rearview mirror, warning, "Don't think of seducing me, I already have someone in my heart." Tang Nuanning's good mood evaporated instantly. Retorting, "What's wrong with you? Who is trying to seduce you? You think you're a currency note that everyone loves? You're delusional. Don't forget. It was you who sought me out, not the other way around. I was even going to ask if you were using your son to entice me." Bo Yanchen scoffed coldly, "Me? Enticing you? You dare say that?" The car entered a dilapidated community, stopping in front of the last unit building. Bo Yanchen turned off the engine. Seeing her still fuming, he said, "I'm just reminding you." Tang Nuanning shot back, "I was reminding you too. I nearly forgot. Let us get our unpleasantness out in the open. If you dare to have designs on me, I'll make sure you regret it." Rest assured. I will never have designs on you in this lifetime. You better mean it. Tang Nuanning, fuming, attempted to push the car door open. But Bo Yanchen suddenly locked the doors, turning to look at her. I want you to get close to Shen Bao to keep him company. If you dare to harm him, I will ensure you suffer greatly. His voice was calm, yet each word cut like ice. His gaze was more terrifying than a ghost's, dark and deep, as if something dreadful would emerge from his eyes at any moment. Tang Nuanning, frightened, quickly averted her gaze. She swallowed hard. I have no grievances with him, why would I harm him? Besides, you sought me out first, if you're worried. Just let me go. Bo Yanchen scrutinized her for a moment, retracting the hostility in his eyes. For now, I'll trust you. If you perform well, you shall reap your rewards. With that, he pushed the car door open and exited. Tang Nuanning gasped for breath, realizing just how intimidating this man could be when displeased. She had briefly suspected he was not human, but a specter. It would be best to avoid contact with such a person. Desiring to distance herself from him, she found herself unable to escape. Taking a deep breath, Tang Nuanning steeled herself and got out of the car. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she was taken aback. She had assumed Bo Yanchen was wealthy and would live in a grand villa, yet was astonished to find him residing in such a dilapidated place. The community was even inferior to Xia Tiantian's neighborhood, filled with rickety tricycles, bicycles, and a few modestly priced cars. The Volkswagen he drove was among the priciest here. This is your home? Yes. Why would you live here? Why can't I live here? Bo Yanchen strode into the building, climbing the stairs as there was no elevator. Chapter 64, You are Bo Yanchen? Tang Nuanning was puzzled. Aren't you supposed to be wealthy? Your car alone is worth millions. Surely your living conditions wouldn't be poor, yet this place is quite shabby. Bo Yanchen replied expressionlessly, I'm bankrupt, I have no money. What? You're bankrupt? Tang Nuanning was taken aback. Do you have an opinion? No, but how can you declare bankruptcy just like that? When did this happen? Last night. Tang Nuanning was left speechless. To avoid exposing his identity, Shen Bao had been brought here right after his discharge from the hospital last night. This is the old house of Bo Yanchen's mother, where she lived before going abroad. How could I not have noticed how distressed you were over such a significant matter? Tang Nuanning inquired cautiously. Generally, when people face such situations, they tend to be despondent for a while. Some may never recover from it. However, looking at him, there was no trace of the sorrow one would expect after a bankruptcy. How do you know I'm not upset? Bo Yanchen retorted. I didn't see it. You are not someone close to me, so why should I display my sorrow in front of you? Tang Nuanning. That seems somewhat reasonable. For reasons unknown. Tang Nuanning ended up comforting him, saying, life is not always smooth sailing, ups and downs are the norm, so one must maintain a calm mindset. Too wordy. I am merely concerned about you. Not necessary. Tang Nuanning. A dog biting Eldest fails to recognize a good heart. You deserve to be bankrupt. Bo Yanchen ascended to the 6th floor, pausing at the entrance of room 601. This old-fashioned complex has only 6 stories, with the 6th floor being the top. Lacking an elevator, and 2 households per staircase. Across from them is room 602. Tang Nuanning instinctively glanced at 602. Noticing a large red character for good fortune affixed to the door and a well-worn doormat, indicating that someone resides there regularly. Unlike Bo Yanchen's home, which bore no couplets and had a new doormat, clearly indicating a recent move. By the way, what is your son's name? Tang Nuanning asked. Bo Yanchen. With the nickname Shen Bao. Bo? Your surname is Bo? Bo Yanchen turned his head, narrowing his eyes meaningfully at her. Tang Nuanning's eyes widened in shock. Others called him Ah Chen, but he is also a Bo. Bo Yanchen? As she observed the growing astonishment in her eyes, he remarked disdainfully, if you have something to say, say it quickly. Upon meeting Shen Bao, there would be no opportunity for her to speak nonsense. Tang Nuanning swallowed hard, asking. What is your name? Bo Yanchen narrowed his handsome eyes. Tang Nuanning awkwardly interjected. It's not unreasonable to ask what your name is since you asked me to take care of your son. Bo Yanchen replied nonchalantly, Bo Chen. He omitted the middle character Yan, not wanting Tang Nuanning to discern his identity. It was now evident that she was not intentionally approaching him and was concealing her identity to prevent any improper thoughts. After all, the name Bo Yanchen is exceedingly captivating. While outsiders may not know his appearance, none are unaware of the name Bo Yanchen. Most women cannot resist the allure of the wealth and power behind that name. If she were to discover it, she would likely find ways to entice him. Tang Nuanning was still reeling. Bo Chen? Not Bo Yanchen? Surely not. For Bo Yanchen is disabled and has been in a wheelchair for years, while he possesses 2 long, healthy legs. She realized she had overthought it. A single character difference signified an entirely different identity. If your parents had added a Yan character to your name, you would share the same name as the wealthiest man. She remarked. Bo Yanchen shot her a glance but did not respond. Tang Nuanning probed further. You and Bo Yanchen couldn't possibly be related, could you? I am Bo Chen. And he is Bo Yanchen, that is our only connection. Tang Nuanning. Bo Yanchen extracted an old-fashioned key to unlock the door. Reminding her once more before entering, I brought you here to cheer him up, not to irritate him. If he throws a tantrum, bear with it, do not provoke him. Especially regarding his mother. Why should she endure being yelled at without retorting? Forget it, she couldn't contend with him for now, and the child was only 5. What could she do? Tang Nuanning steeled herself, suppressing her displeasure to ask, what kind of person is his mother? Why did she leave home? Was there discord between you two? Bo Yanchen immediately frowned. Do not inquire about what should not be asked. Tang Nuanning. It is standard procedure to clarify the situation before treating a patient, isn't it? Come in. Tang Nuanning entered the house in exasperation. Realizing she could not communicate with him properly, he was not behaving like a normal person. Upon entering, Tang Nuanning surveyed the house. It was not small, comprising 3 bedrooms. 2 living areas, a kitchen, and a bathroom, approximately 120 square meters. The overall aesthetic was a wooden theme, with wooden flooring, a wooden shoe cabinet, a wooden dining table and chairs, and even a wooden coffee table. These furnishings bore an unmistakable sense of age. The only modern item was the large LCD television mounted on the wall. The house was clean and warm, with the wooden decor complemented by white sheer curtains and a 2-meter-tall potted plant, creating a cozy atmosphere. She had not expected this seemingly cold man to decorate his home in such a manner. She had assumed his world consisted solely of black, white, and gray, devoid of any healing colors like wood tones. Bo Yanchen had already changed into slippers and strode directly to one of the guest rooms, opening the door to peer inside. Tang Nuanning guessed he was checking on his son and lowered her head to change her shoes. The shoe rack held only a single pair of women's slippers, brand new, evidently prepared for her. Therefore, she changed into them without question. Just as she intended to follow him, Bo Yanchen had already shut the door. Curious, Tang Nuanning asked. Where is Shenbao? Still sleeping. He hasn't woken up yet? No. Then why did you call me over so early? She assumed Shenbao was awake, prompting his drive to fetch her. If the child was still asleep, was he merely bringing her over to engage in a staring contest? There are ingredients in the refrigerator. Go make breakfast, Bo Yanchen said without a hint of politeness before closing the door. Whether it was a figment of her imagination or not, Tang Nuanning thought she heard the sound of him locking the door from the inside. Tang Nuanning stared in disbelief. He was not being polite at all. He casually ordered her to make breakfast as if she owed him something. Indeed, she owed him 50 million. Contemplating the money, Tang Nuanning swallowed her indignation and irritably turned to the kitchen. Since she was already there, she might as well make herself comfortable. Opening the refrigerator to find it impeccably organized, stocked with fresh and abundant ingredients. What to make? Tang Nuanning pondered before knocking on Bo Yanchen's door to inquire about Shenbao's preferences. While she harbored a strong dislike for this man, the child was innocent, and she wished to cater to Shenbao's tastes. She knocked once, but no response. She knocked again, still no answer. Tang Nuanning knocked several times, loudly calling, "Hey, open up. I have something to discuss." The next moment, Bo Yanchen opened the door, now dressed in sleepwear instead of his suit and shirt. Chapter 65, He is not Erbao. He is Shenbao. He frowned, looking utterly impatient. What do you want? Tang Nuanning was taken aback. You called me over early to cook. And yet you want to sleep? Bo Yanchen frowned, remaining silent. Last night, after meeting with Tang Nuanning, he brought Shenbao here and spent the entire night sitting on the living room sofa. He had been thinking about his mother, Shenbao's illness, and the woman in his heart. A sleepless night. Thus, he sought Tang Nuanning so early today. Tang Nuanning, unaware of the situation, felt it unfair that he called her over and then went to sleep. She felt particularly aggrieved. Is this how you conduct business? If you are tired, you should have waited until you woke up to find me. Instead, you called me over only to sleep. What do you take me for? A debt slave. Those two words forcibly silenced what Tang Nuanning had been about to say. Fine. You are impressive. You are capable. You are extraordinary. You are the boss, right? Bo Yanchen, if you are dissatisfied, then repay the debt. Tang Nuanning exploded. Who says I'm dissatisfied? Which eye did you see my discontent with? I am quite resigned. My heart is at peace and my words echo the same. To be resigned, one must pay heed to their demeanor. You truly make me want to slap him away. What is it that you want from me? He inquired. Tang Nuanning suppressed her anger, asking what breakfast would be. What should I prepare? It is for you to decide, not me. How could I possibly know your preferences? There is no need to try and please me, it is futile and will only irritate me. Who seeks to curry favor with you? I merely wish to know what Shenbao enjoys eating. Bo Yanchen frowned, stating that Shenbao had no particular likes, except for his mother. He showed no interest in anything else. You should figure it out yourself. With a bang, Bo Yanchen closed the door. Just as Tang Nuanning was about to retort, the door swung open again, and he warned. I can still sleep for an hour, do not disturb me again. Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth in frustration. She thought of striking him, but how? At this moment, the urge to strike him down was overwhelming. Is there anyone who can provide a suggestion on how to do so without facing consequences? I await your advice urgently. Tang Nuanning stood at the door, fuming, yet she could not devise a plan. Reluctantly, she consoled herself internally. Do not be angry, if I fall ill. There will be no one to care for me. Calm down, a princess shall not be enraged. As she prepared breakfast, she silently chanted to herself. Uncertain of Shenbao's preferences, she decided to make egg pancakes. At that moment, she vigorously whisked the eggs, channeling her strength as if stirring not eggs, but a certain someone. An hour later, as Tang Nuanning finished preparing breakfast, the two adjoining doors swung open simultaneously. A father and son, one tall and one small, appeared at their respective thresholds. Shenbao, like an emotionless machine, woke up at precisely 6:30 every morning, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Over time, Bo Yanchen had grown accustomed to waking at this hour as well. Bo Yanchen gazed at Shenbao with warmth in his eyes. Good morning, Shenbao. Shenbao remained silent. His expression neutral, wooden, and indifferent. The little one stepped towards the bathroom but suddenly paused, noticing the commotion from the kitchen. His brow furrowed, and his expression shifted dramatically. Observing Tang Nuanning's silhouette, he swiftly turned to glare at Bo Yanchen. Bo Yanchen explained, Shenbao, this is the aunt your Uncle Lu helped us find. Your daddy is busy with work and cannot always be by your side, we need someone to cook and manage the household. Leave. I want her gone. Shenbao erupted in fury, his entire body trembling violently. Bo Yanchen quickly knelt, holding his shoulders. Shenbao, calm down, listen to your daddy. Leave. 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 Shenbao. Ah. Just as Bo Yanchen attempted to speak further, a sudden shriek echoed through the room. Both father and son turned in unison. Tang Nuanning was staring wide-eyed. Shock evident on her face. Fearing she might provoke Shenbao further, Bo Yanchen scolded coldly, what are you making a fuss about? Tang Nuanning's gaze was fixed on Shenbao. Terrified, she rushed over, pushing Bo Yanchen aside, scooping Shenbao into her arms, and swiftly locked the bedroom door. Without letting Shenbao utter a word, she lowered her voice and asked, Shenbao, how did you end up here? Shenbao? Speak. Why are you here? Did you come with mommy? Shenbao. Didn't mommy tell you last night that she would be taking you to kindergarten with your godmother today? Who allowed you to come, Shenbao frowned. Tang Nuanning, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, "Are you trying to drive me to my grave?" Her heart raced with anxiety. Shenbao had been exposed. That wretched man would surely attempt to snatch her child away. Even if he were bankrupt, he still had more than she did. At least he had a car and a house, while she possessed nothing. Furthermore, she was married, if the first and second children were with her. It would imply they had a stepfather, and the court would undoubtedly favor him in custody matters. What to do, what to do? What leverage did she have to fight him for custody? Tang Nuanning anxiously paced, her mind in disarray, nearly overwhelmed. Tang Nuanning, open the door. Bo Yanchen called from outside. In a frenzy, Tang Nuanning headed towards the window, flinging it open to let in the biting cold air. She shivered violently, momentarily regaining her composure. Peering outside, she shuddered again. She had initially considered escaping with the child through the window, but the height was perilous, jumping down could lead to disaster. What to do? What to do? Go outside. Shenbao suddenly spoke. Tang Nuanning was taken aback. What? Outside? Shenbao, you have some nerve to speak to me in that tone. Just wait until we get home, I'll teach you a lesson. Outside. Shenbao repeated, his expression darkening. Despite being so young, his gaze was as icy as a winter's chill, sending shivers down her spine, reminiscent of Bo Yanchen in a rage. Tang. No, that's not right. Tang Nuanning locked eyes with Shenbao, realizing something was amiss. Although mischievous, Shenbao had never looked at her with such intensity. He was usually the one to bring her joy. His face often adorned with a smile. Glancing at his attire and noting that Shenbao was not in the room. No, this is wrong. He is not Shenbao, he is Shenbao. Shenbao bears an uncanny resemblance to him? Still in shock, Tang Nuanning watched as Shenbao flung open the door. Glaring fiercely at Bo Yanchen standing at the threshold, charging into the dining room. With a crash, he seized the dishes from the table and hurled them to the ground. Bo Yanchen's brow furrowed deeply as he rushed over, Shenbao. It was at this moment that Tang Nuanning snapped back to reality, hastily following him out of the room. Seeing Shenbao in the act of destruction, her breath hitched, her pupils dilated. Shenbao. Go. Shenbao threw a plate down at her feet. Tang Nuanning held her breath. Inching closer to Shenbao, Shenbao, please calm down, just take a moment to breathe. Chapter 66, Shenbao, a source of worry suddenly. Shenbao brandished a steel fork menacingly towards her neck, demanding, are you leaving or not? Are you leaving or not? Tang Nuanning gasped in fear. Frozen in place, unable to move. Bo Yanchen, upon witnessing the scene, shouted at her, get out. Regaining her composure, she glanced at the furious father and son before hastily exiting the room, unkempt and without proper attire. She leaned against the door, taking deep breaths. Shenbao bore an uncanny resemblance to Bao, which made her panic upon his sudden outburst. In that moment, she lost her sense of direction. Instinctively slipping into the role of a distressed mother, completely forgetting her identity as a doctor. Consequently, she failed to soothe Shenbao as she had done with Fu Zixuan. Unable to adopt the perspective of a physician. In the chilly winter of Jin City, Tang Nuanning stood at the door, trembling violently. Unsure whether from the cold or fear. She dared not venture far, knowing that if Shenbao continued in this state, he could very well succumb to a breakdown. Fortunately, after a while, the commotion inside subsided. She understood that Shenbao's emotions had temporarily stabilized, which meant he would not succumb to illness, and thus, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. However, the thought of Shenbao's face tightened her nerves once more. Thankfully, her phone was nestled in her pocket. Prompting her to quickly message Xia Tian, are Bao and Bao with you? Shortly, Xia Tian responded with a photo, yes, they're still asleep. The three little ones were still blissfully slumbering. Confirming that Bao was indeed not with Bo Yanchen eased Tang Nuanning's anxiety. At least Bao and Bao had not been discovered by him. Reflecting on it, it was hardly surprising that Shenbao resembled Bao and Bao. Given that he was the child of that man. After a considerable time, the door creaked open, and Bo Yanchen emerged. Noticing her lips had turned a shade of purple from the cold, he furrowed his brows. He retrieved her coat from the rack by the door and tossed it to her, motioning for her to change her shoes. Tang Nuanning quickly donned her down jacket, cautiously stepping into the room in search of Shen Bao. The floor was in disarray, yet there was no sign of him in the living room. A sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. As she glanced at Bo Yanchen, she opened her mouth to speak. But he shot her a look that silenced her. Understanding his cue, she swallowed her words and hurriedly changed her shoes before exiting the room. Bo Yanchen closed the door behind him and headed downstairs. Tang Nuanning hastily followed. "Are you going to leave Shen Bao alone in there?" Bo Yanchen remained silent. She pressed on. "He was just angry. If he has a breakdown with no one around, it could be dangerous. Why did he react so strongly upon seeing me? Hadn't you informed him of my arrival? Was he unaware that I was coming?" His suicidal tendencies were already evident. His condition was far more severe than Fu Zixuan's. Under such circumstances, he should not be at home. How could you have discharged him? Tang Nuanning bombarded him with questions, but Bo Yanchen maintained his silence, completely disregarding her. In a fit of urgency, she grasped his arm as they exited the building. "Speak to me." He glanced at her hand before frowning and brushing it away. He returned to his car. And Tang Nuanning quickly got in, this time taking the passenger seat to facilitate conversation. Just as she was about to speak, he interrupted. "Aren't you well versed in child psychology? Didn't you manage to comfort Fu Zixuan? Why can't you do the same for Shen Bao? Are you purposely neglecting him?" Tang Nuanning found it impossible to articulate that her overwhelming concern stemmed from Shen Bao's striking resemblance to De Bao and Er Bao, which had left her disoriented. "You harbor resentment toward me, transferring your anger onto the child? You wish to witness his misfortune?" Tang Nuanning was incredulous. "Are you out of your mind? Suspecting someone shouldn't be done in this manner. If I truly wanted to abandon him after being chased away, I would have left instead of standing outside in the cold. Then why were you able to comfort Fu Zixuan but not him?" I encountered Fu Zixuan during a breakdown. He appeared as a patient, and I assumed the role of a doctor. However, Shen Bao is not in a state of illness today, he is merely angry. Anger is a universal emotion, it can trigger illness, but it is not an illness itself. If it's not an illness, a doctor cannot treat it. Moreover, I'm not even a proper doctor. Bo Yanchen glared at her with frustration, his gaze lingering before he looked away. He retrieved a cigarette from the glove compartment, lit it, and inhaled silently. The smoke made Tang Nuanning cough. She despised the smell but knew she could not control him and bore it in silence. "If you genuinely wish for my assistance with Shen Bao, it would be prudent to disclose everything regarding him. If you choose not to share, then I must regretfully decline. I lack the capability to care for your son." Bo Yanchen turned his gaze toward Tang Nuanning once more. Unyielding, she met his stare. "As an adult, you must comprehend the significant impact a family environment has on a child. Discord between parents, frequent arguments, or domestic violence can profoundly affect a child's emotional and psychological development." Bo Yanchen remained silent. The two exchanged glances for a few moments before he relented, averting his gaze. After taking a drag from his cigarette, he finally spoke. "Shen Bao has never known his mother. After giving birth to him, she vanished. Thus, the familial discord you mentioned has not existed in his upbringing. His only deficiency is maternal love, to which he clings obsessively. But many children grow up in single-parent households, yet they thrive. Why is his obsession so profound?" Tang Nuanning questioned, perplexed. Not every child is fortunate enough to be nurtured by both parental figures. Some lack a father, some a mother. And some are orphans from birth. Yet, the majority manage to grow into healthy, happy individuals. The environment in which they grow is crucial, in Shen Bao's case. Bo Yanchen appears to be a good father, so it stands to reason that Shen Bao should not have developed in such a manner. Just as her own children, De Bao, Er Bao, and San Bao, had never experienced paternal love yet continued to flourish. "Are you certain that his psychological issues stem from his fixation on his mother?" Bo Yanchen flicked the ash from his cigarette. He was not one to speak much, but the only topic he willingly engaged in was that concerning his mother. He would often dream of her at night, and after consulting numerous psychologists, They unanimously concluded that Shen Bao's psychological affliction arose from an undue obsession with his mother. Tang Nuanning furrowed her brow, deep in thought. She felt that something was amiss. Has he undergone a comprehensive medical examination? Yes, twice a year. What about the reports? Let me see them. Chapter 67, She takes pride in her 3 wonderful sons. Bo Yanchen suddenly raised his eyelashes to look at her. I heard you studied design at Jin University, which is unrelated to medicine. How did you suddenly become knowledgeable in medical matters? Tang Nuanning was taken aback. You've investigated me? Bo Yanchen fixed his gaze on her, openly acknowledging the truth without a hint of guilt. Tang Nuanning's heart raced. What have you uncovered? Do you have something to hide? Of course. She feared he would discover De Bao and Air Bao. Tang Nuanning inquired, Did you also investigate my children? Bo Yanchen, aware of her concern for her children, refrained from provoking her further, responding honestly, No. Is that true? Bo Yanchen asked. Do you want me to investigate? No. They are still children, why would you want to investigate them? I'm just worried you might harm them, considering your past. She deliberately brought up the incident from the mall yesterday to divert his attention. Bo Yanchen frowned. That was an accident. I was targeting you, not your son. And I did not harm him. How could he speak so straightforwardly about targeting her? Tang Nuanning shot him a glare, silently sighing in relief that the children had not been investigated. The next moment, she expressed her discontent. Are you out of your mind? Why are you investigating me? Do you realize you are invading my privacy? Bo Yanchen retorted, If you were living a righteous life, you wouldn't fear being investigated. How am I not living righteously? I have never broken the law. Foolishness, abandoning your studies to marry. Moreover, you have strayed from your marital duties. Tang Nuanning's breath hitched, her face flushed. In the next moment, her eyes reddened as well. She glared at Bo Yanchen, tears welling up, her breathing growing heavy. Was she foolish? Did she abandon her studies to marry willingly? Had she strayed from her marital duties of her own accord? It was not his fault that she was forced into marriage. But who was responsible for her straying? Tang Nuanning clenched her fists, biting her lip, fixing her gaze on Bo Yanchen. Her anger surged. Bo Yanchen sensed the shift in her emotions, his expression darkening. You asked, so I spoke. Your past misdeeds have nothing to do with me. But during your care for Shen Bao, you must maintain your integrity and not lead him astray. Tang Nuanning looked at him, feeling a wave of grievance engulf her. Anyone could criticize her, but he was the one without the right. It was he who shattered her dignity, he who ruined her life. Yet he had the audacity to warn her to maintain her integrity. You are not even human. Tang Nuanning exclaimed in indignation, exiting the vehicle and slamming the door shut. Striding towards the community entrance against the biting wind, Bo Yanchen remained in the car, observing her with a grim expression. Did she dare to insult him? Was he in the wrong? She had a checkered past, yet she expected to be left unscathed? If she did not want to be criticized, why partake in such shameless acts? Successfully entering Jinda was akin to achieving half of life's success. Finding a good job post-graduation would ensure a life of comfort and ease. Yet now, look at her current predicament, a perfectly good hand of cards she had squandered. A woman who appeared pristine and pure, yet upon investigation, revealed a multitude of blemishes. She should be cursing herself, not others. Bo Yanchen assumed Tang Nuanning's anger stemmed from his investigation into her and grumbled internally, smoking a few cigarettes before returning to accompany Shen Bao. He did not take her to heart. Tang Nuanning walked several blocks in the freezing cold, tears streaming down her cheeks. The icy wind cutting against her face like a knife, each gust a painful reminder. The past was truly unbearable to revisit. If someone else had uttered those words today, she might have been able to bear it better. But it was him. While she simmered in resentment, questioning his right to speak about her, she also felt torn by the uncertainty of whether he truly was that scoundrel. If she had misjudged him, it would mean she was at fault for cursing him. This internal conflict tormented her. No matter the outcome, it felt like her fault. Her life reaching this point was a tragedy in itself, yet 6 years later, the tragedy continued to unfold. Her marriage to Bo Yanchen had not ended, and she encountered a man who was likely the father of her child, devoid of any evidence. yet filled with suspicion, and somehow, she owed him 50 million. Years later, upon their reunion, she should have been the one to vent her anger by slapping him a few times. Yet, instead, she found herself completely at his mercy. Being at his mercy was one thing, but he also had the audacity to mock her for straying from her marital duties and lacking restraint. Her life, so utterly ruined, showed no signs of change. 6 years had passed, and her hopes of a comeback had failed. As tears streamed down her face, she suddenly laughed. Sitting in a deserted corner, crying and laughing like a fool. Ding ding ding. Her phone rang. It was a video call from Bo. Tang Nuanning quickly wiped her tears, adjusting her demeanor before answering. Mommy, mommy. 3 round, chubby little faces crowded the screen, eager for her attention. Tang Nuanning's heart melted instantly. What are you all doing? We just finished breakfast. Godmother said she would take us to kindergarten. Yes, listen to Godmother. Mommy, where are you? Are you sitting outside alone? Tang Nuanning's was perceptive. Tang Nuanning quickly replied, yes, I'm waiting for the car outside. Is it very cold? Your face is red, and your eyes are red. Tang Nuanning forced a smile. Mommy has sensitive eyes, they tear up in the wind, but don't worry. The car is coming soon. I won't talk to you any longer. Listen to Godmother and go to kindergarten. After I'm done, I'll come to find you. Be good. Yes, Mommy, don't worry about us. I will take care of Bo and Sambao. Debeos is good. I'm good too. Bo interjected. Little Sambao, unable to compete for attention, blushed, me. And I. Tang Nuanning smiled, you are all good, Debeos is good, Bo is good, and Sambao is good, you are all Mommy's precious babies. The 3 little ones beamed, each one brighter than the last, like 3 little suns, warming Tang Nuanning's heart. After ending the call, Tang Nuanning's anger dissipated. What did it matter if fate was cruel? What was so wrong with a tragic life? Who needed a grand heroine script? She had 3 wonderful children. And she was proud of that. Chapter 68, Manipulating Men, Forcing Men. A video call from her son rejuvenated Tang Nuanning, and once she felt revitalized. Her thoughts immediately turned to Bo Yanchen. Encountering a wild man had merely been an accident. Bo Yanchen was the true target of her return. Although he had instructed her not to disturb him, surely a phone call could not be considered harassment? After all, she wasn't blocking his path. Tang Nuanning adjusted her mood and called Eugene. Adopting a humble demeanor, she tentatively inquired, may I ask if Mr. Bo is available for a divorce today? The other party maintained a polite attitude, responding, no, if Mr. Bo has the time, he will reach out to you. Just wait for his call. There's no need for you to call him. With that, the call ended. Tang Nuanning pouted, thinking, how long must I wait for that call? She still believed that leveraging He Jingqing to pressure Bo Yanchen was the most suitable strategy. However, He Jingqing was neither a pushover nor foolish. So determining how to utilize him posed a challenge. Ding ding ding. As she pondered, her phone rang. It was Lin Dong calling. Nuanning, are you free today? His voice bore a hint of dejection. What's wrong? If you have time, could you come to the hospital to talk to Xiaona? Xiaona? Your cousin? Yes. What happened to her? She attempted to take her own life by cutting her wrists. Fortunately, the nurse discovered her in time, otherwise, she would have perished. Tang Nuanning was taken aback. Is it because of the child? Perhaps. Although I am her cousin, being a man, I find it difficult to express certain sentiments and offer her the comfort she needs. Moreover, Wan is not in Jincheng, I don't know who else to turn to. Have you not contacted her family? She won't allow it. She threatened that if I contacted her aunt, she would immediately jump off the building. Tang Nuanning responded. I have time today, I will head over shortly. Lin Dong seemed to have found a glimmer of hope, sighing in relief, great. Do you need me to pick you up? No need, you stay with her at the hospital, I'll take a taxi. After hanging up, Tang Nuanning furrowed her brows. Deep in thought. She had always been curious about Lin Dong's cousin, and this was a perfect opportunity to meet her. Half an hour later, Tang Nuanning arrived at Hua Ai Hospital, where Lin Dong was waiting at the entrance. As soon as he saw her, he rushed over. Why are you dressed so lightly? Aren't you cold? This morning, in her haste to leave, she had only donned a lightweight down jacket, which indeed made her feel a bit chilly. Lin Dong, speaking as he removed his mid-length coat to drape it over her shoulders, noticed a flicker of something unusual in her eyes and promptly withdrew. I'm fine, you wear it. How is your cousin doing? At that moment, Lin Dong realized he had been overly eager. Even the best of friendships should maintain a certain distance, especially considering the gender difference. He donned his coat again, his brow furrowed. Since her surgery, she hasn't eaten or drunk anything and has attempted suicide twice. The nurse is currently watching over her, ensuring she isn't left alone. Is she suffering from depression? Tang Nuanning inquired. Many women experience postpartum depression, but her situation could be even more severe. If a woman undergoes an abortion early in the pregnancy, her emotional response is relatively muted since the child has not yet formed, and the maternal bond is not yet established. However, having an abortion at over 5 months carries a significant emotional and physical toll. Lin Dong shook his head. I'm still uncertain. I'll have the doctor come take a look later. All right. The two made their way to the hospital room, which was clean and bright. Xiao Na lay in a single-occupancy room, dressed in a hospital gown, gazing out the window, while a nurse quietly kept her company by the bedside. Upon their entrance, the nurse promptly stood to greet them. Mr. Lin. Lin Dong nodded. Please take a break, we'll stay with her. Of course, the nurse replied before stepping out. Xiao Na turned her head and, upon spotting Tang Nuanning, her expression shifted dramatically, resembling that of a foe. Her lips pressed tightly together, her brow furrowed, and her breathing became increasingly rapid. Xiao Na. Lin Dong noticed her hostility and admonished her. Xiao Na bit her lip, casting a slightly aggrieved look at Lin Dong. I brought Nuanning here to keep you company, he explained. Xiao Na glanced at Tang Nuanning again, her previous animosity diminishing, though she remained far from welcoming. This time, she merely cast a quick glance at Tang Nuanning before promptly averting her gaze. Tang Nuanning felt a growing sense of suspicion. Women are inherently sensitive. Xiao Na's animosity seemed ingrained and unrelated to her mood. But since Tang Nuanning had never met her before, where did this hostility stem from? Determined to uncover the truth, she said, Lin Dong, could you step out for a moment? I wish to speak with her privately. Lin Dong nodded, sure. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I'll go get you something. All right. Before leaving, Lin Dong cast one last meaningful look at Xiao Na. Tang Nuanning pulled out a chair and sat beside the bed. Getting straight to the point, did you know me before? I don't know you. Have I wronged you in some way? Xiao Na bit her lip, staring at her with reddened eyes. Your expression suggests that I indeed did something to provoke you. However, I sincerely apologize, I do not know the specifics. I do not recognize you, nor have I ever met you. Have you mistaken me for someone else, or is there a misunderstanding between us? Xiao Na bit her lip and suddenly retorted, even if you turned to ashes, I would still recognize you. Tang Nuanning. Then it's not a case of mistaken identity. However, I genuinely cannot recall any incidents between us. Please elaborate, so I can try to remember. Yet Xiao Na fell silent again. Tang Nuanning remained calm, addressing her, I am the best friend of your cousin Nan Wan and a classmate of your brother. They are well aware of my character, I would never unjustly bully anyone. Are you suggesting that I falsely accuse you? Xiao Na interrupted angrily. Tang Nuanning shook her head, what I'm trying to convey is that you should express your grievances openly. If I am indeed in the wrong, I will certainly apologize. Apologize? Huh. Who cares about your apology? Is it worth anything? Do you think your mere apology can compensate for the harm you've caused me? I despise you. I detest you. Why don't you go die? Aren't you supposed to be Nan Wan's best friend? If you share such a deep bond, why don't you join her in death? You should all just die. Suddenly, Xiao Na erupted in a fit of rage, screaming and pounding the bed sheets. The commotion drew the attention of doctors and nurses, who rushed in. Without allowing Tang Nuanning a word, they administered a sedative to Xiao Na. Hello. Are you a family member of the patient? A doctor inquired. Tang Nuanning sat at the bedside, her eyes wide with shock. The words Xiao Na had just uttered had terrified her. Hello, you. The doctor attempted to speak further, but Tang Nuanning sprang to her feet. Gripping Xiaona's arm tightly, you must clarify what you meant by why don't you accompany Nanwan in death? What happened to Wanwan? Speak. Speak. Chapter 69, Shock, Nanwan is dead? Now it was Tang Nuanning's turn to panic. Xiaona's words had drained the color from her face. And her heart raced uncontrollably. The doctors and nurses were bewildered, witnessing one person in distress after another, especially so early in the morning. Two young nurses firmly held Tang Nuanning back. Miss, please calm down. She has just been given a sedative and has fallen asleep. You cannot wake her. Let her wake up. She must wake up. I have important questions to ask her. She remained unconscious for a while, and if you have any questions, you must wait. Calm yourself first. If you continue like this, I may have to administer a sedative to you as well. Tang Nuanning finally quieted down. She slumped in her chair, staring blankly at Xiaona, her face as pale as a ghost. Lin Dong rushed back upon receiving the news, carrying breakfast he had bought for Tang Nuanning. Seeing her expression and the doctors and nurses in the room, he was taken aback. What happened? What's going on? The attending physician quickly interjected, Mr. Lin. Is this young lady your friend? Yes, she is my junior and a friend, she came to visit my cousin. What happened? We are not entirely sure. We heard shouting and rushed over. When we arrived, your cousin was extremely agitated, shouting loudly. We feared she might harm herself in her state, so we administered a sedative. However, just as your cousin calmed down, this young lady began again. Lin Dong furrowed his brow, looking at Tang Nuanning. I see. Thank you for your efforts. I will inquire about the situation. Yes, please handle it. Once you are done, come to my office. I suspect your cousin may be suffering from depression and requires further examination. Understood. After the doctors and nurses left, Lin Dong placed the breakfast on the bedside table. Avoiding eye contact with Xiaona, and hurried to Tang Nuanning's side. He crouched down, choosing not to inquire about the situation first, but instead said, Nuanning. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Tang Nuanning snapped back to reality, frowning tightly, gasping as she looked at him. What happened to Wanwan? Huh? What happened to Wanwan? He asked in confusion. Tang Nuanning's eyes were red as she pointed at Xiaona. She said I'm Wanwan's good friend, how could I not die alongside her? Lin Dong's brow furrowed instantly, he cast an angry and disdainful glance at Xiaona, then comforted Tang Nuanning, don't listen to her nonsense. You heard the doctor say it yourself, she is likely suffering from depression. Even if she is depressed, she should not say such things. Tell me the truth, did Wanwan go abroad to film or did something happen? Tell me the truth. I want to hear the truth. Don't lie to me. I want to hear the truth. Tang Nuanning bit her lip, trembling all over, tears streaming down her face. Lin Dong panicked and raised his hand to wipe her tears. Tang Nuanning forcefully pushed his hand away, stamping her feet in frustration. Speak. Just say something. Lin Dong gasped. She really went to film, she is fine. If you don't believe me, you can ask her parents. She is the only daughter of the Nan family. If anything were to happen to her, her parents would surely know. Tang Nuanning gasped, looking at him, and Lin Dong continued, Nuanning, I swear to heaven. If I'm lying, I deserve a terrible fate, I'll be hit by a car today. Wanwan is really okay? Lin Dong nodded vigorously, his voice resolute, yes. She just went to film. But why did Xiaona say that? Lin Dong furrowed his brow and sighed, before Wanwan went abroad, she had a disagreement with Xiaona. Wanwan disapproved of Xiaona's boyfriend, thinking he was not a good person, and urged her to break up with him. Xiaona, being infatuated, grew angry with Wanwan. Later, in an attempt to show her the true nature of the scoundrel, Wanwan arranged for someone to act as if they were flirting with him. Unexpectedly. After the scoundrel's true colors were revealed, Xiaona not only did not blame him but also confronted Wanwan angrily. She accused Wanwan of meddling, claiming she was narrow-minded and couldn't bear to see others happy, even insulting Wanwan as a disgraceful performer. Tang Nuanning frowned, she is so unreasonable. And you didn't intervene? I did, I almost hit her. If Wanwan hadn't stopped me, I would have slapped her. I told her she was ungrateful. And she cried, saying, I just love him, what can I do? It's not that he can't live without me. It's that I can't live without him. Tang Nuanning. Lin Dong added, she is a typical infatuated girl. My aunt's family is not well off, they are still on welfare, and Xiao Na has a younger brother who dropped out of school early and is nearing marriageable age. Yet my aunt's family still lives in an old house. Wan and I know they are under financial strain, so we covered Xiao Na's tuition and living expenses. However, due to this incident, I stopped her living expenses. She was angry and didn't dare confront me, so she blamed Wan. I tried to explain. But she wouldn't listen and insisted on blaming Wan. That's why she cursed Wan to die and why she harbors such animosity towards you. Knowing you are Wan's close friend. Tang Nuanning. Lin Dong continued, Wan is a major star, a public figure. If something were to happen to her. Think about it, would public opinion be contained? Tang Nuanning let out a quiet sigh, temporarily believing Lin Dong's words. She found his reasoning sound. If something truly happened to Wan, it would be impossible to suppress. With her worries alleviated, Tang Nuanning steadied herself and looked at Xiao Na again, frowning as she said, if what you say is true. Then isn't she a thankless wretch? To put it nicely, she is a thankless wretch, to put it bluntly, she is an ungrateful dog. Lin Dong did not refute her, and seeing her complexion improve slightly, he felt somewhat reassured. I am also very angry with her. I am taking care of her out of respect for my aunt. I mentioned to you before that my aunt covered my high school tuition and living expenses. And I am grateful to her, which is why I am looking after Xiao Na. Tang Nuanning frowned, your aunt has taken care of you. And you should be grateful to her, but she has not cared for Wan. Wan owes them nothing and should not be cursed by them. Tang Nuanning was indignant on behalf of her friend. What kind of situation is this? Lin Dong nodded, when Xiao Na wakes up. I will have a serious talk with her. Tang Nuanning added, you know very well the nature of her relationship with Wan. Yet you still had me come to see her. From her perspective, isn't that just adding to her distress? What are you thinking? Chapter 70, Brother Chen. Your prejudice is quite pronounced. Lin Dong's lips moved repeatedly, taken aback by the intensity of her animosity towards Wan. To the extent that even those in Wan's vicinity were despised. If you genuinely wish to comfort her, it would be wiser to involve her close friends. Since she is studying in Jincheng, she must have female classmates and friends who could persuade her far better than I can, I suggested. However, she declined. Fearing ridicule from others, reluctant to let her classmates know about her pregnancy and subsequent miscarriage. Then let her family come. It's not feasible to keep this hidden forever. She is exhibiting suicidal tendencies now. If anything were to happen, how would you explain it to her family? Lin Dong nodded. I will find an opportunity to discuss this with my aunt later. With that, he turned sincerely to Tang Nuanning, his expression laden with regret. I truly apologize, Nuanning. For bringing you into this situation, I did not anticipate it would add to your troubles. It certainly was troublesome. Because of Xiao Na's remarks regarding Nan Wan. She was still furious. Were it not for Xiao Na's current health condition, she would have undoubtedly confronted her. Even if there was no physical altercation. A heated argument would have sufficed to vent her frustrations. I am fine. I could not assist you much, so please take good care of her. I must take my leave now. Tang Nuanning stood to depart, but Lin Dong quickly interjected, haven't you had breakfast yet? The food has gone cold. Allow me to take you out for a meal. No need, stay here with her. I am not hungry, she insisted. Then allow me to escort you downstairs. The doctor has administered a sedative, she will not awaken for a while. Seeing his insistence, Tang Nuanning relented. They descended together, and along the way, Lin Dong expressed numerous apologies. Although Tang Nuanning felt displeased, it was not directed at him but rather at Xiao Na, so she refrained from voicing any complaints. Not wanting to discuss Xiao Na, she shifted the conversation, inquiring, when will Wan return? Lin Dong shrugged helplessly, I am uncertain. She asked me to be prepared for her absence. Indicating it could be as short as a year or as long as 2 or 3 years. Such a lengthy absence. You know Wan is a strong woman. Deeply dedicated to her career and works tirelessly in her acting. Could you not reach out to her agent for updates? Even if they are bound by confidentiality agreements. As her husband, you should be concerned about Wan's private affairs. Lin Dong pondered. I attempted to contact her agent previously, but was unsuccessful. I will consider alternative means. And I promise to inform you immediately upon receiving any news about Wanwan. All right. Lin Dong then gently inquired, has your divorce been finalized? Tang Nuanning shook her head in frustration, I have yet to see him. Lin Dong frowned, is he deliberately avoiding you? Tang Nuanning hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. The truth was that Bo Yanchen was unwilling to divorce because of his affection for men, using her as a shield against public scrutiny. However, she could not share this with Lin Dong, instead stating, he is simply too busy with work to make time. Lin Dong shook his head, that is implausible, one can always find time for a divorce, or perhaps he still harbors feelings for you and is reluctant to part ways? That is even less likely, you are well aware of his attitude towards me. Lin Dong sighed, indeed. I remember well how he once called you unfaithful, causing you great distress. Perhaps you should reveal his identity to me, I could assist in negotiations. After leaving the inn that day, he had sought information on Tang Nuanning's husband but found nothing. Tang Nuanning shook her head, no, I will handle this myself. A flicker of something unusual passed through Lin Dong's eyes, but he chose not to pursue it, instead changing the subject, what are your plans moving forward? I have not yet decided, I will take it one step at a time. I certainly will not leave Jincheng before the divorce. My return is solely for that purpose and to register the children's household. I will not abandon this endeavor midway. Moreover, without a successful divorce, the children's registration cannot proceed. Where else could I go? Without a household registration, they will face numerous inconveniences, school, healthcare, all require it. Should you encounter any difficulties during this period, do not hesitate to inform me. Although I am not a significant figure, having spent considerable time in Jincheng, I can be of some assistance. Do not hesitate to ask. Regardless of our status as classmates, given your relationship with Wanwan, I cannot ignore your plight, lest Wanwan return and create a scene. Tang Nuanning offered a polite smile, all right. Coincidentally, this smile caught Bo Yancheng's attention. After calming Shen Bao, he called Yang Bo over, preparing to head to the office. As fate would have it, he passed by the hospital entrance at that moment. With the traffic light red and still over 40 seconds to wait, Bo Yancheng observed through the car window the two engaged in lively conversation at the entrance, letting out a cold snort. Zhou Xing, seated in the driver's seat, followed Bo Yancheng's gaze, spotting Lin Dong and Tang Nuanning. Why is Miss Tang at the hospital again? Bo Yancheng replied sarcastically. Is your vision so poor that you cannot see she is here to meet someone? Wasn't it said that she and Lin Dong are merely friends? The investigation revealed that Lin Dong is Miss Tang's senior and also the son-in-law of the Nan family. His wife is the only daughter, Nan Wan, who is also Miss Tang's close friend, hence their amicable rapport. Ah, what a wonderful friendship, he remarked, dripping with sarcasm, insinuating that Tang Nuanning was clandestinely pursuing Lin Dong behind Nan Wan's back. Zhou Xing, however, failed to detect any suggestive atmosphere, rationalizing, they are just friends. Meeting alone isn't unusual, especially since Miss Nan is not in Jincheng. If she were, I suppose it would be a trio. Bo Yancheng retorted, such shamelessness is ingrained. It will never change. Zhou Xing was taken aback, what prompts such a statement? Brother Chen, do you harbor some prejudice against Miss Tang? I feel you are quite hostile towards her, is it because she kissed you? Mentioning this only fueled Bo Yancheng's ire, making him feel as though he had been assaulted. Zhou Xing continued, considering Miss Tang kissed you, it's not a loss for you, after all, you are a man and she is a woman. Bo Yancheng grabbed the newspaper in his hand and smacked it against Zhou Xing's head, have you been living too comfortably lately? Do you wish to take a trip to the border city? Zhou Xing shivered at the threat, quickly retorting, forget I said anything, I spoke in jest. Who wants to go to the border city, surrounded by rocks? Look at Xiao Wu, he has been there for 6 months and has turned into a sunburned mess, resembling an African refugee. Finding a wife will be a daunting task. Bo Yancheng shot Zhou Xing an exasperated glance before turning back to look for Tang Nuanning. But she had already vanished from sight. Keep an eye on her. Oh, by the way, I heard Miss Tang suggested buying a cat for Fu Zixuan yesterday, and Mrs. Fu complied. Fu Zixuan was overjoyed, should we also get a cat for Shen Bao to cheer him up? Shen Bao does not like cats. Strangely, it seems Shenbao is not particularly fond of Miss Tang either. Bo Yanchen frowned, having assumed Shenbao would take a liking to her. Especially given how fond Fu Zixuan appeared to be of Tang Nuanning. Zhou Sheng awkwardly remarked, "You made Miss Tang cry today. Would she still be willing to care for Shenbao?" Bo Yanchen replied curtly, "Whether she is willing or not is irrelevant, her opinion does not dictate the situation." Zhou Sheng changed his tone, "So, should we still invite Miss Tang to the house tomorrow?" However, Bo Yanchen did not respond immediately, as he had not yet formulated a decision regarding this matter. Chapter 71, Did she run away after giving birth? After leaving the hospital, Tang Nuanning sought out Xia Tian. Her first intention was to visit the kindergarten and check on the children, as she felt uneasy on their first day at school. Secondly, she was still haunted by the incident involving Xiao Na. Upon hearing her recount, Xia Tian felt a mix of surprise and indignation. Wanwan had treated Lin Dong's cousin with such kindness, yet she had the audacity to wish for Wanwan's demise behind her back, a true ingrate. Furthermore, her disdain extended even to Tang Nuanning, which was utterly ungrateful of her. Thus, I must reiterate. There is a saying that rings true, those who elicit pity often harbor something despicable. It is indeed unfortunate that she could not keep her child. Yet when one considers her attitude towards Wanwan, one cannot help but think she brought this upon herself. Tang Nuanning sighed, she was indeed a strange individual. Strange? More like heartless. Sweetie, is Wanwan truly off to film a movie? Tang Nuanning furrowed her brow and voiced her concerns. Even though Lin Dong had clarified the situation, she still felt apprehensive. Yes, she spoke to me privately before leaving, and Lin Dong is correct. Wanwan is a public figure. If anything had truly gone amiss, there would have been whispers by now. Such matters cannot remain concealed. With Xia Tian's unwavering confidence, Tang Nuanning finally felt at ease. Xia Tian continued to express her grievances. Lin Dong can be quite the nuisance. Knowing you are not well acquainted with Xiao Na, he still insisted on bringing you to comfort her, adding to your troubles. Let us not dwell on them. What about the children? They are in the classroom, look how joyfully they are playing. Xia Tian brought up the surveillance footage from the classroom for Tang Nuanning to see. Watching the delighted trio lifted Tang Nuanning's spirits. Children naturally gravitate towards one another and find joy in their play. Xia Tian concurred, at the age for kindergarten, they should indeed start school. While they may not acquire much academic knowledge there, it will greatly benefit their development. Indeed. Noticing the office was empty, Tang Nuanning quietly inquired. The three of them still Haven sorted out their household registration. Can they attend now? Certainly. The admission requirements for private kindergartens are relatively lenient. Phew. That's a relief. Oh, don't worry about your son's schooling, you have me. As long as you wish, they can accompany me every day. Tang Nuanning smiled at the thought of having a close friend who was a kindergarten teacher. Xia Tian scoffed, only you would take pride in that. My parents are nearly at their wits' end over me. They are both renowned intellectuals, expecting to raise a PhD, yet they ended up with a kindergarten teacher instead. Tang Nuanning chuckled, this was indeed the most amusing aspect of Xia Tian's family. With two academic overachievers as parents, they produced a daughter who struggled academically. Xia Tian had gained admission to Jin University through special recruitment, otherwise, her scores would have barred her entry. The fact that she even obtained a qualification to become a kindergarten teacher was a surprise. Nonetheless, she sincerely acknowledged the educational success of her parents. She believed that the worth of a child is not solely determined by a diploma. Values, character, and disposition hold far greater significance. Xia Tian was carefree, charming, and resilient. She never looked down on others because of her parents' accomplishments, nor did she feel inferior due to her academic struggles. Her outlook was sound, her heart kind. And she was clear in her affections and aversions, never succumbing to inner conflict. She simply lived her life, uncomplicated and joyful. Having children made her acutely aware of the emotions of parenthood. A child's brilliance pales in comparison to their health and character. If her three little ones grow up with an attitude towards life akin to Xia Tian's, she would be immensely pleased, optimistic, straightforward, and fulfilling. It's almost time for their nap. Are you going to see them? Xia Tian inquired. Tang Nuanning pondered for a moment. I think I'll let them adjust to kindergarten life without my interference. Alright, then wait for me. Let us go out for a meal, it's time to eat. You can go out to eat? Of course. Today, I don't have to accompany the children during their nap, other teachers are watching them. I just need to be back by 1:30. Very well. The two of them left the kindergarten, not venturing far before stopping at a nearby street filled with food stalls. Indulging in their favorite skewers. As they ate and chatted, Xia Tian asked, "You left so early today, did you go to that wild man's house?" Yes. Let me tell you, you wouldn't believe how much Shen Bao resembles De Bao and Er Bao. If I had been in Jin City when I gave birth, my child would not have ended up in his hands. I genuinely suspect Shen Bao is my child. To be honest, I despise that wild man. Yet upon seeing Shen Bao, I feel a pang of sympathy, especially when he suddenly loses his temper and throws things. He seems so pitiful. Xia Tian replied. That might be because of his resemblance to De Bao and Er Bao. You unconsciously think of them when you see him. Yes, I believe so as well. Will you be visiting their home every day now? Tang Nuanning shook her head, not necessarily. Today's encounter was rather unpleasant. I'm unsure if he will even wish to see me again. What happened? Did he put you in a difficult position? After some contemplation, Tang Nuanning responded. Shen Bao's condition is more severe than Fu Zishuan's. I mentioned to you last night that although both suffer from bipolar disorder, the causes differ. Fu Zishuan developed a psychological shadow after being kidnapped as a child, while Shen Bao's condition stems from an overwhelming longing for his mother. Thus, Fu Zishuan's case is manageable, as similar cases occur annually, and there are established treatment protocols in medicine. However, Shen Bao's situation is different. His psychological ailment is rooted in an obsession with his mother, which I have never encountered before. Xia Tian remarked, when you mentioned it last night. I couldn't grasp it. There are many children from single-parent families, some even orphans, yet I've never heard of anyone falling ill due to excessive longing. However, the phrase longing can lead to illness must have some basis. There are likely similar cases that we are unaware of. Indeed, it is rare. But that does not imply it does not exist. Xia Tian queried, what about the child's obsession with his mother? What about her? I don't know. The wild man claimed that she disappeared after giving birth to Shen Bao and has been missing ever since. She ran away after giving birth? Why? Could it be that she was mistreated by the wild man? Who knows? His cold demeanor suggests that no one can stay with him for long. He constantly wears a stern expression, as if everyone owes him a fortune. Shen Bao's mother must be quite a formidable woman to have had the audacity to date him and have a child. I admire her. Xia Tian commented. You say he is handsome and wealthy, why would a woman leave? The issue must lie with him. I think so too, it's just unfortunate for Shen Bao. I still haven't had a chance to communicate with him and remain uncertain if his condition is truly a result of an intense longing for his mother. Chapter 72, still unable to let go of him. Xia Tian was taken aback. Did you not just meet that child this morning? How come you haven't had the chance to communicate? Tang Nuanning sighed deeply and recounted the incidents of Shen Bao's outbursts. Xia Tian was astonished. Does he have tendencies towards violence? With bipolar disorder, impulsivity is common. During episodes, he can indeed exhibit violent behavior, not only breaking things but also harming himself. Tang Nuanning explained. Xia Tian replied, while I frequently interact with children, they are typically healthy. I haven't encountered such situations. Of course not. Children with psychological disorders usually do not attend kindergarten. They tend to be withdrawn and reluctant to interact with others. I genuinely hope all children can be well. Tang Nuanning said softly, expressing her concern for Shen Bao's troubling situation. And what does that wild man say now? Does he prevent you from getting close to his son? Does that mean he won't seek you out anymore? I believe so. After I left, he hasn't contacted me again. It seems he thinks I can't help Shen Bao and has given up on me, she responded. Xia Tian remarked, it's for the best. You never wanted to engage with him too much anyway. Tang Nuanning nodded in agreement, though internally she felt a strange mix of emotions. She was adamant about distancing herself from him, yet his lack of contact left her feeling somewhat anxious. Her thoughts drifted to Shen Bao, and unease washed over her. Currently, the competition in the architectural design industry is fierce. There are more designers than available jobs, and many design firms have closed due to unpaid wages. The fact that salaries remain stable is a testament to the industry's conscience. I suggest you consider a career in children's education or special education, which might be more rewarding than design, Xia Tian advised. Tang Nuanning refocused her thoughts. I have been looking into exams related to special education. I need to obtain the necessary certification first. Certification is essential. We live in an era where credentials matter. Without them, educational institutions and parents won't trust you. Xia Tian affirmed. Actually, your return was quite fortuitous. You unexpectedly met Fu Zixuan and successfully alleviated his condition, which has elevated your reputation within that circle. If we consider your career, you shouldn't have left Jin City. Fu Zixuan could help you access numerous resources, Xia Tian suggested. Tang Nuanning understood her friend's intent. Every place has children like Fu Zixuan and Shen Bao, those grappling with psychological issues. They share a community where parents frequently communicate. As Fu Zixuan's condition improves, it essentially enhances her visibility. Currently, parents of children like Shen Bao would seek her out, and although she wishes for all children to be healthy, the reality is stark. Many require assistance. She can aid these children while also earning a living, akin to a doctor treating patients. If she could remain in Jin City, theoretically, her career would flourish. Yet, lacking certification was a significant hurdle. Moreover, she was reluctant to raise the children in a city that held so many painful memories for her. Tang Nuanning shook her head, contemplating, I still wish to leave Jin City and live in another city. Xia Tian understood. Whatever you choose, I support you. With modern transportation, it doesn't matter where you settle, I can always visit. Tang Nuanning smiled, yes. After they shared lunch, Xia Tian returned to school while Tang Nuanning headed home. Upon arriving, she logged into Xia Tian's computer, having obtained the password. She began extensively researching cases related to Shen Bao online, unable to let go of him. She was uncertain whether it was because he resembled De Bao and Er Bao so closely or if it was something else entirely. The thought of his current plight made her uneasy. His impulsiveness and tendency to threaten himself with a fork indicated a growing awareness of self-harm. Immediate intervention was crucial to prevent a tragedy. She hoped to assist him before her departure, if not to cure him, then at least to stabilize his deteriorating condition. Regrettably, she searched from dawn until dusk, but found no useful information. As the time approached for Xia Tian and the children to return, Tang Nuanning closed the computer and moved to the kitchen to prepare dinner. By the time De Bao and the three little ones arrived home, she had already finished cooking. The children animatedly recounted amusing incidents from kindergarten, each one more delighted than the last. Their joy brought her happiness in return. Did you enjoy kindergarten? She asked. Yes. The only regret is that we can't see Mommy all day. If only Mommy could be at kindergarten too. Tang Nuanning playfully pinched Er Bao's little nose. You go to kindergarten to study, what would Mommy do there? The teachers wouldn't want to teach Mommy. Mommy could be a teacher, just like our godmother. Not everyone can be like your godmother and teach at kindergarten. Why not? Because being a teacher requires education and credentials, which Mommy does not possess. Does our godmother have them? Of course, otherwise how could she work at the kindergarten? Er Bao and San Bao gazed at Xia Tian with admiration, exclaiming in unison. Godmother is amazing. Xia Tian beamed with delight. It was the first time anyone praised her, despite her academic struggles. Calm down, calm down. There's much more to me. Your godmother, then you know. Would you like to hear about my heroic tales and legendary life? Yes. Yes. De Bao, being more mature, was less interested in Xia Tian's legendary life. He turned to Tang Nuanning and asked, Mommy, do you have something on your mind? I can see you're troubled. As if there is something weighing on your heart. Tang Nuanning looked at him affectionately, you're very observant, De Bao. Mommy is indeed preoccupied. Today, I met a little boy who looks just like you and Er Bao. He is around your age, yet he is not happy at all. Why? Because he doesn't have a mommy. He longs for his mother so desperately that it has affected his mental health. He is irritable, withdrawn, and even engages in self-harm. Tang Debao furrowed his little brow. What about his mommy? I don't know. When I saw him today, I wanted to help him. I wish he could be as joyful as you too, but he resists strangers and was very hostile towards me, so I couldn't assist him. Mommy is wondering how to help him, isn't she? Yes, but I haven't devised a good plan yet. I have an idea. Chapter 73, Tang Nuanning, have I lost favor? Tang Nuanning was taken aback. Do you have a solution? What is it? Tang Debao replied. Since he is irritable, introverted, and resistant to strangers, you should not appear before him ostentatiously. Let him first know that you are a good person who means him no harm, so that he may develop a fondness for you before you draw closer. Tang Nuanning pondered seriously. Debao's words held merit. Yet, she wondered, if I do not meet him, how can I make him aware that I am a good person? You could help him discreetly or show goodwill. Perhaps by preparing food or activities he enjoys and having his family convey them to him. However, she was at a loss regarding his preferences, as his family mentioned that he showed little interest in anything other than matters concerning his mother. No matter, Debao reassured. The aim of showing goodwill is to convey that you harbor no hostility and will not cause him harm. Only then can you gradually approach him. I find your approach feasible. I shall contemplate how to implement it effectively. However, to draw near to someone requires not only effort but also time. Does mother intend to reside here for the long term? Are we not departing? Tang Nuanning replied, certainly, we must leave eventually, but for now, we cannot. Why? Is mother's matter not resolved? Indeed. Tang Debao understood that it was unfulfilled due to an unresolved marriage. Is mother anxious to leave? If she were in a hurry, he would need to act. Tang Nuanning neither nodded nor shook her head. She is somewhat anxious, but mother has other matters to attend to now, and since your schooling issues are resolved, she is not overly pressed. Debao remarked. As long as she is not too anxious, then he need not act for the time being. Is Debao eager to leave? Tang Nuanning suddenly countered. Debao shook his head. I can be anywhere, as long as I am with mother. Tang Nuanning smiled, her eyes shining with happiness as she affectionately tousled Debao's hair. Mother feels the same. As long as we are together, it matters not where we are. Over yonder. Xia Tian was still boasting to Er Bao and San Bao, the two little ones occasionally gasping in awe, completely transformed into little admirers. Tang Nuanning observed the three with a smile, amused by their antics. What lively little treasures. One dares to speak, while the other two believe wholeheartedly and cheer enthusiastically. Tang Debao glanced at them before turning to Tang Nuanning, asking, does mother envy godmother's job? Not at all. Mother lacks a teaching certificate and is unqualified to be an educator, and moreover, I am not particularly interested in that vocation. However, I do envy godmother for having a job. Does mother long to work? Indeed, having a job allows one to earn money and support you all. Tang Debao, with a serious expression, replied, we can support ourselves. Tang Nuanning chuckled, you are still too young, how can you earn money to support yourselves? We can earn money. Haha, and how might you achieve that? Through stock trading, investment, or business ventures, all of which can yield profits. Yet, Tang Debao hesitated to voice this, fearing it might alarm mother. After a moment of contemplation, he said, becoming a little star could also bring in money. I have seen some children online who earn money before they even turn one. Others say I resemble a little star, and I believe I could be one too. Tang Nuanning inquired, do you wish to be a little star? Not at all. Debao was solely interested in business, but he added, I could become a little star to earn money and support mother and my little brother. Tang Nuanning's smile brightened even more. Her son was so understanding that it was hard for her not to smile. She playfully pinched Tang Debao's cheek. Our Debao is simply not one to seek the limelight. If he chose to, he would undoubtedly be the most dazzling child in the world, swiftly rising to fame as a top little star. However, caring for you is mother's responsibility and duty. Having brought you into this world, I shall certainly be responsible for raising you well. Rest assured, although our current living conditions are less than ideal, I will strive to work hard and earn money, ensuring that we can live a comfortable life in the future. Tang Nuanning's grand ambition was to lead her three little ones to prosperity. Tang Debao sighed inwardly, wishing to draw from the money in his pocket to treat mother, but it was quite difficult. Silly mother never gave him the opportunity. What else with that expression? Do you not trust mother? Debao hurriedly shook his head, no. To us, mother is a superwoman. She is incredibly capable and will surely lead us to a comfortable life. Tang Nuanning, brimming with confidence, assured him, rest easy, I will never let you down. She firmly believed that with effort, rewards would surely follow. Despite lacking formal education, she was not without intelligence. And raising her three children to a comfortable life was indeed within reach. Tang Debao regarded her thoughtfully for a moment before his eyes lit up. By the way, Godmother mentioned that you excel in special education and even unexpectedly saved a child. I cannot claim to be exceptional, I have merely dabbled in it. What of it? Today, a little friend at kindergarten said her mother is incredibly capable, earning a great deal of money writing at home. Could mother perhaps write about special education and earn money too? Tang Nuanning blinked in surprise, she had never considered this before. If it were possible, it would be splendid. Writing at home offered flexibility, allowing her to work while caring for her three little ones, making it an ideal job for her. I shall look into it. Indeed. Tang Debao had pointed her toward a promising avenue before heading to the restroom. As he sat upon the toilet, he activated his children's watch and began posting a call for submissions online, offering high prices for contributions. After great effort, he had discovered a viable way to earn money for mother, he must ensure it yields plenty. That evening, as Xia Tian lay down, she exclaimed, today was exhilarating. I felt like a big star. Tang Nuanning chuckled helplessly, congratulations on gaining two little fans. They are die-hard fans. Did you not see Bao and Sanbao gazing at me with admiration? Had it not been for Debao's overly composed demeanor, I might have believed I truly possess remarkable talents. Tang Nuanning laughed, Debao is quite mature, he admires you too. Xia Tian beamed and asked Tang Nuanning, has that wild man contacted you? Tang Nuanning shrugged, shaking her head, no. Is he truly planning to give up on you? Yes. I never expected you to become his discarded pawn so swiftly. Congratulations. Now you need not devise ways to deal with him, you can finally draw a clear line. Tang Nuanning responded. I agree verbally, yet internally, I am not so elated. I find myself lamenting for a certain someone. What is going on? Did he truly discard me after a single day? While I have no desire to engage with him, I cannot help but worry for Shenbao. That child, who bears such a resemblance to Debao and Bao, is someone I cannot easily forget. Chapter 74, General Bo, is flattery not just seduction? Meanwhile, at Sunshine City Community, Bo Yanchen sat beside the bed, engaging in conversation with Shenbao. You didn't like that aunt you met this morning? Not at all. However, she was sent by your Uncle Lu. He has invested considerable effort to find her. You know how much your Uncle Lu cares for you. Can you not allow her to take care of you for a few more days, out of respect for him? Absolutely not. You are dismissing her so hastily. Uncle Lu will be saddened. Shenbao furrowed his brows, glancing at him. Is it Uncle Lu who will be sad, or is it you? Excuse me? Was she brought here by Uncle Lu, or did you choose her? Bo Yanchen fell silent. Suddenly, Shenbao asked, do you like her? Bo Yanchen's expression darkened. Not at all. Then why are you treating her so well? Am I treating her well? This morning, you went to see her off. Aunt Shen is my savior. But she always leaves on her own, you never accompany her. Bo Yanchen. After soothing Shenbao this morning, he took the opportunity to bring Tang Nuanning downstairs to discuss Shenbao's issues. It was evident that Shenbao had misunderstood. Bo Yanchen clarified, I wasn't sending her away. I was discussing your situation with her. What situation do I have? Bo Yanchen frowned, refraining from mentioning his illness. Shenbao would never admit to being unwell. If he did, it would only provoke him. Bo Yanchen could only say, you frightened her when you threw away the breakfast she made. I wanted to explain it to her. What did you say? That you didn't do it on purpose. You lie, I did it on purpose. Bo Yanchen. Shen Bao frowned again. You said you only like my mommy. Indeed. Then you should conduct yourself properly and keep your distance from other women. You misunderstand. Inviting her over was not because I like her. I am concerned about you being home alone. I need someone to keep you company and handle household chores. Yang Bo has other matters to attend to and cannot be here, so I arranged for her to come. Shen Bao questioned, did you choose her, or did Uncle Lu? Your Uncle Lu did. Call him. I can explain that I do not like that woman and do not need her care. Bo Yanchen, feeling vexed, responded, no need. I can speak to him directly. Shen Bao inquired again, how is my mommy now? Have you communicated with her? When can I see her? Bo Yanchen's lips moved slightly. We are still in communication. Shen Bao frowned and ignored him. Bo Yanchen sighed internally and left the bedroom. Upon returning to his study, he immediately lit a cigarette. Feeling exceptionally troubled. The first meeting between Tang Nuanning and Shen Bao had left him greatly disappointed, yet he did not wish to abandon hope. Shen Bao's condition was indeed distinct from Fu Zixuan's, but there were similarities as well. If Tang Nuanning could assist Fu Zixuan, she could certainly aid Shen Bao. Perhaps granting her more time would lead to a positive outcome. However, Shen Bao was reluctant to see her again. Sigh. He had even doubted whether Tang Nuanning might be Shen Bao's biological mother, which was utterly absurd. If she were, their reunion would not unfold in such a manner. Bo Yanchen repeatedly glanced at Tang Nuanning's phone number, contemplating calling her to command her to come the following morning. But upon recalling the resolute expression in Shen Bao's eyes, he hesitated. That call ultimately went unmade. The next day, at 5:30 in the morning, Bo Yanchen's phone rang, startling him awake. Frowning, he picked up his phone from the bedside table, assuming it was an urgent work matter. However, upon seeing the screen, he realized it was a call from Tang Nuanning. His drowsiness vanished instantly. He sat up, leaning against the headboard, scrutinizing the phone screen with suspicion. Was she sleepwalking? Or was it a wrong number? Amid his doubts, the ringtone ceased, only to ring again moments later. The consecutive calls indicated she was neither sleepwalking nor mistaken. With a slight frown, Bo Yanchen answered. He remained silent, and Tang Nuanning spoke first, come down for a moment. Huh? I said, come down. I'm at the bottom of your building. What are you doing at my building? Just come down, don't let Shen Bao see me. Bo Yanchen. He threw off the covers, got out of bed, and stood by the window to look down. He had a clear view of the scene below. Tang Nuanning stood in the snow, bundled in a thick down coat, stamping her feet and occasionally glancing up at the building. Her face was flushed from the cold. Bo Yanchen was perplexed by her actions. After hesitating for a few seconds, he decided to go outside. Upon seeing him emerge from the building, Tang Nuanning hurried over, noticing he was wearing pajamas. She couldn't help but comment, you came down dressed like that on such a cold day? Aren't you cold? Her sudden concern made Bo Yanchen feel somewhat uncomfortable. With a dark expression, he inquired, what do you want? Tang Nuanning pulled out a thermos. Please take this to Shen Bao. Bo Yanchen, puzzled, asked, what is it? It's breakfast I made for Shen Bao. Don't tell him I made it, he probably won't eat it if you say it's from me. Bo Yanchen. Tang Nuanning elaborated, after returning home yesterday, I reflected on Shen Bao's strong reaction. My sudden appearance likely startled him. He has bipolar disorder and is already sensitive. Furthermore, as a woman, my unexpected presence may have led him to think that you were trying to find him a stepmother. Which is why I cannot see him impulsively again. If I show up today, his reaction will likely be even stronger than yesterday. So, it's best if you give him the food, see if he likes it. Bo Yanchen. What is this? Flattery? Yes, a gesture of goodwill. Bo Yanchen's expression shifted, prompting Tang Nuanning to quickly clarify, don't overthink it, I mean goodwill, not seduction. Moreover, this gesture is not directed at you. It's for Shen Bao. I prepared this meal for him. You were very reluctant yesterday, why are you so eager to see him today? Tang Nuanning's lips moved slightly as she candidly replied, I feel pity for him. Bo Yanchen. He has no relation to you, why do you pity him? Are you a saint who feels compassion for every child? Not exactly. Sigh, please don't ask. In any case, I genuinely want to help him. With no ulterior motives. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. If you think I have other intentions, you can just throw the food away. However, I must remind you that your son's condition is quite severe. If you do not seek treatment promptly, it could lead to significant issues. Tang Nuanning looked up at him earnestly, then turned to leave. Bo Yanchen watched her frail figure with a complex expression. It wasn't until she vanished from sight that he glanced down at the thermos in his hands, pausing in silence before entering the building with it. Chapter 75, Thoughts of Tang Nuanning. What does it mean to take the initiative to show goodwill? Is there a distinction between showing goodwill and seducing him? What is this woman trying to achieve? With a mind full of confusion, Bo Yanchen returned home. Upon opening the thermal container, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. She had prepared 2 small dishes, an egg pancake, 6 small buns, and a portion of 8 treasure porridge. The small dishes were vibrant and fresh, the egg pancake was golden. The buns were soft and tender, and the porridge was creamy. The sight alone was appetizing. After a moment's hesitation, Bo Yanchen decided to sample each item. Testing for poison, as it were. While he found no poison, his appetite was undeniably piqued. Unbeknownst to him, he devoured more than half of the meal. Had he not stopped himself in time, he might have consumed Shenbao's portion as well. Glancing at the time, which was still before 6 o'clock, Bo Yanchen returned the remainder of the breakfast to the thermal container and headed to his bedroom. Sleep was not an option any longer. He lay back on the bed. Hands clasped behind his head, staring blankly at the ceiling, his mind consumed with thoughts of Tang Nuanning. At 6:30 sharp, Shenbao rose and went to wash up. Bo Yanchen had already set the remaining breakfast on the dining table, and as soon as Shenbao finished, he hurriedly beckoned him to eat. Shenbao glanced at the food on the table and then at him, his eyes questioning. Previously, Shenbao's breakfasts consisted of exquisite ingredients, a wide variety. In contrast, today's offering seemed rather meager. Particularly the stir-fried potato strips, which had never graced Shenbao's table before. Even when the family chef prepared potato strips, they were presented as intricately arranged flowers, rendering the actual potato strips unrecognizable. Unlike now, where even a blind person would recognize them as potato strips. Bo Yanchen sensed Shenbao's confusion and explained, "I made these." Shenbao looked skeptical. "You've never made these before." Bo Yanchen replied, "Precisely because I never made them. I thought I would try making some for you to taste. I just learned how, let us see how they turn out." As he spoke, he placed a small bun filled with shiitake and meat, with a hint of carrot, on Shenbao's plate. "Give it a try and see if it suits your taste." Shenbao, not overthinking it, glanced at the bun and took a bite, chewing softly. Bo Yanchen sat across from him, intently watching. After a moment, Shenbao uttered 2 words, "Delicious." Bo Yanchen's eyes involuntarily sparkled with joy, his anxious heart finally at ease. He smiled and encouraged, "If it's delicious, eat more. These 2 are also yours, and try the egg pancake too." Shenbao remained silent, quietly enjoying his breakfast. Bo Yanchen felt deeply moved as he watched him clean his plate. His son was finally eating well. However, the next moment brought an unexpected turn. "Is there more?" Shenbao looked up at him, eyes filled with anticipation. Bo Yanchen was taken aback. "What?" Shenbao said, "I'm not full, I want more." Bo Yanchen's lips twitched. "There isn't any left." Shenbao asked, "Can you make some more?" If it were truly Bo Yanchen who had prepared it, he would have dashed into the kitchen by now. As long as his son was willing to eat what he liked, he would gladly wake up in the middle of the night to make it for him. However, this was not his cooking, and he knew he couldn't replicate it. Even if he managed to whip something up, it certainly wouldn't compare to Tang Nuanning's culinary skills. He could only respond, "I can't right now. Daddy has urgent matters to attend to. I'll come back later to make more for you." A flicker of disappointment crossed Shenbao's eyes. He said nothing more, got up to wash his hands, and returned to his room. Bo Yanchen felt a mix of emotions, both joy and regret. He was happy that Shenbao had finally shown interest in something beyond his mother, that he had proactively asked for the food, indicating he liked it. Yet, he regretted that he missed the opportunity to explore Shenbao's interests further and provide him with a hearty breakfast. Ultimately, It was a good thing that Shen Bao enjoyed the food prepared by Tang Nuanning. He quickly called Yang Bo to take care of Shen Bao and went out. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning had just seen off the 3 little ones. The trio didn't need to have breakfast at home, they were off to kindergarten. So they left early with Xia Tian. Tang Nuanning tidied up the house and glanced at her phone. She wanted to call Bo Yanchen to ask if Shen Bao liked the food she made and whether he had eaten. However, she worried that Bo Yanchen might be with Shen Bao at that moment, and her call could reveal too much. Thus, she could only fret anxiously. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. Tang Nuanning immediately thought of Bo Yanchen. She dashed to the coffee table, picked up her phone, and found it was indeed him. She felt a rush of excitement. Her heart raced as she answered, "Hello. When you have time, make some more small buns, Shen Bao loves them," Bo Yanchen requested. His tone almost commanding. Although his voice was cold, it couldn't hide his excitement. He was in a good mood, feeling a bit cheerful. Hearing this, Tang Nuanning felt delighted. Really? Did he say anything? Not full. Not full? Does Shen Bao have such a big appetite? Bo Yanchen was too embarrassed to admit he had eaten most of the food, simply responding with a murmured affirmation, "I'll make more later." Tang Nuanning didn't think much of it. Alright, when does he want to eat again? Tonight or tomorrow morning? Okay. I'll make it this afternoon and serve it at his dinner table. I'll contact you once it's ready. As she was about to hang up, she suddenly heard Bo Yanchen say, "Let us talk." Huh? I'll come down in 10 minutes. What do you want to discuss? About Shen Bao. Upon hearing this, Tang Nuanning relaxed her guard. Alright, see you downstairs soon. After hanging up, Tang Nuanning felt overjoyed. She didn't know why. But the fact that Shen Bao enjoyed her cooking filled her with happiness. It felt as though she had taken the first step on a long journey. Once she started moving, could success be far behind? She was uncertain about when she would leave Jincheng, but before departing, she sincerely hoped Shen Bao would thrive. Tang Nuanning set her phone down and went to change into her outdoor clothes. Just as she finished changing, the doorbell rang. Thinking it was Bo Yanchen, she opened the door without hesitation. However, standing outside were not him but 2 unfamiliar men. Tang Nuanning hesitated, "Who are you?" In the next moment, the men rushed forward, covering her mouth and forcefully dragging her into the elevator. Tang Nuanning struggled desperately, but she was no match for the 2 men. They forcibly took her to the garage and shoved her into a car. She tried to scream, but they silenced her, binding her hands and legs, and sped away from the community. The car traveled for an indeterminate amount of time before finally stopping at a dilapidated building in the suburbs. As Tang Nuanning stepped out of the vehicle, panic surged within her. Being brought to such a desolate place, were they going to kill her? Chapter 76, Oh. The Temptation of Wetness. Tang Nuanning was shoved into the abandoned building by the 2 men. Inside, several other men awaited her. Upon seeing her, they immediately broke into lecherous grins, their gazes lascivious and their words unrestrained. "This job is a good catch today, this girl is stunning. I'd even pay to get close to her. With a chest like a bun and a butt like a grapefruit, damn, perfection. Mao, untie her. It's boring to keep her tied up like a dead fish. A lively and screaming one is far more entertaining." Tang Nuanning's heart raced with fear. She did not recognize these men, but it was evident that they harbored ill intentions. Once she gained her freedom, she kicked Mao and dashed away. However, before she could escape far, someone seized her hair from behind and forced her into a water tank. "How dare you lay a hand on me? You'll learn who holds the power here." The water was icy cold, sending a shiver through Tang Nuanning, as her blood felt like it was freezing. She struggled desperately, but her efforts were futile. Each time she managed to surface, she was pushed back down. It wasn't until she was on the brink of drowning that she was pulled from the tank. Gasping for air, soaked to the bone and shivering uncontrollably, she glared at the group of people, resembling an enraged little beast, breathing heavily, warning them not to push her. "Huh? Who are you warning? What if we do? Did you think you would be saved by He Jinglian again like last time? Dream on." Hearing a somewhat familiar voice, Tang Nuanning turned sharply towards the sound. She saw Su Han. Tang Nuanning was taken aback. It's you? Indeed, it is I. You have ruined my wonderful life, and you shall not escape unscathed. Su-han seethed, her face twisted with malice. Tang Nuanning felt both anger and disbelief. She had ruined her life? What a ridiculous accusation. Not wishing to engage in a debate, Tang Nuanning frowned and said, "Have you forgotten how He Xiao and Madame Fu warned you?" "Of course, I remember. But I am not afraid." The trouble being stirred against Tang Nuanning was not of her own volition, someone had approached her first. If not for the support from behind, she wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. Though she loathed Tang Nuanning, she was nothing more than He Jingcheng's ex-girlfriend. The Su family was merely wealthy in Jin City, far from being a prominent family. Once He Jinglian issued a warning, she knew better than to act foolishly. But the person who sought her out was different, they were from the top tier of Jin City's elite. Even He Jinglian was beneath their notice. That person expressed their own hatred for Tang Nuanning and promised to back her up, ensuring no matter the commotion caused, they could smooth it over for her. Thus, this current scene unfolded. She intended to humiliate Tang Nuanning thoroughly, ruining her reputation. Tang Nuanning furrowed her brows. "You aren't afraid of the He family. But do you realize you are destroying yourself? Kidnapping and assaulting a woman will lead to severe punishment. Are you ignorant of the law?" "I am certainly not ignorant of the law, but I am unafraid." Tang Nuanning was shocked. Has she lost her mind? Or is she truly ignorant of the law? Su-han, with an air of arrogance, declared, "Let me tell you, my backing is substantial. Even if I were to kill you, I could walk away unscathed. No backing is stronger than the law." "Is that so? Then let me reveal that my backing is none other than the president of Bo Group, Bo Yanchen." Tang Nuanning gasped, "Who?" Chapter 77, Bo Yanchen sent you to harm me? Seeing Tang Nuanning's astonishment, Su-han mistook it for fear and smugly reiterated, "Bo Yanchen." Tang Nuanning stared at her in disbelief for a long moment before finally asking, "What is your relationship with Bo Yanchen?" "That's none of your business. But I assure you, my relationship with him is far closer than yours." Tang Nuanning did not counter her words. "Bo Yanchen sent you to find me, to humiliate me?" Su-han frowned, hesitating to admit it. After all, it was not Bo Yanchen himself who had sought her out. "You don't need to know so much, just understand that today marks your end. This is the consequence of crossing me." After saying this, she turned to the group of men, "Play well, and let them have their fun. As long as no one dies, I can ensure your safety. Also, remember to record everything, capturing all the details. Make sure to portray Miss Tang's enjoyment clearly. For if it needs to be made public later, it will be a feast for the eyes." The men chuckled lewdly, assuring her they would meet her expectations. Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth, "Su-han, you are truly malicious and foolish. If you don't cease this, I will make you regret it." Having spent 5 years in the mountains, she had mastered the art of traditional medicine and acupuncture. She could save lives, but she could also take them. She could concoct potions as well as create poisons. Su-han scoffed, "You should be thinking about how to please them so they might show you some mercy. These rough men know nothing of cherishing delicate flowers." With that, Su-han left, and the men immediately approached her with a careless demeanor. "Don't be afraid, little sister. We'll take good care of you, heh." Tang Nuanning clenched her fists, biting down hard on her back teeth, glaring at the men, "Stay away from me. Don't push me." Though she had the means to defend herself, she had no desire to harm anyone. She had learned medicine to save lives, not to inflict pain. Her silver needles were still pristine, never having harmed anyone. "Don't be stubborn. If you cooperate, the brothers will soften. Once they soften, you won't feel any pain. And you'll find pleasure in it, right?" They uttered lewd comments, leering as they reached out their hands. Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth, "You are forcing my hand." When Bo Yanchen arrived, he found Tang Nuanning lying on the ground. A man lay unconscious on top of her. While a group of men stood around, their faces filled with shock and fear, staring incredulously at her. Bo Yanchen shouted, "Tang Nuanning." The men, hearing the commotion, snapped back to reality and turned to see Bo Yanchen. They cursed, "Who the hell are you?" Ah! 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 Before they could finish, screams erupted. After dispatching the group, Bo Yanchen rushed to Tang Nuanning's side, confirming that the man on her was merely unconscious, and he forcefully pushed him away. Although Tang Nuanning's clothes were still mostly intact, they were drenched, and a piece of her collar had been torn, exposing her collarbone. Her body was alluring. Bo Yanchen frowned and removed his coat, draping it over her. "It's all right now, I'll take you to the hospital." Just as he was about to lift her, Tang Nuanning suddenly grasped his wrist with force. Initially consumed by anger, upon seeing Bo Yanchen, her emotions shifted dramatically. In that moment, as she gazed at his face, she was thrown back 6 years to that nightmare. The day he forcibly took her, robbing her of her innocence. From that day forth, she bore the shame of being called unchaste, a wretched woman, a harlot. She was forced to bear the weight of scorn. Wandering alone with a pregnant belly, searching for work, facing rejection and disdain. Even in her 8th or 9th month of pregnancy, she endured the judgmental gazes while washing dishes. All of this was his doing. Every hardship she faced stemmed from him. Smack. A resounding slap echoed, like thunder cracking suddenly. Bo Yanchen looked at her in disbelief, momentarily stunned by the blow. It was only when she raised her hand again that he snapped back. Furious as he grasped her wrist, gritting his teeth, "What are you doing?" Chapter 78, Bo Yanchen, you owe me. Tang Nuanning trembled all over. Her emotions boiling over, "You will pay for this. You will eventually face the consequences." Bo Yanchen stared at her, his expression darkening ominously. He had saved her. Yet she showed no gratitude, instead striking him, cursing him, and wishing ill upon him. Moreover, this was the second time she had slapped him. Was his face so easy to strike? Who gave her the audacity to treat him this way? Bo Yanchen assumed that she was rendered speechless by the group of men surrounding her. He pressed his anger down and said, "Do not be ungrateful. I am here to save you." "Save me? Huh? You?" Tang Nuanning laughed through her tears. "Who expects you to save them? I do not need your rescue. My life, my existence has become a chaotic mess because of you. You think you are my savior, and I should be eternally grateful? You. What you owe me can never be repaid in this lifetime." "Owe you? What do I owe you?" "You owe me an apology. You owe me a past that can never be amended." Bo Yanchen gazed at her in disbelief. To him, the hat she had hastily placed upon herself was utterly nonsensical. He grasped Tang Nuanning's wrist tightly and insisted, "If you desire my apology and compensation, you must clarify what I owe you. I do not require your apology or compensation. Leave, just leave. I do not wish to see you, go away." Tang Nuanning averted her gaze, refusing to look at him any longer. Reason triumphed over emotion as she thought of the child, and she refrained from mentioning the events of the past. Bo Yanchen was relentless, demanding, "Speak. We must clarify this today. I have nothing to say to you." Tang Nuanning. Bo Yanchen. Their voices grew louder, each staring fiercely at the other. One was filled with rage, while the other stubbornly bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. Zhou Xing observed this shocking scene, utterly bewildered. Unsure why Bo Yanchen had rescued her only to endure her wrath. Tang Nuanning was not the type to be unreasonable, was she? Had he missed something? It felt as though Bo Yanchen was the one bullying her today. Fortunately, he had come with Bo Yanchen, otherwise, he might have mistakenly judged him. The ambulance arrived. And Zhou Xing steadied himself, approaching, "Brother Chen, let us take Miss Tang to the hospital first." Bo Yanchen glanced at the hurried doctors and nurses. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he released Tang Nuanning's wrist, leaving behind a parting remark, unappreciative. Tang Nuanning bit her lip tightly, glaring at him in silence. After she was taken away by the medical staff, Zhou Xing turned to Bo Yanchen. "The situation has been clarified. It was Su Han who kidnapped Miss Tang. We have already restrained her, and I have contacted young Master He, who should be here shortly." As soon as Zhou Xing finished speaking, He Jingqing arrived in a flurry. Su Han was kneeling at the entrance of a dilapidated building, and upon seeing He Jingqing, she cried out like a drowning person, "Jingqing, save me, please." He Jingqing glanced at her, then turned to Bo Yanchen. "What on earth happened?" Bo Yanchen, already irritated, shot him a cold glare. "Control your woman. I do not wish to see her again." His voice was low, but the anger within it could deafen anyone who heard it. Those who understood him knew he was genuinely furious. He Jingqing, perplexed, blocked Zhou Xing. "Quickly, tell me what transpired." Zhou Sheng, feeling helpless, replied. Your ex-girlfriend kidnapped Miss Tang and enlisted several men to intimidate her. Coincidentally, Brother Chen was seeking Miss Tang today, but upon arriving at her door, he was unable to reach her. When he investigated, he discovered the situation. Alas, your ex-girlfriend is truly. Zhou Sheng glanced at Su Han, shaking his head as he walked away. Much of Bo Yanchen's fury stemmed from Tang Nuanning's earlier slap and the absurd accusations she had hurled at him. Nevertheless, the chaos originated from Su Han. If she had not acted so recklessly, perhaps Bo Yanchen and Tang Nuanning would not have quarreled. He Jingqing turned his gaze towards Su Han, his expression neutral, yet the warmth in his eyes had turned to ice. I underestimated you. I did not expect you to have the audacity to resort to such actions as revenge for what happened in the business world. Su Han sobbed. You broke up with me because of her, I could not bear it. Did I break up with you because of her? Was it not due to your own actions? He Jingqing. I am giving you a chance to explain, be concise. Su Han hurriedly replied, yes, it was Shen Jiaoyue. She approached me and encouraged me to do this. She said Tang Nuanning had harmed her uncle, and she wanted revenge. She assured me that even if the sky fell, I need not fear, for you would support me, which is why I dared. Shen Jiaoyue? Yes, I am not lying, you can investigate. I speak only the truth. Please help me. Begging me is futile, you should reflect on who you have offended. Even the greatest powers cannot assist you now. The weather is turning cold, the Su family is about to face bankruptcy, and today is the day. Su Han's eyes widened in horror, and she fainted on the spot. After Tang Nuanning was taken to the hospital for a thorough examination, she emerged unscathed, save for some superficial wounds. However, her aversion to Bo Yanchen intensified. She had reached a point where she could not bear to look at him, and upon seeing him, she would demand he leave, vehemently labeling him a scoundrel. Chapter 79, President Bo, I am a great victim. Liu Bei and Zhou Sheng were both perplexed, the situation had become so bizarre that it was uncanny. Typically, after a hero rescues a damsel in distress, the young lady is filled with gratitude. Yet, after Bo Yanchen saved her, the girl berated him as a scoundrel. Unable to contain his curiosity, Liu Bei inquired, Yanchen, what on earth did you do to Miss Tang that made her react so intensely upon seeing you? Bo Yanchen felt both wronged and furious, convinced he was a victim of circumstance. He believed that Tang Nuanning had channeled all her animosity towards the men who sought to bully her onto him. I did nothing at all. No, wait. I foolishly saved her. Yes, I was foolish. The news would spread, President Bo lost his composure due to his wife's outburst. Liu Bei was bewildered. Why would she harbor such hostility towards you after you saved her? How would I know? Bo Yanchen shouted. Liu Bei suggested, calm down. Perhaps Miss Tang perceives you as an assailant. I distinctly remember her being conscious when I saved her. Is that so? That does make it peculiar, under normal circumstances. She should be overflowing with gratitude. I don't expect her to be overly grateful, but I merely wish for her to care for Shen Bao wholeheartedly moving forward. Yet, she. A dog biting the hand that feeds it, failing to recognize a benefactor's heart. Bo Yanchen was incredibly agitated, leaving the hospital in a huff. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning felt utterly helpless. She was aware that Bo Yanchen had rushed over to save her, but she could not control herself. The scene had transported her back 6 years. That fateful day had been a nightmare, a descent into darkness. As the memories resurfaced, her emotions spiraled out of control, fear, frustration, anger, making it impossible for her to bear the sight of his face. Seeing him ignited her rage. Ning ning. Suddenly, Xia Tian arrived. Tang Nuanning hastily wiped her tears. Tian. What brings you here? I received a call saying you were in trouble, and it terrified me. What happened? Tang Nuanning took a deep breath, steadying herself, and succinctly recounted the incident. Xia Tian was shocked, her eyes brimming with indignation and sympathy. That wretched harlot. Ning. We should sue her and ensure she rots in prison. I'll call my parents right now and have them find us a lawyer. We absolutely cannot let her off the hook. I have already reported it to the police. Su Han will certainly face legal consequences. I just want to expedite the divorce and leave with the children. This morning, she had enthusiastically prepared breakfast for Shen Bao and braved the biting wind and snow to deliver it to Sunshine City. She had been somewhat reluctant to leave, but now she couldn't bear to stay even a moment longer. She wanted to leave, to escape, immediately. Compared to avenging Su Han, she longed to flee Jin City. This city filled her with dread. But your husband refuses to even see you. How can you get a divorce? Are you just going to leave without one? Tang Nuanning shook her head. No, I must finalize the divorce before I go. But do you have a feasible plan to make him divorce you? Tang Nuanning pondered seriously, furrowing her brow. He Jingqing. Huh? Su Han is his ex-girlfriend. Although they have parted ways, this situation arose because of him. I can leverage this to discuss matters with him. Besides, he has a connection with my husband. He would surely desire our divorce. Xia Tian contemplated for a moment. It seems somewhat plausible, but I'm uncertain if it will succeed. Whether it succeeds or not, we must try to find out. This marriage must end swiftly. Chapter 80, This marriage must end. While Tang Nuanning was devising her divorce plan, Bo Yanchen had already arrived at the Shen residence. He was aware of Shen Jiayue's scheme to use Su Han against Tang Nuanning. It turned out that when Shen Hai encountered trouble, someone had threatened him, warning him to keep his distance from Tang Nuanning. They said that if he dared to harass her again, his life would be forfeit. Shen Jiayue was furious upon learning this. Coupled with her long-standing suspicion that Tang Nuanning was trying to seduce Bo Yanchen, she sought to use Su Han to teach Tang Nuanning a lesson. At this moment, although Bo Yanchen was angry at Tang Nuanning, his fury was primarily directed towards Shen Jiayue. Su Han's actions against Tang Nuanning were motivated by He Jingqing, while Shen Jiayue's were because of him. Being the mastermind behind this, Shen Jiayue was entangled in the repercussions of Tang Nuanning's plight. Consequently, it seemed only fitting for Tang Nuanning to confront and chastise him. Moreover, Bo Yanchen was incensed that Shen Jiayue had failed to heed his earlier warning to stay away from Tang Nuanning, treating his words as mere whispers in the wind. At the Shen residence, Shen Jiayue's father, Shen Jiang, had been in a meeting at the company. Upon hearing that Bo Yanchen had arrived, he hurried back home. Seeing Bo Yanchen, he appeared more delighted than if he had seen his own father. Yanchen, why didn't you give me a heads up before coming? I would have been here waiting for you. Bo Yanchen's expression was frigid. I came to see Shen Jiayue and to check on Shen Hai. Shen Jiang, a seasoned schemer, sensed Bo Yanchen's displeasure and became slightly anxious. He forced a smile. Looking for Yaya? Has she upset you again? Bo Yanchen remained silent. Shen Jiang's eyelids twitched wildly. And he quickly added, that girl has indeed been spoiled by me, behaving as if she can do whatever she pleases, daring even to provoke you. She relies on being Shen Bao's savior to act so presumptuously. Just wait until she returns, and I will surely reprimand her. Though Shen Jiang's words appeared to criticize Shen Jiayue, they were, in fact, a veiled warning to Bo Yanchen. After all, Shen Jiayue was Shen Bao's savior. Bo Yanchen could easily interpret the subtext in his words. He remained silent, maintaining a stern expression as he awaited Shen Jiayue. Shen Jiang discreetly swallowed hard, picking up his phone to call Shen Jiayue. Just then, she returned, bursting into the room, exclaiming, Yanchen. What brings you here today? Are you bored? Shen Jiayue had spent the day shopping with a group of affluent young ladies, simultaneously awaiting news from Su Han. She had learned that Su Han had successfully kidnapped Tang Nuanning, filling her with delight. With a wave of her hand, she treated her friends to tea and dinner. Just as they were reveling in their merriment, she received word that Bo Yanchen had come to see her. Her friends were envious. Oh, how fortunate Yaya is. We can't even meet President Bo, yet he has come to find her. Exactly. Yaya, you must tell us honestly. After President Bo clarified that you are not in a relationship, are you two quarreling? Isn't it obvious? It's a classic lover spat. They get angry and threaten to break up, but now look, President Bo has personally come to reconcile. Who knows? He might even announce online that Yaya is his fiancée. Oh my, Yaya, your fortune is extraordinary. The position of Mrs. Bo is meant for you. Shen Jiayue reveled in the flattery, ecstatic at the notion that Bo Yanchen sought her out as if they were indeed reconciling, as if she were destined to become Mrs. Bo. Before Bo Yanchen could speak, Shin Jiayue continued, Yanchen, I'm in such a good mood today. If you have time, would you accompany me shopping? Bo Yanchen frowned. His gaze icy as it bore into her. Oblivious to his displeasure, Shin Jiayue remained lost in her elation. Yanchen, don't just stare at me. It makes me feel quite awkward. If you have something to say, just say it. Bo Yanchen's voice was cold. Did you proactively seek out Suhan? Shin Jiayue's heart skipped a beat, her expression shifting instantly. Yanchen, what are you talking about? I've told you, I dislike others plotting schemes in my presence. I only came to see you out of respect for your past kindness in saving Shinbao. Shin Jiayue was flustered. Bo Yanchen pressed further. I'm asking you one last time, did you seek out Suhan of your own volition? I. Shin Jiang, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, noticed Bo Yanchen's seriousness and promptly scolded his daughter, speak clearly. Tell the truth. Shin Jiayue, feeling aggrieved, admitted, I did seek out Suhan. What did you seek her out for? Shin Jiayue, meeting Bo Yanchen's frigid gaze, said with a contorted expression. I heard that vile woman, Tang Nuanning, caused Suhan to break up with young Master He. We're sisters, so I went to console her. And then? And then I told her not to fear Tang Nuanning. So you suggested that she kidnap Tang Nuanning and have her gang raped? Only then did Shin Jiayue realize that Bo Yanchen had come to interrogate her. She quickly retorted, I didn't tell Suhan to find people to rape her. That was all Suhan's own idea. I was just indignant. It was clearly that vile woman, Tang Nuanning, who seduced my second uncle first, and as a result, she harmed my second uncle so grievously. That vile woman, she's more vile than you? Bo Yanchen interjected abruptly. Chapter 81, the sharp-tongued moments of President Bo. Shin Jiayue was taken aback, and so was Shin Jiang. Although Bo Yanchen held a position of great power, he had always been a gentleman in their presence, speaking courteously and never uttering vulgarities. Therefore, Shin Jiayue briefly thought she had misheard. Yanchen, what? What did you just say? Bo Yanchen frowned, articulating each word. I said, is Tang Nuanning a shameless person? If she is shameless, then what are you? Shin Jiayue's eyes instantly turned red. Yanchen, if she is shameless, then you are even less than that. You are unworthy. Yanchen. What are you saying? Woo-woo. Shin Jiayue was immediately reduced to tears. Shin Jiang listened in stunned silence, too shocked to intervene. Only Bo Yanchen dared to come to their home and humiliate them. Had it been anyone else, they would have been met with a fierce backlash. Bo Yanchen continued, you are well aware of what kind of person your second uncle is. Does he possess any charm for others to be tempted by? Given his character, if a woman does not find him repulsive, that is already commendable. Which woman would be foolish enough to pursue him? And you, do you truly believe that saving Shinbao grants you the right to act recklessly in front of me? I will repay kindness, but I am not foolish enough to indulge you unconditionally. Suhan has already been apprehended, you can watch the news to see what happens next. If she had provided direct evidence against you, you would already be in police custody. If you are taken away, do not expect me to rescue you. I can offer financial assistance to the Shin family, but I will not enable wrongdoing. You are an adult, if an adult makes mistakes, they must face consequences. Society is harsh, we are all new to this, and no one will indulge you for no reason. Today, let me make this clear, Tang Nuanning, I will protect her. Dare to lay a finger on her, and you will see. With that, Bo Yanchen coldly finished speaking and left. Shin Jiayue collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Shin Jiang, witnessing this, hurriedly chased after him, Yanchen, please calm down. It was Ye's fault, she. You know she is foolish, then keep her at home and discipline her. Wait until she understands before letting her out. To prevent her from causing harm. Shin Jiang's face flushed with embarrassment. Bo Yanchen added. It is the father's fault if the child is not taught properly. I believe General Shen has failed in his duty as a parent and does not meet the qualifications for cooperation with the Bo Group. I will immediately notify that all recent collaborations between the Bo Group and the Shin Group are to be suspended. General Shen should set aside work and focus on educating his child at home. Shin Jiang's breath hitched, eyes wide with shock. The suspension of all collaborations? This would be devastating for the Shin family. He hastily pursued Bo Yanchen. Yanchen, listen to me. I will ensure Yaya is well disciplined, but we cannot halt our cooperation. If this collaboration stops, our Shin family will. Bo Yanchen had already entered his car, not sparing him a glance. Zhou Xing intercepted Xinjiang, maintaining a courteous demeanor, yet his eyes conveyed a sense of detachment. General Shen, do not pursue him. Brother Chen does not wish to speak right now. No amount of shouting will change that. Instead, you would be better off having a serious conversation with your daughter. Miss Shen's actions are truly difficult to describe. If not managed properly, it could lead to significant trouble in the future. Zhou Xing sighed and got into the car. Xinjiang watched helplessly as Bo Yancheng's car drove away from the Shen residence, furiously stamping his feet. Shen Jiaoyue. Chapter 82, Protecting My Wife, Dare to Touch Her Again. As Zhou Xing drove, he noticed Bo Yanchen rubbing his temples in the rearview mirror and advised. Do not dwell on this, at least Miss Tang is unharmed. Am I troubled because of her? What does her condition have to do with me? Bo Yanchen snapped back. Do not let Miss Shen irritate you, she can at most be considered a femme fatale. Are you blind? Can someone like her even be called that? Zhou Xing's mouth twitched. No, she can only be considered a disaster. With such malicious intent. She is unworthy of even that title. Right. Right about what? Do you simply echo everything I say, lacking any independent thoughts? Zhou Xing, oh, heavens. Let me disappear right here. What have I said wrong? I might as well be heir. Zhou Xing decided to go silent. Eventually, Bo Yanchen remarked. Am I so arrogant and overbearing that you dare not utter a word? Not at all. Your temper is remarkably good, Zhou Xing hastily replied, attempting to navigate the conversation. As Zhou Xing continued to speak, he asserted, Brother Chen, remain calm. In today's incident, Miss Shen is certainly the one at fault. Of course, Miss Tang, as the victim, has her shortcomings too. You saved her, as her benefactor, it is unreasonable for her to not only strike you but also curse you. Bo Yancheng scoffed. A dog biting El Dong Bin, unable to recognize a good person. Indeed. However, I believe that Miss Tang's behavior is somewhat understandable. She was bullied today. Nearly facing a grave situation, her fear and despair must have been overwhelming, resulting in her emotional outburst when she saw you. Her first instinct was not to remember your kindness but rather your previous attitude toward her. Was my previous attitude toward her unfavorable? Not particularly favorable. There was a misunderstanding. Bo Yancheng's expression darkened. Her unfavorable behavior is also her own doing. Precisely. It is undoubtedly her issue, you are never at fault. Bo Yancheng remained silent, his face grim. Zhou Xing forced a smile, quickly adding, what I mean is, regardless of past mistakes. Your image in Miss Tang's mind is likely not very positive. Therefore, when she encountered trouble, all her dissatisfaction and anger were directed at you. Bo Yancheng's expression darkened further. So, in her eyes, I am easy to bully? Not quite, it's just a matter of timing. Bo Yancheng chose not to respond, lighting a cigarette instead. Although he found Zhou Xing's explanation somewhat flawed, it was passable. After all, his previous attitude toward her had indeed been poor. She had already harbored grievances against him. And today she seized the opportunity to vent them all. Bo Yancheng did not connect Tang Nuanning to the girl from 6 years ago. After a while of smoking, he said, have someone investigate who harmed Shanghai. Upon mentioning this topic, Zhou Xing's expression turned serious. I will make the call right away. After visiting the Shen residence, Bo Yancheng specifically sought out Shanghai to inquire about the situation. Shanghai had personally stated that the assailant had made it clear that he was targeted because of his bullying of Tang Nuanning. He had also pleaded with the assailant, offering 10 times the amount of money they had received to spare his life. However, the assailant merely scoffed and replied, I do not act for money. Not everyone with wealth can command my services. Remember this, stay away from Tang Nuanning from now on. This meant that Shanghai had been harmed because of Tang Nuanning. Someone was avenging her. Either the assailant knew Tang Nuanning personally and had deep feelings for her, or the hired killer had a close relationship with her. Thus, the assailant was helping the requester take revenge on her behalf. However, after much interaction, they had almost concluded that Tang Nuanning was merely an ordinary woman. In fact, she had not returned to Jincheng for quite some time, holding no power or influence there. The most formidable individuals she knew were Nan Wan and Xia Tiantian. Yet, Xia Tiantian hails from a family of literary distinction, and given her temperament, she could not possibly be involved in the castration incident concerning Shanhai. Although Nan Wan possesses a dominant and fierce demeanor, she is not present in Jincheng and is even unaware of Tang Nuanning's return. Thus, the identity of the person seeking retribution on her behalf remains an enigma. This individual must harbor profound feelings for her, especially considering Shanhai's sensitive status. He has consistently projected a public image of familial ties with Bo Yanchen. If his affection for Tang Nuanning were not deep, he would not dare to take such action. Furthermore, recalling the previous breach of Bo's corporate security and the subsequent invitation he received, along with the overnight acquisition of a business worth billions, Bo Yanchen now harbors suspicions that someone is covertly assisting Tang Nuanning. It is also plausible that this person is an entity she remains unaware of. Or perhaps she knows of their existence yet is oblivious to their deeds. In summary, amidst this tangled web of circumstances, Bo Yanchen is determined to unravel the truth. Chapter 83, Not a wife, but could be a white moonlight. Let's investigate Lin Dong closely, he suggested. You suspect Lin Dong? But he is well aware of the connection between Shanhai and us. Would he dare to touch Shanhai? Bo Yanchen flicked the ash from his cigarette. There's nothing he wouldn't dare. If Shanhai crosses his line, it's entirely possible he could be castrated or even killed. Are you implying that Miss Tang is Lin Dong's line? Bo Yanchen furrowed his brow and remained silent. Zhou Sheng was astonished. But Lin Dong and Miss Tang don't share such a profound relationship, she's not even his wife. Not a wife, but could be a white moonlight. What? That's hardly plausible. It's rumored that Lin Dong is deeply in love with Miss Nan. They have been together from school uniforms to wedding gowns, and Miss Nan is indeed his white moonlight. Only that which is unattainable can be considered a white moonlight. Once obtained, how can it still be deemed as such? That is indeed a valid point. But how can you discern that Lin Dong has feelings for Miss Tang? Intuition. Intuition? Our encounters with them are roughly the same, how come I didn't sense anything? You're blind and foolish. Zhou Sheng retorted. Aren't we supposed to be conversing? Why has it turned into a personal attack? Can we not have a civil discussion? At that moment, Bo Yanchen's phone rang. It was Butler Yang, who typically called when there was news from Shenbao. What's the matter? Bo Yanchen's expression shifted to one of anxiety. Butler Yang sounded exuberant, almost on the verge of tears. Young master. The little master has taken the initiative to ask for food. He just requested buns. The same ones from this morning. He even asked when you would return to make them. Bo Yanchen's lips twitched uncontrollably. The sudden craving of his son should bring joy, and indeed it did. However, those buns and side dishes were prepared by Tang Nuanning. Contemplating Tang Nuanning's current attitude towards him, Bo Yanchen felt a headache coming on. Not only could she not prepare food for Shenbao now, but could she also care for him? Just tell him I'm still busy and will probably be late returning. Let him eat something else for now. After hanging up, Bo Yanchen immediately called He Jingqing. Shenbao wants to eat the food made by Tang Nuanning. If you can't find a way to make her cook for him, you better brace yourself. He Jingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Bo Yanchen hung up abruptly, passing the pressure onto He Jingqing's side. When He Jingqing called back, Bo Yanchen cut off the call again. After several attempts, he found himself blocked by Bo Yanchen. Frustrated, He Jingqing turned to Zhou Sheng. What's going on? What does this mean? Zhou Sheng awkwardly explained, this morning, Miss Tang made breakfast for Shenbao, which he enjoyed immensely. Just now, Butler Yang called to say that Shenbao has taken the initiative to ask for food again and wants the same dishes from this morning. What? Shenbao is asking for food on his own? That's a sign of improvement in his condition. This indicates affection. Right. But wait, shouldn't Bo Yanchen be pleased? Why is he angry? Zhou Sheng sighed, it seems He Jingqing only heard about Shenbao wanting food and missed everything else. He reiterated. But the food Shenbao desires was prepared by Miss Tang, and since she can't see Brother Chen now, so you need to figure something out. He Jingjing finally grasped the situation, his eyes widening. What can I possibly do? I have no idea. Why did your ex-girlfriend have to offend Miss Tang? Causing Brother Chen to suffer? If it weren't for today's events, Brother Chen would have already approached Miss Tang directly. He Jingjing hung up, scratching his head in frustration. He had lost count of how many times he had done so today, feeling as though his hair might be thinning. Tang Nuanning couldn't even bear to see Bo Yanchen. How could she possibly want to see him? If he approached Tang Nuanning, would she not strike him down? After all, Su Han was not merely Bo Yanchen's ex-girlfriend but his as well. Sighing, he lamented, "Here I am, lying on the bed while trouble falls from the sky. Do I look like a great victim? I've been trapped by women. It's truly a case of capsizing in a ditch." He Jingjing muttered to himself, pondering how to apologize to Tang Nuanning. He also needed to think of a way to persuade her to cook for Shenbao again. If he failed in this endeavor, not only would Bo Yanchen potentially kill him, but he would also feel too ashamed to face Shenbao. After all, it was a rare instance for his godson to take the initiative to ask for food, and because of him, Shenbao might miss out. How could he ever face him again? What face would he have left to let Shenbao call him godfather? If he didn't handle this well, his conscience would be troubled. But how could he resolve this? He Jingjing racked his brain, exhausting all his mental faculties, yet he could not devise a suitable plan. Thus, he steeled himself and headed to find Tang Nuanning with a gift in hand. At this moment, the hospital room was occupied solely by Tang Nuanning. As it was time for school to end, she had sent Xia Tian to pick up the child from kindergarten. The police had just left after taking her statement. Upon seeing He Jingjing, Tang Nuanning instinctively frowned. He Jingjing awkwardly smiled and greeted, "Hello." Tang Nuanning regarded him warily, remaining silent. Clearing his throat, He Jingjing placed the expensive gift down and sat beside the hospital bed, resembling a child who had made a mistake. "I apologize for today. I truly did not expect Su Han to be so troublesome. I was wrong, and I sincerely apologize." Seeing his earnest attitude, Tang Nuanning's expression softened slightly. It is said that one should not strike a smiling face. After all, it was Su Han who erred, not him. And there was no need for her to escalate matters. Besides, Su Han was merely He Jingjing's ex-girlfriend. If He Jingjing felt this matter did not concern him, she would have nothing further to say. Legally speaking, it had nothing to do with him. Furthermore, she had matters to discuss with him. Perhaps he was the key to her divorce from Bo Yanchen. Therefore, under He Jingjing's sincere apology, Tang Nuanning conceded, "This situation is not your fault. The one at fault is Su Han." Chapter 84, Does President Bo want to become a son-in-law? Upon hearing this, He Jingjing immediately showered compliments on Miss Tang. "Miss Tang, let me be serious, you are undoubtedly the most perfect woman I have ever encountered. Not only are you stunningly beautiful, but you are also exceptionally understanding. I admire women like you." Tang Nuanning swiftly retorted, "Please don't admire me." Noticing the wariness and disdain on Tang Nuanning's face, He Jingjing felt speechless. Little did he know how many girls had feelings for him. Yet, he understood that he could not aspire to Tang Nuanning. For one, his sister would never allow it. Moreover, Tang Nuanning was the wife of Bo Yanchen. One must not encroach upon a brother's spouse. He Jingjing clarified, "I meant admiration, pure admiration. You needn't worry. With my sister standing there, I wouldn't dare entertain any improper thoughts." Tang Nuanning's lips moved slightly as she said, "I reported today's incident to the police. They just came to take my statement. I hope you won't shield anyone." She was concerned that He Jingjing might protect Su Han. If he did, Su Han might evade justice. He Jingjing immediately assured her, "Rest assured, I will handle this matter, but I will not protect anyone." Suddenly, silence enveloped the room. Tang Nuanning pondered how to broach the topic of Bo Yanchen with him, while He Jingjing contemplated how to discuss Shenbao's desire for buns. They both spoke in unison. He Jingjing quickly said, "You go first, ladies first." Tang Nuanning, unreserved, inquired, "I heard, you know Bo Yanchen?" "Huh?" He Jingjing was taken aback. He already knew Bo Yanchen, she had seen them together before. What did she mean by heard? "I would like to meet him." "Could you help me arrange a meeting?" Tang Nuanning requested. He Jingqing was even more perplexed. Didn't you just see him? Zhou Xing had mentioned earlier that she was unwilling to meet Bo Yanchen. Why was she suddenly asking to see him again? Seeing the confusion on He Jingqing's face, Tang Nuanning assumed he was overthinking due to the mention of Bo Yanchen. She quickly clarified, please don't misunderstand. I do not have feelings for him and will not compete for him. I have important matters to discuss, but due to his esteemed status, I have been unable to reach him. I heard that you are acquainted and that your relationship is quite good. So I would like to trouble you to help me arrange a meeting. He Jingqing was taken aback, realizing she genuinely did not know Bo Yancheng's identity. Intrigued, he asked. Do you know the handsome guy who brought you to the hospital? Shenbao's father? Yes, Tang Nuanning frowned. I didn't know him before, I only met him recently. His name is Bo Chen. The person I want to find is Bo Yanchen. He Jingqing was astonished. Bo Chen, huh? One dares to say. And the other dares to believe. It was clear that Bo Yanchen was concealing his identity, but He Jingqing refrained from exposing him. What do you want to see Bo Yanchen for? Private matters, I cannot disclose. She had initially considered revealing the truth to He Jingqing and asking for his assistance in facilitating Bo Yancheng's divorce. However, after careful consideration, she decided against it. The secrecy surrounding their marriage and confidentiality agreements compelled her to maintain discretion. As long as He Jingqing could arrange a meeting with Bo Yanchen, she was confident she could persuade him to divorce. He Jingqing pondered for a few seconds. All right, I will keep this in mind. I will inform you as soon as I have news. Thank you in advance. Don't mention it. Coincidentally, I have a favor to ask of you. Shenbao mentioned wanting to eat the buns you made. Do you think you could make another batch? Tang Nuanning paused. Shenbao? He Jingqing felt awkward, originally. It should have been Aiken asking you, but since you were unwilling to meet him, I came instead. Just focus on Shenbao for now. Although the child's father was a scoundrel, Shenbao was a good child. It was quite pitiful, apart from his biological mother, no one cared about him. It was surprising for him to actively ask for food this time. After so many years, this was the first time he had taken the initiative to speak up. So could you help out? I know asking for money is crass, but if you're truly upset, just ask Aiken for money. Feel free to be bold and extort him, consider it a way to vent your frustrations. Tang Nuanning replied. I am not so greedy as to take advantage of a bankrupt person. Bankrupt? Yes, I know he is currently bankrupt. My assistance to Shenbao is not for money. It is purely for Shenbao. Just then, Tang Nuanning's phone rang. It was Xia Tian calling. Tang Nuanning glanced at He Jingqing. I will prepare food for Shenbao. Once it is ready, I will contact you. If there is nothing else, you may leave. He Jingqing snapped back to reality. All right, you can trust me. I will keep the matter of arranging the meeting with Yancheng in mind. Thank you for your efforts. With a smile in his charming eyes, He Jingqing departed. As soon as He Jingqing stepped downstairs, he spotted Bo Yanchen, who was sitting in the car smoking. He Jingqing opened the car door and got in. Not giving him a chance to retort, mission accomplished. Miss Tang said she would prepare food for Shenbao later. Miss Tang? Bo Yanchen shot him a meaningful glance and took a drag from his cigarette. He then calmly exhaled, relieved that Tang Nuanning would not neglect Shenbao out of anger. He Jingqing, filled with enthusiasm, remarked, I heard you changed your name and went bankrupt? Bo Yanchen flicked the ash from his cigarette. Did you reveal my identity to her? I didn't tell her, so I suppose you owe me a meal. Bo Yanchen pursed his lips and shot him a disdainful look, ignoring him. He Jingqing chuckled. I won't make you treat me, as long as the issue with Su Han is resolved, that will suffice. She made a mess. And I helped you conceal your identity while shamelessly asking for food for Shenbao, so we are even. Bo Yanchen maintained his aloof demeanor and did not respond. He Jingqing pressed on, what are you thinking? Concealing your identity is one thing, but why tell her you're bankrupt? Are you trying to elicit sympathy to become a son-in-law? But I heard Miss Tang's circumstances are not ideal, she has no power or influence and 3 children to support. She doesn't have the financial means to pity you. Bo Yanchen retorted, you can't expect pearls to come from a dog's mouth. Chapter 85, Success. He and Bo Yanchen were not angry, instead, he smiled and asked, what is your true intention? Bo Yanchen remained silent. He guessed. Surely you are not worried about your identity being exposed and someone having affections for you. Don't flatter yourself, she told me today that she does not like you. Bo Yanchen's expression darkened. Why would she tell you anything? She asked me to arrange a meeting with you. You heard me correctly. She requested I help schedule a meeting with Bo Yanchen, not Bo Chen. What does she want to meet me for? I don't know, she didn't say. Only that she has something important to discuss with you. Bo Yanchen, lost in thought while smoking, could not fathom what Tang Nuanning wanted from him. Did you have any prior interactions? Without hesitation, Bo Yanchen shook his head. I've investigated, there were none. Then it is indeed strange, she doesn't know you. So why seek you? Bo Yanchen remained silent. If you agree to meet, you will expose yourself. After a moment of contemplation, Bo Yanchen suddenly spoke up, arrange the meeting. Huh? You will go? Yes. Have you thought it through? Are you not afraid of being exposed? Enough with the unnecessary chatter. Just then, He Jingqing's phone rang. His expression changed. This is bad, it must be about Su-han and Tang Nuanning. Bo Yanchen smirked. Karma has arrived. Soon. Tang Nuanning received the message that Bo Yanchen wanted to meet her tomorrow at noon. Really? She exclaimed, filled with excitement. Yes, indeed. Do you want to decide the location? Or shall he? I'm fine with either, I'll follow his lead. Alright, I'll ask him, and once it's confirmed, I'll send you the location. Thank you, He Xiao. He Jingqing, taken aback by her gratitude, replied, no need to thank me, but if my sister calls you, please say a few nice words. I truly didn't anticipate this situation with Su-han. Oh, sure. After hanging up, Tang Nuanning was elated. Tomorrow at noon, she would finally meet Bo Yanchen. She was confident she could persuade him to divorce. Once divorced, she could register the children and escape this troublesome place for good. With a joyful heart, she completed her discharge procedures. Though she hadn't sustained physical injuries, she had experienced emotional turmoil, which had now settled. Standing at the hospital entrance, she hailed a cab to the supermarket. Since Shenbao enjoyed her cooking, she decided to prepare extra dishes that evening. Today, having successfully arranged a meeting with Bo Yanchen was worth celebrating. She called Xia Tian to inform her of her discharge and her plans to visit the supermarket, asking what her and the children would like to eat. Xia Tian inquired, how did you get discharged? You weren't unwell, right? You didn't tell the kids. Did you? No, I didn't mention it, they're in the living room while I'm in the bedroom taking this call. Good, it's better that way. Sometimes misfortunes are blessings in disguise. I've resolved my husband's issues. Really? He Jingqing agreed to help? Yes, it's all set. I'll meet my husband tomorrow at noon. He Jingqing was quite efficient. This was a momentous occasion worthy of celebration. Should I bring the 3 little ones along to see you? Sure, let us head to Jiafu supermarket. Do you need me to pick you up? No need. Just bring the kids, I'll take a cab from the hospital. Alright, boys, get ready. We're going to the supermarket to find Mommy. Find Mommy? Is she at the supermarket? Didn't godmother say Mommy might not come back tonight? The 3 little ones clamored with questions. Xia Tian had previously prepared them, informing them that Tang Nuanning might not return that evening. Your mommy has finished her matters and is in great spirits. She said she would go to the supermarket to buy you delicious food and prepare a feast tonight. Wow. The 3 little ones cheered excitedly, listening to their laughter. Tang Nuanning couldn't help but smile. Their voices were the sweetest sounds in the world. This moment was witnessed by He Jingqing and Bo Yanchen. After Tang Nuanning completed her discharge, Bo Yanchen followed her out. Perhaps it was due to Shenbao's desire for her cooking, he kept close behind her. She has such a beautiful smile, like a flower, He Jingqing remarked sincerely. After he spoke, Bo Yanchen shot him a glare. Why are you glaring at me? You don't even like her. Just because you don't like her doesn't mean I can't appreciate her, He Jingqing retorted. Bo Yanchen rolled his eyes, taking a drag from his cigarette. If you were a real man, you would openly admit it. Do you have feelings for her? Absolutely not. Bo Yanchen replied without a second thought. Is that so? How dull. He Jingjing laughed. You two are quite compatible, at least in terms of looks. There's nothing to criticize. Both single parents, if you could form a family, it would be rather perfect. He Jingjing shared a sentiment similar to Zhou Xing's. Rather than waiting endlessly for a woman who may never appear, it was better to build a new family with Tang Nuanning. She was beautiful, had a great figure, and was worthy of him. She might be a bit ordinary, but what did that matter? Bo Yanchen didn't need the power of a woman to support him. After all these years, Tang Nuanning was the only woman whose relationship with Bo Yanchen was somewhat intriguing. Bo Yanchen's feelings for her also seemed distinct from those he held for other women. Thus, both He Jingjing and Zhou Xing were subtly trying to bring them together. In response, Bo Yancheng's expression darkened. Get lost. He Jingjing, speechless, pursed his lips. You see, this is why you're being uninteresting. You don't allow anyone to comment. What? Is Tang Nuanning not good enough for you? I think if she were with you, it would be you who would be climbing high. Look at your age, a leftover man, don't be picky. Honestly, I believe you have feelings for Miss Tang. You must like her. Should I contact Lianjie to inform her of your interest in Tang Nuanning? Damn it. You're spreading rumors. If you can spread rumors, why can't I? Bo Yanchen was exasperated. You're using my sister to threaten me. You're not a decent person. I am your elder. Bo Yanchen grumbled as he got out of the car. He wanted to distance himself from both Bo Yanchen and Tang Nuanning to avoid any trouble from his sister. Earlier on the phone, she had nearly scolded him to death. Thankfully, they hadn't met face to face, or she would have surely berated him. After He Jingjing left, Bo Yanchen lit another cigarette, quietly observing Tang Nuanning. Zhou Xing, in the driver's seat, had overheard their conversation. He couldn't help but comment. Miss Tang is indeed beautiful, her smile is lovely, and her personality is quite agreeable. If it were any other woman who experienced today's events, she would likely be heartbroken or terrified for a long time. Yet look at her, just a few hours later, she is back to normal. Perhaps she has weathered many storms, rendering today's incident trivial in her eyes, or she possesses a positive outlook on life. Or maybe she is just a bit naive, carefree, and foolish. Zhou Xing interjected. Can't we just acknowledge her good qualities? Chapter 86, President Bo emerges to stun the streets here. Tang Nuanning had just hung up from a call with Xia Tian when she promptly received a call from He Jinglian. He Jinglian informed her that she had just finished shopping and was on her way to the hospital, but had heard from He Jingjing that she had been discharged. Tang Nuanning chuckled and replied, yes, I just got out. Don't come over, I'm fine. Just a bit startled, but I'm all better now. Oh, I just found out. That Su Han, she truly has the audacity. Not only is she bold, but she also shows no remorse whatsoever. Regarding the incident at the mall, Jingjing let her off lightly because she is his girlfriend, treating it as a parting gift. Who would have thought she would be so ungrateful? Had I known, I shouldn't have let her off that day. Thankfully, you are all right. What if something happened to you? I'm fine, it's all behind me. I just had a word with Jingjing, reprimanding him for associating with such women. Now look where it has led him. I still haven't seen him, just wait until I do, he'll see how I deal with him. He Xiao had not anticipated this, given that she was his ex-girlfriend. And He Xiao was not entirely at fault. Not at fault? He was the one who stirred this up. If he hadn't been dating Su Han, there wouldn't have been that mall incident, nor would we be in this situation today. From He Jinglian's voice, it was evident she was quite upset. Tang Nuanning reassured her, He Xiao has already come to apologize today, and he even lent me a significant favor. I am quite grateful to him. He should apologize. And if you have any issues, just reach out to him. If he dares not assist you, I shall deal with him. Tang Nuanning chuckled again, affirming her agreement. After a lengthy chat, she arranged to meet He Jinglian again soon and ended the call. At this moment, her heart felt warm. He Jinglian had been quite kind to her, a true benefactor. Without her intervention, He Jingjing might not have been so forthcoming. The humility He Jingjing displayed today in coming to the hospital to apologize felt largely due to He Jinglian's influence. He Jingjing was likely afraid of being scolded by He Jinglian, which is why he hurried to apologize. However, Tang Nuanning was mistaken. The true reason behind He Jingqing's visit was largely due to Bo Yanchen. The roar he let out at the unfinished building was enough to frighten anyone. If He Jingqing did not pacify her, Bo Yanchen would undoubtedly take it out on him. Putting away her phone, Tang Nuanning glanced around. Over 20 minutes had passed, yet she still could not hail a cab. During rush hour, the hospital was crowded, making it difficult to catch a ride. Checking the navigation, she noted that the supermarket was not far from her location, only about 20 minutes by bike. Thus, without hesitation, she took a few steps forward and scanned a shared bike. As she pedaled away on the little yellow bike, Zhou was left dumbfounded. Brother Chen. Are we still following her? Yes. Zhou hesitated, but how? If she were in a sports car, I wouldn't be afraid of her, but she's on a bicycle. How do I keep up? If I push the throttle too hard, I'll overtake her. If I don't push hard enough, the bike won't move. Even if it does, it will be too obvious. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou suggested, Brother Chen, why not you also scan a bike? It's the safest option. With a mask, she won't recognize you, just ride slowly behind her. Otherwise, if I drive, we'll surely be discovered. Bo Yanchen's face darkened. Stop talking nonsense and hurry. Zhou lamented inwardly but had no choice but to start the car. Tang Nuanning pedaled leisurely down the bike lane, while Zhou drove his luxury car slowly behind her in the driving lane. Soon, the cars behind him began honking. This speed was slower than walking. The honking caught Tang Nuanning's attention, and as she waited at a red light, she turned her head to glance. Zhou quickly lowered his head, and even Bo Yanchen instinctively turned his face away, fearing that Tang Nuanning would see him. Fortunately, she merely glanced before the light turned green, and she continued on her way. Zhou then voiced his concerns. Brother Chen, this isn't going to work. Miss Tang isn't foolish, she'll definitely notice us. If that happens, not only will you be exposed, but also driving a luxury car will raise suspicions. And she'll be furious. If she gets angry and refuses to cook for us, what then? You either ride a bike after her or we don't follow her at all. I can let Zhou take over. Bo Yanchen, with a dark expression, fell silent for a moment before opening the car door and exiting. By now, a long queue had formed behind their car. Dressed in a luxurious custom suit, sunglasses, and a mask, Bo Yanchen stepped onto the roadside and scanned a little yellow bike. Onlookers watched as he strode with his long legs, mounting the bicycle and riding ahead. People were left in shock. Who is this celebrity out on the streets? Is this a movie shoot? No one's filming. It's not a movie. Could it be a rich second generation trying to experience life? I saw him get out of a luxury car. His demeanor resembled that of a domineering CEO rather than a typical rich kid. Goodness, did I just step into a novel? Our CEO has emerged. With those long legs, that physique, and that charisma, I'm smitten. I can't help it, I want to follow my CEO and experience life on a bike too. What are you riding for? We're almost home. I don't care, I want to ride. I want to stroll with my CEO. Me too, me too. Thus, a mob of young girls frantically began to scramble for bicycles, chasing after Bo Yanchen. Zhou looked at the growing crowd behind Bo Yanchen, exasperated. Did we really have to follow her today? Even if we did, must you personally go? You've always disliked appearing in crowds. Today, not only did you show up, but you also rode a little yellow bike. This is utterly eye-catching. Moreover, Zhou still did not understand why Bo Yanchen was so intent on following Tang Nuanning. Silently, he took out his phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to their group chat. Instantly, the chat exploded with responses. Wow, the chat filled with comments, causing a frenzy. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning remained blissfully unaware that her actions had sparked a bicycle craze. She arrived at the entrance of Jiafu supermarket, parked her bike in the designated area, and dismounted. As she made her way into the supermarket, she called Xia Tian, sweetie, have you arrived? We're still stuck in traffic, have you arrived? Yes. I rode my bike here. I told you, during rush hour, 2 wheels are faster than 4. We'll probably be another 10 minutes, it's chilly outside. So you go in first. I'll call you when I arrive. Alright. After hanging up, Tang Nuanning pushed a shopping cart into the supermarket. Bo Yanchen, managing to shake off the throng of admirers, also entered the supermarket. Wherever he went, he drew attention. Even the cleaning lady at the entrance couldn't help but glance his way, smiling as she remarked, "What a handsome young man." Bo Yanchen's expression darkened. Chapter 87, Bo Yanchen, are you a pervert? While others beamed at compliments, he felt as though he were being teased, wearing a displeased expression. The cleaning lady, sensing his mood, quickly moved away to clean elsewhere. The onlookers also averted their gazes, and Bo Yanchen strode into the supermarket. It had been many years since he last visited a supermarket. Observing the bustling scenes within, he couldn't help but frown. He relished tranquility and despised clamor. However, in order to follow Tang Nuanning, he endured it. Imitating her, he pushed a shopping cart, purchasing whatever she chose. When Tang Nuanning ventured to the fruit section for bananas and durians, he followed suit, although the scent of the durian made him slightly nauseous. Nevertheless, he tolerated it and placed a large one into his cart. When Tang Nuanning proceeded to the vegetable section, he accompanied her there as well. She selected cabbage, and he did the same. She opted for broccoli, and so did he. Subsequently, when she wandered to the seasoning aisle, he trailed behind her. After a while, Tang Nuanning sensed something amiss, feeling as though she were being watched. Yet, each time she turned around, no suspicious figures were in sight. Instead, other shoppers seemed to glance at her, raising her suspicion that perhaps she bore some dirt. In truth, they were not observing her, but rather the strikingly handsome Bo Yanchen. His exquisite looks, impressive physique, and exceptional demeanor made it difficult not to attract attention. Moreover, his peculiar behavior of mirroring the beautiful girl ahead of him only added to the intrigue. It was a rather unusual way to shop. If one were to assume he knew the girl, he merely followed without initiating conversation. Conversely, if he were a stranger, why would he imitate her purchases? Even when she went to the personal care section for sanitary pads, he trailed behind. A female staff member selling the pads could not help but whisper to Tang Nuanning, "Miss, is that your husband? Have you two had a quarrel? Huh? Don't feel embarrassed. It's quite normal for couples to argue. Make up quickly, especially since your husband is so handsome. Did you notice how all the young ladies have been eyeing him since he walked in? If you dare to provoke him today, someone might confess their feelings right then and there. Though you are lovely, finding a man this handsome is no easy feat. Most men nowadays are rather lackluster. In my 30-plus years, I've never seen someone so striking." Tang Nuanning was taken aback, bewildered by the mention of a husband and an argument. She quickly turned to look but saw no one behind her. "No one is following me, you must have misunderstood." "There's no misunderstanding. Everyone is looking. He has been following you, purchasing whatever you buy. He is probably hiding behind a shelf now, intending to apologize but feeling too shy." Tang Nuanning furrowed her brow and, bidding farewell to the lady, pushed her cart to the other end of the aisle. Only then did Bo Yanchen emerge. Not seeing Tang Nuanning, he too frowned. He approached the spot where she had just stood, grabbed a few items without inspecting them, and placed them into his cart. The earlier lady, unable to resist, struck up a conversation. "Hey handsome, buying for your wife? Trying to make up after arguing? You seem like such a good man, let me help you. Don't buy that brand, buy this one. It's the best-selling item in the store right now. Though it's a bit pricier, it's worth it. Your wife is beautiful. This brand suits her perfectly. Just trust me and go for this." The lady aimed to sell more, but Bo Yanchen only wanted what Tang Nuanning had. When the lady realized she couldn't persuade him, she tossed a few more packets into his cart. He didn't bother to explain his relationship with Tang Nuanning. After acquiring the sanitary pads, he sought her out. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted her at the end of the aisle. No need for him to search. She had revealed herself. Seeing her fierce demeanor, Bo Yanchen felt as if he had been caught stalking, his brow furrowing as he momentarily froze in place. Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth. Even though he wore a mask and sunglasses, she recognized him instantly. How dare he follow her? She marched towards him, her shopping cart clattering with purpose. Bo Yanchen, for reasons unknown, felt an impulse to flee. Yet, his male pride rooted him to the spot, immobile. As Tang Nuanning approached, noticing that his cart contained the exact same items as hers, her anger flared. She forcefully bumped her cart against his. "What are you doing?" Bo Yanchen frowned. "What are you doing? Why are you following me?" "I'm not following you. If you aren't following me, then how come your purchases mirror mine? This supermarket isn't yours, I can buy whatever I want. I haven't complained about you emulating me. Are you a creep?" Bo Yanchen's expression darkened. "Watch your words. You dare tell me to mind my language after your behavior today? You can't deny that these items in your cart are identical to mine." Bo Yanchen maintained a stoic demeanor, adamant in his denial, seemingly unshaken. "Not denying, huh? Then tell me, why did you buy the same sanitary pads as I did? Is there a rule that only you can purchase them? I mean, I buy them for myself, what do you need them for?" "I use them." Tang Nuanning was momentarily speechless, taken aback. Seeing her at a loss for words, Bo Yanchen presumed he had gained the upper hand and retorted. "So only you can use them? Why do you meddle in my affairs?" He then proceeded to grab a few more packets from the shelf and added them to his cart, casting a mocking glance at Tang Nuanning. Tang Nuanning stared at him, dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting her anger. "You, a grown man, how could you possibly need those? Who said they're only for women?" Bo Yanchen's expression darkened as he quickly glanced again at the items. He had been so focused on following Tang Nuanning that he hadn't paid attention to what he was grabbing, mistaking them for paper towels. "Are you a creep?" Tang Nuanning shot back. Bo Yanchen gritted his teeth in frustration. He felt he had lost this round, unable to retaliate. He reluctantly returned the sanitary pads to a distance and coldly stated, "I grabbed the wrong thing, I meant to get this brand of paper towels." "That's a lie. That brand only makes sanitary pads and doesn't sell paper towels. Do you still dare claim you aren't following me? If you're a man, own up to it. Don't let me look down on you." Bo Yanchen felt as though his dignity was being trampled upon. Noticing the curious stares from the surrounding crowd, he abandoned his cart and pulled Tang Nuanning behind another shelf. This shelf was stocked with bedding items, such as comforters and quilts, and at that moment, it was deserted. Tang Nuanning struggled. "Let go of me. Let go." Bo Yanchen pulled her in, pinning her against the shelf to prevent any chance of escape. "Let us clarify things, Tang Nuanning." Both their breaths were quickened, fueled by anger. "You, move away." Tang Nuanning blushed, pushing against him, trying to break free. Bo Yanchen stood firm, unmoving, feeling her nails scratching against his chest like a cat's paw. "Calm down. If you don't let go, I'll call for help. You scoundrel, get away." As she put her hands on him, Bo Yanchen seized her wrist and lifted it above her head. When she kicked him, he leaned in closer, rendering her immobile. Tang Nuanning, flustered and furious, cried for help. Bo Yanchen covered her mouth with his other hand, silencing her. "Be quiet. I admit I followed you today, but not for you, it's for Shenbao. Shenbao loves the dishes you make, and I wanted to see what ingredients and packages you use." He had been tailing Tang Nuanning all along for this reason. Tang Nuanning shook her head, attempting to break free from his grip, but Bo Yanchen warned, "I can let you go, but if you dare scream, I'll cover your mouth again." He released his grip, and Tang Nuanning did not cry out, her anger palpable as she retorted, "Are you out of your mind? If you wish to know what ingredients and packets I used, why not simply ask me? Do you not have a mouth? If you prefer silence, you could at least send me a message." Bo Yanchen was even angrier than she was. "Would you even respond if I asked? The moment you saw me today, you told me to leave." Why would I tell you to leave? Don't you have any awareness of the situation?" "What awareness? I merely acted impulsively to save you. Are you accusing me of ingratitude? What right do you have to say that? Let me make it clear, given the scene at that unfinished building, the fact that I did not kill you on the spot was already showing you mercy. I refrained only because I thought if you died, Shenbao would become an orphan. And you still want to kill me? Is this not the very definition of ingratitude? What do you think I went to that unfinished building for? If it weren't to save you, why would I have gone there? I do not need your rescue." Bo Yanchen was so furious he could hardly breathe. He had encountered unreasonable women before, but never one so ungrateful. Had he known, he would have let her be trampled to death. You. I was not trampled to death by them, but by you. I have already died once. What more do you want? Are you saying I caused your death? Clarify your words. Tang Nuanning's eyes were red with fury. If it were not for the children, she would truly wish to bring past grievances into the open. To confront him directly and have an earnest discussion. Stop pretending. If you don't clarify things today, you cannot leave. Bo Yanchen glared at her, resembling a parent reprimanding a wayward child. He believed he had not committed any unforgivable act against Tang Nuanning. Initially, he had indeed doubted her motives for approaching him, but it was not as severe as she claimed. Ingrate? If this were to be overheard by others, they might think he had mistreated her. Tang Nuanning bit her lip, glaring at him, torn between wanting to speak and holding back, only able to fume silently. Just as she was at a loss for how to resolve the situation, her phone suddenly rang. She knew it was undoubtedly Xia Tian arriving with the 3 little ones. Thinking of Debao and Erbao, Tang Nuanning's eyes widened, her heart racing. Noticing her reaction, Bo Yanchen narrowed his eyes and answered the call. Tang Nuanning shook her head vehemently. The more she did so, the more he suspected something was amiss with this call. He reached directly into her pocket. Tang Nuanning exploded in outrage. You rogue! What are you doing? Don't touch me. Through the thin fabric, Bo Yanchen seemed to have brushed against her heated skin, a flicker of something unusual crossed his eyes. But he quickly withdrew his hand, inadvertently pulling out her phone. The screen displayed 3 prominent words. Bo Yanchen squinted, reading aloud, Big lover. Big lover, Debao. Let go of me, you scoundrel. How dare you touch my phone without my permission? You have no manners, no upbringing. Give it back to me. Huh. You're in quite a panic. If you want to keep your secrets, perhaps you should not engage in dubious affairs. Since you dare to seek a lover, why fear others finding out? Big lover, is there also a little lover? Mind your own business. Return my phone. Clearly, you are utterly shameless. My sense of shame has nothing to do with you, dog of a man. Dare to answer my call and see what happens. That is a video call. Once he pressed the answer button, Debao's face, which resembled his own, would appear on the screen. They would then discover one another. She could not bear to think of what might unfold. Fortunately, just as Tang Nuanning felt frantic, the phone automatically hung up. Tang Nuanning's body softened, gasping for breath. But the next moment, the phone rang again. The screen displayed, Second lover. The derision in Bo Yanchen's eyes was evident. However, this time he did not wait for Tang Nuanning to speak. He suddenly released her and tossed the phone back to her. You are right. Your sense of shame has nothing to do with me. My only request is for you to take care of Shenbao. I do not care about your personal life. As long as you do not pass your bad habits on to Shenbao. If you take good care of him, you will not be at a loss. If you fail, do not blame me for being unkind. As he spoke the last few words, Bo Yanchen's brows were knitted tightly, his eyes filled with threats and warnings. But Tang Nuanning could not afford to heed his threats. She quickly cradled the phone to her chest, protecting it fiercely, afraid he might attempt to snatch it away. The second lover was Erbao, and she could not answer this video call just yet. Once Bo Yanchen had delivered his warning, he turned to leave. Tang Nuanning finally felt a weight lift from her heart. However, misfortune seldom comes alone, and as she cast her eyes around, she spotted Tang Erbao appearing at the end of the shelf. It was clear the little one had also seen her. His eyes lit up, and he ran towards her eagerly. Tang Nuanning was terrified. She grabbed Bo Yanchen, who was about to turn away, ignoring the phone that had fallen to the ground. With 2 loud slaps, the small hands hit Bo Yanchen's face. This time, Bo Yanchen was the one who was angry. What are you doing? Tang Nuanning caught a glimpse of the rushing Tang Erbao out of the corner of her eye, her tongue tangling. Why you go that way? Which way? He asked. Confused. The shelves were pressed against the wall, it was a dead end. Tang Nuanning was at a loss, trembling all over. Bo Yanchen noticed something was off. He sensed a small figure rushing toward them. He turned to look, but Tang Nuanning vigorously twisted his face to prevent him from seeing. The more she resisted, the more he wanted to look. He forcefully pried her hands away and was about to turn his head when Tang Nuanning suddenly lunged at him. She rose on her toes, attempting to kiss him. Not knowing how else to divert his attention, she resorted to this method. Bo Yanchen was taken aback. In the chaos, he inadvertently stumbled backward against the shelf, knocking it over. By instinct, Tang Nuanning fell along with it. "Mommy!" Tang Erbao cried out in alarm, rushing towards them. In that critical moment, Xia Tian appeared. She saw Tang Nuanning's wildly flailing hands and quickly grasped Tang Erbao, pulling him away. "Godmother! Mommy fell. It's all right. We will check on her later. Look at the soft blankets on that shelf, they won't hurt anyone." But I saw Mommy with a man, and they looked like they were kissing." Xia Tiantian's eyes lit up. "Really?" "Yes. Mommy was the one who initiated the kiss." Xia Tian exclaimed, "Oh my. Such a juicy piece of gossip. What should I do?" No, taking care of the children is more important than gossip. If Nuanning prevented the children from approaching, she must have her reasons. She could not let Nuanning down. Suppressing her racing heart from the desire for gossip, Xia Tian instructed, "Erbao, put your mask on. Let's find Dabao and Sambao first." "But." "No more buts. Mommy will be fine, trust your godmother." After saying this, Xia Tian picked up Tang Erbao and left, leaving no chance for the little one to turn back. On the other side, seeing that Xia Tian had taken Erbao away, Tang Nuanning finally felt relieved. Her body softened, collapsing against Bo Yanchen's chest. He lay back, cushioned by the soft blankets beneath him, with the weight of someone pressing down upon him. He was uninjured, but his anger was palpable. What was this woman doing? Once again taking advantage of him. She truly was a romantic, as if they were in a movie. Beauty possesses a unique charm. When one inadvertently topples a shelf, it seems akin to a scene from an idol drama, captivating to behold. Ah. Isn't that the quarreling couple from before? It is evident they have reconciled. In a marriage, how can there be lingering grievances? After a spat, a gentle kiss or embrace suffices. Onlookers chuckle and speculate about them. Bo Yanchen, inherently averse to being the object of scrutiny, now finds himself the center of attention. Not only is he being watched, but rumors are also swirling around him. Moreover, Tang Nuanning has kissed him once more. Despite the mask obscuring her face, Bo Yanchen's irritation is palpable. Lying under the covers, he glares at her with a stormy expression, his neck veins bulging with suppressed anger. He is rendered speechless. Lips pressed tightly together, fixating his gaze on Tang Nuanning, his chest rising and falling tumultuously. Tang Nuanning, upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, realizes she is sprawled atop someone and hastily rises, her cheeks flushed. I'm sorry." Bo Yanchen utters not a word, his eyes burning with a silent fury as he rises and storms away. Tang Nuanning, though feeling the sting of embarrassment, breathes a sigh of relief at his departure. Yet, the memory of her bold kiss lingers, igniting warmth in her ears. Even with a mask in place, the moment was quite intimate. With no alternatives to divert his attention, she had resorted to such a desperate measure. A young saleswoman approaches, momentarily neglecting the disarray of the shelves to inquire, "Miss, is that your boyfriend or husband? He must be a big star." Tang Nuanning's lips twitch in response, "No." "Oh, don't be shy. You two are such a perfect match." It's a pity he's wearing sunglasses and a mask, one can't see his face clearly, but he must be extraordinarily handsome given his aura. Tang Nuanning, feeling flustered, apologizes to the saleswoman and assists in tidying the shelves before hastening to find Xia Tian and the three little ones. Upon meeting, the youngest, Sambao, asks, "Mommy, why is your face so red? Your ears are red too." Embarrassed, Tang Nuanning explains, "I was helping the saleswoman with the merchandise, it's a bit warm." Sambao believes her, "Oh, it's just the heat." Just as she is about to change the subject, the straightforward Erbao suddenly interjects, "Mommy, who was that uncle you kissed earlier?" "What?" Tang Nuanning is left speechless. Erbao continues, "I saw everything. Mommy leapt into his arms and even stood on tiptoe to kiss him. When he fell, he held you around the waist, just like the couples on TV." Tang Nuanning is mortified, wishing for a place to hide. Is mommy in a relationship now? Bao inquires again. Tang Nuanning's long eyelashes flutter in confusion. Uncertain how to respond. Not really, but why did you kiss him? Because. She hesitates to lie. Just then, Daba jumps in to rescue her. Bao. Mommy is a young lady. If you ask her so directly, she'll feel shy. Oh? Then how should I ask? Bao's innocent expression is disarming. Daba glances at their mother. Don't ask anything, it's mommy's little secret. He then takes Bao and Sanbao towards the toy section, diverting their attention. What a considerate young man he is. Xia Tian praises Daba and nudges Tang Nuanning, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. So, what's going on? Tang Nuanning exhales deeply, grappling with her thoughts. What do you mean, what's going on? Who did you kiss? The man you kissed must be someone you like, spill the beans. Like? Tang Nuanning retorts, anger bubbling within her. It's Shen Bao's father. He has been tailing me, buying everything I purchase. I confronted him, but he denied it. And we ended up arguing. I panicked when Bao suddenly appeared, fearing he would see him. In a moment of desperation, I just held his face. I kissed him to distract him, and he was wearing a mask. Xia Tian gasps, it's him? What did you expect? Thank goodness you swiftly took Bao away. Yes. You did well, I'll treat you to an extra chicken leg tonight. Xia Tian still seems shaken, but why is he following you and buying what you buy? He claims it's because Shen Bao enjoys my cooking and wants to see what ingredients I use. But he wouldn't he ask you directly? No. You shouldn't he be seeing him right now. That explanation is somewhat plausible. Tang Nuanning bites her lip, realizing that allowing Bao to witness her kissing him is far from ideal. She feels as if she has set a poor example for her children. I must be more cautious in the future, after all, we reside in the same city, and the chances of an unexpected encounter are quite high, Xia Tian advises. Tang Nuanning nods gravely, yes. I must be careful, Jin City is rather small, making chance meetings likely. She resolves to promptly seek a divorce from Bo Yanchen. She needs to whisk the children away from this place. Tomorrow. She will surely confront Bo Yanchen and compel him to accompany her to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize their divorce. Chapter 90, Want to pursue her? That evening, Tang Nuanning prepared a delightful array of dishes. She even set aside a portion specifically for Shen Bao, arranging for He Jingqing to collect it at the entrance of the community. He Jingqing was sincerely touched, expressing his gratitude. Thank you so much, Xiao Tang. You've really gone above and beyond. Tang Nuanning disliked him calling her Xiao Tang, as it implied a familiarity she did not share. Nevertheless, she refrained from contesting it, wishing to avoid unnecessary chatter. He Jingqing presented her with an exquisite handbag adorned with the Hermes logo, a clear indication of its considerable value. This is a small gift for you, in appreciation for the delicious meal you prepared for Shen Bao. Tang Nuanning declined, stating, no need. All I require is your assistance in ensuring Bo Yanchen honors our appointment tomorrow. Rest assured, it's all been arranged, he will definitely be there on time. He Jingqing assured her. Feeling reassured, Tang Nuanning insisted, please take the gift back, I don't need it. Also, kindly inform Shen Bao's father that any future matters concerning Shen Bao can be addressed via phone. I would appreciate it if you would cease following me. He Jingqing raised an eyebrow, he has been following you. Tang Nuanning chose not to elaborate, urging him, just hurry and deliver the food to Shen Bao. It will get cold. Goodbye. She wrapped herself in her coat and entered the community. He Jingqing, carrying the food container, approached his limited edition Maybach parked by the roadside. Inside, Bo Yanchen was smoking. As soon as he entered the vehicle, He Jingqing teasingly asked, so, you've been following her? Bo Yanchen frowned, what did she say? She mentioned you intend to pursue her. Bo Yanchen's expression darkened, a chilling aura emanating from him. In the next moment, he abruptly pushed open the car door, seemingly intent on confronting Tang Nuanning for clarification. He Jingqing quickly intervened, you really lack a sense of humor, it was merely a jest. Just sit tight. She didn't actually say that. However, she did mention that for any matters regarding Shen Bao, you could contact her by phone and should stop following her. Bo Yanchen. As he retracted his long legs and closed the car door, He Jinqing teased, "You've already started following her. It seems you've genuinely developed feelings. Get lost." Upon returning to Sunshine City Community, He Jinqing accompanied Bo Yanchen upstairs. Shen Bao was still sitting by the window, with Yang Bo keeping him company. Upon seeing Bo Yanchen return, Yang Bo quickly stood to greet them. "Young master, Mr. He. You can head back now." After Yang Bo left, He Jinqing approached Shen Bao. "Hello, little Shen Bao, your godfather has come to see you." Shen Bao ignored him completely, treating him as if he were invisible. He Jinqing attempted to ruffle Shen Bao's hair, but Shen Bao deftly dodged, casting a glare in his direction. He Jinqing felt a mix of helplessness and heartache. Bo Yanchen called out, "I made your favorite steamed buns, come and have some." Only then did Shen Bao rise to wash his hands in the restroom before taking a seat at the dining table. Bo Yanchen meticulously laid out the dishes, which included the morning's steamed buns and egg pancakes, along with a serving of rice, 4 side dishes, and a soup. The variety was plentiful, albeit in modest portions. He Jinqing remarked, "The presentation is commendable, but where's yours?" It was clear that Tang Nuanning had only prepared food for Shen Bao, neglecting him entirely. Bo Yanchen shot He Jinqing a glare, urging him to be silent. Under the watchful eyes of the two men, Shen Bao picked up a bun to eat, followed by rice and side dishes. The two men exchanged pleased glances, noting that Shen Bao seemed particularly fond of a specific dish, continuously helping himself. He Jinqing inquired, "Does Shen Bao enjoy this?" Shen Bao initially did not respond, but after a considerable pause, he finally nodded. He Jinqing's eyes widened in surprise. This was the first time in nearly 2 years that Shen Bao had responded to him. Previously, no matter how animated He Jinqing was, Shen Bao had treated him as if he were air. When He Jinqing was leaving, the two stood downstairs smoking. It's quite remarkable, Tang Nuanning has some talent. Despite hiring numerous chefs to cater to Shen Bao, none have succeeded in winning his appetite, yet she has. Why not invite her to your home to care for Shen Bao? Bo Yanchen mused, his brow furrowed. She came once, but Shen Bao didn't like her and sent her away. Ah? He only enjoys her cooking but not her company? Indeed. It's likely that Shen Bao perceives Tang Nuanning's beauty as a threat, fearing that you might develop a relationship with her. Bo Yanchen silently smoked, seemingly in agreement. Shen Bao had always disliked any involvement he had with other women, he was merely looking out for his mother. He Jinqing suggested, "Perhaps you should encourage them to interact more." Tang Nuanning represents an opportunity. If Shen Bao enjoys her cooking, he might eventually accept her. Once acceptance is achieved, the relationship would naturally progress positively. By the way, she inquired again about our meeting tomorrow. Are you truly planning to see her? Have you decided to reveal your identity? Bo Yanchen flicked the ash from his cigarette, deep in thought. He Jinqing pressed, "Don't be ambiguous, I've already made assurances to her. If you fail to show up tomorrow, how am I to explain? Where will I save face?" Bo Yanchen frowned slightly, "I will meet her tomorrow." Great. After He Jinqing departed, Bo Yanchen ascended the stairs. Shen Bao had polished off the entire meal, leaving not a single grain of rice. Bo Yanchen was astonished. "Finished?" "Yes." "Are you full?" Shen Bao shook his head and retreated to his room to rest. Bo Yanchen stared at the empty plates that looked as if they had been licked clean by a dog for a long while. Then, he dialed the nutritionist, inquiring about the maximum quantity a child of Shen Bao's age could consume. Previously, Shen Bao had eaten like a cat, but now he was devouring food like a little tiger. After confirming that Shen Bao could handle such quantities, Bo Yanchen was engulfed in profound guilt. It wasn't he that Shen Bao had eaten excessively today, rather, he had previously been underfed. Shen Bao's earlier appetite had been akin to that of a 3-year-old, yet he was now 5. As Bo Yanchen chastised himself for being an inadequate father, unaware of how much his child should eat, he also felt a pang of sorrow. However, gazing at the empty plates on the table, he found a flicker of solace. Regardless of the circumstances, it was a good sign that Shen Bao was now able to eat. Bo Yanchen rolled up his sleeves, collected the dishes and utensils, and headed to the kitchen to wash them, while also preparing a bowl of noodles for himself. He had anticipated that Tang Nuanning would bring him a portion as well. But he had overestimated the situation. Just as he finished his noodles, his phone rang. It was Liu Bei calling. Yanchen, that bald man has become a vegetable. Who? The bald man who fainted on Miss Tang today. The police took him to the People's Hospital. My junior is there and just informed me. What caused it? No one knows, the cause hasn't been determined. It's quite strange, I heard he was in good health before this incident. And suddenly he collapsed and hasn't regained consciousness. The focus is that his subordinates claim he was knocked out by Miss Tang. Bo Yanchen was taken aback. Tang Nuanning? Chapter 91, Bo Yanchen, are you avoiding me? Upon hearing the news of the bald man's oppressive behavior towards Miss Tang, it was said that she suddenly erupted, exclaiming that they had coerced her. However, no one witnessed her actions, and the bald man simply collapsed. Some of his underlings speculated that perhaps he had never encountered such beauty before, and in his excitement, he fainted. This reasoning seemed implausible. Bo Yanchen inquired whether there was any toxin in his system. The answer was no. Have your junior keep an eye on him, and inform me of any new findings. After hanging up, Bo Yanchen lit a cigarette. When he arrived earlier, the man was sprawled over Tang Nuanning. How could a person without any underlying health issues suddenly become comatose? What had Tang Nuanning done to him? No. It was implausible that she could evade the gazes of so many and render a grown man incapacitated within moments. If that were true, she would indeed be formidable. Bo Yanchen clearly held doubts. In his eyes, Tang Nuanning was not entirely inept, but her intelligence was certainly lacking. She was a foolish woman. More prone to tears than cunning. Meanwhile, the foolish woman Tang Nuanning had just finished dinner and was tidying up the kitchen. Xia Tian rushed back from the restroom, anxious and brandishing her phone. Ning Ning, look. The Su family is in trouble. The Su family had suddenly gone bankrupt, drowning in debts, and had put all their properties, including villas in Jincheng, up for sale. Even the cars and Mrs. Su's jewelry were being liquidated. Su Han had already fled abroad, claiming to be insane and needing treatment overseas. Tang Nuanning was taken aback. It was all so sudden. Indeed, it is rather abrupt. However, upon reflection, it makes sense. Su Han caused quite a scandal today, thoroughly inciting He Xiao's wrath. When He Xiao is angered, anything can happen. Tang Nuanning refrained from arguing. She too believed the Su family's downfall was the work of He Jingqing. She felt no sympathy for Su Han, she was no saint, unwilling to wish well upon those who had wronged her. Instead, she was astonished by the power of capital. The Su family, despite their wealth, had faced such dire consequences for offending a capitalist. If ordinary people like her were in their place, their lives would be at stake. It was best to keep a distance from such individuals. If one does not engage, one cannot offend. Regardless, she resolved to finalize her divorce tomorrow and leave the city immediately, distancing herself from certain people. The following day, Tang Nuanning initially planned to skip breakfast. But the image of Shen Bao lingered in her mind. Thus, she prepared breakfast and delivered it to the Sunshine City community. She did not contact Bo Yanchen, carrying the breakfast towards the entrance. Her intention was to leave it at the door and send him a message to collect it, thereby avoiding a face-to-face encounter. She had no desire to see him. However, fate had other plans. As she approached the entrance, she spotted him. Tang Nuanning froze. It was barely 6 o'clock. And the community was still quiet, with him being the only figure in sight. He stood by the flower bed, clad in a black turtleneck and a mid-length coat, a cigarette held between his fingers, taking occasional puffs. Against the backdrop of the white snow, he resembled a black rose. Yet, to liken him to a rose seemed inadequate. His features were chiseled, and when he furrowed his brow, he emanated an icy demeanor. There was no trace of floral softness, only a chilling indifference. Nevertheless, one could not deny his striking good looks. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches, with broad shoulders and slender waist, he maintained a straight posture whether standing or sitting. His physique was admirable, and his features were undeniably handsome, otherwise, he would not be mistaken for a celebrity even in a supermarket. Clearly, Bo Yanchen had also noticed her. He had endured a sleepless night, tormented by thoughts of her, wishing she would prepare breakfast for Shen Bao. Yet, recalling her earlier actions in the supermarket, he felt a surge of irritation, prompting him to ignore her. Thus, he had wrestled with his feelings all night, weighing the decision to seek her out or not. Ultimately, he refrained from contacting her, resulting in an entire night of insomnia. This morning, he found himself unexpectedly dressed and downstairs, unaware of his own intentions. Lighting a cigarette, he took a few puffs, and just as he was about to finish, Tang Nuanning appeared. At that moment, it felt as if he had been waiting for her arrival. They locked eyes, neither uttering a word or taking a step forward, staring at each other across a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Time seemed to stretch until a cold breeze swept through, causing Tang Nuanning to sneeze. Reluctant to take a taxi, she had ridden Xia Tiantian's electric bike, which was parked nearby. The brisk winter morning air was a sensation only those who had experienced it could truly understand. Though she wore a mask and a hat, the biting cold was still unbearable. Achoo! Tang Nuanning sneezed again, feeling slightly under the weather. Observing her, Bo Yanchen frowned, and after a moment's hesitation, extinguished his cigarette and took the initiative to approach her. As he walked closer, Tang Nuanning felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety and a desire to step back. His frigid aura suggested an impending confrontation. Gripping the thermos tightly, she stood her ground, compelling herself not to falter. She had done nothing wrong, why should she be afraid? If she showed fear, it would only embolden him; if she stood firm, he would appear weak. Taking a deep breath, she cleared her throat and glared at him, silently asserting, "I am not afraid of you." Bo Yanchen shot her a sidelong glance and halted before her. Noticing the thermos in her hand, he understood her intentions, and his tone softened, if only slightly. "Are you delivering breakfast to Shenbao?" "Yes." "Why didn't you inform me beforehand?" "I have other matters to attend to." "I intended to leave it at the door and depart." "Avoiding me, are we?" Tang Nuanning blinked, looking up at him. "Is it truly necessary to be so direct?" Bo Yanchen replied, "I am not a monster. As long as you harbor no ulterior motives, I will not act against you." "I have no ulterior motives." "The situation at the bar, and what occurred yesterday at the supermarket, I hope will not recur. I will not meddle in your personal life. But do not entertain any thoughts about me, I will not fall into your trap." Tang Nuanning glared at him. "Your trap? Are you implying I am a female sea king with a hoard of handsome fish?" "I." As she prepared to retort, he interjected, "If you deliver food to Shenbao, I will ensure you are compensated. As previously discussed, it amounts to 10,000 a day." The mention of money rendered Tang Nuanning speechless, her previous retorts swallowed down. "What do you mean?" "Though you have not met Shenbao, your efforts in delivering food are appreciated. He enjoys eating, and that is your contribution. According to our prior agreement, it will offset your debt, and once Shenbao accepts you, a commission can be negotiated separately." Tang Nuanning's eyes lit up, suddenly viewing him in a more favorable light. He even appeared more handsome. Chapter 92, Not wanting to be a maid, but a wife? While her intention in delivering food to Shenbao was not for monetary gain, turning down money would be foolish. Earning 10,000 a day, even as a form of debt repayment, brought newfound hope to her life. "Did he finish the dinner from last night?" she asked eagerly. "Yes, he devoured it all. He particularly liked the 3 fresh dishes." "3 fresh dishes? Very well, I shall prepare another serving for him at noon." Under the influence of financial motivation, Tang Nuanning's demeanor softened. Another gust of cold wind blew, causing her to instinctively rub her nose, which had turned a rosy hue from the chill. Bo Yanchen stared at her for a few seconds, furrowing his brow. "Come with me." He turned and walked towards the entrance of the building. Tang Nuanning hurriedly said, "I won't go in," to avoid waking Shenbao and provoking his temper. He wouldn't wake until 6:30, and it was barely 6 now. Tang Nuanning was still reluctant to enter. If Shenbao was asleep, it would just be the 2 of them in that room, which felt inappropriate. Bo Yanchen had already reached the door when he noticed her lingering in place, frowning. "Go in and get something." What should I get?" Bo Yanchen did not respond. Striding up the stairs, Tang Nuanning hesitated for a moment, then followed him, clutching her thermos. As they ascended, they encountered an elderly couple from the opposite unit who greeted them warmly. "Oh, is this little Bo's wife?" She is truly beautiful. Tang Nuanning was taken aback. Bo Yanchen politely corrected the elders, she is not. Ah? Not? Then who is she? The housekeeper. The elderly couple appeared slightly embarrassed and chuckled as they descended the stairs. Tang Nuanning overheard their murmurs, how can they not be a couple? Just look at them, they seem perfectly matched, a pair destined for each other. There are plenty of handsome and beautiful pairs, they are not necessarily destined for one another. What do you know? If we could compare their birth charts, it would undoubtedly reveal a profound connection, preordained by fate. Tang Nuanning, feeling exasperated, followed Bo Yanchen into the house, muttering, I am not your housekeeper. Do you not wish to be a housekeeper, but rather my wife? Tang Nuanning was taken aback, her cheeks flushing. Don't speak nonsense. Bo Yanchen remained indifferent. If that's the case, then I do not find you appealing. With that, he entered the house. Tang Nuanning pouted, her eyes widening in disbelief. Did he really think he was above her? Huh. Furious, she contemplated hitting him with the thermos but refrained, considering the cost. Upon entering, she changed into slippers and placed the thermos on the dining table. Not even bothering to remove her coat, it was clear she did not intend to stay long. She had originally come to retrieve something but found herself unable to resist glancing towards Shenbao's room. Can I go in and see Shenbao? I haven't seen him lately and quite miss him. Bo Yanchen readily agreed. Tang Nuanning quickly made her way to Shenbao's room, hand poised on the doorknob. And turned to ask one last time, he hasn't woken up, right? She was primarily concerned about startling him, if he were to be upset. He might refuse to eat her cooking, depriving her of future opportunities to be close to him. Bo Yanchen glanced at the clock on the wall. He will wake in 15 minutes. Hearing this, Tang Nuanning pushed the door open and entered. The room was dark, and she tiptoed over. Upon seeing Shenbao's face, her heart skipped a beat. He resembled Bao and Bao so closely. The resemblance struck her vividly, reminding her of them. The little one lay flat, the blanket pulled up to his chest, sleeping soundly. Tang Nuanning carefully sat down and couldn't help but touch his small face. Such a beautiful and lovable child, how could his mother abandon him? What was she thinking? If it were her, she would never part with him. Not even if she disliked his cold father. She would find a way to take the child with her. Moving her hand from his cheek, she contemplated checking his pulse. Suddenly, Shenbao grasped her wrist, exclaiming, Mommy. Tang Nuanning was taken aback, and Bo Yanchen, standing at the door, furrowed his brow as well. The two froze in place. No one daring to move or make a sound, even their breathing became cautious. In the next moment, Shenbao opened his eyes and stared at Tang Nuanning. She was terrified, holding her breath, afraid that he might explode with anger at any moment. Shenbao gazed at her for a while, then abruptly sat up. His eyes sparkling with joy. Mommy? Tang Nuanning was stunned. Really, Mommy? When did you come back? Did you just return? You missed me, so you came back, right? You won't leave us again, will you? You'll stay with Shenbao forever, right? Tang Nuanning was at a loss, her eyes wide. Glancing at Shenbao before quickly turning to Bo Yanchen for help, seeking guidance on what to do. Bo Yanchen had not anticipated this sudden turn of events either. He stepped closer to the bed, saying, Shenbao. Shenbao was ecstatic. Daddy, Mommy's back. Look, it's Mommy. My lawn for Mommy. Mommy is back. Mommy is back. Seeing his son's joyous expression, Bo Yanchen was momentarily lost in thought. How long had it been since Shenbao had smiled like this? How long had his son experienced such happiness? Daddy, why aren't you happy? My mommy is also your wife, she's back. She won't leave us again. We won't have to endure loneliness anymore, Mommy is back. Bo Yanchen felt a twinge of panic. After all, the last time he saw Tang Nuanning, he had been furious. Why was Shenbao suddenly mistaking her for his mother? Was his obsession with her deepening? Was his condition worsening? With a furrowed brow and a worried expression, Bo Yanchen pondered whether Shenbao was dreaming. Am I dreaming? Daddy, can't you see Mommy? Look. She's right here. Bo Yanchen turned to face Tang Nuanning. Her expression was grave, she had regained her composure. She gazed at Shenbao for a moment and gently said, "Shenbao, look at me. Let us count together, shall we?" Shenbao will listen to mommy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tang Nuanning snapped her fingers, and Shenbao suddenly fell back onto the bed. "Shenbao." Bo Yanchen instinctively moved forward but halted as he observed Tang Nuanning's demeanor, restraining himself. He realized she was hypnotizing Shenbao. Like other pediatric psychologists, she had been seeking an opportunity to delve into Shenbao's psychological world. However, she had never found the chance, as he was too vigilant, overly sensitive, and distant, forbidding anyone from getting close. This time, it was an opportunity. Bo Yanchen dared not interrupt or leave, remaining in place alongside them. He had heard that children with psychological disorders often have their inner worlds reflect their thoughts and physical conditions. He wanted to see what Shenbao's psychological world looked like. After a while, Tang Nuanning's breathing suddenly became rapid, and a sheen of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Bo Yanchen's brows knitted tightly. "Tang Nuanning." Her eyes reddened. "His current state is very poor. Very poor." He. Bo Yanchen held his breath, suppressing the tempest within him. "What is wrong with him? There is no light for him, no water, no life, and nothing positive or uplifting, only endless fog and sandstorms. He lies wounded and on the brink of death in a desolate desert. He is fading." Bo Yanchen's mind buzzed. "What do you mean he is fading? Clarify." In his mental world, he was nearing his end. When he can no longer hold on, what will happen in reality? What will happen? He will die. Bo Yanchen's breath hitched, and he was momentarily stunned. Tang Nuanning remarked, "When the essence of his spiritual world loses vitality and faith, his will to live in reality fades away. He may resort to any means to end his life, which is often the tragic outcome for many children suffering from severe psychological disorders. It should not be this way. I have deceived him into believing that he has found his biological mother. He should feel excitement and anticipation, so why is he still so battered and bruised?" "You told him you found his mother?" "Yes, perhaps he does not trust your words and realizes you are deceiving him. It is also possible that, deep down, he believes that as long as his mother has not returned, she is still lost and he must continue searching, striving to resolve his current predicament. Unless he can bring her back." Bo Yanchen remained silent. And the room was enveloped in a profound stillness until the sound of an alarm clock outside shattered the tranquility. It was 6:30, the time for Shenbao to awaken. Yet he remained asleep. Tang Nuanning explained, "I just hypnotized him, he needs a bit more rest." Bo Yanchen did not respond. Tang Nuanning was at a loss for words. Shenbao had consistently resisted her attempts to draw near, impeding her ability to provide him with psychological guidance. Mental ailments cannot be solely remedied through medication. After a considerable time had passed, as Shenbao began to stir, Tang Nuanning stood to leave, saying, "I should take my leave to avoid him becoming agitated upon waking." Bo Yanchen glanced at Shenbao and exited the room alongside Tang Nuanning. "You need not see me off," she said, noticing his intention to accompany her. Bo Yanchen remained silent, merely taking a scarf from a nearby rack and tossing it to her. It was evidently a child's scarf, soft and fluffy, adorned with a pattern of little monsters. It must belong to Shenbao. Tang Nuanning was momentarily stunned. "You called me here just to hand me this?" Bo Yanchen uttered no reply, closing the door behind him as he descended the stairs. Tang Nuanning hesitated briefly before following him down. Bo Yanchen stood in the same spot, lighting a cigarette and smoking in silence. Observing him, Tang Nuanning felt a twinge of pity, perhaps due to their shared experience as parents, allowing her to empathize with his feelings following a child's distress. However, at that moment, she could offer him no assistance, only stating, "Should Shenbao exhibit any unusual behavior upon waking, please do not hesitate to call me. If he becomes excessively irritable, administer the medication I previously provided. It is advisable to avoid sedatives for children." Bo Yanchen maintained a stoic demeanor, absorbed in his cigarette smoke, saying nothing. As Tang Nuanning departed, she clutched the scarf he had given her, and upon reaching a corner, she couldn't resist glancing back. Amidst the frigid, snowy landscape, he stood there, frowning and smoking, evoking a poignant sense of desolation. If his demeanor were less rigid and a touch softer, it would radiate an overwhelming sense of fragmentation. Tang Nuanning frowned slightly, pursing her lips, grappling with an indescribable feeling. Deep down, she did not wish him well, so she could not claim to feel sympathy, yet she could not find joy in the moment either. She had once encountered an online case where a father, overwhelmed by his child's bipolar disorder, callously locked him away with chains, confining him like a dog in a cage. When discovered, the poor child was found dirty, curled up in a corner of the cage, cold and lifeless. Then there was the recent case of Zhang from Qingqing, sentenced to death for brutally pushing his young siblings off a balcony to start a new family with his mistress. Some individuals are parents, while others are akin to demons. She did not know Bo Yanchen well, as he might be the one who had bullied her years ago, thus her animosity towards him ran deep. He may not be a good person, but he was undoubtedly a devoted father, as evidenced by his care for Shenbao. Tang Nuanning approached her electric bike, brushed off the snow, and after a moment's hesitation, tied the scarf around her neck before leaving the community. The scarf was soft and warm. As soon as she departed, a photo of Bo Yanchen standing in the corner was sent to Xin Jiaoyu's phone. That wretched woman. How dare she try to seduce Yanchen? Father said I was merely creating trouble, but look, am I wronged? Zhao Meiwan narrowed her eyes at the photo, her gaze fierce. She was Xin Jiaoyu's mother. Nearly 50 yet impeccably maintained, appearing no older than 40, a quintessential trophy wife. She was the second wife of Xinjiang. A classic case of a mistress successfully ascending to the role of wife. The second year she became Xinjiang's mistress, his first wife passed away. The year she married Xinjiang and bore Xin Jiaoyu, Xinjiang's son died. The intricacies of these events could not be succinctly narrated in a single phrase. Zhao Meiwan could be described as ruthless, yet she possessed considerable intellect. Recently, she had attended a gathering of affluent ladies in the capital. Only returning after Xin Jiaoyu's predicament arose, summoned back by Xinjiang's stern call to manage his daughter properly. Speak, mother. Do you not see the innocence in her gaze towards Yanchen? This cannot stand. I must find a way to eliminate her. Xin Jiaoyu exclaimed, reaching for her phone to make a call. Zhao Meiwan snatched the phone from her. How many times have I told you to remain calm in a crisis? Do you even know this woman? Have you investigated her relationship with Yanchen? Fuming, Xin Jiaoyu retorted, is there a need for investigation? She is clearly trying to seduce him. Zhao Meiwan pressed her lips together. To know your enemy and yourself is to win every battle. If you do not understand her, confronting her will only lead to your downfall. Have you forgotten the Su family's fate? Do you think Yanchen will take kindly to your threats? Then what should I do? That vile woman has clearly come prepared. She has only been here a few days, and Yanchen is already protecting her. If we do not deal with her soon, they might end up together. That will not happen. Yanchen is yours, I will not allow him to be with another woman. As soon as Zhao Meiwan spoke those words, her phone rang. She glanced at the screen, her eyes narrowing. Chapter 94, Nuanning, am I a female seducer? Unaware of the conversation on the other end, a trace of disdain flickered across Zhao Meiwan's face. I understand, she said, and once the call ended, she informed Xin Jiaoyu. I have discovered that Yanchen does not harbor feelings for her. Their association stems from Shenbao, she specializes in child psychology. And Yanchen seeks her help for Shenbao's treatment. What does that mean? She can cure Shenbao? Xin Jiaoyu panicked. If she truly manages to heal Shenbao's condition, Yanchen would give her anything, even his life. Zhao Meiwan remained composed, she cannot cure him. She lacks any certification, she is merely a charlatan. By chance, she assisted Fu Zixuan twice, which led Yanchen to see a glimmer of hope. A charlatan? Are you suggesting she is using Shenbao to get close to Yanchen? Precisely. So we should not expose her just yet. Mother, what do you have in mind? Zhao Meiwan's eyes glimmered with calculation. Do not forget, we are not the only ones wishing for that little imp's demise. Some within the Bo family are hoping for the same. If we inform them that Tang Nuanning possesses the capability to save Shenbao, what do you think they will do? Xin Jiaoyu blinked. They will certainly kill Tang Nuanning. They will absolutely not allow Shenbao to survive. Mother, are you trying to use a knife to kill? Just understand this, learn from it in the future. Ah. Women must possess certain skills if they wish to marry into a wealthy family. Tang Nuanning was unaware that someone was plotting against her life. Upon returning to her residence, she rushed into Xia Tiantian's study and sat before the computer, diligently searching for information related to Shenbao's medical cases. Perhaps it was because Shenbao bore such a striking resemblance to Debao and Erbao. Or perhaps it was due to him calling her mummy in a moment of confusion, but she felt an overwhelming desire to assist him. She wished for him to recover and live joyfully like a normal child. Tang Nuanning sat at the computer for over 3 hours, only rising when it was time to prepare lunch. She was somewhat disappointed at not having found particularly useful information to alleviate Shenbao's condition. The best approach would be to immerse herself in his life, observing, understanding, and ultimately helping him emerge from his psychological shadows. However, he reacted with agitation whenever he saw her. She needed to contemplate how to truly integrate into his life. Ding ding ding. Her phone rang. It was He Jingchen calling. Suddenly, she remembered her meeting with Bo Yanchen scheduled for noon. Flustered, she realized that she had been so preoccupied with Shenbao's situation that she almost missed an important appointment. She quickly answered the call. Hello. Xiao Tang. We're meeting at Londai CAF at noon. Is everything alright on your end? Everything is fine, I will arrive on time. Good. I just wanted to confirm. Everything is fine on Yanchen's side as well. Have a good discussion at noon. Alright. After hanging up, Tang Nuanning glanced at the time, hurriedly washed her face in the bathroom to freshen up, and plunged into the kitchen. Once she had prepared lunch, she barely had time to take a bite before packaging it up and riding out on her electric scooter. Upon arriving at Sunshine Community, she texted Bo Yanchen. I'm at the entrance of your community, please come down. After a moment without a reply, she was about to call him when she spotted him. She quickly parked her scooter and rushed over, but in her haste, she slipped and fell, sending the lunchbox rolling away. The fall stung a bit. And as Tang Nuanning tried to stand, she stumbled again, landing back on the ground. This area had a thick layer of ice, making it easy to slip. After falling once, she couldn't get back up. She sat on the ground, feeling a mix of pain and urgency, her face flushed with frustration. Dressed in a light-colored long-down jacket, wearing a little bear hat given by Xia Tiantian, and sporting Shenbao's little monster scarf, she looked both comical and adorable. Bo Yanchen observed her as if she were a light-colored furred bear. He approached and bent down to pick up the lunchbox from the ground, silently gazing at Tang Nuanning without uttering a word. Sitting on the ground, she tilted her face up in surprise when he showed no intention of helping her up. Could you please pull me up? I fell while bringing food for your son. After a moment of hesitation, Bo Yanchen extended his hand, palm facing down, clearly indicating that she should not grasp his hand but rather use his arm for support. What was the meaning of this? Was she some kind of seductress? Tang Nuanning, feeling indignant, ignored his outstretched arm and instead grasped his pants to hoist herself up. Bo Yanchen glared at her. And before he could express his annoyance, she lost her footing again, this time falling directly towards him. With wide, frightened eyes, she instinctively grabbed his tie. Just as she caught it, her heel slipped backward. In a twist of fate, Bo Yanchen also lost his balance. As both were about to fall, he quickly caught her around the waist, pulling her into his embrace. Tang Nuanning gasped, relieved yet startled. Bo Yanchen's breath had also quickened. Suddenly, laughter erupted from nearby. Xiao Bo. It was the elderly couple from across the hall. Both Tang Nuanning and Bo Yanchen felt embarrassed and quickly separated. Bo Yanchen discreetly swallowed, greeting them, Hello, Grandpa Lu, Grandma Lu. The elderly couple beamed, asking, What is your surname, young lady? Blushing, Tang Nuanning replied. My surname is Tang. Oh, little Tang, what are you two doing out here in this cold weather? You should hurry back inside. What do you mean hurry back? Can't you see they're getting cozy? It's most romantic to cuddle in the snow, young people love it. Tang Nuanning's eyes widened as she urgently clarified. No, you've misunderstood, haha, you two enjoy yourselves, we'll take our leave. Without waiting for her explanation, the elderly couple walked towards the entrance, chatting. I knew little Tang wasn't Xiao Bo's nanny, who would cuddle with their employer. Look how well they get along. But why don't they want to admit it? It's so obvious, they must be shy. I suspect they're just starting out. They're not a married couple but a young couple. How lovely. Tang Nuanning. Bo Yanchen. As they aged, their eyesight must have failed them. How could they not see they were not a couple? Don't overthink it, Bo Yanchen said. Tang Nuanning, feeling indignant, replied. I'm not overthinking, you're the one who's overthinking. Bo Yanchen frowned. This will not happen again. What? I've told you I'm not interested in you. Do not perform such antics in front of me again. Tang Nuanning blinked, pondering his words. Wait. Was he implying that her fall was a deliberate attempt to entice him? How absurd. She had never seen such self-absorbed narcissism. You, shameless. Unreasonable. Before he could respond, she interjected, I've said my piece, now you have nothing to say. Indeed, Bo Yanchen was at a loss for words. Sputtering after a moment, you are a woman, you must understand dignity and self-respect. What does that mean? Just because you're a man, you don't need to know dignity and self-respect? Scoundrel. Bo Yanchen. Having been misunderstood by him before, Tang Nuanning decided not to dwell on it. To cut to the chase, how is Shenbao? Did he show any reactions after waking up this morning? The conversation shifted back to Shenbao, and Bo Yanchen's demeanor grew calmer. There was no notable reaction after he woke up. He seemed to be in a good mood, saying he had a dream about his mommy. He finished all the food you sent this morning. Is that so? That's good news, at least he didn't exhibit any abnormal emotions. Make sure he eats this, it contains his favorite dish, di san xian. After saying this, Tang Nuanning hurriedly rode off on her scooter, eager to reach Landai CAF for her meeting with Bo Yanchen. Chapter 95, Meeting her is my fortune. The ground was slippery, and Tang Nuanning wobbled precariously on her electric scooter, barely managing to move forward. Bo Yanchen watched her clumsy antics with a disdainful pursing of his lips before turning to head home. At that moment, he encountered an elderly gentleman from across the street who was taking out the trash. This old man had lived here for many years and was quite familiar with Bo Yanchen's mother, thus he was not a stranger to Bo Yanchen himself. The old man, known for his loquacious nature, immediately inquired upon seeing Bo Yanchen, Young Bo, are you back alone? Where is Tang? She left early for some reason. Left? Haven't you two moved in together yet? Bo Yanchen twitched at the corner of his mouth. Grandpa Lu, there seems to be a misunderstanding. She and I are not in a relationship. Ah, come now, you're both adults. There's no need to be shy about dating. I can read faces well, you know. Tang has a good face, she's a lucky person. Whoever marries her will be blessed. Meeting her is truly your fortune, you must not let anyone else steal her away. For such a tremendous blessing is worth safeguarding. Bo Yanchen merely remained silent. As soon as he stepped through the door, He Jingcheng's phone call came through. Yanchen, it's nearly midnight. Are you ready? Don't forget your date with Tang at 12. I'll head over shortly. After ending the call, he instructed Yang Bo to keep an eye on Shenbao. I have to step out, please stay with him. I brought back some of his favorite dishes. Like the 3 delicacies of the earth. Let him enjoy. Shenbao said nothing and obediently went to the dining room, sitting in his high chair, waiting. Bo Yanchen cast a deep glance at Shenbao, furrowing his brow before reminding Yang Bo to call him if anything came up. Under normal traffic conditions, a car travels faster than a scooter, and Bo Yanchen arrived at the CAF ahead of Tang Nuanning. He waited in a private room on the 2nd floor, where He Jingcheng was also present. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, they spotted Tang Nuanning laboriously pushing her scooter towards them. He Jingcheng remarked, isn't Tang being foolish? Riding that electric scooter in this freezing weather instead of taking a cab? She is impoverished, but perhaps a bit naive as well. You could have bought her a car. What if she gets frostbite? Wouldn't you feel guilty? Bo Yanchen shot him a glare, took a puff of his cigarette, and continued to observe Tang Nuanning. She was shaking off the snow from her clothes and carefully removing Shenbao's scarf, folding it neatly before tucking it into her pocket. He Jingcheng continued. What do you think she is so eager to see you about? She didn't even bother with makeup, clearly, she isn't trying to seduce you. Bo Yanchen was also curious, he hardly knew her. She had asked He Jingqing to arrange this meeting. What could her intentions be? Unbeknownst to them, Tang Nuanning was feeling nervous at the thought of meeting Bo Yanchen. Standing at the entrance of the CAF, she took several deep breaths before finally stepping inside. A man was seated at the reserved booth. From her vantage point, she could only see the back of his head. Although she couldn't see his face, she had a vague impression of him being a successful individual. It must be Bo Yanchen, she surmised. Tang Nuanning forced herself to suppress her anxiety, clenching her small fists as she walked over. Hello, Tang Nuanning? Li Yuanting, upon seeing her, looked astonished. Tang Nuanning was momentarily taken aback as well, not expecting to run into an old acquaintance here. She had no time to greet him and hurriedly pulled out her phone to check the table number sent by He Jingqing, then glanced at the table to confirm. After establishing she was at the right place, she was bewildered. What are you doing here? Li Yuanting smiled and replied, I have someone to meet. Are you here for a meeting as well? Tang Nuanning nodded in a daze. Li Yuanting asked, is your person not here yet? They should still be on their way. Since our contact's Haven tea arrived, why don't we sit and chat for a while? Waiter. Li Yuanting cheerfully ordered a cup of coffee for Tang Nuanning. With a stiff demeanor, she sat down, still feeling quite bewildered. It's been many years since I last saw you. How have you been? Not bad. Tang Nuanning took a sip of coffee to calm her nerves. Li Yuanting added, many years ago, you had an accident, and Nanwan almost lost her life because of it. I heard she's been searching for you all these years. Now that you've returned, she must be very happy, right? Li Yuanting was also a senior of Tang Nuanning, being in the same class as Lin Dong. He had feelings for Nanwan and often brought treats to their dormitory while pursuing her, so they were not strangers to one another. Tang Nuanning steadied her emotions. Have you been in touch with her recently? No, after she got together with Lin Dong, we lost contact. I pursued her back then. I wanted to avoid any misunderstandings and unnecessary trouble for her. I remember you studied directing. Are you now a director? Yes, why do you ask? Then you must know Wanwan's manager, right? I know him, but we aren't close and have never contacted each other. It's best to avoid any misunderstandings. I heard from Lin Dong and Tian Tian that Wanwan went off to film and signed a confidentiality agreement, stating she couldn't contact anyone outside the crew. It's been over a year with no news. Do you have any updates on her? Li Yuanting was taken aback. Lost contact for over a year? That shouldn't be the case. In our industry, while confidentiality agreements occasionally come into play, I have never heard of actors being unable to contact their families. Even if a project is under wraps, they shouldn't go completely off the radar. An actor just has to keep the script details confidential. With Li Yuanting's words, Tang Nuanning felt increasingly uneasy. Could you find a way to inquire? I'm quite worried since there has been no news. Sure. I'll look into it when I get back. I'll let you know as soon as I have any information. Let us exchange WeChat. Okay. After they exchanged contact information, Tang Nuanning couldn't help but ask, did you reserve this table for your meeting? Yes. But that's strange. I reserved this very table. Li Yuanting paused for a moment, realization dawning upon him. Your meeting? Bo Yanchen? Yes. Li Yuanting instinctively glanced upstairs, his mouth twitching. Great, the plan was foiled. He was Bo Yanchen's friend, having just returned from abroad, and was asked to meet someone on Bo Yanchen's behalf. The person had something to discuss with him, and he was merely there to listen. Who would have thought that the person Bo Yanchen wanted to meet was Tang Nuanning? Tang Nuanning also started to piece things together, staring at Li Yuanting for a moment before gritting her teeth. Bo Yanchen sent you to impersonate him for our meeting? Li Yuanting, well. Tang Nuanning was instantly furious, grabbing her phone to call He Jingqing. He Jingqing's phone rang suddenly, startling him and making him flinch. Oh no. It's over. The cover is blown. You're setting me up for disaster. If you're going to send someone to impersonate him, at least find someone she doesn't know. Now what am I supposed to say? Bo Yanchen's face darkened, remaining silent. He hadn't anticipated that Tang Nuanning would know Li Yuanting. Li Yuanting, with a background in directing and now a successful director, thought if he was to find someone to play the role, a professional would be more suitable. He hadn't expected this outcome. He Jingqing's phone kept ringing insistently, and he reluctantly answered, "Hello? What does Bo Yanchen mean by this?" He Jingqing. Adhering to the principle of misery loves company, feigned ignorance. What happened? Did Yanchen not show up for the appointment? Chapter 96, Not Good. Shen Bao is in trouble. He didn't come. He sent someone else in his place. Is that so? That's outrageous. Please. Find out from him what he thinks he is doing. How can he be such a coward? It's utterly shameless to send someone else to meet instead of showing up himself. What does he mean by this? A man should keep his word. How can he not even muster the courage to meet a woman? He is a coward unworthy of the title. I truly despise him. Tang Nuanning unleashed a torrent of words that left He Jingqing utterly bewildered. The statements she made were so audacious that even he would not dare utter them. Tang Nuanning was indeed formidable. Not only did He Jingqing leave the external sound on, but he also thrust his phone in front of Bo Yanchen, ensuring he could hear every scathing remark Tang Nuanning hurled at him, sparing no effort. Bo Yanchen pressed his lips tightly together, his expression dark as a stormy sky. Seizing He Jingqing's phone, he abruptly ended the call, tossing it onto the table, and rose to leave. Hey, I just bought the latest model, please don't break it. He Jingqing lamented over his phone. Without glancing back, Bo Yanchen exited the private room, striding directly towards Tang Nuanning. Tang Nuanning, having been cut off, did not attempt to call back. She was seething with rage. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. She had genuinely believed that today she could divorce Bo Yanchen. Yet the outcome was utterly absurd. How foolish of her to feel a lingering guilt towards him, never once cursing or resenting him. Even the mere act of meeting her was fraught with complications. If he wished to avoid her, he could have simply declined, yet, he had agreed to see her, only to vanish. Her current mood was akin to that of fans who purchased tickets to watch Messi play, only to find that Messi was absent from the match. Feeling utterly deceived, she was filled with discontent. While those fans could vent their frustrations by shouting for refunds, what recourse did she have? Aside from contacting He Jingqing to vent her anger, she couldn't even lay eyes on Bo Yanchen. At this moment, Li Yuanting was increasingly astonished, even beginning to doubt whether Tang Nuanning truly understood who Bo Yanchen was. If she did, would she dare to speak so boldly? Tang Nuanning, please calm down. What exactly is going on between you and Yanchen? If you have anything to say, I can relay it to him. Before Li Yuanting could finish, Bo Yanchen appeared, his face clouded with fury. Just as Li Yuanting was about to speak, Bo Yanchen brusquely commanded, "Step aside." He Jingqing hastily intervened, pulling Li Yuanting away without allowing him a chance to utter a word. Tang Nuanning was taken aback upon seeing Bo Yanchen and, with a hint of displeasure, inquired, "What do you want? Are you looking for me? Did you not summon me here?" He would rather expose his identity than allow Tang Nuanning to belittle him as untrustworthy and unmanly. However, Tang Nuanning, having left her wits behind that day, failed to grasp the situation, furrowing her brow and retorting, "Who asked you to find me? Wait, is Shen Bao in trouble?" Just as Bo Yanchen was about to respond, a call from Yang Bo interrupted him. "Young master, you must return quickly. The people from the main house have suddenly arrived." The main house referred to Bo Yancheng's elder aunt, Bo Laodai, who had been eagerly wishing for Shen Bao's demise. Bo Yancheng's expression darkened, and without uttering a word, he sprang to his feet and dashed out of the CAF, urgency propelling him forward. Tang Nuanning was left bewildered. "Hey, you." By the time she chased after him, Bo Yancheng's figure had already vanished outside the CAF. Uncertain whether Shen Bao was indeed in distress, she recalled hearing his name mentioned during the call. Setting aside the matter of Bo Yancheng's abrupt cancellation, she hopped onto her electric scooter and sped towards Sunshine City Community. This winter was indeed harsh, with heavy snowflakes swirling down once more. Tang Nuanning stumbled several times on her way, arriving at Sunshine City Community in a disheveled state. Just as she reached the entrance, a woman's piercing scream echoed, "Ah, ah, ah." Before she could process the situation, a well-dressed woman tumbled down the stairs. landing right at her feet. Tang Nuanning gasped, "Madam." Suddenly, a man rushed in, shoving Tang Nuanning aside to assist the woman on the ground. His force was so great that Tang Nuanning was propelled far away. Just as she was about to fall, a strong hand caught her arm, pulling her back and steadying her. Tang Nuanning glanced at the man before her, her heart racing. Today had been overwhelming. The woman on the ground, nursing a twisted ankle, was helped to her feet, sobbing as she berated Bo Yanchen. "How could you push me down the stairs? Do you wish to kill me? I am your father's own sister. How dare you treat me this way? Are you even human? You unfilial wretch," sob sob sob. Bo Yanchen gripped Tang Nuanning's arm tightly, his hold tightening upon hearing the woman's words, as if he intended to crush her bones. She winced in pain, daring not to utter a sound. Bo Yanchen glared at Bo Laodai, his entire demeanor emanating an icy aura. "You would do well not to test my limits. If you dare to provoke Shenbao again, do not expect me to show mercy." His words seemed to escape through clenched teeth, resonating with the weight of the underworld. Tang Nuanning cautiously raised her gaze to him. He was fixated on the woman before them, his eyes filled with lethal intent. Her heart lurched. Previously, she believed the coldness in his gaze directed at her was already formidable, but now she recognized that he had been gentler with her in comparison. The elder woman, filled with rage, retorted, You seek to murder your elder. You shall inevitably face retribution. No, you have already begun to suffer. Why is Shenbao in such a dire state? He is your punishment. The severity of Shenbao's illness signifies the depth of heaven's wrath upon you. Just wait. Heaven shall take Shenbao from you, sending him to hell." Silence. Tang Nuanning could no longer contain herself, her voice slicing through the air. She was unsure why the woman's words about Shenbao provoked her so deeply. Bo Laodai turned her attention towards Tang Nuanning. "Who are you to speak to me so boldly? My identity is of little importance. What matters is that the grievances among adults should not ensnare the innocent child. It is utterly vile to curse a child to hell. Presumptuous. Who is this wretched creature that dares to address me so? Have you grown weary of living?" "I am not weary of living, but you cannot curse Shenbao. You wretched woman." Bo Laodai raised her hand to strike Tang Nuanning. But Bo Yanchen swiftly pulled Tang Nuanning behind him, facing Bo Laodai with a fierce glare. "You dare lay a hand on her?" Bo Laodai hesitated, her poised hand retracting as she scrutinized Tang Nuanning with suspicion. "She is the one who can save Shenbao?" Today, after receiving news from Xin Jiayue and her daughter, she had rushed to see Shenbao, unwilling to let him survive. With no education or credentials, how could one possibly hope for her assistance? She was clearly a shameless woman attempting to use her scant beauty to seduce you through Shenbao. How foolish must you be to believe her? Bo Laodai regarded Tang Nuanning with scornful eyes. Before Tang Nuanning could retaliate, Bo Yanchen interjected, "Should you dare to speak another disparaging word to her, I will sever your tongue." His eyes already glimmered with a murderous intent. "Bo Yanchen, you. I have made myself abundantly clear. This is your final warning. Leave." Bo Laodai was both fearful and enraged. Fine. I'll go. Instead of threatening me, you would do better to check on Shenbao. I just saw him quite agitated. He might not survive." With that, the woman stormed off, limping slightly from her earlier tumble. Once she departed, Bo Yanchen and Tang Nuanning hurried upstairs together. As they reached the 5th floor, they were met with Yongbo's anguished cries. "Young master, please don't scare me. Sob sob sob, wake up. You can't leave just like this. If you do, how will the young master carry on? Young master, please open your eyes." Bo Yanchen's expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he bounded into the room. "Shenbao." Chapter 97, Shenbao, please wake up. Tang Nuanning's heart palpitated violently. She trembled uncontrollably, barely maintaining her balance by clinging to the wall. Her legs felt foreign, unresponsive to her commands. The desperate cries of Bo Yanchen from within the room jolted her back to reality, and she surged towards the 6th floor. Upon entering, she witnessed Bo Yanchen performing CPR on Shenbao. The child lay motionless on the bed, eyes shut, complexion ashen, and lips devoid of color. Tears welled up in Tang Nuanning's eyes. She rushed to the bedside, kneeling and taking Shenbao's tiny hand to check his pulse. It had ceased. Tang Nuanning's mind reeled, a sharp pain piercing her heart. Needles, needles, she muttered, attempting to administer acupuncture. However, her overwhelming emotions caused her hands to tremble violently, rendering her unable to grasp the needles firmly. Frustration consumed her, and she berated herself, useless. Useless. Slap. The sound echoed through the room as Tang Nuanning struck herself across the face. A crimson mark instantly appeared on her pale cheek, a testament to the force of the blow. She was forcing herself to regain composure. The slap startled both Bo Yanchen and Uncle Yang. After a moment, Bo Yanchen abruptly rose and moved to lift Shen Bao, intending to rush him to the hospital. Tang Nuanning intervened. It's too late. Put him down, let me try. Bo Yanchen hesitated. He'll be gone before you even get him to the hospital. Tang Nuanning retorted, shoving him aside. Take off his clothes. All of them. She turned to Uncle Yang, issuing instructions while preparing to administer acupuncture. There's medicine in my pocket, crush one and mix it with water. Uncle Yang began undressing Shen Bao. Bo Yanchen frowned, but Tang Nuanning silenced him with a glare. What are you waiting for? Hurry. Bo Yanchen retrieved a small vial from her pocket. What is this? Life-saving medicine. Just do as I say if you don't want to give up on Shen Bao. Tang Nuanning said, focused on administering acupuncture. Bo Yanchen hastened to the kitchen and returned with a small bowl. Tang Nuanning took it, forcing the liquid down Shen Bao's throat before gently wiping his mouth. Liu Bei arrived with doctors and nurses. Tang Nuanning instructed, take him to the hospital immediately. As they rushed towards the hospital, Shen Bao coughed violently. The occupants of the ambulance were stunned. The coughing brought color back to the boy's face. Tang Nuanning checked Shen Bao's pulse, exclaiming, he's alive. He's alive. Overcome with emotion, Tang Nuanning embraced Bo Yanchen, tears streaming down her face. He's all right. He's awake. He's the strongest baby in the world. Bo Yanchen, eyes bloodshot, held her close, allowing her to weep in his arms. He was even more elated than she was. Had Shen Bao perished, he would have followed. Without Shen Bao, life would have been unbearable. Uncle Yang and Liu Bei also shed tears. Upon confirming Shen Bao's condition at the hospital, Tang Nuanning departed without a word. The heavy snowfall and frigid air did little to cool her, as she was drenched in sweat from the earlier tension. She longed for a hot bath to unwind. She refrained from inquiring about Bo Yanchen's family matters, focusing solely on Shen Bao's well-being. With Shen Bao safe, her heart was at peace. Shortly after Tang Nuanning's departure, Bo Changshan arrived with a large entourage, including members of the first, second, and third families, as well as relatives from the Bo family's collateral branches. Yanchen. How is Shen Bao? Bo Changshan asked, feigning concern. Bo Yanchen, gazing into the distance, ignored them. Bo Changshan frowned, glaring at Bo Laoda, whom his men pushed forward. Bo Laoda bore visible marks and bloodstains. Bo Changshan addressed Bo Yanchen, I understand your anger. I am equally furious. I should have prevented her birth. To harm the Bo family's only heir is unforgivable. I have brought her here for you to punish as you see fit, even to kill her. Bo Laoda panicked. Father. No. I didn't intend to harm Shen Bao. I didn't want him to die. Bo Laoda sobbed, terrified by Bo Changshan's demeanor. Ignoring her pleas, Bo Changshan turned to the others, help me. Plead for me. The Bo family members, fearful of Bo Changshan and Bo Yanchen's wrath, remained silent. Bo Changshan silenced her. How dare you harm the Bo family's only heir? You threaten the entire Bo clan. Bo Changshan struck Bo Laoda with his cane, causing her head to bleed. Bo Laoda cried out, begging Bo Yanchen for mercy. Yanchen, I was foolish. Spare me. Save me. Bo Yanchen remained impassive. As the tension reached its peak, Bo Yanchen spoke. Chapter 98, Shen Bao, Mommy's back. Leave and never return. He extinguished his cigarette and strode towards Shen Bao's room. Yanchen Bo Changshan began, but Zhou Xing intervened, Elder. Please return home. Brother is distraught and wishes to be left alone. Bo Changshan inquired, how is Shen Bao? He is out of danger. Bo Changshan sighed in relief. Bai Laoda exhaled deeply, while the expressions of the other members of the Bai family varied noticeably. Among them, only Bai Changshan wished for Shen Bao to live. as he still hoped to use Shenbao to suppress the others. The rest of the family, however, eagerly anticipated the demise of this sole heir, wishing for it to occur as soon as possible. The Bai family had a tradition of passing down the lineage through a single heir. Bo Yanchen could have no other son, making Shenbao their only inheritor. Should Shenbao perish, the position of heir would become vacant, allowing everyone's descendants to compete fairly for it, providing them all with an opportunity for advancement. Each member of the Bai family possessed an abundance of ulterior motives, their minds brimming with scheming. Bai Changshan shot a fierce glare at Bai Laoda, ordering him to retreat to the family shrine and kneel there until his permission to leave was granted. You and your branch need not involve yourselves in the company's affairs any longer. All projects under your name will be temporarily transferred to me, and I shall manage them personally. Upon hearing this, Bai Laoda's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Kneeling in the shrine was one matter, but seizing their projects was tantamount to extinguishing their very livelihood. Father, this is unacceptable. I can kneel in the shrine, but you cannot take away our projects. There are still Yan Gao and his son at home, they can handle business affairs. Those projects are our lifeline. If you take them away, how are we to survive? Had I known this would happen, I would have acted differently. One cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. Bai Changshan let out a bitter snort and, leaning on his cane, departed. The others dared not utter a word and quickly lowered their heads, hastily leaving the hospital. Bai Laoda wept inconsolably. After everyone had departed, Zhou Shen cast a stern glance at them. He was shocked by the news he had received that day. Bai Laoda truly dared to. According to Uncle Yang, Bai Laoda had barged into the room unannounced while Shenbao was still eating. Startled, Shenbao had a fit and instinctively began throwing things. Instead of offering comfort or departing quickly, Bai Laoda chastised Shenbao for his lack of respect for his elders and for his unruly behavior. She even informed Shenbao that his mother had died long ago, and in a tragic manner. Shenbao believed her words and fainted on the spot. Fortunately, Tang Nuanning was present, otherwise, Shenbao might have. As it stood, Shenbao was unharmed, but should anything happen to him, not just Bo Yanchen, but all of them would not spare the Bai family's main branch. Shenbao had grown up under their watchful eyes. To say he was cherished would be an understatement, he was treated as if he were their own. Zhou Shen entered the hospital room, his heart aching as he glanced at the still sleeping young Shenbao. Lowering his voice, he spoke to Bo Yanchen. All the Bai family members have departed. I have made arrangements. From now on, those individuals will certainly not be allowed into Sunshine City community. Bo Yanchen held Shenbao's small hand tightly and blandly inquired, what is Bai Yangao up to lately? Bai Yangao, the biological son of the Bai family's main branch, bore the Bai surname and was considered half a member of the family. It was rumored that he had been associating with certain second-generation rich kids and had not returned home in quite some time, with whispers suggesting he was involved in substance abuse. Investigate thoroughly. If it is confirmed, inform Zhou. Zhou does not engage in trivial matters. Zhou Shen nodded in understanding, visibly infuriated. As dusk fell, Shenbao awoke. Liu Bei immediately called Tang Nuanning. Upon hearing the news, she was overjoyed. Having just prepared dinner for Shenbao, which she quickly packed and set out with. This time, she did not ride her electric scooter, instead, she took a taxi. After the scare she had earlier, she was too frightened to ride, especially with the thick snow on the roads, making it unrideable. Upon arriving at the hospital, Tang Nuanning hesitated to burst into Shenbao's room and instead stood outside, peeking in, watching the little one in his hospital gown. Quietly seated by the window and gazing outside, her heart swelled with both joy and sorrow. Previously, Liu Bei had mentioned that Shenbao loved to sit by the window, waiting for his mother. He longed to see her as soon as she returned, eager to rush into her embrace. Tang Nuanning could almost envision that scene. A gentle and beautiful woman suddenly appearing outside the window, looking up at Shenbao with a smile, beckoning him, Shenbao, mommy is back. Shenbao, filled with excitement, would dash out of the room and tumble into her arms. What a beautiful picture, in that moment. Shenbao would surely feel like the happiest child in the world. Alas, why did that woman leave such a delightful son behind? Did she know that her child had fallen ill from missing her so much? If she was unaware, then it could be forgiven, but if she knew, how cruel could she be? Noticing a movement, Bo Yanchen turned his head, only to see a small head quickly retreating. Moments later, it peeked out again, sneaky and cautious. Recognizing her, Bo Yanchen's eyes flickered with something unusual as he rose and walked toward the room's exit. Tang Nuanning, seeing him, said, "I heard from Dr. Lu that Shen Bao woke up without crying or making a fuss, as if he had forgotten what had happened before." "Yes, that is good. If he remembers, he might cause a ruckus. I prepared some nourishing porridge for him, you can take it in for him to drink. He cannot eat anything else at the moment, so porridge is all he can have for now." Bo Yanchen accepted it, hesitating for a moment before expressing his gratitude with a simple thank you. Tang Nuanning was taken aback, he actually said thank you. Before she could process this, Bo Yanchen added, "Wait a moment, I have something to discuss with you." "Huh?" "Oh." Bo Yanchen entered the room with the thermal container, while Tang Nuanning continued to sneak a peek from outside. Upon opening the food container, a delightful aroma wafted out, causing his stomach to betray him with a growl. He had not eaten all day, and his earlier worries about Shen Bao had drained his energy, leaving him famished. However, it was evident that Tang Nuanning had not prepared anything for him, there was just enough for Shen Bao. He served a bowl of porridge, stirring it until it was cool enough, then placed it on the small round table before Shen Bao. "Shen Bao, it's time to drink your porridge." Shen Bao glanced at it, seemingly sensing something, and turned his head towards Tang Nuanning's direction. She quickly ducked away, accidentally bumping her head, causing her to rub it in pain while stifling a sound. Bo Yanchen vaguely noticed her little action, his expression subtly shifting, but he remained silent. Shen Bao returned his gaze to the porridge, staring at it for a while before saying, "This isn't made by Daddy." Bo Yanchen. This time, he could not lie. Since Shen Bao had woken up, he had been by his side, with no time to cook. "No, it's not made by Daddy. But it tastes quite good, you should give it a try." Shen Bao scrutinized the bowl of porridge, hesitating. Both Bo Yanchen and Tang Nuanning held their breaths in anticipation. Fortunately, Shen Bao hesitated only briefly, not outright refusing it. Ultimately, he picked up a spoonful and placed it in his mouth. After tasting it, he said nothing, lowering his head to continue eating. Bo Yanchen's tension eased. Outside, Tang Nuanning took several deep breaths. Should Shen Bao refuse to eat her cooking, it would further diminish her chances of getting close to him. After a while, Bo Yanchen exited the hospital room, leaving Liu Bei inside to accompany Shen Bao. "Let's self-talk on the terrace," he said. "Huh? Can't we talk here?" Bo Yanchen did not respond, turning and striding directly towards the terrace. Tang Nuanning eyed his tall figure suspiciously and followed him. As Bo Yanchen lit a cigarette, a gust of wind blew, causing the smoke to choke Tang Nuanning into coughing. He looked at her, hesitating for a couple of seconds before extinguishing the cigarette. Tang Nuanning instinctively stole another glance at him. His attitude today seemed rather amiable. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she became tense. Bo Yanchen initiated the conversation. "Thank you for saving Shen Bao today." "You're welcome. What do you want?" "I want nothing. You have done a great service for Shen Bao. If you desire anything, feel free to ask, and I shall grant it." "That is unnecessary. You look down on me, and I equally disdain you. The notion of great kindness should not be repaid with mere gratitude. But with one's own self is something I cannot accept." Prior to my visit to the hospital today, He Jingqing unexpectedly called her. He began by expressing his gratitude for her saving Shen Bao, then mentioned that Bo Yanchen intended to repay her kindness in kind, but was too shy to do so. If she harbored feelings for him, she could take the initiative to express them. She was certain that she would never be with him. So she preemptively set the record straight to avoid any ensuing awkwardness. However, Bo Yanchen had not considered such implications. He was oblivious to the fact that He Jingqing had contacted Tang Nuanning. Thus, narrowing his eyes slightly, he gazed at her with a perplexed expression, asking, "Are you implying that I should offer myself in return?" "I am not. I am merely reminding you." Bo Yanchen scrutinized her for a moment before candidly stating, "No need for reminders, my heart belongs solely to Shen Bao's mother. Regardless of the reasons, I will never be with another woman. The thought of offering myself in return has never crossed my mind, so you needn't dwell on it." Tang Nuanning felt reassured by his earnest tone. This was the best outcome. Bo Yanchen continued, however, since you saved Shen Bao, aside from offering myself in return, I can fulfill any other condition you may have. Tang Nuanning pouted slightly. All she wished for was to divorce Bo Yanchen, but he had previously claimed not to know him, leaving her with no expectations. She was also in dire need of money, yet he had gone bankrupt and was now destitute, still needing to pay for Shen Bao's medical expenses. She couldn't bring herself to ask him for help. Moreover, she had willingly saved Shen Bao, never expecting any reward. Saving Shen Bao was my choice. I do not require your repayment. Then I owe you a favor. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. I do not require your favor, but I hope that should a conflict arise between us in the future, you might grant me leniency. Tang Nuanning thought of the three little ones and hoped that if there ever came a time when they contested for custody, he would allow her to keep them. Bo Yanchen, puzzled, inquired about what conflict she was referring to. Tang Nuanning muttered softly, I meant if. Very well, I promise you, should such a time arise. I will certainly grant you that. A gentleman's word is as good as a bond, promises must be kept. Indeed. Tang Nuanning felt a wave of relief wash over her, as this provided a semblance of security for the future. Of course, it was preferable that such a time never came, and that the identities of the three little ones remained concealed forever. Suddenly, Bo Yanchen transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Tang Nuanning was taken aback, exclaiming, You saved Shen Bao, I cannot offer nothing in return. My conscience would not allow it. Bo Yanchen had initially considered transferring more, but upon reflecting on her reaction when the Fu family had given her money, he discreetly reduced the amount by several zeros. She was timid and fond of money. If he offered too much, she would surely refuse. After all, she was but an ordinary woman, and 100,000 yuan represented a significant sum. One she might not earn in an entire year. This money Bo Yanchen, aware of her hesitation, encouraged her to accept it, stating, Shen Bao enjoys the meals you prepare, consider this as compensation for his meals. Tang Nuanning pondered for a moment before nodding, very well. If Shen Bao craves anything, just let me know. While I am in Jincheng, I will cover his meals. And mine, Bo Yanchen interjected suddenly. Surprised by his request, Tang Nuanning paused. Bo Yanchen seized the opportunity to assert, in the future, make sure to prepare extra, Shen Bao enjoys having me dine with him. The reasoning was ample. It was not that he desired her cooking, but rather that he wished to keep his son company during meals. Tang Nuanning readily agreed, no problem. Furthermore, regarding the 50 million you owe me, I shall erase a zero. He did not erase it entirely, fearing that should she ever become unwilling to care for Shen Bao in the future, this would provide him leverage over her. Tang Nuanning's eyes widened in astonishment. Erasing a zero meant that 50 million had been reduced to 5 million? I only need to repay you 5 million in the future? Indeed. You're not deceiving me. Are you? This isn't some jest, is it? I must take this seriously. Bo Yanchen felt a tinge of disdain for her lack of ambition. If you disagree, consider it as if I never mentioned it. I agree. I never said I disagreed. How could she be foolish enough to object? Although 5 million was still an astronomical figure, it paled in comparison to 50 million. When the debt was 50 million, she had never contemplated the possibility of repayment. Repaying it seemed an impossible dream, one she would never fulfill in her lifetime. However, with only 5 million remaining, there was now hope. Taking care of Shen Bao at a daily expense of 10,000 yuan meant that if things continued this way, she could repay the 5 million in less than 2 years. Tang Nuanning excitedly rubbed her hands together, her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and her long lashes fluttering animatedly. Then, in a fit of exuberance, she laughed, ha ha. Bo Yanchen. Tang Nuanning, in her ecstatic state, felt both elated and relaxed. I have come to realize that you are not so terrible after all. Although you may not seem like a good person, you are not entirely bad either. You possess a modicum of conscience, albeit not much, but still some. He may not appear to be a good person? Bo Yanchen's expression darkened at her backhanded compliment. How should he respond to such praise? Chapter 100, Mr. Bo, women are truly difficult to please. As if struck by a sudden thought, Bo Yanchen inquired, "You don't plan to settle down in Jincheng?" "No." "Why?" "I dislike this city." "Is it because of the online abuse incident 6 years ago?" Mentioning this instantly displeased Tang Nuanning, and she glared at Bo Yanchen. Bo Yanchen stated, "The past is behind us. If you wish to live in Jincheng, I can assist you. You needn't worry about being cyberbullied again, nor do you need to fear. I don't want to stay in Jincheng. Keep out of my affairs." Tang Nuanning warned fiercely, turning and walking away. She didn't want Bo Yanchen to pay too much attention to her matters. The more he did, the greater the likelihood he would discover the children. Bo Yanchen, however, was perplexed, watching her departure with a dark expression. What had he said to displease her again? Her mood changed faster than flipping a book. Was he wrong to want to help her? Women are truly difficult to please. Although Tang Nuanning had left in a huff, overall, her impression of Bo Yanchen was much better than before. The next morning, while preparing breakfast for Shenbao, she deliberately made a portion for Bo Yanchen as well, indicating a slight improvement in their relationship. However, the fragile accord was shattered in less than a day. Because Bo Huimin's only son, Bo Yengao, had died. Bo Huimin wept inconsolably, convinced that Bo Yanchen had killed her son in retaliation. She stormed into the hospital to confront Bo Yanchen, and Tang Nuanning arrived to deliver food. Witnessing the scene, Bo Huimin roared like a madwoman, "You killed my son. You killed my son. He was my only child. How could you be so heartless? I admit I bullied your Shenbao, but Shenbao didn't die after all, and I apologize to you. How could you still plot against my Yengao? If you're angry, come at me. If you have the guts, kill me. What kind of skill is it to attack a child? No matter what, he was still your brother." Bo Yanchen stood in the corridor, a cigarette between his fingers, his face indifferent. "If you have evidence, let the police arrest me. If you don't, then get out." Bo Huimin bellowed, "I have no evidence to accuse you, but dare you swear on your Shenbao that you didn't do it?" "I dare say, if I've wronged you. May I die a horrible death, be hit by a car as soon as I step outside. Dare you say that if you did it, may Shenbao die now?" Bo Yanchen's expression instantly turned glacial. "If you wish to be hit by a car as you leave, I can fulfill that wish as well." His seemingly calm tone concealed a terrifying rage. He wasn't merely engaging in a verbal spat but delivering a genuine warning and threat. Tang Nuanning's heart pounded. What had she just overheard? Looking at his chilling expression, she felt a bone-deep coldness, sensing the piercing chill even from a distance. "You have the nerve to kill me too. Kill me." Bo Huimin screamed, suddenly spotting her and rushing towards her like she had found a vent for her anger. "You meddlesome bitch. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death." Yesterday, Tang Nuanning had rescued Shenbao from the brink of death. A fact known to the Bo family. Tang Nuanning was startled by Bo Huimin's state, instinctively retreating several steps. Just as Bo Huimin was about to reach her, a tall figure appeared in front of her, shielding her completely. Before Bo Huimin could get close, Bo Yanchen kicked her away. This time, he didn't look at Bo Huimin but turned to her husband, his tone laden with suppressed fury. "If you don't want to die, take her and get out now." Bo Huimin's husband trembled violently, dragging Bo Huimin away as quickly as possible. Bo Huimin's voice echoed from the corridor. "If you can truly cure Shenbao's illness, consider yourself lucky. If you can't, then prepare to die. You're dealing with a demon now, see how many days you can survive. You'll die even more tragically than my son." Tang Nuanning frowned, her face pale. Bo Yanchen turned to look at her. "Did I frighten you?" She was indeed frightened, but not by Bo Huimin, rather by what Bo Huimin had said. Yesterday, Shenbao had almost died because of Bo Huimin. And he had retaliated by killing her son? He was a murderer? He was a murderer? Tang Nuanning looked up at Bo Yanchen. Her eyes filled with terror. It was the innate fear of a common person towards a murderer. Bo Yanchen was displeased by her gaze, stating coldly, "I didn't kill him." Tang Nuanning swallowed, averting her gaze. This is Shenbao's dinner. I have matters at home, I'll leave now." She thrust the lunchbox into his hands, turned, and fled, running as if a murderer was chasing her. Bo Yanchen's face darkened. She didn't believe him? Liu Bei arrived. "What's wrong with Miss Tang?" She looked flustered. I greeted her, but she didn't respond. Bo Yanchen shoved the insulated container into Liu Bei's arms. "I'm going for a smoke." He turned and left in a huff. Liu Bei was bewildered. What was going on? One was in a panic, the other looked as if he had suffered a great injustice. Had they quarreled? Everyone knew that Tang Nuanning had saved Shenbao, and Bo Yanchen's attitude towards her had improved rapidly, their relationship thawing considerably. But it had only lasted a few hours. And they had fallen out again? Chapter 101, Mr. Bo's petulance. She is not worthy to be at odds with me. Bo Yanchen stood on the terrace, smoking. His mood vexed. He felt nothing about Bo Huimin's misunderstanding, but Tang Nuanning's suspicion irritated him. He summoned Zhou Ying. What exactly happened last night? Zhou Ying was Bo Yanchen's personal bodyguard, holding the same status as Zhou Xing, but their personalities were vastly different. Zhou Ying was about the same height as Bo Yanchen and shared a similar temperament, taciturn and aloof. Often, he spoke even less than Bo Yanchen. Zhou Ying stated. Bo Yengao was already dead when I entered. He was killed by a rival. Which rival? Last month. Bo Yengao and a second-generation heir took a liking to a female college student and dragged her into a hotel, violating her. The girl later reported it to the police. But due to lack of evidence, the police were unable to arrest them. Instead, Bo Yengao and the others slandered her, claiming she was promiscuous, deliberately seducing them because they were wealthy, and then trying to extort money. The girl lost her virginity, her reputation was ruined, and she was expelled from school. A few days ago, the girl suddenly discovered she was pregnant. Incensed, she confronted Bo Yengao and the others, but was not only beaten but also violated again. In a fit of despair, the girl jumped to her death. The girl's parents were deceased, and she was deeply attached to her younger brother, who was a soldier recently stationed in the military district compound. Last night, he infiltrated the room while they were using drugs and injected Bo Yengao with dozens of times the lethal dose, killing him. Bo Yanchen furrowed his brows. Since they all bullied his sister, why did he only kill Bo Yengao? The specific reason is unclear, but Bo Changshan contacted him before the incident. Bo Yanchen's eyelids flickered. That explains why only Bo Yengao died, while the others survived. Bo Changshan wanted Bo Yengao dead. Bo Changshan was using the eldest branch's affairs to warn the rest of the Bo family, telling them to be content and not covet Shenbao. He was also drawing hatred to Bo Yanchen. With Bo Yengao's death at this juncture, no one would suspect Bo Changshan, only him. Everyone would assume he had killed Bo Yengao to avenge Shenbao. Only those close to him would know that he would not commit murder. He would only make those he disliked wish they were dead. Do others know about this? It's likely unknown, since the incident. Bo Changshan's people have been searching for the girl's younger brother, presumably to eliminate him. Bo Yanchen, his face clouded with displeasure, instructed. Find him and temporarily relocate him to Xiaowu's. Zhou Ying inquired, to Xiaowu's for quarrying stones? It's preferable to succumbing to Bo Changshan's machinations. In the current state of affairs, the disparity between the affluent and the impoverished is glaring. Those with affluence, authority, and influence reign supreme, while the impecunious and powerless are inconsequential. Countless individuals, like that girl, endure humiliation and wrongful deaths. The darkness pervading society is far more insidious than what is commonly perceived. Even the most unsettling cinematic depictions merely scratch the surface. Individuals like Bo Yanchen, devoid of humanity, have engaged in countless sordid acts. His demise should be a cause for universal jubilation. However, Bo Changshan is adept at employing others for his own ends, a cunning strategy indeed. It seems I've indulged them excessively of late. The subsequent morning, Tang Nuanning visited the hospital to deliver breakfast to Shenbao. However, she refrained from directly entering Shenbao's room, instead enlisting Liu Bei's assistance in delivering the meal. Her understanding of Shenbao's condition was also facilitated through Liu Bei. It was evident to even the most obtuse observer that she was evading Bo Yanchen. The events of the preceding day had instilled fear in her. A fear that Bo Yanchen was indeed a murderer, and that if she failed to cure Shenbao's ailment, he would seek retribution against her. Yet, she could not bear to abandon Shenbao. Desiring to continue caring for Shenbao while avoiding contact with Bo Yanchen, she sought to distance herself. Liu Bei, perplexed, took the lunchbox to Shenbao's room and inquired of Bo Yanchen, what transpired between you and Miss Tang? Why is she avoiding you? Bo Yanchen raised his gaze. She came? Yes, she came and departed, entrusting me with delivering breakfast to Shenbao. Bo Yanchen's displeasure was palpable. Liu Bei remarked, given Shenbao's predicament. I had hoped your relationship would be fortuitously strengthened, that you would finally coexist harmoniously. How is it that after a single day, things have deteriorated? As allies, shouldn't you address any issues openly? Bo Yanchen retorted, his countenance darkening, you may consider her an ally, but it's not certain she reciprocates. Moreover, not everyone is entitled to be considered an ally. Refrain from demeaning yourself. Liu Bei, bewildered, questioned, what does that signify? Is he speaking in riddles? Observing his barbed remarks, Liu Bei pursed his lips and inquired, what transpired? Bo Yanchen, his face a mask of displeasure, remained silent. He was incensed that despite his assertion of innocence, she remained unconvinced, clearly not regarding him as an ally. If she did not consider him an ally, he would not debase himself. Furthermore, as she was not an ally, there was no need to extend courtesies or speak favorably of her. Liu Bei urged, address any issues openly, avoid engaging in a cold war. Who was engaging in a cold war with her? One evading, the other deriding behind her back. Is this not the essence of a cold war? If she desires a cold war with me, she must first possess the requisite qualifications. Implicitly, Tang Nuanning lacked the standing to engage in a cold war with him. Liu Bei, speechless, was about to speak when Bo Yanchen abruptly received a phone call. After listening to the caller's message, he responded affirmatively, I'll be there presently. Upon concluding the call, he rose and departed. Liu Bei detected a ruthless glint in his eyes, realizing that someone was about to suffer. Chapter 102, Anyone who dares to harm my Shenbao shall face death. Bo Yanchen departed the hospital, heading towards the cemetery. Due to the unusual circumstances surrounding Bo Yanchen's demise, the burial was scheduled for the morning. Bo Yanchen's mood was somber, a fact readily apparent to Zhou Xing, his personal assistant. While driving, Zhou Xing attempted to console him. Brother Chen, if you're feeling displeased, confide in Miss Tang, there's no need to suppress your emotions. Your continued estrangement is undoubtedly causing Miss Tang discomfort as well. Bo Yanchen coldly retorted, what does her discomfort have to do with you? Zhou Xing's lips twitched, it's of no concern to me. But I perceive that she's affecting your mood, and I'm concerned for you. Which of your eyes perceives that she's affecting me? Is it not self-evident? Even a blind person could sense it. Zhou Xing forced a smile, Miss Tang is, after all, a great benefactor to Shenbao, and she's also a woman. Even if she's at fault, we should be magnanimous and accommodating. Shen Jiaoyu is also a benefactor to Shenbao, should I accommodate her in every respect? This is different. Miss Tang and Miss Shen are dissimilar. Miss Shen's actions are merely laughable, but Miss Tang is a commendable woman. If she's so commendable, you can accompany her from today onward, and cease accompanying me. Zhou Xing. See, every time he quarrels with Tang Nuanning, he suddenly transforms into an unreasonable child. Brother Chen. Silence. Zhou Xing. At the funeral, the Bo family members, upon catching sight of Bo Yanchen, widened their eyes in astonishment and whispered among themselves, why has he come? I'm unaware of any invitation extended to him. Could it be at the behest of the old man? Impossible, the old man is not so senile as to invite him, as this would disrupt the proceedings. Bo Yanchen had not received an invitation, his presence was uninvited. His arrival ushered in an atmosphere of unease, with the Bo family members regarding him with apprehension. Refraining from further comment, Bo Yanchen, oblivious to their presence, proceeded directly to Bo Changshan, who was seated in the guest area. Observing his disrespectful demeanor, the crowd murmured in disapproval, yet none dared to voice their opinions, save for Bo Yanchen's hysterical cries. Zhou Xing proceeded directly to the mourning hall, symbolically offering incense on behalf of Bo Yanchen to Bo Yanchen. In the guest area, Bo Changshan, frowning, questioned Bo Yanchen, why have you come? I'm here to see you. Bo Yanchen, having spoken, seated himself and lit a cigarette. Bo Changshan frowned further, could you not have conveyed your message via telephone? You're aware of your aunt's strong disapproval of you. She's already grieving the loss of her son, why add to her distress? Yanchen, she's your aunt, your father's own sister. Bo Yanchen coldly scoffed, what concern is her son's death to me? Bo Changshan? Bo Yanchen stated, grandfather's words imply that I am responsible for Bo Yanchen's death. The sudden introduction of this topic caused those present to prick up their ears and listen attentively, eager not to miss any details of this sensational revelation. Bo Yanchen readily provided them with the opportunity to indulge in this gossip. He summoned Bo Yanchen's father, Chen Tsung, as well as members of the second and third families, and even invited elders from the adjacent courtyard to partake in the gossip. Bo Changshan, uncertain of Bo Yanchen's intentions, questioned with a darkened countenance, Yanchen, what do you intend to do? Why could this matter not have been discussed over the telephone? Why must it be aired before so many individuals? It can only be elucidated in person. Bo Changshan, greatly displeased, inquired, then speak, what is the matter? Bo Yanchen stated impassively, I wish to inquire of grandfather. Prior to Yanchen's demise, what did grandfather discuss with Lu Hao? The sudden mention of Lu Hao caused Bo Changshan's expression to undergo a dramatic transformation. He stared fixedly at Bo Yanchen. Those present, astute observers all, detected something amiss and began to murmur among themselves, who is Lu Hao? I seem to recall that some time ago, Yanchen and his cohorts mistreated a girl, and she subsequently committed suicide by jumping from a building. Lu Hao is purportedly the girl's younger brother. Does this imply that Yanchen was killed by Lu Hao? He is merely a low-level operative, without assistance from behind the scenes. He would have had no opportunity to approach Yanchen. I suspect he's merely a pawn, with a mastermind orchestrating events. As a consequence, all eyes turned towards Bo Changshan. Their expressions varied. Bo Changshan's face flushed with indignation. Are you suggesting that I instructed Lu Hao to murder Yan Gao? No, replied